Chapter 107. Having said this, he opened his arms and patted his chest, which was wrapped in gauze. Look, I'm in good health. I don't think the other party's intention is to kill me. But, things on the front line. At this time, Lit on the side spoke up. Yes, the situation on the front line is not optimistic. Hearing this, Lucius frowned and nodded. Of course I know what's going on the front line. These days, war reports are coming to me like snowflakes. Although Carlyle has more experience, his ability is still limited after all. The enemy seemed to know that I would be assassinated, and launched a large-scale attack on the same day. By the time the news of my assassination reached Carlyle, a day of decision-making time was wasted, and the enemy had already captured a city. Lucius said this and sighed. Orson, you came back at the right time. As he said this, he looked at Mary and then at Lit. The two men immediately understood what Lucius was thinking and tactfully left the room. Father, please tell me what I want you to do for me. Orson bent down respectfully and approached Lucius. Orson, do you want to give it a try and command an army on the battlefield? Lucius said with a smile. I know it might be a bit arrogant to give the command of the army to a young man like you. Do you want to try? If you want, I can hand over the command of the frontline troops to you right now. Orson looked at Lucius's expression, unable to guess what he was thinking. Now is he testing his own ambition, or does he really want to entrust the affairs of the front line to himself? If my father trusts me, I am willing to take on this important task. Orson thought for a moment and then said something relatively neutral. Okay. Lucius heard Orson say this, leaned forward and patted Orson on the shoulder. I can hand over the military power to you, but how to convince the people, how to dispatch the army, and even how to make decisions to defeat the orcs will all be left to you. If you succeed, you will become the military god of the empire and continue the tradition of the Stranic family to establish their family through military force. If you fail, the Duchy of Antica and the tens of thousands of people under its rule will suffer because of you. It's not a question of whether I trust you or not, it's a question of you, Orson, Lucius said. But, Father, didn't you just say that you were fine? Orson looked at Lucius in confusion. As long as I can stabilize the situation on the front line and wait until you recover and come back, everything will be fine. Lucius didn't say anything. He stared at Orson for a long time and suddenly laughed. Chapter 2. Orson, came here with only one goal, for K. After Orson walked out of Lucius' room, he glanced at Lit and Mary, who were standing at the door, waiting anxiously. Father said he wanted to rest alone for a while, so let's not disturb him, said Orson. Okay. Mary nodded and turned around, ready to go back to her room. By the way, Mother, Father has given me all the military duties at the front, so I will go to the front tomorrow. During this period of time, you will be in charge of all the affairs at home. Thank you for your help. Orson remembered something and suddenly spoke. I understand. Mary nodded and turned away. Orson, is our father okay? Lit looked at Orson with a hint of doubt in his tone. It's okay, Father is just a little tired. After all, he was injured before. No matter how healthy he is, he needs time to recuperate. Orson said this and touched Lit's head. By the way, there are some things I want to talk to you alone. Let's go back to my room first. As he said this, he took Lit to his room. Walking into the room, Orson closed the door. Light, do you want to go to the front line? Orson asked. Orson, why are you asking this all of a sudden? As the son of a duke, one of the most distinguished nobles in the empire, especially in our Stranic family, which is based on military power, the army is something you will come into contact with sooner or later. Orson said this in a flat tone. It just so happens that I will take over the task of temporary commander-in-chief of the front line this time. When the time comes, you can be my adjutant and learn these things from me. When you go out in the future, you will have to be independent sooner or later. Of course. Orson said, pointing to the desk. If you want to stay here and learn how to manage finances from Mother, that's fine too, because if you become a duke in the future, you can be in charge of finances yourself. Lite pondered for a long time after hearing this, and then said, well, I think it would be better for me to go to the front line with you, Orson. Lit always felt that Mary had some opinions about his coming. Compared to staying at home and being looked down upon, Lit still preferred to be with Orson. Being with Orson was also the time when he grew the fastest. It's not just that I want to stay with Orson. Okay. Orson nodded. But, Lit, I have to give you a shot of prevention first. The army is a very serious place. When you arrive at the front line, you have to act like a soldier. You can't act like a spoiled child in front of me. Do you understand? Huh? Is it that serious? Lite said in surprise, but she was mentally prepared and agreed to Orson immediately. I understand, Orson. I promise that I will obey you in everything. Okay, then I feel relieved. Orson said this with a smile. Rest at home for a while today. I'll go out to take care of some things. Tomorrow we will take our father's letter of appointment to the front line. Okay. After Orson and Lit finished talking about these things, they went to the city center of Antica and met a few people. The next morning, the carriage was ready for Orson and Lit, but Orson thought the carriage was too slow, so he took Lit to the front line on a magic carpet, a small town somewhere on the front line. At this moment, the city was full of broken walls and bloodstains could be seen everywhere on the city walls, indicating that a large-scale battle had taken place here not long ago. A large-scale battle broke out between the 3,000 human soldiers stationed here and the 5,000 orcs attacking the city. In the end, all the soldiers stationed here were killed, without a single one spared. A burly orc walked across the battlefield. The walls were littered with corpses of humans and orcs. Although the orcs captured the town, they paid a heavy price, however, because this is a militarized town and most of the residents are military dependents. They had already evacuated before the war broke out and no further bloody incidents occurred. The orcs had a feast after pillaging the town's armory and granary. In addition to supplying the soldiers, some of the looted supplies would be transported back to the desert by transport teams to be delivered to the soldiers' families who were starving there. In order to prepare for this war, the orc tribe concentrated the already scarce supplies to the soldiers on the front line so that the soldiers could have enough to eat and fight, and then they could snatch food from humans and provide it to the orcs in the rear. Because of the special nature of the orc tribe, each clan has a tribe. These 5,000 orc warriors are actually made up of more than a dozen tribes, and the commander is the strongest person in the army. In this situation, it is inevitable that the spoils will be unevenly distributed and the commander will favor his own tribe. Fortunately, this is the early stage of the war and the disunity and contradictions within the orcs have not yet emerged. Often in the middle and late stages of a war, after long-standing resentment among the orcs, a civil war will break out, and they will eventually retreat without fighting. How was the result of today's battle? The young commander walked to the warehouse. At this moment, many orc warriors were moving food out of the warehouse in boxes and bags. He looked at the commander in charge. The adjutant who was in charge of calculating the data asked. The adjutant and he were not from the same clan or tribe, and the relationship between the two was purely a cooperative one. Commander, we lost a total of 2,000 soldiers in today's siege. Every tribe suffered losses, but overall, it was fairly evenly distributed. The adjutant said this, and then pointed to the warehouse. This warehouse seems to be prepared for a protracted war. There is a lot of food stored in it, enough for our remaining soldiers to eat for 2 or 3 years. But if it is distributed among each tribe, there won't be much left. There are only 3,000 people left in this orc army, but behind these 3,000 people are about 10,000 mouths to feed. The foster care of this small town could only feed the people of the tribe for a year. After a year, they would have to come out to plunder again. It would be better to grab more at a time. Thinking of this, the commander looked at his adjutant. Leave 100 people here to clean up the battlefield, and the rest of you will stay here to rest for half a day before continuing to advance. From the orcs' perspective, human defense is like an egg. As long as they break through the hardest layer of the eggshell on the outside and go deeper inside, they will be able to enter the empty space. The 3,000 soldiers stationed in this town should be the largest number among the nearby villages and towns. Next, their troops will plunder the surrounding villages and then act according to the orders of the Joint Chief. Things like this are still happening in several small towns on the border. At the front line, Carlyle was reading reports of defeat in the military camp with a frown on his face. As Lucius's adjutant, his greatest advantage was his conservatism, but it was this conservatism that caused him to waste the most precious first day of time at the beginning of the battle. When he received the battle report, he immediately sent it back to Antica, hoping to get instructions from Lucius. He just followed Lucius' previous arrangements and asked the soldiers on the front line to hold on and rotate the defense as much as possible. However, unexpectedly, Lucius, who was unconscious after being assassinated, was unable to give Carlyle any guidance. In desperation, Carlyle broke away from Lucius's command for the first time in his life and began to perform the duties of the supreme military commander, trying to stabilize the situation on the front line. But the situation on the front line, far from stabilizing, continued to deteriorate. After all, his ability to respond to emergencies is not as strong as Lucius's, and he does have fewer cards in his hand. He is only able to suppress the generals under his command by relying on his seniority. Otherwise, those generals would have fought on their own long ago, and the situation would have become even more serious by then. Forget it, let's convene a joint military meeting. Carlyle thought so and called his adjutant to help him gather all the generals under his command. Today, the Duke of Antica's army consists mainly of three parts. The first part is the standing army and conscripted troops in the Duke's direct territory. This group of troops is directly commanded by the Duke's confidant Carlyle, and the number is about 100,000. The second part is the Earl's army under the Duke. Each Earl can basically send out an army of more than 2,000 and less than 10,000 people. This group of troops has an independent commander, either the Earl himself or the military chief under the Earl. The number of this group of troops also accounts for about 100,000. The third part, and the part that gave Carlyle the most headache, was the troops sent from other parts of the empire to support. Basically, the other 5 duchies and royal territories in the empire had sent about 10,000 troops. The quality varied, but overall it was acceptable, except for the Duchy of Naples. The Duchy of Naples, which had the worst relationship with the Duchy of Antica, only sent 5,000 militiamen. Carlyle felt a headache just looking at these 5,000 militiamen and could only arrange them to the rear to maintain law and order in supply lines. The number of troops in this part was about 50,000, but because they were sent by people of the same or even higher rank, the officer commanding them, Carlyle, had no control over them. If Carlyle had spoken to them in a friendly and amicable manner at normal times, they might have listened to him for Lucius' sake. But now that Lucius was ill and the situation on the front was deteriorating, these commanders did not trust Carlyle's ability. Except for Prussia's army, which he could still command, all other armies were guarding their respective defense zones, seeking not to make any achievements but to avoid making any mistakes. The reason why Carlyle convened a joint military meeting was to make the army of that group of uncles take action through discussion and voting by everyone at the meeting. The human army of 250,000 consumes a lot of food and grass every day on the front line. Although there is funding from other duchies, if it continues like this, the economy of the Duchy of Antica, which has just started to improve, will probably be dragged down by the war again. Half an hour later, a joint military meeting was held. Carlyle sat in the chair and watched the officers below. On his left were representatives of the armies of various earls within the duchy, and on his right were representatives of foreign aid troops. I believe everyone has heard that 3 more cities were breached yesterday. We lost more than 10,000 soldiers in just one day yesterday. Carlyle said this with a frown. Right now, all my troops that can serve as reserves have been deployed to the front line. My idea is that in some defense areas where the pressure is not so heavy, we can appropriately transfer some troops to support the areas with greater pressure. Otherwise, if the front line is breached, your troops will also be vulnerable to attacks from the flanks. After all this talk, what you mean is nothing more than that you are no longer capable and need our help? The representative of the Dukedom of Napoli spoke from the audience. Our mission was arranged before the war, and we only obeyed the orders of the supreme commander of the frontline army, Duke Lucius. Now Duke Lucius is injured and cannot come to the front line. You are the temporary commander of the army, and you missed the opportunity to fight, which led to the fall of several cities. How can we trust you with your ability? Carlyle remained silent as he listened to the words of the Napoli representative. The other party was right, he had indeed missed the opportunity to fight, but when he was taking remedial measures, he did not choose to believe himself. The key is that you can't even use the opponent's soldiers. He clearly only had 5,000 militiamen under his command, but he pretended as if he had 50,000 elite soldiers. Even he was trying to puff himself up with bragging rights. What's more, they came here for friendly assistance. If I scold them, the troops of other dukes will inevitably be disheartened. Just at this moment, footsteps were suddenly heard at the door. Then, Orson appeared at the door of the military tent, followed by Lit. Everyone turned to look at the 2 people who walked in. They were about to refute something, but after seeing the family emblem on their chests, they all shut their mouths. General Carlyle. Orson looked at Carlyle and walked up. Carlyle also stood up. Mr. Orson, why are you here suddenly? Helping my father deal with some things. Orson said this with a smile, then he looked at the officers sitting at the long table. General Carlyle, who are these people? Ah, they are members of the Joint Conference of the Armed Forces. Carlyle explained the contents of the Joint Conference to Orson. I see. Hearing this, Orson nodded, then he moved a chair and sat next to Carlyle. Hello everyone, from today on, I will take over the responsibility of being the Commander-in-Chief of the front line in place of my father, Duke Lucius. As he said this, he glanced at everyone. After hearing Orson's words, everyone had different expressions, but most of them were surprised and puzzled. They didn't understand why Lucius let such a young man be the Commander-in-Chief of the frontline troops. Chapter 108. No matter how capable Orson is personally, it doesn't prove that his command level is high. I know that you may have doubts about my ability, which is normal because we are all dedicated to the country. If my ability is not up to the task, the front line may suffer more losses because of me. But please rest assured, I, Orson, came here with only one goal, and that is victory. Chapter 3, War Preparations, 6K, Tisk, that's an easy thing to say. On the other side, the representative of Napoli began to deliberately provoke again. If I remember correctly, Master Orson, you have never had any experience in leading troops in battle. I'm afraid you don't even know how to give orders on the battlefield, right? His mission here was actually to provoke the people on the Duke of Antica's side, and at the same time to encourage other people who were dissatisfied with the Duke of Antica to resist Lucius' orders. Therefore, when he saw Lucius sending Orson, who had no experience at all, he felt that the opportunity had come. Although Carlyle's ability is average, he has been following Lucius in battles, and his military achievements can convince the people. In addition, he is willing to hold joint military meetings to listen to opinions widely. Although everyone may not obey his orders completely, as long as it can be obviously beneficial to the war situation, Carlyle will lobby and everyone will give in. But now that Orson suddenly appears out of nowhere, it's hard to say. Although there is no such thing as armchair military strategy in this era, the military still trusts officers who have worked their way up from the middle and lower levels more than the top students who are directly assigned to military positions after graduating from colleges and universities. Especially in the face of such a major battle, it sounds too ridiculous for a student who is still in school to be the commander-in-chief. The words of the Napoli representative also touched the hearts of others present. Although everyone knows that you, Orson, are very powerful, no matter how powerful you are, it is only on a personal level. Commanding troops in fighting wars is not necessarily linked to your personal level. I know that you may not have that much confidence in my abilities, and I do not have any relevant experience, but I still hope that you can give me time to show my strength. After being retorted by the representative of Napoli, Orson did not get angry, but smiled. On the contrary, Lit, who was standing behind Orson, kept staring at the representative of Napoli with an unfriendly look on his face. At the Imperial College, military theory courses are arranged in the general education courses every year. To be honest, I have completed all the military theory courses in the 4 years of the college, and I have also scored full marks in all the subjects I have taken the exams for. After hearing what Orson said, some officers present had a different opinion of Orson, but most of them were still skeptical about his abilities. After all, everyone knows that test scores do not equal real ability. Of course, I know your concerns, and I understand your reluctance to hand over your troops to me for unified command and dispatch. Orson said this and looked at Carlyle. General Carlyle, I wonder what you are mainly discussing in this meeting. Reporting to Master Orson, the content of this meeting is mainly related to the recent Orc offensive. Carlyle said this and pointed to the map on the table. Look, from the front line, the Orcs have already broken through and captured 5 small towns on the border. The villages around the towns have also been attacked by the Orcs. Although they have not yet penetrated into the heart of the Duke's territory, if we allow the Orcs to continue their attack, our defense line will be broken through at one point and then collapse across the board. Is that so? Orson nodded after hearing this. In that case, everyone, if I take back the 5 cities occupied by the Orcs, you should be able to recognize me, right? Oh, that's easy to say. The Napoli representative continued to provoke Orson. Don't think of using our people as cannon fodder. If you want to prove your ability, then use your own troops to do the job. Is that so? Hearing this, Orson glanced at the people in the audience. No one present dared to look Orson in the eye, for fear of being called upon by Orson for questioning. Orson could guess their attitude from their performance. He didn't say anything, but just expressed his understanding, and then said, "Okay, since you all said so, I will use the forces I can mobilize to launch this counterattack. This joint meeting has come to no avail. Everyone, just go back to your own defense areas and defend the areas you are responsible for." Orson said this and signaled the disbandment of the meeting. Afterwards, the commanders and representatives in the audience stood up, saluted, and left the military tent. "Mr. Orson, weren't you a little too arrogant in what you just said?" After the crowd dispersed, Carlyle looked at Orson, his tone full of worry. "You just looked at the map and don't know the intelligence of the orcs on the opposite side. Well, now I want to ask you, how many orcs are there in this frontal battlefield?" According to preliminary estimates, the number of orcs deployed in this battle should be conservatively estimated at around 200,000, not including their reserve forces. On the front battlefield, that is, the number of orcs in our defense zone, is around 100,000 to 150,000. The orcs launched a fierce attack before, and most of the losses were caused by my men. I originally had 100,000 soldiers, but now there are only a little over 90,000 left. With these troops, even defense is stressful, so General Carlyle decided to hold a joint meeting this time and transfer personnel from other defense zones to defend, right? Orson asked. Yeah. Carlyle nodded. It's okay, General Carlyle, I will sort out the current intelligence on the front line today and prepare for the counterattack tomorrow. Orson said this with a confident smile. On the other side, representatives of other armies had already mounted their horses and returned to their own bases. When they were leaving the garrison, they were surprised to find that a group of troops had been stationed outside the city at some point in time. Judging from the size of the camp, the number of troops may have exceeded 20,000. What's going on? The representative of the Naples army looked at the military camp in confusion, and then prepared to go in and investigate. The sudden appearance of such a troop on the front line was quite surprising to him. Surprised, but when he was about to approach the military camp, he was stopped by the soldiers guarding the gate. "Stop ahead," the soldier said calmly. "Hey, do you want to see where I'm from?" the representative said, looking at the soldier in front of him with disdain. "We are here to help you. Is this your attitude towards your guests? I'm sorry, but the area ahead is a military camp, no one is allowed in. If you must go in, please show me the pass given by Master Orson, otherwise I can't let you in." The soldier still showed no intention of backing down, and the representative only realized at this time that the troops stationed here were Orson's men. After knowing this information, he had no intention of staying here, but left after saying something harsh. He wanted to go back and report this matter, and Orson somehow managed to get another 20,000 people to help him. Imperial College, St. Laurent City. The news of the orc invasion has spread in the Imperial Academy, and Orson's leave of absence is a disguised confirmation of the news. "Aphrodite, what do you elves think of orcs?" Elsa asked Aphrodite while sitting in the student union office, turning the pen in her hand boredly. "Orcs?" Afro thought for a moment and then said, "Compared to us elves, the lifespan of orcs is really pitifully short. I don't have any particular aversion to orcs. There is no other special feeling. In the eyes of us elves, orcs are almost the same as humans. They are just ordinary short-lived species. After all, the elves live on the west side of the continent, and there is an entire empire between them and the orcs, so they have nothing to do with each other, and those elves who left the elf forest would not risk going to the desert area where orcs live. In your human eyes, orcs should be the species you hate the most, right?" Afro asked back. "Of course." Elsa nodded. Looking back at the history of the empire, it has been fighting against the orcs for a long time. In fact, at the beginning, there were orcs living in the lush areas in the eastern part of the empire. But later, as the relationship between humans and orcs deteriorated, large-scale battles broke out. Humans eventually drove the orcs out of that fertile land and into the desert. Originally humans thought they had won, but they underestimated the orcs' ability to adapt to the harsh environment. The orcs in the desert quickly recovered some of their strength, and then rushed out of the desert again with hatred towards humans. After that, there was endless hatred and killing between the two races for generations. When the college board of directors announces the tasks for the second half of the semester, if it requires going to the east to help support the front lines, will you go? Elsa asked. I think so. After all, I am also a student of the Imperial College. Then, if I ask you to attack those orcs, will you be able to do it? Okay. Afro nodded. Well, judging by the time, my brother's knight should have arrived in Antica. Elsa said this while looking out the window. I hope Orson didn't lie to me, she said. President Selenina, as you instructed, we have recruited all the war mercenaries we can find on the market, a total of about 20,000 people, and they have now rushed to the Eastern Front. In the room, Lorenzo looked at Selenina and reported on the task he had completed. I understand. Kalenina nodded and rubbed her swollen temples. Before Orson came back, he contacted me through the Chamber of Commerce in St. Laurent City and asked me to gather all the mercenary groups in the market as soon as possible to fight against the orcs in the east. To this end, Kalenina invested all of her liquid funds into it, except for the money used to expand the business. Almost all the money he earned in the past few months was returned to Orson. 20,000 people, and they are mercenaries who are more expensive than ordinary armies. This is a considerable expense. Even if the Lycan Chamber of Commerce has more liquid funds, it can only barely maintain the expenses of this army for 2 months. After 2 months, this group of mercenaries will disperse. Master Orson sent a thank you letter and asked you to be careful about your properties in the Naples area recently. You can try to transfer them to the direct jurisdiction or the Dukedom of Antica. Huh? Why? Kalenina looked puzzled, and then, as if she had thought of something, she suddenly realized, because of the war, many people were evacuated from the eastern part of Antica. Some of these people went to seek refuge with their relatives, but most of the farmers had no choice but to become refugees and homeless. These refugees still have some money now, but when all their money is spent, they will become refugees. This time, as long as they can be provided with jobs, no matter what the salary is, as long as they can support their families, they will work. Moreover, in the Antica region, with the official support of the Duke, Selenina does not have to worry about her own industry being restricted like in other regions. Most importantly, this would indirectly destroy the other industries of the Dukedom of Naples. His previous actions had left the textile industry in the Dukedom of Naples half dead, but at the same time, Selenina also invested in the representative industries of the Duchy of Naples, such as porcelain making, which are handicrafts with low output, complex processes, and high profits. After all, those industries can only make more money if they are done in Naples. Although she didn't know why Orson withdrew his capital from Naples, as the person who made Selenina's current status, Selenina obeyed Orson's advice almost unconditionally. She immediately ordered Lorenzo to help withdraw all his investments in Naples, and used the gathered funds to develop the handicraft industry in the Duchy of Antica. When it comes to the specific development of the city, there is obviously only one target, and that is the city of Antica. The population of Antica is now increasing, but there are very few jobs to match it. Many jobs are still limited to low-income jobs such as shop assistants. It can be said that the city of Antica has unlimited possibilities. While Selenina was still discussing how to make money, on the other side, the Duke of Napoli, Duke Giovanni, was in a surprisingly bad mood. In the past 2 months, the tax revenue in his territory has decreased by 1/5 compared to before. When I checked the reason myself, I found out that it was due to the collapse of the textile industry, which led to a large number of unemployed people in the market. Not only do these unemployed people fail to provide tax revenue, but on the contrary, they also occupy social resources. Similarly, in the huge market system, the collapse of the textile industry has led to the gradual collapse of several other industries. The handicraft industry that the Duchy of Naples had been proud of, which had created a lot of tax revenue and wealth and formed a unique small bourgeois community, suffered a severe blow. Finally, Giovanni checked the reason and found out that it was the neighboring Duchy of Aragon, which had developed a large-scale and organized textile industry. Relying on a large number of goods and lowering prices to seize the market, it quickly destroyed the economy of the Duchy of Naples. To this end, he met with Leon, Duke of Aragon, alone to discuss relevant issues. As a result, Leon said he was unaware of this and even wondered why the tax revenue in the Dukedom of Aragon had increased a lot recently. Seeing that he could not get any useful information from Leon, Giovanni had no choice but to find out the reasons behind it through other means. Finally, he learned that the investor behind the Aragon textile factory was an organization called the Lycan Group. After further investigation, he discovered that the person in charge of the Lycan Group was his potential daughter-in-law, Selenina Bonaventura. This feeling of being backstabbed by a loved one made Giovanni very angry. He immediately found Louis, the leader of the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce. This time, their conversation was not as harmonious as usual, and was full of tension. Louis was not aware of this matter, but when he learned that his daughter had really set up her own business, he was extremely surprised. The last time he sent Paul to dismiss Selenina, the representatives of the Antica branch rejected the dismissal proposal and forced Selenina to stay in office. After that, the Antica branch basically became independent from the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce and developed on its own, although it is said to be developing independently. In fact, the Antica branch is basically allied with the Ali Chamber of Commerce. Just when he thought the matter ended there, Giovanni told him that Selenina had actually set up her own licensed chamber of commerce. "I treat you, Louis, as my own family, and you stabbed me in the back, right?" Giovanni said this, making Louis feel ashamed. "Your Excellency the Duke, don't worry. I will not let Selenina have an easy time this time when I go back." Louis's tone was full of regret. Giovanni was very satisfied with Louis. Compared to his father, who was as cunning as a vixen, Louis himself was actually a mediocre person in business. It would even be an understatement to describe him as a mediocre person. If the market if things were unchanging, Louis could stabilize the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce, but unfortunately, the market is constantly changing. Chapter 109 Inches Edition. Louis is far inferior to his father in terms of being a human being. At least, his father would not humble himself in front of a duke. After all, the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce is the largest chamber of commerce in the empire, with business operations throughout the country. It can be said to be an artery of the empire's economy. Its contribution to the empire is no less than that of these dukes. However, Louis naturally feels that merchants are inferior to nobles. Therefore, when chatting with Giovanni, he always acts inferior from time to time. Giovanni liked this kind of Louis very much, because only in this way could he control Louis and then control the entire Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce, and thus control the economy of the empire. But he didn't expect that before he could control the economy of the empire, the economy of his own territory ran into problems. He originally wanted to take advantage of the situation and go to the imperial city to sue Lucius in front of the emperor, but Lucius happened to be assassinated, which made him very depressed. At night, in the frontline headquarters, Orson sat at Carlyle's desk, reviewing the battle reports sent from the front. Litt was standing right behind him, fulfilling his duties as an adjutant. "Light, where are your military theory classes going?" Orson was looking through the battle reports and was feeling a little bored, so he started chatting with Litt. We have only covered half of the first year's content, and it's mostly theoretical content, with almost no practical explanations." "Is that so?" Orson nodded. Compared to himself, Litt really has no experience at all. Moreover, in the original book, Litt had no experience in leading troops in battle. Although magic exists in this world, there are not enough magicians after all. Moreover, the so-called magic is not that deadly when it comes to the battlefield. It is true that there are magicians who can summon a meteorite to fall and change the situation on the battlefield, but this only exists in legends. The reality is that magicians can only release killing magic such as fireballs and lightning spears on the battlefield, and some magic cannot even penetrate armor. Even a high-level magician can only expand the killing range of magic a little, so that one can defeat 100 or 1,000 at a time. This is based on the assumption that the enemies are all low-level cannon fodder. Just like physical strength, magic power can be easily used up. Therefore, in war, the number of soldiers can often directly reflect the ratio of the combat effectiveness of the two sides. In that case, Litt, why don't you learn from me for a while? As he said this, Orson handed all the battle reports to Litt. "I have read all of these. Take a look and see what you can analyze from them." "Okay." Litt nodded, took the battle report and started reading it. Then, her brows furrowed. Some of the battle reports here were not written by the garrison troops, but were feedback sent back by the troops in the rear who were unable to contact the troops in the front. In other words, the troops in the front had been completely wiped out by the orcs, and not even a single person returned alive. Orson turned around and looked at Litt's expression. He was quite satisfied with Litt's reaction. "It looks like you know about this, Litt?" Litt nodded. "We have completely lost contact with several cities." When the scouts in the rear reported back, they could already see the orc vanguard. "So, several cities on the front line have already fallen?" "Yes." Orson was satisfied with Litt's ability to sort out the information. It seems that you understand it, Lit. Then, Orson brought over the map. According to intelligence, these are the cities that were lost, and the battle report from the front estimated the number of orcs to be around 100,000. In this case, Lit, how do you think we can retake these 5 cities? Upon hearing this, Lite fell silent. Generally speaking, the fighting power of orcs is indeed stronger than that of humans. When the numbers are equal and they are on the offensive, it is extremely difficult for humans to defeat orcs. I don't know. Lit shook his head. It's okay. Orson smiled. There's a lot of information you don't know yet, so this is normal. As he said this, Orson pointed to a location on the map. If we want to retake the city, we need to inflict massive casualties on the enemy's manpower, so that the enemy feels that the loss is too great and has no choice but to retreat. This is the best method. It doesn't mean that we must counterattack or attack the city. This approach is actually the most irrational. But, how can we kill the enemy? This is what I'm going to tell you next. Chapter 4, The Prototype of War Criminals, 5.1k. After capturing several small towns on the border, the orcs obtained relatively sufficient supplies. These supplies, which were originally prepared for human soldiers to defend the city, suddenly all went into the pockets of the orc army. In a captured human city, the commander-in-chief of the Orc Tribe Alliance, Orc United Chief Baru, sat in the office. The battle reports from the front were very encouraging. The human side seemed to have considerable contradictions within itself, with many troops unwilling to follow the orders of their commanders. In addition, Lucius, the nightmare of the orcs in the last war, had now fallen, and the morale of the orcs was unprecedentedly high. The Orc Alliance has now captured many villages and towns. The farmland warehouses in these villages and towns were storing grain that had not been transported away after the autumn harvest. Although the output of this grain was not large, it was enough to cover the expenses of the frontline troops for half a year. The logistical problems that were quite tense at the beginning of the campaign are now gradually improving with this method of fighting to support the war. Next, every time the orc army captured a town, the looted supplies could be transported to the rear to the women and children in the tribe. After all, they represented the future of the orcs. As the troops went deeper and deeper into the empire, the resistance they encountered gradually increased. This was all within Baru's expectations. In fact, the progress made now had already made Baru overjoyed. Looking at the map that was originally used to guard against orcs, Baru's gaze was directed to the large city east of Antica City, which was also the location of the Imperial Army's frontline command headquarters, Phoenix City. As long as they can capture that place, they will be able to obtain enough supplies. Then, before the human army arrives to encircle and suppress them, they can retreat to the depths of the desert with the supplies. In this way, the lives of the tribesmen in the rear will be comfortable for a while. During this period of time, in order to plan their own revenge plans, almost all the orcs who did not participate in the battle in the rear tightened their belts and saved food to supply the frontline war. Baru only felt gratitude towards these people. In a village in the orc-controlled area, a group of orc troops of about 200 people are resting in the village. As if to celebrate the victory of the battle, this group of orcs specially set up wood and lit a big bonfire in the square in the center of the village. They planned to spend the night around the bonfire. Next to the fire, several humans were tied there, and there was a look of despair on their faces. Some of these people are elderly people who have difficulty walking and are unable to evacuate, and some are young men and women who stay to take care of the elderly. The orc squad prepared to burn these people to death to commemorate their ancestors who died in the previous war. As the fire burned fiercely, the leader of the orc team came to the human captives. He glanced at the crowd and squatted next to a village girl. "Goo, kill me." The village girl said this, feeling very uncomfortable being stared at by the orcs. "It's okay, you will be the first to die." The orc leader said in broken common language. He had just scanned the prisoners, just to find the one he hated the most and throw him into the fire first. Although this village girl is not ugly in the eyes of humans, and can even be described as pretty in the eyes of orcs, women with delicate skin, fair skin, and no muscles are unhealthy and ugly. In the beauty pageant within the orc tribe, the winning female orcs generally have very fit bodies. As for faces, orcs, as a race with different aesthetic standards, cannot make much of a distinction between pretty and ugly faces of humans. In fact, people who are considered ugly in human aesthetics may even be more popular with orcs. Then the orc leader grabbed the village girl by the throat and lifted her up. The village girl felt the pain of her throat being strangled and kept struggling. Just when the commander was about to strangle the village girl's neck completely, something unexpected happened outside. Dozens of crossbow arrows flew out from the woods and shot at the defenseless orcs. In an instant, dozens of orcs fell to the ground, howling in pain. Although the vitality of orcs is much stronger than that of humans, being directly hit by high-speed crossbow arrows will still make them lose their combat effectiveness. Before the other orcs could react, another batch of crossbow arrows shot out from the woods on both sides of the square. Then, a group of human soldiers came out of the woods and fought with other orcs fought each other. Seeing this, the orc leader quickly threw the village girl aside, picked up his huge battle axe and joined the battle. The mercenaries also noticed this exceptionally tall orc, so some of the stronger mercenaries took the initiative to band together to fight against this orc. The situation of the battle soon became one-sided. The orcs lost 1/3 of their troops in the sneak attack, and the total number of human mercenaries who came out to attack them was twice that of the orcs. And because they were mercenaries, their general strength and quality were stronger than those conscripts and ordinary regular troops, and they could hold their own in one-on-one battles with the orcs. Of course, when facing the orc leader, the mercenaries remained vigilant and kept a distance from this big man. After all, they were all mercenaries who had fought on the edge of a knife and had experienced real battles with local bandits. They had rich combat experience. The orc leader had brute force but couldn't use it. Every time he knocked down one person and was about to finish him off, another would come after him like a fly. The big commander felt something was wrong as the fight went on. He swung his giant axe and knocked back the people around him, then glanced around. Then he found that he was the only one still standing on the battlefield. Afterwards, the mercenary captain ordered the mercenaries to retreat, and the crossbowmen who had been ambushing in the woods also came out, aiming their crossbows at the orc leader. Then, the mercenary captain waved his hand and the crossbow shot out. However, the stronger the orc, the thicker his skin is, and it can withstand attacks from some long-range weapons. The orc captain in front of him had already reached the 5th level of strength, and these bows and crossbows had no effect at all when they shot at him. Seeing this, the helmeted mercenary captain walked up alone. He raised the sword in his hand and pointed it at the orc leader. Judging from his posture, it seems that he wants to fight one-on-one. Orcs are a race that worships strength. Whether from the perspective of racial habits or the current situation, a single fight is the most advantageous situation for them. Therefore, this behavior is exactly what the orc leader wants. He roared, picked up the giant axe and rushed forward. Then, looking at the motionless mercenary captain, he swung his axe. Just when he thought that the other party was too frightened by his power to move, the mercenary captain took action. He dodged to the side and avoided the chop of the giant axe, and the giant axe was deeply embedded in the ground. Before the orc leader could pull out his giant axe, the mercenary captain kicked the orc in the arm. The orc loosened his hands in pain, but without his weapon, he was doomed to fail. Obviously, the mercenary captain was not going to give the orc a chance to breathe. He swung the sword in his hand, and a blood mark appeared on the orc leader's neck. Then, he fell to the ground with his eyes wide open. On the other side, the villagers who witnessed all this looked at the mercenary captain with admiration in their eyes. After the last orc fell, the mercenary captain also took off his helmet, revealing his long blue hair and handsome face underneath. He is Orson's subordinate, Virgil. The village girl who had just been grabbed by the neck and thrown to the ground by the orc leader had now recovered. Looking at Virgil's face, the look in her eyes was not only admiration but also a bit of fascination. Sure enough, every damsel in distress always has her own Prince Charming who comes to save her at the last moment of crisis, right? As the village girl was thinking this, she happened to see Virgil walking towards her. She was about to hold out her hands to Virgil and yell "I do," but he walked right past her, behind her, closer to the villagers around the fire. He untied the ropes of the villagers and finally thought of something. He turned around, walked towards the village girl and untied the ropes on her. Sure enough, he had me in his heart, otherwise why would he come to help me last? It must be because he wanted to put the person he cared about most last. The village girl thought so, already thinking about how to spend the rest of her life with Virgil. The village girl lowered her head, blushing, her tone somewhat shy. "What's wrong?" Virgil looked puzzled at the village girl's reaction. "Thank you very much for your help." The village girl said this, stood up and bowed to Virgil, then walked to her grandfather. As expected, I still can't confess my feelings to a strange man. Virgil touched his head, feeling somewhat puzzled. Then he turned around and looked at the mercenaries who were cleaning up the battlefield. After counting the number of people, Virgil nodded. In this battle, because of the surprise attack and ambush, none of his subordinates were killed. The only few injured were caused by the battle with the orc leader just now. Moreover, they were only external injuries and they would be able to move normally after recovering for a period of time. After thinking for a moment, Virgil turned around and walked over to the villagers. Sorry, we're late and put you in this dangerous situation. Virgil said this with a hint of apology in his tone. It's okay, it's okay. An old man with white hair and wrinkles shook his head in front of the village girl who was just rescued by Virgil. We all thought we were going to die, but it's thanks to you guys coming. But can I ask what happened on the front line? The old man then changed the subject. Chapter 110 Inch Awe? Please ask. Virgil was a little surprised, but still respectfully prepared to listen to the other party. Before, people in the town above said that we'd better move. The old man said. But they also said that our location is not the front line of the battle. The front line should be able to withstand the attack of the orcs. Even if it is breached, there will be intelligence sent back to help us evacuate. That's why we stayed in this village. However, before we received any news, the orcs entered our village and tied us up. Virgil finally understood that the old man was blaming the army and officials for not notifying them properly, but it is understandable. After all, the front line collapsed almost instantly. No one expected that the orcs would put such great pressure at the beginning, and no one could adjust and respond in time, which led to the orcs quickly expanding their victory results. In such chaotic circumstances, inadequate notification led to the villagers being killed without knowing it, and the responsibility does not lie entirely with the officials. Commanders who failed to adjust and respond in a timely manner also bear a considerable part of the responsibility. I'm sorry, we didn't inform you enough about this and almost got you killed. Virgil said this and bowed to the old man apologetically. I'm not blaming you, after all, you saved us. The old man said this and sighed. It's just that I also experienced the last orc invasion and I know the pattern of their attack. Why did the orcs invade in just a few days this time? Has our empire really made any progress in these years? Virgil remained silent upon hearing this. The village girl behind the old man seemed to realize that something was wrong with the atmosphere, and she quickly pulled the old man's sleeve. Okay, Grandpa, stop talking about this. We just got our lives back, so let's consider evacuating now. Ah. Upon hearing this, the old man nodded. If he had known that the Imperial Army could lose so many cities on the front line at the beginning and without letting out any news, he would have taken advantage of it long ago. By the way, let me help you with the evacuation. Baru was sitting in a military tent in a field military camp at the moment, and he was not in a good mood. In the past 2 days, small groups of troops that were heading to other villages to search for supplies have been losing contact. Baru initially estimated that they must have encountered human ambush troops. In these 2 days alone, Baru's casualties had reached 5,000 soldiers, half of whom were ambushed by humans when they separated from the main force and acted independently, and the other half were ambushed by humans while searching for the missing troops. 5,000 people is not a small number, which is equivalent to 5% of his army. The originally happy mood due to the rapid progress was ruined by these things. Chief Baru. A tall orc walked in from the door. He looked very angry, and there was no respect for him in his tone. The warriors sent by our Iron Spear tribe to search for the missing troops were ambushed by a small group of humans and suffered heavy losses. Judging from his appearance, there is no doubt that he is here to ask for accountability. Sorry, it's my fault. The scouts didn't do a good job of investigating the terrain near the battlefield. In fact, this cannot be blamed on the scouts. There are many mountains and forests nearby with dense woodlands, which are very suitable for hiding. There are also many secret trails that the orcs don't know about. Although this land belonged to the orcs a long time ago, the orcs have been away from here for too long. During the last invasion, the orcs did not leave any topographic map of this place for their descendants, so this time they were essentially walking this road again. I don't need to hear an apology, the Iron Spear tribe chief said angrily. As the joint chief, you should now come up with a solution. We followed you, not to let our precious soldiers die in this forest. I just know that I will try my best to find a solution. Baru nodded. If you can't come up with a solution in the next few days, don't blame me for burning this place down. The chief of the Iron Spear tribe said this and prepared to leave. Wait, what did you just say? I said, I'll burn this place down. Yes. Baru clapped his hands when he heard that. I've got an idea. So, on the battlefield, it's all about the right time, right place, and right people. Orson taught Lit while sitting in the command center in Phoenix City. However, their postures were a little ambiguous. Lit sat on Orson's lap and watched Orson write and draw on the paper, her hair rubbed against Orson's chin, occasionally making him feel distracted. This was Lit's request. Orson couldn't persuade Lit, so he had to agree to Lit and could only do this when there was no one around. It's hard for us to grasp the timing, and the same is true for the other party. And the geographical advantage is now in our hands. Orson pointed to the sand table not far away. He ordered his officers to make it overnight. At first, the officers did not know the use of this topographic map made of sand. However, when the troop deployments of both sides were accurately reflected on the sand table map, the officers found that things that they could only imagine in their minds suddenly became vivid. This made it easier for the officers to formulate combat strategies based on the terrain on the battlefield. Of course, in order to make a sand table, it is necessary to ensure that the terrain is shaped correctly. To this end, Orson gathered hunters from the villages around the battlefield and asked them to help formulate and correct the terrain in various places, so as to more accurately restore the terrain of the battlefield. Orson, what you mean is that we can use the terrain to deal with the enemy, or even rely on favorable terrain to kill the enemy on a large scale? Yeah. Orson nodded. Do you know why I only sent mercenaries to carry out guerrilla warfare tactics? Why? Although guerrilla warfare is a large-scale battle in strategy, it is actually divided into countless small-scale battles. Therefore, there are strict requirements on the military literacy of soldiers, Orson explained. The current size of the Empire's soldier phalanx is at least 100, and the average size is between 500 and 1,000. In order to make up for the difference in individual strength, soldiers who have received formal military training often fight in groups to unleash their full strength, but mercenaries are different. Most mercenaries are relatively small in size, and the largest mercenary group has only a few thousand people. Apart from forming a battle formation when necessary, mercenaries usually fight in small groups. In terms of the coordination ability of a small team of several people, regular soldiers are far inferior to mercenaries. Of course, Orson would not say that letting more mercenaries die would result in less losses for his side in the future. I spent so much money to hire them, they can't be sent here just to keep things going, right? Although Orson did think so in his heart, if he said it out loud, his tall image in front of Lit might be damaged. Chapter 5. What's in my mind, Mr. Orson? Mr. Orson, something terrible has happened. While Orson was still instructing Lit, the door was suddenly pushed open by someone. The person who opened the door was Carlyle, who became the deputy commander of the front line because of Orson's arrival. When Carlyle saw Orson and Little's attitude, he was stunned for a moment, looked at each other in confusion, and then he closed the door and walked out. When he opened the door and came in again, the relationship between Orson and Lit had returned to its original state, with Lit standing behind Orson's chair. However, one can still see their mood at the moment from their awkward expressions. General Carlyle, what happened? Why are you so anxious? Orson raised his head and looked at Carlyle in confusion. It's like this, Master Orson. At the front line, Virgil led his team through a forest path to lead the villagers from several nearby villages who had not yet been evacuated. Just as he was about to lead his mercenaries to the front line, he saw fire on the distant hilltop. The raging fire quickly spread across the entire mountain, burning down all the hiding places that the mercenaries had used to fight guerrilla warfare. Then, the fire continued to move towards Virgil. Spread in the direction of the mountains and forests in the eastern part of the Antica region seemed to be about to be burned down by the fire. The guerrilla warfare has only been going on for a few days, and the damage done to the orcs has not yet begun. So, by the time the fire completely burns the forest, the orcs' advance will be slowed down for a while, but once the forest is burned, their advance will no longer be harassed by mercenaries. After receiving this information, Virgil quickly made his own judgment. Then, he led the mercenaries and passed through the unburned forests before the fire spread to other forests, and continued to go around the enemy's flanks and rear. If we don't take advantage of this period of time to gain more results, it will be too late later. Although his mercenary force only had 400 people, they were all carefully selected by Orson. The strength of each mercenary was at least level 3, and they had worked together well and had very high professional qualities. Therefore, after receiving Virgil's orders, the mercenaries did not complain at all, but carried out the orders from their superiors. Oh, I see. Orson nodded. General Carlyle, guess why I sent mercenaries to delay the enemy's attack? Carlyle hesitated for a moment, then asked, Mr. Orson, are you trying to delay time? Yeah. Orson nodded. Do you know why I want to delay? Compared to the orcs, our war costs are obviously higher. If we delay, we may win, but the wealth of the dukedom of Antica will be slowly destroyed. Please forgive my stupidity, Orson smiled and pointed in the direction of the royal capital on the empire map behind him. I'm waiting for someone there to arrive. Where? Carlyle followed Orson's finger and looked at the map, but didn't the royal family send troops there? Just at this moment, hurried footsteps were heard at the door again. Your Excellency the Commander. A troop has arrived outside the city. A soldier walked into the room, bowed his head and saluted, then reported the military situation. What's the number? National Silver Dragon Knights. The soldier lowered his head and uttered these words. As soon as these words reached Carlyle's ears, he felt dizzy as if his head had been hit hard. Wait. Did I hear you right, the Silver Dragon Knights? Yes. The soldier nodded. The leader is the Knight Commander, Prince Arthas. I understand. Let them enter the city and invite His Royal Highness the Prince here. Mr. Orson, are you doing all this just to wait for the arrival of the Silver Dragon Knights? After the messenger left, Carlyle looked at Orson in disbelief. National Order of the Silver Dragon, also known as the Royal Order of the Knights, this order of knights is controlled by the royal family and is the strongest ground force in the entire empire, bar none. According to legend, before the establishment of the human empire, it was still in the form of tribes. At that time, each tribe was accompanied by a dragon. The tribe that eventually established the empire was the one that defeated the evil red dragon Holland together with the founding dragon, the great silver dragon Skya. Therefore, after the establishment of the human empire, the most powerful armed royal knights were named after the silver dragon. Later, dragons gradually faded out of human life. It was said that they moved elsewhere in order not to disturb humans. In the dragon history written by the human empire to commemorate this period, silver dragons represent kindness and wisdom, while red dragons represent tyranny and evil. Needless to say, the strength of this knightly order is self-evident. Whenever there are wars of all sizes happening across the empire, the Silver Dragon Knights will also go and participate as appropriate. Therefore, through long-term training, the absorption of high-quality talents and actual combat training, the Silver Dragon Knights have become the representative of the empire and the symbol of imperial power. Half an hour later, Orson saw Carlyle off, and footsteps were heard at the door again. Orson looked up and saw Prince Arthas appear at the door. He quickly stood up and went to the door to greet Arthas. Your Highness, I am truly grateful that you have come all the way to help Antica. Orson said this and bowed his head to thank Arthas. It's okay. The affairs of Antica are a major event concerning the entire empire. As a prince of the empire, I have an obligation to come this time. Arthas smiled. The assistance from the Silver Dragon Knights was not originally included in the royal aid to Antica. It was after Arthas discussed with his father Odysseus that he brought the Silver Dragon Knights to the Antica region in his personal name. After all, in Odysseus's view, the support he provided to Antica was sufficient. There is no need to send in more troops, although sending more troops would indeed help eliminate the orc threat more quickly. If other dukes did not send troops and he himself sent more troops, the power of the royal family relative to the local forces would be weakened again. Which Odysseus could not accept. Arthas led his troops to the front line with a clear purpose. I, Arthas, have expressed my willingness to help you, Orson. When the war is over, you, Orson, must also show some sincerity in return to me, Arthas, right? What Arthas wanted most was undoubtedly the support of the Duke of Antica. In his opinion, the northern Prussian region is located in the heart of the empire, rich in resources, and less subject to threats. It would be difficult for him to find an opportunity to make the Duke of Prussia owe him a favor, but this orc invasion of Antica was almost a perfect opportunity for Arthas to win over the Duke of Antica to his side. If he could win over the Duke of Antica to his side, the Duke of Prussia, who had an engagement with him, would also turn to his side. In addition, the Duke of Antica was also married to the Duke of Orleans. It could be said that his actions had increased the favorability of the three dukes, and there were only 6 dukes in the entire empire. Chapter 111. Together with the Duke of Naples, who had sworn allegiance to him, Alsace instantly gained the support of 4 of the 6 dukes, and it could be said that he was sure to win the battle for the throne. Chapter 6. The time has come. 6k. Afterwards, Orson told Arthas about the military intelligence on the front line, and also told Arthas about the various problems currently facing the front line without reservation. Arthas glanced at the map and nodded, having already formed his own Judgment on the situation on the battlefield. However, when it comes to Alsace arriving at the front, there is another issue that needs to be discussed, that is the question of command of the frontline troops. Before Arthas arrived, the command of the frontline troops was given to Orson, but that didn't matter. After all, Orson was appointed by Lucius, but now things are different. Arthas is a prince and has been in the army for some time. Even if Lucius is on the front line, he should consider whether he should give way to Arthas and let Arthas be the commander-in-chief on the front line. As if considering Orson's concerns, Arthas smiled and said, "Master Orson, don't worry. I am here to help you as an ally. I will follow your instructions. I feel relieved with your words, Your Highness." Upon hearing this, Orson expressed his gratitude to Arthas. "By the way, Master Orson, can you tell me what is on that table?" Arthas said, pointing to the sand table on another table. "Ah, that's a sand table," said Orson. "Sand table?" "Yes." Orson nodded, and then explained, the so-called sand table is to mark the main terrain around the battlefield with sand. When the commander makes a decision, he can use the sand table to see the terrain of the front line. At that time, it will be of great help to the battle situation on the front line. "I see." Upon hearing this, Arthas walked to the sand table. With the joint cooperation of magicians and hunters around the battlefield, this sand table was made in great detail, and basically every mountain and dangerous terrain was marked out. Although it can only play an auxiliary role in the commander's decision-making, there is no doubt that with this assistance, the commander's decision will be more accurate and more plans can be made. Looking at the sand table, Arthas silently took note of it, preparing to widely apply this technology in the Imperial Army in the future. By the way, Master Orson. When Arthas saw the sand table, he suddenly had an idea. "Your Highness, please speak." "I was thinking, by having magicians fly high in the sky and record the topography of all places in the Empire, can we make a sand table of considerable size?" "Your Highness, your ideas are quite advanced." Orson said this, and was shocked. So it turns out that people in this world are not necessarily dumber than Orson, who has more knowledge. As long as Orson can put forward a useful idea, they can draw inferences from it and make more favorable changes. According to Arthas's idea, the empire is vast, and the terrain of each place is different. Through the magician's eyes in the sky, a microscopic empire is created, shrinking the entire empire onto a sand table. If a war breaks out in any part of the empire, the commander in the center does not even need to go to the front line in person, and can use the sand table and topographic maps make a series of plans. Of course, in order to accurately reflect the terrain of each region, the scale of this sand table will definitely not be small. It will naturally take a long time. It takes a lot of time to let the magician fly into the sky and use the recording magic stone to record the surrounding terrain, and it takes a lot of time to invite craftsmen to convert the terrain into proportions on the sand table. Let's talk about this after the war is over. The cost is indeed quite high. Arthas said this and ended the topic. Then he turned and looked at Orson. "Master Orson, the problem on the front line is quite serious right now. Although the forest is indeed quite large, if the orcs really burn it all down, so much land in the east will be wasted, right? Although the loss may not be big for others, Master Orson, Antica is your territory after all. This forest is so large, and so many people depend on it for their survival. If it is burned down in a raging fire, how can we rebuild it? Your Highness, you don't have to worry about that." Orson shook his head. Orson had already made preparations to accommodate the disaster victims and refugees. In fact, after Selenina successfully expanded the city of Antica, other cities in the Duchy of Antica also approached Selenina and asked her to help them expand their cities. These expanded cities are perfect for accommodating refugees from the east, and can even be used to drive the development of the western region of Antica. In Orson's opinion, the development of the Antica region is generally imperfect. If we can make good use of this wave of immigrants and bring the development level of the West to the advanced level of the empire, it will be beneficial to the entire Duchy of Antica. As for the problem of the mountains and forests being burned and the land being left barren, 3 days later, the fire still did not stop. The orcs followed the spreading fire and slowly advanced forward. During this period, the harassment of the orcs by human mercenary guerrillas was significantly reduced. because the mountains and forests, their shelters, had been burned down by the orcs. After losing the cover of the woods, many human mercenaries had no choice but to fight the orcs to the death, while others hid in the rear and dared not move out. In these days, the human mercenaries have lost more than 5,000 people, and the orcs have suffered similar losses. This is acceptable to both sides because the strength of mercenaries is stronger than that of ordinary human regular troops, the orcs. We're quite satisfied with this wise decision. Although the pace of progress was slightly slowed down, the losses were also greatly reduced, because they followed the fire all the way. The orcs even gave themselves the nickname Burning Legion. The orcs respectfully call the united chieftain Baru the Burning Lord. Chief Baru, I toast you. In the central military tent of the orc main force, a tall orc was holding a barrel of wine seized from humans. He raised the barrel to salute Baru, then put the barrel to his mouth and drank the wine in gulps. Thanks to you, Chief Baru. Another orc tore the steak in his mouth and swallowed it, mumbling, if it weren't for you, many of our soldiers would have been killed in this forest during this attack. No. Baru was a little drunk at the moment, and he raised his glass to toast. I just did some minor work. The real heroes of the orcs are those who sacrificed their lives for the orcs on the front line. Speaking of which, have you discovered a pattern? After 3 rounds of drinks, an orc leader spoke up. What's the rule? We captured quite a few prisoners before. The men were okay, but the women kept saying things like "Goo, kill me." The orc rubbed his head. Compared to that, I still prefer the straightforward men. After all, they would really beg for mercy if they were captured. So what did you do with those female prisoners in the end? Kill them. Are you really going to keep them alive and let them eat food? Get rid of them. They are so ugly, with thin arms and legs. Who would like that kind of thing? If they are kept as exiles, the soldiers below will feel sick when they see them. Really? Upon hearing this, the others also nodded. Just at this moment, the sound of raindrops falling on the tent was heard. At first, everyone didn't know what was going on, only Baru, who was drinking nearby, suddenly sobered up. He quickly stood up and ran out of the military tent. Bean-sized raindrops hit his head, and then, in an instant, the wind blew violently and the rain poured down. The orcs were used to living in the desert and usually relied on oases and wells for water. It only rained for a few days a year in the desert, and it usually rained at night. Now, facing this torrential rain, no one had ever seen such a scene. Most of the orcs were still immersed in the joy of rain. After all, for the orcs, rain was definitely a happy event. But Baru angrily threw the wine glass in his hand to the ground. He looked at the mountains and forests in the distance. At this moment, although the forest is still burning, the fire has gradually weakened, and only smoke can be seen. Human power is ultimately no match for nature. With this kind of heavy rain, all the wildfires will be extinguished in less than a day. Baru gritted his teeth and looked at the wildfire in the distance, wondering what he was thinking. This time, the other commanders came out of the tent belatedly. Looking at the heavy rain and thinking about the arson they had just talked about, their faces turned ugly. A fierce battle is coming again. However, compared with the delays in fierce battles after the fire stops, various other problems will follow. Chief. At this time, the orc in charge of the granary ran to Baru. The granary we built temporarily was destroyed due to strong winds and sudden rainfall. The grain inside was seriously damp. Although we have tried our best to rescue it, we can only save 1/10 of it in the end. What? Upon hearing this, not only Baru, but everyone present could no longer suppress their inner emotions. Some of them simply rushed directly to their own military bases, wanting to see how much damage their troops had suffered. In Phoenix City, Orson finished today's military affairs and walked out of the room, looking at the gray sky and feeling the cold wind with humid air blowing towards him. Orson felt very comfortable. Leet, do you remember what I told you before? War depends on the right time, right place, and right people, right? Orson said to Leet, who was following behind him. Do you know that? In other parts of the empire, the climate is usually drier in autumn and winter, but in the eastern part of the Antica Duchy, that is, the area from Phoenix City to the front line, there are many mountains and forests here, and in the fall and winter, the weather, which should be dry and cold, is actually wet and cold. Especially during the transition period from autumn to winter, there will be a fairly long rainy season. That's fine in normal times, but according to local records, every 30 years, the rainfall during the rainy season here becomes heavier than in normal years. And this year happens to be the year when the 30-year cycle comes again. Leet, it's going to rain. Lit listened to Orson's words and felt shocked. Orson, have you even thought of this? Of course. Orson nodded. As a commander, knowing the land we stand on is a necessary quality and the key to defeating the enemy. I'm afraid this rain is going to be quite heavy. The orcs always attacked in spring and summer in previous years. Why did they choose autumn and winter this year? Orson asked Lit, half to himself. Orson, what should we do next? What's next? Orson thought for a moment after hearing this, and then said, of course, when the orcs have internal conflicts and are ready to withdraw, we will catch up with them and reclaim their land. On the other side, the Duchy of Naples. Have you found out anything about the so-called Lycian Chamber of Commerce's investment in Naples? Giovanni asked in a deep voice while looking at the financial official sitting opposite him in the Duke's palace. Your Excellency the Duke, this is the workshop with the capital background of the Lycian Chamber of Commerce that we have found in the past few months. Your Excellency the Duke, what are you going to do next? Freeze all the funds of these workshops, seal them up, and take over the operation of the Duke's palace. Giovanni said this and made the decision with a wave of his hand. I understand. The subordinate nodded. In addition, impose a large import tariff on all the clothing and textiles shipped from the Duke of Aragon, and give tax incentives to the family textile workshops in the territory to stimulate the economy in the territory. Okay. Upon hearing this, the subordinate also recorded it. Okay, go down and do what I tell you to do. If you do it well, you will definitely get a promotion and a raise. Yes. The subordinate stood up, bowed respectfully to Giovanni, and then left the Duke's palace. Your Excellency the Duke, your guest has arrived. At this moment, a young maid came to Giovanni and bowed to him. Okay, I'll go now. Giovanni said this, stood up and walked to his study. Then, standing at the door of the study, Giovanni quickly adjusted his expression. Giovanni, who had just been so majestic in front of his subordinates, instantly turned into an amiable elder next door. Then he opened the door and walked into the room. Inside the room, a handsome young man with short red hair was already sitting in the guest seat. He was Selenina's second brother, the second son of the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce, Lawrence Bonaventura, who was in charge of the affairs of the Aragon branch. Nephew Lawrence, long time no see. Giovanni said this, hugged Lawrence gently, and then separated. It's been a long time since we last met. You've become much more handsome again. He smiled and praised. It's a pity that I only have one son, Donnie. If I had a daughter, I would definitely let you be my son-in-law. Ha, Uncle Giovanni is joking. Lawrence said this and smiled back. Then Giovanni sat on the chair and looked at Lawrence, staring for a long time. Uncle Giovanni, what are you looking at? Is there something wrong with my appearance today? No? Giovanni shook his head. I just think that compared to Mark, you are more like your grandfather. As Giovanni finished his words, Lawrence felt his heart skip a beat. Uncle Giovanni, what do you mean? I don't mean anything else, just treat what I just said as a joke. Giovanni said this and waved his hand. But I really think that sometimes, a person's background is very important. It's like you are President Lewis's son, which means you are destined to have a better life than most common people. You don't have to worry about food, clothing, or other expenses. Chapter 112. But at the same time, because you are President Lewis's second son, you need to work harder than your brother Mark to get into President Lewis's eyes. But if you ask me who I like more, I definitely like you more, Lawrence. After all, your background means you will work harder than Mark, and it also means you will be more powerful than him. Giovanni said as he came up to Lawrence, put his hands on Lawrence's shoulders, his eyes full of expectations for Lawrence. The young man Lawrence could not stand Giovanni's rhetoric and he felt a little proud. Uncle Giovanni, please don't say that. Inheritance is something that must be done according to the family rules. Besides, even if others know that I am better than my brother, they can't just say it out loud. We have to give him some face, right? When Giovanni heard Lawrence's words, the smile on his face faded. He stared at Lawrence for a long time before he started laughing again. He sat back in his seat. Nephew Lawrence, you are right, this is the principle of keeping a low profile. Seeing this, Lawrence also smiled. But, there's something that's been bothering me lately, and I don't know whether I should tell you. At this time, Giovanni suddenly stared at the ground, with one hand on his knees covering his mouth, looking very embarrassed. Oh, what a pity! My son Tony is a loser. I hired such a good tutor for him and I taught him many things myself, but he still caused troubles for me in school. He is a hopeless case. If it weren't for Tony, this rich second-generation man, I wouldn't be in this situation now. Oh. Giovanni said this and shook his head. Uncle Giovanni, please tell me. As long as your nephew can help you in any way, I will do my best. Seeing Giovanni blaming Donnie, Lawrence's eyes lit up and he spoke quickly. But, as an elder, I am asking a younger person for help. As an uncle, I really lose face. Uncle Giovanni, please don't be so formal. You see, I call you uncle, so let me, as your nephew, help you solve your problems. In Lawrence's opinion, Giovanni had just shown enough sincerity to him, and he definitely wanted to help him become the president of the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce. After all, his words could almost be said to be explicit. Moreover, from Giovanni's blame on Donnie, it seems that if Lawrence can do what he wants to do to satisfy Giovanni, he will let him join the Duke's family. The decision does not seem impossible. Then, I'm really going to tell you that? Giovanni said hesitantly. Yeah. Lawrence nodded. Actually, it's not a big deal. Giovanni said this as he told Lawrence about the dukedom's recent economic problems. It seems that even your father can't handle this matter. As it happens, I recently found out the source of the batch of textiles imported into the dukedom. It was the dukedom of Aragon. And Lawrence, you happen to be the head of the Aragon branch, so I would like to ask you to help me manipulate it and cut off the financial resources of the licensed Chamber of Commerce. This will not only benefit the healthy development of the economy of my territory, but also improve your status in your father's heart. After all, destroying the licensed Chamber of Commerce is a great achievement. Lawrence heard this, touched his chin and thought for a long time, then nodded. I understand, Uncle Giovanni, I will try my best to do what you said. Okay, I was right about him. Giovanni said this with a relieved look on his face, then he stood up and patted Lawrence on the shoulder. I will reward you after this matter is done. I don't ask for Uncle Giovanni's reward. After all, we are a family. When this matter is over, I think I will have nothing to say. Then, we will truly become family. Yes. Giovanni nodded. Then it's a deal. It's a deal. After watching Lawrence leave, the smile on Giovanni's face gradually disappeared. Bah, what family? He said and spat. You are just a slightly smarter lowly person who knows how to speculate and make a fortune. Do you really think you can be on an equal footing with the noble aristocrats? After learning that the root cause of the economic downturn and reduced tax revenue in his territory was Selenina, Giovanni had long given up the idea of marrying into the Bonaventura family. When Kalenina was forced to marry Donnie because her business could no longer continue, he swore that he would give Kalenina a painful second half of her life, torture her severely, and let her know the consequences of betraying him anyway. He didn't care whether Donnie really liked Selenina or not. In Giovanni's view, everyone was just his pawn. As for Lawrence, Giovanni pretended like this in front of Lawrence because he needed a favor from him this time. When Lawrence had finished his business, he might choose to support Lawrence, but this was not because Lawrence helped him today, but it all depended on who would be most beneficial to him at that time. If Mark could be of greater help to Giovanni at that time, Giovanni would turn to support Mark without hesitation. Poor Lawrence, he was being used as a gun without knowing it. At this moment, he was sitting in the carriage on the way back, thinking about the happy life he would have after defeating his sister, getting Giovanni's help, and becoming the president of the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 7, Planning, 3.1k, Chief, in this situation, we can't leave at all. In the Orc army, an Orc military officer was complaining to Barua the fire had been burning for 3 days in a row, and the Orc army followed the fire and marched slowly into the mountains for 3 days. Then, as heavy rain fell, the Orcs encountered a historic problem. First of all, their food supplies had no moisture-proof measures and were simply piled together and covered, which could not withstand the wind and rain. A lot of food had gone bad due to moisture and could not be eaten normally. The remaining food was only enough for the current orc army to eat for 10 days, and the orc army had to retreat and look for supplies again. And this is not the most important thing, the soil here is very strange. After the orcs rescued the remaining food, the land behind them had become muddy. In addition, the orcs were big and strong, so on their way back, the road was much more difficult to walk on than on their previous march. The valley that could have been walked out of in one day took the orc army 2 days to walk out. Here comes the most important point: the heavy rain continued for 2 days without stopping, and during this period, the forest in the valley behind was burned, and the trees that could have played a role in stabilizing the soil were now gone. Under the erosion of rainwater, mudslides and landslides occurred. A huge mudslide blocked the orc army's way back to the north, and it has become a luxury for the orcs to evacuate quickly from here. Baru watched as the orcs in the distance continued to move boulders away from the blockage caused by the landslide, trying to create a path for the baggage train to pass. There were more than 50,000 troops on this route, and the valley they were traveling through was the largest and easiest to travel. In addition, Baru had other commanders divide their troops and march through other valleys, with each legion having about 10,000 to 20,000 men. Now, due to mudslides and heavy rains, the orcs separated by the valley could only communicate through their raised eagles. However, due to the heavy rain, it is very easy for hippogriffs to lose their way in the rain, and many hippogriffs are even unwilling to take the risk of taking off in the rain. It was not until today, when the rain had subsided a little, that contact between the various orc armies was restored. Baru's group of orcs were responsible for the main attack. There were about 100,000 orcs on the outskirts of the battlefield who were responsible for restraining the enemy. The communication between this group of orcs and the central army was cut off for 2 whole days, and the army was in panic. Unfortunately, the human army responsible for defending against these orcs did not notice anything unusual. They thought it was a plot by the orcs, so they remained on hold. How long do we expect it will take to clear the blocked road ahead? Baru asked his adjutant. It will probably take 3 or 4 days. The orc officer beside him replied. Baru's frown relaxed a little, and then he continued to ask, "Do you think it is possible for humans to attack us through this heavy rain?" "That shouldn't be possible. We think it's muddy, but those human soldiers in heavy armor must think it's even muddier. They can't endure hardships like our warriors, so there's no way they'll come." "Well, I hope so." Baru nodded after hearing this. This time, a black shadow appeared in the distance of the sky, and an eagle flew over. After circling overhead for a while, it slowly descended. There was a bundle of parchment tied to its feet. Baru opened the parchment and then showed a look of surprise. "How is that possible?" "Master Chief, what happened?" "Something happened to the Bloodfire clan. They were attacked by humans and need our support." The adjutant was also surprised when he heard this. According to the information given in the parchment, approximately 30,000 human soldiers launched an attack on the Bloodfire clan legion. The Bloodfire clan legion had only a little over 10,000 soldiers in total, and coupled with the heavy rain and mud, it was difficult for the orcs to exert their combat effectiveness in the muddy terrain. The sky is gray now and I can't tell the time at all. By the time the letter was written, the Bloodfire clan legion had lost more than 1,000 well-trained warriors. Although they also inflicted heavy losses on the humans had several times more long-range firepower than the orcs, and they continued to consume the orcs from a distance. If the orcs wanted to fight back, they could not catch up with the humans and were easily stuck in the mud. Baru looked at the parchment in his hand and threw it to the ground angrily. "Chief, what should we do now? If the Bloodfire clan doesn't get support, they will probably be wiped out." Baru thought for a moment and then said, "Let the Bloodfire clan evacuate. Retreat to the rear. Don't bring food and supplies with you. Travel light across the mountains and forests." "Okay." The adjutant nodded after hearing this, then turned and walked into the military tent and began drafting a letter to the Bloodfire clan. There is no way around it. In the current situation, the orcs' situation is similar to being blocked and killed by humans in the mountains. They couldn't rush out, and they couldn't take the food and supplies with them when they retreated. In order to preserve their manpower, the orcs had no choice but to retreat lightly. But although it was called a retreat, given the orcs' discipline, this order could basically be said to be letting the troops flee on their own. As the orders were issued, Baru's inner uneasiness grew. It would take another 4 or 5 days to clear a path in the valley behind that was large enough for the baggage troops to retreat. Would humans just let their troops escape? This shouldn't be possible, right? Thinking of this, Baru looked at the mountains and forests behind him and shook his head. The number of troops here is sufficient and the valley is narrow. Even if the enemy chooses to attack, we can use one troop to resist and another troop to clear the way. On the other side, the Bloodfire clan legion. This legion was composed of many orc tribes, but because the Bloodfire clan occupied the largest scale among them, with a total of 2,000 warriors, the Bloodfire clan became the leader of this legion, and the legion was also named after the Bloodfire clan. At this point, the battle had lasted for a full half day. During this half day, the human army had been keeping a safe distance from the orcs, to the extent that humans could attack the orcs but the orcs could not fight back. It's not that the orcs don't have long-range weapons, but their long-range weapons, such as spears and bows and arrows, the former can't be thrown too far due to its own weight, and the latter can't be shot too far due to the orcs' workmanship. The humans' long-range weapons, compound bows, and crossbows are much better than the orcs' weapons in terms of range and lethality, and they also have the mage's long-range support and enhancement. Therefore, relying solely on long-range consumption, humans' attack on orcs can be described as a dimensionality reduction attack. Normally on the battlefield, humans might not be able to escape the orcs' charge, but now in the muddy terrain, the strong orcs are actually slower. The orcs couldn't shoot or catch up, and they were so angry that they had nowhere to vent. Some orcs tried to run out and chase, but they fell faster after breaking away from the defensive formation. Over time, the orcs, realizing their current situation, could only hide behind cover and passively take the beating. Sven, the chieftain of the Bloodfire clan, received a reply from Baru. When he learned that other legions were also trapped by the mudslide and unable to provide support, his mood instantly plummeted. Then he ordered the orc warriors to stop clearing the way and instead pile the baggage carts and other items at the rear of the team. Then, when night fell and humans could no longer pursue, he gathered all the small leaders together. You should have realized that Chief Baru has replied that their situation is also difficult and it seems that they can't support us. As he finished speaking, the small leaders present either understood or were surprised. So, for the sake of our soldiers' lives, we can only evacuate lightly, otherwise we will be annoyed to death by humans here. The baggage carried by the orcs mainly includes food, spare weapons, armor, siege equipment, etc. However, in the current situation, let alone siege, it would be good enough to be able to return to their backs. The small leaders also understood Sven's meaning. After arranging the evacuation batches, they went back to prepare. Even if we have caught the turtle in a jar, we must be careful that the dog may jump out of the wall in desperation. In the city of Phoenix, Orson looked at the information in his hand now. It has been nearly a week since he took over as the commander-in-chief of the frontline army. During this week, the war situation has changed rapidly. So, Orson, are you going to let these orcs go back like this? Lyd asked curiously, sitting next to Orson. These days she has learned a lot of military knowledge from Orson. Orson's experience in fighting, at least at the strategic level, is at least one Carlisle ahead of the lecturers in the academy. Now, according to the battle report, the orcs have buried a lot of corpses on the way forward, but the losses of the army directly under the Duke of Antica are minimal and can almost be ignored. Attacking the city is better than attacking the heart. Orson said this with a smile. Once a group reaches a certain size, it means that the group will not always remain united. There are bound to be things that divide the individuals in this group into several factions, and these factions will unite in some cases because of common interests, but this does not mean absolute unity. We only need a small push to disintegrate the enemy from within. Isn't it interesting to watch the enemy kill each other? Orson said. As he was well versed in the history of the Empire, he certainly knew the common pattern in several orc invasions, which was that in the end the orcs would often retreat on their own initiative. Although the Imperial Army contributed to this, it was also largely due to the internal conflicts among the orcs themselves. What Orson needs to do is to let the internal conflicts among the orcs come into being in advance, and then, according to his arrangements, solve the orcs' problems once and for all. Of course, he would only speak of his strategies so bluntly in front of Leetuk. Chapter 113. Now we just need to wait for the right time. Once the time comes, the orcs will naturally withdraw, and we will take back our lost land without bloodshed. And Orson said this and turned his eyes to look in the direction of the Empire's border on the map. A new land. Chapter 8, The Troubles of Happiness, 7.1k. As night fell, the orcs of the Bloodfire clan began to evacuate in batches. In order to stabilize the morale of the army, the Bloodfire clan's chieftain Sven did not let his clan evacuate first, but arranged them in the middle. In fact, The design of this location is very particular. The troops of your clan are in the middle of the retreating team. On the one hand, it can allow the troops who evacuated earlier to find out the situation of the road ahead for you and avoid ambushes. On the other hand, it can also allow the troops that evacuate later to block the enemy's pursuit for them. In short, the Bloodfire clan took all the benefits. Although other clans knew the benefits of this arrangement, they dared not speak out. Even before, when supplies were distributed, the Blood and Fire clan received the most. The reason is simple. That is because the Bloodfire clan is the strongest in the legion. On the other side, Virgil gathered a group of mercenaries behind the orcs, numbering about 5,000. Because they were unfamiliar with the terrain, the orcs ignored Virgil's army during their search. After Virgil got the troops, he contacted Orson immediately. After discussing with Orson, he decided to act according to circumstances. The bad weather these days gave Virgil an opportunity. He then contacted Orson via a magic carrier pigeon and eventually worked out an ambush plan. Although a large area of the forest here was burned by the orcs, there were still several independent forests behind the orc camp that were spared from the fire. The reason was that the orcs who set the fire were negligent, and there had never been any human mercenaries ambushing the orcs here, so the orcs relaxed their vigilance here and believed that humans would not appear from these forests. Therefore, this forest usually provides cover for Virgil's mercenary corps. When Sven led his troops to withdraw, he happened to pass through this forest. He looked at the terrain nearby and asked the military officer beside him, "Wasn't the forest burned when we came?" Yes. The military attaché nodded. Because we had already advanced to a place further ahead of here, and there was no sign of human troops nearby, so we did not burn this mountain forest. Otherwise there might be a mudslide here as well. Okay. Sven nodded and suddenly burst into laughter. "General, why are you laughing?" "Ha ha, look at the terrain here," Sven said, pointing to the mountains and forests on both sides. "This place is high at both ends and low in the middle. We are passing through the valley. If an army happens to ambush here at this time, what will we do?" Then he laughed again. Upon hearing this, the military officer looked towards the woods on both sides in surprise. If the enemy really ambushed an army here, the losses on our side would be quite large. Fortunately, at the beginning of the march, our side had already wiped out the enemy. Just as the military officer was thinking this, there was a sudden sound of gongs and drums from the woods on both sides, followed by countless bows and crossbows shooting out from both sides. The orc army in the middle suddenly became panicked. No one expected that in the hinterland where they thought they were safe, there was an enemy ambush. Moreover, Sweyn never expected that the enemy would not attack the retreating troops in front, but choose to besiege his own army. He couldn't understand it, but Virgil was fighting Sven's army. After several rounds of volleys, the orc army began to flee in all directions, and no matter how Sven scolded them, he could not stop the fleeing army. Their spirits were as tense as a fully drawn bowstring. When they finally relaxed a little, they were suddenly ambushed by the enemy. Before the bowstring could recover, they pulled it again, and the result was that it broke. Even the warriors of the Sven kin tribe behaved like this. Obviously, the performance of other tribes was even more outrageous. What was originally a normal path was now crowded with people. Those at the back kept pushing forward in order to escape, while those at the front were also trying desperately to escape. Sweyn killed several of his men in succession, and a group of surrounding troops barely regained their organization and began to obey Sweyn's orders. Sven glanced at the soldiers around him, then at the scale of arrows being fired from the woods, and finally gritted his teeth and ordered his soldiers to evacuate with him. After this round of ambush, more than 5,000 of Sweyn's men were ambushed, leaving behind more than 1,000 bodies. More importantly, after the rout, the number of soldiers Sweyn could gather was no more than 1,000. On the other side, Virgil was leading the soldiers to clean up the battlefield. Virgil had this idea in mind when he first set up the ambush, to cut off the enemy's head and tail and attack the middle. Compared with attacking the enemy's vanguard or rear guard, attacking the enemy's middle troops would often have a greater effect. By doing this, Virgil actually achieved the effect he wanted. Although the number of enemies killed was not large, the morale of the army was weakened after the enemy was defeated. It took a lot of energy to gather and boost morale again. This is what Orson proposed. Winning the heart is the best approach. 5 days later, the orcs' army gathered together again. Compared with the high-spirited appearance when they marched, the returning orcs looked somewhat dusty and like a defeated army. After the Bloodfire clan was attacked, all the legions except Baru's main legion were also attacked to varying degrees, suffering casualties ranging from 2,000 to 5,000. This casualty ratio can be said to be quite tragic. After gathering together, everyone held a meeting in the central military tent. We really didn't expect this heavy rain, Baru said, lowering his head. As the battlefield commander, I didn't understand the climate here in advance. I really didn't do my job well. I should bear the blame for the failure of the operation. Oof. On the other side, Sven of the Bloodfire clan did not give Baru any face at all. He had already communicated with other chiefs that everyone's troops had suffered more or less losses. Only Baru's troops had no casualties at all, except for the loss of a dozen people due to disease caused by heavy rain. How can you blame Chief Baru? Your troops carried out the evacuation mission perfectly without any losses. Baru looked at Sven with a calm expression, and then he said, I'm sorry about your losses. I will add more soldiers to your legion. Hey, Chief Baru, are you feeling sorry for us? Tucker, another chief of the Grey Bone clan, said unhappily. In this battle, apart from Sven, Tucker of the Grey Bone clan suffered the greatest losses. Then I don't know how to satisfy you. Baru said this, frowning. Shouldn't the question be asked to you, Baru? Tucker slapped the table, stood up, and pointed directly at Baru himself. You said you had information about a human spy, so we believed you. Think about it, our ancestors never attacked humans at this time. But you convened an orc meeting in advance and asked us to attack at this time. As a result, we lost tens of thousands of our compatriots here in vain. Yes, the reason why this war broke out was because Baru said at the meeting of the United Orc Tribes that he had an insider on the human side, and the mastermind behind the insider seemed to be of quite high status. That's why a group of orc chiefs pinned their hopes for the future of the tribe on this attack. Baru is now completely speechless. He also didn't know that the climate here was so strange at this season, with the rain so heavy that it could directly wash away the mountains and forests. Moreover, before this, according to the intelligence from the human insiders, the orcs' attacks had been very smooth, and everyone praised Baru's own abilities. As a result, now, just because of one failure, these chiefs are dissatisfied with me and want to pull me down from the position of chief. Of course, Baru knew what these people were thinking. They just wanted to gain the most benefits for their tribe in this war and to gain enough capital for the next attack 20 years later. However, for the sake of the overall situation, he did not say it out loud. Well, tell me, under the circumstances at that time, besides retreating, what other options did we have? Baru said this, looking at Tucker with burning eyes. Or do you think that our previous strategy of burning the mountains and destroying the forests, and taking advantage of the internal discord among the human race to make a breakthrough was wrong? Things like climate are determined by God. We have no control over them. Who could have predicted this result? Tucker was speechless now, he could only sit down angrily. Then, Chief Baru, tell me, what should we do now? Our food reserves are only enough for 3 or 4 days. It seems that we can only retreat, right? Sven asked from the side. But if we just retreat like this, the results we have now will not be enough to last us for long. And if we want to fight back, the human race should be ready by then. It won't be as easy as before. That's right. At this time, on the other side, Chief Oni of the Helmet clan raised his hand. I want to know who is the commander of the opposing team in this battle? He has such courage and determination, and relies on the right time to make such a thorough plan. He must be a very terrifying opponent. Isn't this the Lucius who killed my father 18 years ago? Swain asked puzzledly. No, Lucius has been away from the front line for a long time because of the assassination. Tucker shook his head. It's Orson. Baru said. Orson? Oni looked at Baru with a puzzled look. Who is this Orson? When we were preparing, we had never heard of such a general in human history. He is Lucius' son. As Baru finished speaking, everyone present suddenly realized in the war more than 10 years ago, some of these people were still young men and had not been to the battlefield, but among the chiefs who had been to the battlefield, the name of Lucius was well known to everyone. Although the orcs plundered a lot of spoils and returned to the desert in that war, the price they paid was also huge. And the person who made them pay a huge price was Lucius. Before this attack, the orcs were waiting for news from the inside. After learning that Lucius had been assassinated and could not go to the battlefield, the morale of the orcs was boosted unexpectedly. Lucius couldn't get up, and his son gave him a heavy blow. At this moment, a scout suddenly ran in from outside the military tent. "Chief, something terrible has happened." "What's going on?" Baru had received nothing but bad news these days. After hearing the scout's report, he already had a bad feeling in his heart. The spies ahead reported that the towns we occupied on our way back have now been hoisted with human flags for some reason. Upon hearing the news, all the orcs present were surprised, and then they all looked at Baru. "Chief Baru, what's going on?" Baru looked at everyone's eyes on him and suddenly became panicked. "Think about it carefully. Why can humans suddenly have an extra troop descending from the sky from behind to harass themselves? Are they mercenaries?" "Impossible. The number of mercenaries fighting the orcs these days has been counted. There are only more than 5,000 people in total, but he has arranged 10,000 orcs in the rear to defend these cities. Even if he really can't win, it is more than enough to defend the city." Thinking about it this way, there is only one possibility, that is, the human troops that were originally independent of Orson's command according to the intelligence abandoned their own bases and took the initiative to encircle him, but according to the intelligence given to me by the insider, the human allies have already discussed among themselves that no one will send troops and they will only hold their own positions. Could it be that I have been deceived? As soon as this thought came into Baru's mind, his heart felt like it was falling into an icy cave. Could it be that this attack was just a strategy from the beginning to the end, a strategy to lure the main force of the orcs out of the desert and then encircle and annihilate them completely? Thinking of this, Baru's back was suddenly covered with cold sweat, and his body was trembling slightly with surprise and anger. He felt a pair of eyes examining him with the look of examining prey. "I have been cooperating with the human insiders for 20 years, from the last orc invasion until now, and they have been in more or less contact. Why would they betray me this time?" At this time, other people's voices pulled Baru back from his suspicion. "Chief Baru, you have to give us an explanation," Sven said with a hint of anger in his tone. "Didn't you say that the other human armies would not move? The orcs arranged an army on the periphery to contain other human troops. Although there were 100,000 of them, most of them were ordinary orcs who were gathered together. They usually had no obligation to fight in the tribe. This time they were dragged onto the battlefield just to show off and to use it as a trick to delay other human troops. As a result, their plan now seems to have been discovered, and even their retreat has been cut off." Baru was silent for a moment, and then asked, "Everyone, how much food and grass do we have left in our army?" "There are less than 3 days left. In our original plan, we could return to the rear city for direct supplies, but now the city is gone. We must retreat to the rear and join up with the outer troops to get supplies," a chief said. "Then, let's just take down the city," Baru said and looked at everyone. "Think about it, the enemy has just captured our city, and they must have suffered a lot of losses. In addition, our peripheral troops are holding them back. Even if they split up their forces, their number will definitely not be large. At this time, it is best for us to take advantage of the fact that the enemy has not yet established a firm foothold and their forces are still small to capture the city. Otherwise, if we risk bypassing the city and the enemy comes out of the city to harass us, it will take at least 4 or 5 days for us to join up with the outer troops, and by that time our supplies will have been exhausted." "That's a good point. Then, whose troops should be sent to lead the attack?" At this time, Tucker asked. As soon as Tucker asked this question, the atmosphere on the court instantly became cold. Everyone present remained silent. Chapter 114. Finally, it was Baru who raised his hand. "Since your troops have suffered heavy losses, send my legion to lead the attack." As Baru finished speaking, the emotions of the people present eased a little. On the other side, the border town of Delaware, this city fell on the 3rd day after the orcs' invasion. It was also the border city most deeply captured by the orcs. But now, this city has become a bridgehead blocking the orcs' return. "Thank you, General Ziowas." On the city wall, Virgil was talking to a man in armor and with gray hair. "Don't thank me. The Duke and Miss Olivia have both told me to obey the Commander-in-Chief's orders." Ziowas said this with a smile. "But I didn't expect that the Commander-in-Chief this time would be my son-in-law." As Duke William's most trusted general, Chuvas had a very good relationship with the Duke's family, so much so that he could often joke about the Duke's family members. This is also a good thing, isn't it? Virgil said. At least, this way, you will understand that Master Orson's marriage to your family is definitely a good thing. I admit that. Zaya was nodded this time. Virgil went deep behind enemy lines. In addition to gathering mercenaries to ambush the orcs, he also had another mission, which was to find out the intelligence around the battlefield and contact the support troops sent by the Duke of Prussia. As a future relative-in-law, Prussia's assistance to the Duchy of Antica this time was considerable. The army sent alone numbered over 10,000 people, plus other material assistance, which was quite a lot. Before Lucius was assassinated and the frontline commander was vacant, Carlyle temporarily took over as commander-in-chief. Some of the decisions he made some generals on the front line dissatisfied, which led to the subsequent collective disobedience, but even so, Zaya did not join the disobedient group. Instead, he helped Carlyle as much as possible. However, he did not speak out at the meeting, making others think that he was also a member of the crowd. Of course, the recovery of several border cities this time relied not only on the army of Chuvas, but Virgil also brought troops from the royal direct jurisdiction and the dukedom of Orleans. The armies in the two regions had good relations with Lucius, so they were willing to send some troops to help Virgil. Afterwards, everyone followed Orson's plan and surrounded several cities on the border during the days when heavy rains came and the roads were blocked. Afterwards, they adopted the tactic of surrounding three sides and leaving one side open, making the orcs think that the army on the front line had been defeated, thus causing the army to lose morale, and eventually the city fell without being attacked. After capturing these cities, the human side only suffered losses of about 3,000 people, while the orcs suffered more than half of their casualties. Afterwards, after successfully taking over the city defense, the human army immediately strengthened the city defense with the aim of building an iron barrier. When the orcs passed by, they would either go around it or bite it and break their teeth. In Phoenix City, Orson is still looking at the battle reports from the front line today. Everything is going quite smoothly on the front line at the moment, and everything is in line with Orson's plan. Our large army also began to slowly pursue the orcs along their retreat route through the valley where the orcs passed. If the orcs did not retreat but chose to capture the city, the wasted time would be enough for the large army to encircle the orcs from both sides. Just as he was about to take a break, a pair of soft hands suddenly covered his eyes. "Guess who I am?" Behind him, Olivia's familiar voice once again reached Orson's ears. Who else could it be? Of course it's my dear Olivia. Orson said this, reached out and touched the back of Olivia's hand, and said with a smile, "Hee hee, it's been so long since we last met, it seems you haven't forgotten me yet." Olivia said this, let go of her hand, then bent down and put her face in front of Orson. "Missed me?" "Yes." Orson nodded unabashedly. This made Olivia feel a little shy. Before they established a relationship, the two of them were clearly flirting with each other. However, after they established the relationship, Orson would always play the direct game every time he saw Olivia, which always made Olivia feel confused. "Humph, you missed me but you didn't even send me a letter." Olivia blushed, stretched out her hand and poked Orson, then stood up straight. "It's been more than 10 or 20 days. Well, I have to ask others every day to know that you are safe." "I'm sorry, I didn't think about this." Orson said this, clasped his hands together helplessly, and apologized to Olivia. After about 10 days of discussion, the Imperial Academy Board of Directors decided to set this year's final exam as practical training, and the training location was the front line of the war between humans and orcs. Here, the academy will be based on classes, and each student's grades will be determined by their performance on the battlefield, and ultimately graded by the class teacher. Generally speaking, as long as you don't desert the battlefield or get scared before the battle, you will get a passing score in the END.AS. For full marks, one has to make significant contributions on the battlefield to get them. The score difference in this practice is destined to be small, which is a good thing for poor students. As long as they follow behind, they can pass. But for top students, it is a bit troublesome because it is difficult for them to widen the gap with top students of the same level. But these are not what Orson needs to worry about, because Orson's scoring method is different from theirs, who made Orson the commander-in-chief on the front line. Okay, I forgive you. You are doing greater things." Olivia said this with a pout, and then she moved a chair and sat next to Orson. "Have you finished your work?" "Well, we've finished today's work. If there's no emergency, then we'll just have to wait for new battle reports." "Okay, so you mean you can spend more time with me?" "Ahem." Orson coughed twice and glanced to the side. Of course you can. Just at this moment, Lit walked in from the door. She had just helped Orson deliver a letter, and when she came back she saw the woman she least wanted to see appeared next to Orson like a kitten with its fur standing on end. Lit immediately walked up to Orson and poked his shoulder. Orson, when did this guy come? What are you talking about, this girl? Orson said, and flicked Lit's forehead with a smile. You should call her Senior Olivia. Of course, Orson knew about the relationship between the two. The relationship between Lit and Olivia is more like that of friend and rival. Normally, if the two of them didn't mention Orson, they might still be able to talk to each other, but once they mentioned Orson, the two extremely possessive women would more or less have a fight. Oh, then, Orson, when did Senior Olivia come? You should ask her about this. Orson said and glanced at Olivia. I just arrived. Seeing that Orson was trying to protect her, Olivia was of course very happy. She looked at Lit and showed a gentle smile, bitch, but Lit didn't feel any warmth from it, only the sarcasm and the words. Orson also said that he saw fewer men, even though he obviously saw fewer women himself. Of course, Lit did not deny that Olivia was also a very outstanding person, but compared with the even more outstanding Orson, it could not be said that they were a perfect match. It could only be said that they had married someone high. However, it was because Olivia was the first to launch an offensive against Orson, and the first to let Orson experience the sweetness of love, that she was the first to win Orson's heart. After all, when it comes to love, timing is indeed very important. If an equally outstanding woman appeared at that time, treated Orson well in this way and that way, and then confessed to Orson, Orson would definitely accept it. Lit has been with Orson for so long, he must know Orson's personality very well. Once Orson recognizes him as his own, he will behave very gently. Of course, if someone is not considered as one of Orson's own, no matter how good his relationship with that person appears to be, it is all a disguise. When the time comes to use him, he will never hesitate for a moment. Senior Olivia just arrived, and she ran to Orson without even taking a break. It seems like she missed Orson very much. Lit said this and sat down directly, squeezing into a chair with Orson. Of course I want to. Olivia looked at Lit's actions, narrowed her eyes, and then leaned towards Orson, squeezing her whole body against Orson. During the movement, the softness of her chest accidentally touched Orson's arm, and her snow-white and smooth thighs rubbed against Orson's legs, making the latter feel distracted. Orson was sandwiched between two beautiful girls and experienced for the first time what it meant to have happy troubles. Chapter 9, Reinforcements arrive, 6K, ahem. In the end, Orson was the first to surrender. He stood up directly between the two of them. After all, if he doesn't stand up, little Orson will. Without Orson's support, Olivia and Lit leaned on each other. After a brief moment of astonishment, the two people quickly distanced themselves from each other. They don't want to be so close to each other. Although Olivia didn't know Lit's real gender, she had defined him as a boy who liked boys and posed no threat to her at all. But just a moment ago, she still instinctively felt a little repulsive. It is psychological rejection. After all, no matter how effeminate or girly he behaves, he is still Orson's younger brother, a real boy. Olivia thought so. As for Lee Took, her reaction was slightly smaller. After all, she knew that both of them were girls and nothing would happen. But the current situation made this somewhat proud Lit unwilling to admit defeat, so she had to pretend to hate Olivia. Hey, you two, can you be a little more normal? Orson said this, holding his forehead, and then looked at Olivia. Okay, Olivia, go back to the academy first. I'm just about to give orders to the academy's troops. We've only been reunited for less than half an hour, and you're going to chase me away again, Orson? Olivia said this and looked at Orson with a resentful expression. Orson couldn't stand the look and quickly looked away. I can't help it. The front line is more important. I'll talk about it when I get back to school. Okay, I got it. Olivia said this. Not wanting to cause trouble for Orson, she stood up and walked in front of Orson. A fragrant breeze blew by, and Olivia walked out of the room. This time, Orson's pounding heart slowly returned to normal. He looked at Lit and sighed helplessly. Lit, Olivia doesn't know your real gender, so you should stop being too intimate in front of her in the future. Otherwise, it will be easy for her to misunderstand the relationship between us. I don't want to be misunderstood by Olivia either. Okay, I get it. When Lit heard Orson say this, he lowered his head and nodded. Although she was somewhat dissatisfied with her brother's favoritism towards Olivia, she still forgave Orson because he had sent Olivia away and left the place for the two of them to be alone. As expected, Orson still likes himself a little better thinking of this. Lite suddenly felt that he had won again. Of course, compared to Olivia, the master of love who always knows how to control the distance between men and women, Lit's victory is only on the surface. The reason why Olivia left was to avoid adding burden to Orson and making him feel tired of being with her. In this way, no matter how much Lit threw a tantrum, the final sky would still belong to Olivia unless Lit can find time to deal with Orson, but this is even more impossible. Well, it's about time we go, Orson said. Going? Where to? The front line, of course. Are we finally going to the front line? Lit showed a look of joy when he heard that she had been learning military tactics with Orson for so many days, and now it was finally put to good use. How could she not be happy? After all, most of the people have arrived. If we don't leave now, the blood of the soldiers on the front line will be shed in vain. Orson said this with a smile. On that day, a force of more than 50,000 people stationed around the city of Phoenix moved eastward and joined the troops that had been chasing the orcs in the valley. A total of about 80,000 people headed eastward, constantly recovering lost territory while closing the distance between themselves and the main orc force. 2 more days passed, and nearly 10,000 of Baru's troops had lost their combat effectiveness under the city of Trava. No one expected that in a small city like Trava, the human soldiers were not only numerous, but also extremely capable and had a strong will to fight, even though the orcs' troops surrounded the city of Trava on all sides. Leaving the human army with no hope of receiving reinforcements, their morale did not drop and they did not desert the battlefield, but in fact, the more they are surrounded, the more it will arouse the fighting spirit of the troops defending the city, and make the defenders fight to the death. My troops have suffered heavy casualties in the past 2 days of siege, Baru said, glancing at the other chieftains below the stage. But fortunately, the enemy. Chapter 115. The number of troops on the city walls seems to be decreasing. So, my idea is that today is the last day, and we will attack the city from all sides and take down Trava in one fell swoop. Of course, you all have to send troops as well. Oh? If I remember correctly, Chief Baru, your army still has more than 40,000 people, right? Isn't this enough for the attack? Sven said, looking at Baru. Baru frowned when he heard this. Then Tucker also stood up. Chief Baru, we obey your orders because we believe you can lead us to greater benefits, rather than letting our warriors lose here in vain like this. We have already lost a group of troops to cover your army's safe retreat. It's not appropriate to do this again now, right? We also suffered a lot of losses in the siege. Baru said. 10,000 well-trained orc warriors, can't I show you my sincerity? I'm sorry, but you haven't killed enough people. You're a useless piece of trash. You don't even understand what it means to die. Sven said this and shook his head. Upon hearing this, veins on Baru's arms bulged with anger. Then, he took off the battle axe from his waist and threw it out. Sven's strength was at level 7, but under Baru's attack, he didn't even have time to react and his head was chopped off. The chiefs present were terrified by Swain's miserable condition, and they looked in the direction of Baru in panic. I've given you chances. Over and over again. Baru said viciously. Why do you think you can speak so arrogantly in front of me? Having said this, Baru walked forward angrily, roughly tore Sven's body into 2 halves, and then threw it out. Now, not only the commander in the military tent, but also the soldiers outside saw the miserable condition of their lord. I've said it before, if the orcs want to defeat humans, they must unite. Unite! He slammed the table and yelled over and over again. With your current performance, it would be strange if you are not defeated from the inside out by the human race. He said this, pointing at the chiefs one by one. Okay, we are all purebred orcs, we will solve the problem in the orc way. Come on. Whoever can kill me today will be the leader of the United Chieftain. Otherwise, you will have to obey my orders in the future, or you will die. Baru now understands that for this kind of intrigue, only the most direct means can make them realize the seriousness of the matter and let them know that Baru is not someone who can be easily messed with. He killed Sven to scare the monkeys. It happened that Sven said the most irritating words to Baru when Baru was most depressed, which led to his death. People who are familiar with Baru know that he is usually quite calm. That is why the human spies would specifically look for Baru and cooperate with him instead of looking for other people. Of course, the strength of others is not as good as Baru, which is also a very important point. A powerful tribe, coupled with a calm and collected leader, under the leadership of Baru, the orcs' attack should have been quite smooth. However, unexpectedly, the human side had an even more terrifying commander, who used a combination of weather and terrain alone to cause heavy losses to the orcs. Baru hadn't even met Orson yet, and it seemed like he was about to lose. In this situation, no matter how much he tried to endure it and consider the overall situation, Baru couldn't bear it anymore. What's more, there are a few clowns who have been stimulating his emotions. Baru's liquidation operation was completed almost instantly. The chiefs of the big tribes were threatened and controlled by Baru, and their troops were forced to participate in this siege. Baru knew that if he failed to take it today, his attack on the border would definitely end in failure. 18 years ago, the orcs' last attack on humans was the most successful in hundreds of years, but this time, it might be the most unsuccessful in hundreds of years. But Baru just couldn't swallow this. Even if he died, he wanted to see Orson's face. At the same time, on the border, the orc diversionary forces that received Baru's information also launched an attack on humans. Although the fighting power of most of the orcs was not strong, they were still very powerful compared to the Earl's army that was temporarily brought together without any training for several days. We may not necessarily be able to win, but we can definitely cause huge casualties to the Earl's army, making it impossible for them to support the front battlefield on the walls of Trava. Although the orcs, who lacked siege equipment, suffered heavy losses in defending the city for the past 2 days, the humans also suffered considerable casualties. The human side has focused its defenses on the city of Trava and arranged 10,000 soldiers, but up to now, there are only about 7,000 soldiers still able to stand on the city walls. The battle between humans and orcs resulted in this kind of casualty ratio, which is already quite incredible. All this was thanks to the fact that the orcs did not carry siege weapons and other baggage when they retreated, and the muddy terrain did slow down the orcs' charge under the city walls to a certain extent. But in the past few days, the orcs have been focusing on attacking the western city wall. If the orcs attack from all sides and our side cannot wait for enemy reinforcements, we will surely be wiped out. Virgil sat on the city wall, looking at the orcs' tents outside. General Ziowas, you have been in the army for many years and are very experienced. In your opinion, how many enemies are left in this camp? Ziowas frowned, and then said, there are still about 40,000 people on the west wall alone. If you add the others, there are probably 70,000 people. 70,000 men, that's 10 times the number of troops we have available to fight right now. Virgil sighed. If the enemy surrounds us from all sides today and attacks without regard for losses, the city may not survive today. I hope the enemy will launch a tentative attack today like they did in the past 2 days. Virgil said this, but he didn't have any hope in his heart. Once the enemy chooses to attack, Virgil can only choose to live and die with the city. The others were not within his consideration. On the other side, it was morning. Baru ordered the entire army to take out all the food and cook. After the soldiers had their last meal, they smashed all the pots and summoned all the soldiers. Warriors! What is blocking our way home now are the hateful humans. Standing on the platform, he shouted in orc language. Thousands of years ago, humans drove us away from this land and left us in a barren desert. Now, we have taken back this land, but humans want to drive us away again. We absolutely do not agree. We have run out of food. If we want to survive, we have to capture this city. For our family, for our compatriots, for ourselves, for the tribe. For the tribe. The orcs in the audience also responded. Virgil could hear the sounds from the enemy camp even when he was standing on the city wall. He knew something was wrong and quickly asked all the soldiers on the city wall to get ready. Today is most likely the day when the orcs will launch a general attack. In the morning, after the mobilization, the enthusiastic orc warriors waited for the commander's orders. With the commander's order, the brutal siege began. The war drums beat, and the first group of orcs roared and rushed towards the city wall with ladders. Then, another group of orcs rushed towards the city gate with huge and sharp wooden stakes, intending to break it down. The human soldiers on the city had used up all their arrows and crossbow bolts in the battle to defend the city 2 days ago. Facing the enemy's attack, they could only resort to primitive methods, fighting the orcs with brute force. The result is naturally obvious. On the contrary, putting the orcs on the city wall would cause less damage. Soon, the siege turned into a brutal hand-to-hand fight, and this time, the same scene was played out not only on the west wall, but on the four walls of Traba, human soldiers and orcs fought on the city walls, relying on the local numerical advantage on the city wall and tacit cooperation. Humans were able to work together to beat back the first batch of orcs who rushed up. However, the physical fitness of human soldiers also has its limits. Soon, some soldiers made mistakes in their movements, and after the orcs seized the opportunity, the losses on the human side gradually increased. More importantly, their fall means that there will be more space on the city walls belonging to the orcs, and the local numerical advantage will eventually disappear, and the war will turn into a thorough and most brutal hand-to-hand combat. This time, regardless of race or combat power, as long as you are touched by the blade and fall on the battlefield, you will die. Baru sat firmly in the center of the army, and he would not take the initiative to attack until the enemy showed strong combat power. Watching the situation on the city wall gradually tilt towards the orcs, Baru showed a look of satisfaction. The weather has been much drier these 2 days. The ground was muddy, but it was rare that there was no rain in the sky, and the sun came out, and the land slowly became friendly to the orcs. According to his estimation, the orcs will capture the city before sunset. By then, whether they rob the humans of their food or use humans as food on the spot, the orcs will have subsequent rations. They can then retreat to the east and make other plans. On the west city wall, Virgil led the mercenaries to hold the place. This is the city wall facing the Baru Legion and is also the place under the greatest pressure. Virgil volunteered to take on the task of defending this section of the city wall. Virgil had just pulled his sword out of an orc's chest, and then he rolled forward to avoid the axe swung by the orc behind him. Then, a mercenary in front of him skillfully stabbed his spear into the chest of the orc who was attacking Virgil from behind. Just when he was about to show off to Virgil, another machete was swung at him from behind. The mercenary's smile stopped in midair, and his head flew out. Virgil was numb as he looked at the bloody scene in front of him. He roared and stabbed the orc's sword into the orc's chest. The orc was not dead yet. He grasped Virgil's sword with both hands and tried to pull it out. Virgil simply pushed him off the wall with force. Then, he leaned against the battlements at the edge of the wall, gasping for breath. During this period of time, he had killed at least 40 or 50 orcs who rushed up the city wall, but the number of mercenaries around him was decreasing one by one. Although they were not close friends, they were comrades who had been together for some time. Virgil felt very uncomfortable watching these comrades who were usually lively and cheerful and would occasionally tell Virgil some interesting stories about their hometown now closing their eyes one by one and falling on the battlefield. The key point is that his strength is almost exhausted. On the battlefield, as a mere 6th level warrior, it was still very difficult for him to change the situation. This time, he thought about it and decided to take out the potion that Orson gave him and drink it in one gulp. Every limb in his body was instantly filled with strength. Then, he picked up his sword and rushed to the battlefield again. A mercenary was facing the attack of 2 orcs. He used the long-handled weapon on the city wall in conjunction with the shield of his ally, but his ally had his head chopped off by the orcs before. At this moment, he was struggling to resist the 2 orcs alone, but he could only survive. Just when he thought he was about to die, Virgil rushed over. Almost instantly, Virgil, whose strength had fully recovered, killed the 2 orcs. Then he looked at the mercenary and gave him a look. The mercenary understood what he meant and followed Virgil. The 2 of them cooperated and fought with the orcs on the city wall. As time went by, there were fewer and fewer orc soldiers on the city walls. The orcs' first wave of attack was defeated. This time, Virgil looked at the piles of corpses at the base of the city wall. There were humans and orcs. The corpses were mixed and piled together, and it was impossible to tell who was who. He took a breath, then he walked down the city wall and went to the command center to find Zayuvas. The situation at the command center was not good at the moment. The guards standing at the door had already gone to the battlefield. Zayuvas was sitting alone in the command center with a solemn expression. There was no trace of the ease and laughter they had 3 days ago when the 2 of them were chatting. According to statistics, our troops are reduced to less than 2,000 people after this round of attack. Zayuvas sighed. Now, not only can we not fill the reserve troops, but we can't even fill the city walls. So are we going to put out the walls and fight the orcs in street battles? This can delay time, but don't forget that orcs have a natural advantage in street fighting. Anyway, Lord Orson's troops are on the way. We just need to hold out for a few more hours. As long as we can hold out until they arrive, we will win. I hope so. Upon hearing this, Zayuvas nodded, and then he began to order the soldiers on the city wall to withdraw one after another, shrink the defense into the city, and fight street battles with the enemy relying on the houses in the city. The casualties caused to the enemy in street fighting will certainly not be as high as those in city wall fighting, but the key is that street fighting can delay the enemy's time very well. For both parties at the moment, what they lack most is time. The orcs need time to attack the city and obtain the food and supplies inside, while the humans hope to delay until the arrival of the main force. If the main force is unable to arrive, then Zubas and his men will have no choice but to burn all the food and fodder supplies in the city. Afternoon 2 at around 10 o'clock, Baru saw that the orcs had rested enough, so he prepared for the orcs to prepare for the next wave of attack. At this moment, Baru suddenly discovered that there was no trace of human beings on the city wall, which made him doubtful for a long time. Are humans playing the empty city trick on him, or is it that the city wall is actually a fraud? But Baru couldn't care less at the moment. After today's siege, another 10,000 orc soldiers fell here. He only had less than 60,000 warriors left. He wanted to take these 60,000 warriors back to the desert, so that the orcs would have more possibilities. Chapter 116. Otherwise, by the time the capital for the next invasion is ready, Baru will be too old to survive. Baru then ordered his troops to enter the city. Just as he gave the order, the sound of heavy horse hooves came from the ground behind him. The appearance of the sun these days has alleviated the muddy conditions on the ground, and Orsan's large army took less time than the orcs to reach the front line. And at the forefront are the Silver Dragon Knights. Prince Arthas rushed to the front of the cavalry formation, leading the armored heavy cavalry behind him to charge towards the large army where Baru was. Behind the Silver Dragon Knights are the Duke of Antica's most elite troops, the Black Army. The Black Army soldiers were also riding on horseback at this moment, following closely behind the Silver Dragon Knights. At this moment, the other orc soldiers in the tent also turned their heads and looked backwards, and then they saw a scene that they would never forget in their lives. Under the scorching afternoon sun, the two colors of armor, one silver and one black, reflected different lights. The heavy sound of horse hooves seemed to shatter the earth, and also sounded like the whisper of the goddess of death, all of which told of the orcs' impending defeat in the future. Chapter 10. Single duel. How powerful are armored heavy cavalry on the battlefield? There was a classic case in a previous imperial war. At that time, 30,000 rebels besieged a city in the empire. The city lord held out for 3 days, waiting for the imperial army to come to his rescue. The imperial army's armored heavy cavalry, with only 500 men, easily defeated the 30,000 rebels without cavalry, with the exaggerated visual effect brought about by their powerful charge. At this moment, although the orcs gathered a group of wolf riders and prepared to launch a counterattack against the humans, they were facing the wrong people. The Silver Dragon Knights can almost be said to be the strongest ground army on the continent, and they are not at a disadvantage even when fighting against powerful alien races. The hastily assembled wolf cavalry crashed into the cavalry formations of the Silver Dragon Knights and the Black Army, just like an egg hitting a rock, like an ant trying to shake a tree. On the battlefield, the howling of wolves and orcs was heard continuously. But the cavalry's charge did not stop. If the cavalry's charge only made Baru feel uneasy, then the waving human flag at a distance behind the cavalry made Baru's heart completely chilled. In the end, he was defeated by fate. His attack only captured a few border cities, but the orcs paid a devastating price. Even so, he still summoned the troops around him and launched a final attack on the human reinforcements that arrived. At this moment, everyone in the city heard the sound of war drums and shouts of killing outside the city, and they all became full of energy. The orcs failed to climb the city wall. Reinforcements arrived. Virgil climbed up the city wall with a team of soldiers and saw the fighting scene outside the city. He was very happy. It's time to let the orcs on the opposite side experience the feeling of despair. The army of the Silver Dragon Knights, with Arthas as the vanguard, tore a big hole in the enemy's formation. Behind the Silver Dragon Knights, the Black Army filled the gap and continued to reap the lives of the orcs lying on the ground. Compared to the Silver Dragon Knights, it seems that the Black Army that defeated the orcs on the battlefield more than 10 years ago is more frightening to the orcs, but the numbers of the two were still insufficient, and the charge was soon slowed down by the number of people and turned into a close combat. Although the elite troops still did not suffer any loss in the hand-to-hand combat, the fierce visual impact they just brought was also gone. Baru looked at Arthas on the front line, and from the power he exuded, he knew that his opponent was the human prince. Then he picked up his battle axe, mounted the giant wolf, and rushed towards Arthas with a roar. Arthas was lamenting the weakness of the orc army, when a tall orc suddenly rushed up, which aroused his interest. Then, he raised his two-handed sword and chopped directly at the orc. Baru was not afraid at all. Rather, he was good at fighting with strength, which was his strong point. He held the two-handed axe across his chest and, using the momentum of the giant wolf's charge, chopped hard at the two-handed sword. As long as the enemy leader is killed, the orcs still have hope of winning. The two heavy weapons collided with each other, and the sound of metal clashing almost resounded throughout the battlefield. The gusts of air created knocked to the ground all the soldiers within 5 meters around the two men of the warhorse neighed, and the giant wolf howled as well. The two-handed sword in Arthas' hand was almost knocked away, and he used all his strength to barely block the blow. Baru was also hit hard, but the orc's thick skin and flesh made him look a little better than Arthas.at this time. There was no more contempt and arrogance in the eyes of both sides, and they all turned into caution. The opponent's strength is similar to mine, and it is not easy to solve the problem. The two men fought again. At this time, just before the orcs were about to surround the human cavalry, the large human force had arrived. The first to bear the brunt were the students of the Imperial Academy, led by Olivia and other student union members, who were divided into classes to fight. Students who are able to study at the Imperial Academy must have the strength of the second level when they first enter the school. Except for the first-year students who are mostly at the second level, the senior students are basically at the third or fourth level. Their own combat capabilities are no worse than those of elite soldiers. On this kind of battlefield, it is more than enough for them to cooperate and kill the enemy while protecting themselves, not to mention the protection of the class teacher behind them. The Duke's direct troops also engaged in battle with the orcs. Although the quality of the Duke's army is not as high as that of the Silver Dragon Knights and the Black Army, it wins in numbers. And now on the front battlefield, humans have gathered more than 70,000 troops, while the orcs have less than 40,000 troops. A ratio close to 2 to 1. Moreover, the orcs have just rested after the siege and have not eaten to replenish their energy. Compared with the orcs, although humans have also spent some energy on the journey, their energy is still higher than that of the orcs. The strategy of besieging a city and attacking its reinforcements is to take advantage of the troops stationed under the city and defeat the enemy by taking advantage of their rest. However, when the troops taking advantage of their rest come to reinforce the city, the besiegers will be in danger. Although Baru had notified the orc armies in the remaining 3 city walls to support the front battlefield, their commander did not seem to have this idea and simply fled with his army. Of course, Baru doesn't have the time to take care of other armies now. In fact, he can't even take care of himself now. Are you the commander of the humans? Baru had never seen Arthas before and thought he was the enemy commander Orson. Orson. Ah. When Arthas heard Baru's words, he was stunned for a moment, and then sneered. It seems that your loss is justified. You can't even recognize people. Arthas said this and raised the sword in his hand. The runes engraved on the sword lit up. Remember my name, Prince of the Empire, Arthas. Then he swung his sword down. When Baru heard the name, he was shocked. He is actually the Prince of the Empire, so the troops around him are the most elite troops in the Empire. The Empire is actually willing to deploy this kind of military force this time, but at this moment, Baru no longer cared about so much. He picked up the giant axe that was stuck in the ground, ready to parry the attack. The two weapons collided again, but this time, with the bonus of the strengthening runes, it was obvious that Arthas was better. But what makes Baru even more heartbroken is much more than that. He could feel that the number of orc warriors around him was becoming fewer and fewer. Originally, at least half of the orcs in his field of vision on the battlefield were orcs, but now, there were only 1/3 left. This is not only a sign of retreat, but also a sign of failure. Baru's heart suddenly turned cold. At this moment, he no longer had the will to fight. He quickly exchanged a few moves with Arthas before withdrawing from the battle and retreating. Arthas looked at Baru's back and did not choose to pursue him. Instead, he continued to harvest the orcs on the battlefield with the main force. Chapter 11, You still have a choice. 5K, the orcs are a brave and warlike race. Anyone who can become their leader must naturally possess extraordinary martial arts. But at this moment, the orcs saw that their leader actually ran away on his own initiative, and their morale dropped greatly. Many orcs also began to think of escaping. Gradually, more and more orcs began to flee back in order to escape faster. They even threw away their weapons and armor, having no idea what would happen if an army appeared in front of them at this time. Fortunately, the human troops in the city did not come out to pursue at this moment, but stayed in the city. Their defensive work has been done and the rest now is well deserved. 3 hours later, under the attack of the human coalition, the orcs left behind 30,000 corpses here. There has been a long-standing hatred between humans and orcs, so there is no such thing as prisoners. Even if they are caught, they will not be killed for the time being, but will be executed in public later to boost morale. The remaining orcs who escaped did not exceed 40,000 in total, which was a heavy loss compared to the more than 100,000 who came here. The human side suffered slightly less losses due to proper tactics, but at the same time, due to the difference in size and strength between humans and orcs. Humans still suffered around 10,000 casualties, however, once a human soldier was injured on the battlefield. The military priest following behind him could instantly stop the soldier's injuries, and as long as his head or heart was not directly split open by the orcs, he could generally survive. Therefore, out of the 10,000 casualties, only 4,000 were lives that could not be saved. The remaining soldiers, with the help of the priests, were able to quickly return to the battlefield. In the military camp at the rear, a girl with long pink hair was chatting with Orson. "I really didn't expect that Master Orson would use our support here." The girl said this, covering her mouth and chuckling. Of course, compared to the previous field hospital model, fighting with the army can definitely play a greater role if there are advantages. Orson said this and responded with a smile. "The opponent is the representative sent by the church in this battle, say Lilia. In the Empire, in addition to alchemists who can make recovery potions, mages can also use magic to achieve a certain degree of healing effect. But all of this is nothing compared to priests. The priest is a profession that truly specializes in healing and protection. Normally, each local church will have a priest. If someone is seriously injured, it is always a good idea to find a priest, and if you are cursed, you can only ask a priest to exorcise the evil spirit. Of course, the assistance that priests can provide is not all free. Except during festivals commemorating the goddess of life, all churches provide treatment and purification services free of charge. Normally these services have to be paid, and the cost is not small. This is to avoid some people running to the church for both big and small matters, which would trouble the pastor and prevent the pastor from having time to save those who really need treatment. Therefore, it has promoted the development of small clinics and related industries. The empire had achieved separation of church and state hundreds of years ago. Although the church still has a great influence among the people, it no longer has the right to interfere in local politics. In order to compensate the church, the empire specially established laws to give the church considerable autonomy in its operations. For thousands of years, the church and the royal family have always respected each other. The emperor's coronation needs to be performed by the pope, and the pope's inauguration will also be congratulated by the royal family. In normal combat, church pastors near the battlefield would be temporarily recruited by the army to treat the wounded. However, in large-scale battles, there would be tens of thousands of wounded, and the pastors would be unable to treat them all. Moreover, in order to ensure their own safety, the pastors had stayed in the rear and waited until the war was over before treating the wounded. This caused a group of seriously injured soldiers on the battlefield to miss the best opportunity for rescue and die. And now that Orson has asked the priest to follow behind the army, naturally more people can be saved. After repelling the orcs this time, the border should be able to enjoy peace for another 10 years. Lilia said with a sigh. "I don't know when peace will finally come." "Mr. Orson, this may sound absurd, but do you believe that there will be a day when humans and orcs will end their hatred and achieve complete peace?" "I'm sorry, in my opinion, humans and orcs have been holding grudges for a long time. This is no longer a problem that the upper echelons can solve. This is the hatred engraved between the two races, and it cannot be easily resolved." Orson said this and shook his head. Seeing that even Orson gave a negative answer, Lilia hung her head, looking very lonely. "Is it really impossible to achieve peace?" "It makes sense. Wars between humans are wars between the same race. People of the same race usually don't even have any contact with each other. There is no hatred between them. These are all wars launched by the upper class to achieve certain goals. If there were no conflicts among the upper lords, war would hardly happen, but between humans and orcs the war has been going on for thousands of years. Both sides have been instilled with the idea that they are enemies since birth, under the indoctrination of ideas day after day, even if they have no intersection with each other in normal times. After seeing different faces and hearing different languages, both sides still choose not to seek common ground while reserving differences, but a simpler and more direct solution. That is the struggle. It was so 1,000 years ago, and it will be so 1,000 years later. Moreover, besides this reason, there is an even more important reason. As intelligent creatures, one of the biggest advantages humans have over other higher creatures is their strong fertility ability. Other races like elves, although their average individual strength is much higher than that of humans, their total number is too small. The total number of elves on the continent may not be as large as a large human city. Therefore, the empire controls most of the land in the western part of the continent by relying on the numerical advantage of humans. If it weren't for the desert blocking the way, the Empire would be able to bring even the eastern continent under its control. The fertility of orcs is even stronger than that of humans, although orcs are generally not as intelligent as humans. A 10-year-old orc is equivalent to an adult human, even if the number of orcs is small now, as long as they develop peacefully with humans and are given the same abundant resources, their number will become more and more, and eventually surpass humans even for the sake of their offspring. Humans would never allow the orcs to develop peacefully, so they drove the orcs into the desert with a harsh climate. On this point, Orson shares the same view as the ancestors of mankind. Chapter 117. Just look at the current situation of the orcs and you will know that even in the desert with harsh climate, the orcs can still grow to a large scale and pose a threat to humans, although compared to the size of the entire empire, it is like an ant trying to shake a tree. But for the Duchy of Antica, this war would have been quite difficult if it had not received assistance from other parts of the empire. Therefore, if humans and orcs want to have peace, unless the orcs' genes are changed and they are not so fertile, or there is a way to always control the number of orcs to a safe level, otherwise, true peace will never come. It's not that peace is impossible, but the conditions for achieving peace are quite difficult, Orson corrected. Who wants war? No one wants war, everyone wants to live in peace, but the reasons are too complicated. Yes. Lilia also nodded. She is a saint, not a virgin, so she naturally knows that it is impossible to sympathize with the orcs at this time. But as long as the conflict still exists, there will still be soldiers dying on the border because of the conflict, right? This kind of thing is inevitable. We can only increase the pensions for soldiers so that their families can continue to live well after their death. Only in this way can we slightly alleviate the social impact caused by this reason. Yeah. Lilia changed the subject after hearing that. Speaking of which, Orson, as the commander, why don't you go to the front line? The empire is still full of martial virtues, especially the Stranik family, which is a family founded on military virtues and has always upheld the tradition of generals personally attending the battlefield. But since the war began, Orson has never fought and killed the enemy, let alone commanded the battle on the front line. This made everyone a little confused. Your combat skills, Orson, are not bad either. So why are you unwilling to go to the battlefield? Orson heard this and shook his head. Everyone has their own responsibilities. As the commander-in-chief, I need to be responsible for coordinating the overall situation. If the battle situation reaches a point where the commander-in-chief has to step in, it can only prove that either the battle situation is unfavorable or the commander-in-chief has no one to use. Either way, it's not good, isn't it? It sounds so profound. As a priest, Lilia didn't quite understand the problems on the battlefield, so she shook her head. This battle is over, what are you going to do? Your Highness, weren't you worried about the peace issue on the border? Orson smiled. What we need to do next is to make sure the orcs are unable to attack humans for as long as possible. Lilia looked surprised when she heard Orson's words. Master Orson, do you mean, to destroy the orcs? That's not the case. Orson shook his head. I don't think I'm that capable. However, although the orcs reproduce quickly, as long as we reduce the basic number of orcs to a very low number, even if they can reproduce, it will take a long time. It took time to reach the current scale. Although what Orson is going to do is not genocide, it is almost genocide. But, isn't it because of the harsh environment in the desert that outsiders cannot go deep into it? Who says we have to do this? Upon hearing this, Orson showed a mysterious expression. This time, outside the military tent, the messenger had already rushed back. Your Excellency the Commander, we have won a great victory on the front lines. Our army encountered 40,000 orcs and killed 30,000 of them. Do we need to pursue them? No need. Orson shook his head. Notify the front line that from now on, the army's main task is to drive the orcs on the border back into the depths of the desert. There is no need to pursue them too deep. Okay. Upon hearing this, the messenger conveyed Orson's meaning. Master Orson, since you just said that you want to kill as many orcs as possible, why did you let them go? Keep them for other uses. Orson said with a smile. On the other side, on the battlefield, Lit looked at the tragic scene in front of her and felt nauseous in her chest. She supported her body with her sword and couldn't help but kneel on the ground and vomit. Except for Lit, most of the other student soldiers had never experienced such a brutal battle, and they all showed different states, but without exception, they were all unable to adapt to the battlefield. The old soldiers standing by couldn't help but burst into laughter when they saw these young masters and young ladies who graduated from the academy. No matter how superior you are in normal times, or how elegant and graceful you are in social situations, once you go to the battlefield, you will perform worse than the soldiers from the countryside. All kinds of ugly behaviors that would never appear in normal times will be exposed in front of the soldiers. Even some of the instructors looked pale, some of them had never experienced a large-scale war, and some of them had never even killed a chicken. When they advanced to the 7th level, Olivia looked at Lit, who was kneeling on the ground and vomiting, walked up to him with concern, and patted Lit's back gently. After a long while, Lit recovered and stood up, looking at Olivia behind her. She thanked him awkwardly. "Thank you, it's okay." Olivia shook her head. "It's your first time on the battlefield. You're not used to it, right?" "Yeah," Li Tay admitted generously. "It's the first time I've seen so many corpses. This is the cruelty of the battlefield." Olivia sighed. "Whose fathers, husbands, and sons are these dead soldiers?" "It's all thanks to Orson. If it weren't for his decision, our losses would have been even greater," Olivia said. "Yeah." As the adjutant who has been following Orson these days, Lit is undoubtedly the one who understands Orson the best. She watched with her own eyes as Orson refined what seemed like normal military decisions to her, until they were perfected to the point of causing the fewest casualties possible before releasing them. As a soldier, it is undoubtedly lucky to have a commander like Orson. Even though there were huge losses of mercenaries before, Orson only used them because mercenaries were suitable. For small-scale guerrilla warfare. This time, Lienka also staggered over. "Sister, the battlefield is so scary." Lienka's face was pale, and it seemed that she had just vomited. "Oh." Olivia touched Lienka's head with heartache. My sister is also a kind of greenhouse flower. It's good for her to go to the battlefield for the first time and see the world. This can also be considered a form of experience and growth. On the other side, Arthas, as the commander of the frontline troops encountering the enemy, was counting the number of people with his men. Although the Silver Dragon Knights and the Black Army were both elite troops, they were the first to encounter the enemy. When the losses were counted, more than 100 of the 2,000 Silver Dragon Knights were killed, which was a considerable loss for the Knights, and the 3,000 Black Army also lost nearly 300 people. Arthas originally wanted to give chase, but the message sent by the messenger was for the army to rest for a while and then drive the orcs back into the depths of the desert. Although he was puzzled by this order, Arthas still respected Orson's opinion and did not choose to give chase. Behind the city of Anticadia in the Duke's mansion, Lucius was lying on the bed, with Duchess Mary beside him, and at this moment, there was another guest in the bedroom. Looking closely, it was Gero, the commander of the army sent to Antica by the Duke of Naples. At this moment, Jello was sitting upright. After all, he was just a junior officer. He could not help but feel nervous when facing Lucius, his senior in the army and the real Duke. "General Jello." Lucius looked at Jello and said slowly, "Your army performed very well." "No, Your Excellency the Duke, thank you for your praise. It would be my honor if I could be of some help to the front line." At this moment, Mary frowned and said with a hint of displeasure in her voice, "General Jello, did you really not understand what my master meant?" She continued, "We know what your troops are doing on the logistics line, otherwise we wouldn't have recalled your troops a week ago. A week ago, when Jello's troops were responsible for maintaining the logistics supply lines, they often withheld supplies for various reasons. The most commonly used reason is our unit's material consumption is high, so we will keep some extra rations for military expenses. To put it bluntly, it is equivalent to collecting tolls in the past. The supplies originally scheduled to be sent to the front line will definitely be less after passing through this section. They could tolerate the reduction in rations, but they were even short of weapons and armor, which were consumed in large quantities by the frontline troops. Finally, the troops on the front line could not bear it anymore and reported Jello to him, so he had to return to Antica with his army in disgrace. I'm sorry. There are reasons for all this. Our army is made up of peasant soldiers. This is our first time fighting a war and we don't know how to exercise restraint, so our expenses are a bit high. I can understand all of this," Mary said, and then continued to ask, "Then why did you deliberately delay the delivery of the supplies?" This is to check if there are any dangerous items among the supplies, right?" Lucius added. "Yes, that's it." Jello nodded quickly. Do you think you can believe such words? Lucius smiled. But this is the truth. Oh. Hearing Jello's continued quibbling, Lucius nodded. Then, can I tell others about your army's contact with the orcs and the leak of our intelligence? Hearing this, Jello could no longer sit still and he stood up in panic. Lord Duke Lucius, you can't say that. He began to talk incoherently, but later, as if realizing that talking too much would lead to mistakes, he simply stopped talking. Do you need me to produce some more decisive evidence? Lucius said this. Although he was lying on the bed, his aura seemed to be condescending. Regardless of everything else, the crimes you committed during the war are enough to get your family exiled to the northern border, and you will never be allowed to return home. But now, you still have a way, don't you? Chapter 12, Man-Made Disasters, 6K, Baru rode his mount all the way eastward. It was unknown how much time had passed before he stopped the orc warriors around him, from tens of thousands scattered around at the beginning. Now only a few were left. Even though he intended to gather soldiers, after suffering such a disastrous defeat, his appeal was no longer as high as before. Apart from the soldiers of his own clan who were still willing to follow him, even the orc clans that had been incorporated into his legion before had already treated him as heir. When escaping, he was only concerned with running away and was not willing to obey any orders. The consequences of this behavior are obvious. Except for the 3,000 orcs gathered around Baru, the other orcs who fled were surrounded and attacked by other human armies on their way back. It was 3 days later when the orcs completely withdrew from the human-controlled area. During these 3 days, apart from simple water supplies, the orc soldiers had almost nothing to eat while fleeing. Even the giant wolf under Baru's crotch couldn't hold on and fell down halfway, leaving Baru to use his own legs to travel like other orc warriors. Chief Baru. At night, in the temporary camp of Baru's troops, an orc soldier found Baru with a sad look in his eyes. What's wrong? Baru looked at the other party, not understanding why the other party came to him. You may not know me, but I'm already 50 years old. He sighed as he said this. 50? Upon hearing this, Baru immediately showed a look of respect, and then he looked at the soldier for a long time. For ordinary orcs, being over 40 is equivalent to entering old age, and their fighting power will decline rapidly. In other words, an orc warrior who originally had the strength of a third-level human will become at the age of 10, he may only have the combat power of a first-level human. Baru is only in his 30s now, which is considered to be a very senior figure in the orc tribe. Judging from the other party's appearance, although he is 50 years old, his mental state is still very good. As for his fighting ability, the fact that he was able to participate in this march proves that his fighting ability is definitely not weak. Please take a seat, old sir. Baru said this and gave up his seat to him. Orcs have always respected the strong. The fact that the other party is still able to join the army at the age of 50 means that he must have been even more powerful when he was young. Okay, thank you. The old orc said this and sat down next to Baru. Chief Baru, is our attack a failure? Listening to the other party's words, Baru's mood sank. I guess so. He nodded. I am very sorry that so many people suffered losses in vain because of me. I understand that this is not your fault, Chief Baru. The old orc said this and waved his hand. Although I am old, I am not stupid. I have participated in 3 wars, and the result was the same every time. He sighed. The first time I participated in the war, the chief told us that we were fighting for the future of our tribe. We wanted to regain the land that originally belonged to us and take back everything we had lost from humans, and make humans pay for their evil deeds. The old orc said this with a look of reminiscence. Chapter 118. In that war, the human side fought hard, but we still broke through their defenses and gained a large area of land. But the good times didn't last long. The chieftain who had said he would unite the orcs suddenly turned against us and annexed several other small tribes. After that, everyone started to imitate the chieftain's behavior. The orcs were in chaos, so the humans drove us back. The last war was probably the most successful of the 3 wars I've experienced. We invaded the interior of the human empire and looted wealth from them that we couldn't even imagine. Even though we were defeated by humans in the end, we had already brought back enough food and fodder to last us several years. However, the orcs did not become better because of this war. On the contrary, because of the sufficient food and grass, we fought for this batch of supplies after returning to the desert. The good comrades who had fought side by side in the war against humans instantly became enemies. Listening to what the old orc said, Baru was also deeply touched. He also participated in the last war. At that time, he was not a chief, but just a senior officer. He also participated in the subsequent Orc Civil War. It was through that civil war that he realized the importance of uniting the orcs. However, before an absolutely powerful force emerged, the orcs always had their own thoughts, and there were too many tribes with ulterior motives. After receiving secret assistance from humans, Baru did manage to grow his tribe and become the only large tribe among the orcs. He also successfully united all the orcs. However, it turned out that when things are going well, the orcs may indeed be united, but once they fail, everyone wants others to take the blame, and conflicts and rifts arise. So, Chief Baru. The old orc raised his head and looked at the silver moon in the sky. For us orcs, is the real enemy really humans? Or ourselves? Baru remained silent after hearing this. We orcs can survive the harsh environment of the desert and even develop our own civilization in it. But every time we try to really unite to do something, we always end up falling apart from within. You're right. Balu sighed. In order to deal with humans, Baru carefully studied humans through the few orc documents, but the real problem actually lies within the orcs. Chief, this is the truth that took me 50 years to figure out. I'm telling you this not to ask you to give up fighting against humans. The old orc said this and patted Baru on the shoulder. The difficulties we face are indeed created by humans, but at the same time, we can only fight against humans if we truly unite. I understand. Baru nodded after hearing this. The problem the orcs are currently facing is that this loose tribal alliance has led to too many conflicts due to differences in various decision-making, which prevents the orcs from realizing their true war potential. Only by uniting as one, establishing an orc kingdom, and establishing a centralized rule, can the orcs' war potential be brought to the extreme. Only in this way can the orcs avoid giving away their achievements every time they fight against humans, all lost. With this idea in mind, Baru prepared to start his own plan to unify the orc tribes after returning. At the same time, the leaders of other orc tribes also gathered together to discuss plans to fight against Baru. If you ask me, we can't defeat humans now, so we might as well just withdraw our troops. Tucker, the chief of the Grey Bone clan, said. It's all Baru's fault. He insisted that this was a perfect time to attack humans, but in the end we didn't even touch a few human cities. Oni, the chief of the Helmet clan, also complained at this moment. I say, could it be that Baru actually wants to weaken our strength through this war, and then eliminate us one by one when he returns? At this time, another chief spoke up. Yes, it's very likely. Tucker was alert when he heard this. I was wondering why he always wanted to exclude us from the Central Army. It turns out that he wanted to increase our losses and let the humans attack us. Good guy, as expected, he has colluded with humans, but they are just colluding to mess with us. Oni also spoke at this moment. What do you mean? Do you want us to start early? Sure, we should strike first. Anyway, the few supplies we looted in this war should all have gone to Baru. Right. Let's defeat his tribe before he comes back. We'll divide the supplies in it equally. Okay, it's decided. Several orc chiefs had already planned to stab the Joint Chief Baru in the back, and they immediately ordered their soldiers to set out overnight. Although they escaped earlier than Baru, they were still faster, whether out of concern for their own safety or the desire to share the spoils. During the rout, the front, middle, and rear armies were completely disorganized, and whoever ran slower would be the rear guard. What? Why is the loss so great? Orson sat in the military tent, frowning as he looked at the battle report handed over by the scout. He had followed the Central Army to the city of Trava, but the city was severely damaged by the war and the houses were in ruins, so Orson simply set up military tents outside the city. Previously, Baru ordered the orcs on the periphery to launch an attack on the frontline troops that were not directly under the Duke. This attack stunned the human soldiers who were in a sit-in battle. The troops assisted by other dukes held their positions firmly, but the counts under Duke Antica were not so relaxed at this moment. As we all know, the Duchy of Antica was established after the last orc invasion. It is a new duchy. These earls, especially those on the border, are mostly new nobles. There are also differences in the ability of different nobles to govern their territories. Most of the nobles of the Duke of Antica can only be said to be barely qualified. It is completely impossible to expect them to do well, therefore, during this orc invasion. Although many earls mobilized troops of several thousand people, only about 1,000 of them were standing troops, and the rest were temporarily recruited peasant troops. Even the so-called standing army, in most cases, had inflated numbers in order to save costs. The actual standing army of an earl was usually around 500 people. The most outrageous thing is that some border earls clearly had the financial support of the duke, who specifically allowed them to maintain a border garrison. However, in order to embezzle the financial allocation, those earls lied that the border garrison had 1,000 people, when in fact they should have been thankful if there were only 100. In this battle, when they were asked to gather troops, the earls were unable to suddenly gather so many well-trained soldiers. They had no choice but to use peasants to make up the numbers and lied that a group of untrained militiamen were the standing army. Even the second-rate orc troops still had the upper hand when facing the militia forces temporarily assembled by the count, not to mention the existence of troops that were just collecting empty salaries. Not only were several border cities captured, but one border earl even lost his own capital. This made the losses in the war much greater than those in Orson's plan. You know, in those earldoms, most of the people did not evacuate. They believed that their lords could guarantee their safety, but I wonder what they felt when the orcs suddenly appeared in front of them. All I can say is that there was a reason why humans suffered such heavy losses when facing the orcs' attack. I will investigate the reason right away. The scout said this, a few beads of sweat dripped down his forehead, and he knelt on one knee to apologize. Yeah. Orson nodded after hearing that things turned out to be beyond expectations, which proved that Orson was very concerned about his own place. There must have been errors in the intelligence assessment, which requires a reassessment. Fortunately, the war on the front line has ended, and the direct troops can immediately go to support other fronts and drive back the orc troops. After the scout left, Orson rubbed his temple. Why on earth did this problem occur? The county of Kars, with its capital in Kars.at this moment, inside the earl's mansion, a group of orcs were moving out the valuables from the duke's mansion, and the earl's wife and family were all huddled in a room inside, and Count Karls himself was kneeling before a tall orc in a servile manner. Master Orc, you have already taken all the valuables in my house. Please, let my wife and daughter go. Count Karl's heart was filled with regret at this moment. The earldom of Kars that he ruled was a border territory with its own defense line. In this line of defense, Lucius provided a border garrison of 2,000 people, and allocated funds every year to supply these 2,000 people. However, in reality, the earldom of Kars only deployed 200 people as standing troops on this front line. After the outbreak of this war, although he gathered 5,000 people to guard his territory, which seemed a large number, most of them were farmers in the countryside who had not even received war training. Therefore, facing the attack of the same number of orcs, Count Karl's troops quickly collapsed. These orcs burned, killed, and looted in Count Karl's territory and soon reached the city of Karls. By the time Count Karls learned that the orcs had broken through the outer defense line, the orcs were already at the gates of the city. The huge city of Kars was defended by only about 500 regular troops, while there were as many as 4,000 to 5,000 orcs outside the city, making it impossible to defend. After a brief resistance, the soldiers on the city wall gave up the wall. Anyway, they usually get much lower salary than other troops, so firing 3 arrows in the battle can be regarded as doing justice to the earl. After giving up the city wall, the soldiers just slipped away. The city of Kars is an immigrant city, and most of the residents here are immigrants from outside. The soldiers have no sense of belonging here, not to mention dying in battle for this city. Hence, this scene happened. If he had known this situation would happen, Count Karls would definitely not accept the empty salary this year no matter what. Now, all the money he earned from drawing his salary without doing any work was used to decorate his big house and improve his life. After the arrival of the orcs, all of it became nothing. Oh? You have a wife and daughter? The orc said, pointing at Count Kars. Bring them out to me. Although Count Karls was extremely reluctant, he still gave in when he saw the sharp horns on the opponent's head. In the orc tribe, in addition to the orcs with green skin and sharp fangs, there are also some orcs with other characteristics. For example, the Minotaur that now appears in front of Count Karls is a minority race among the orcs. The Tauren race is much stronger and bigger than the average orc, but their numbers are quite small. The reason for this has something to do with the living habits of the Tauren themselves. In the Tauren tribe, there is a relatively ancient custom, the system of walking marriage. In this case, the child born only knows his mother but not his father. Over time, due to some unknown reasons, the fertility of the Tauren has greatly decreased, and their population has gradually shrunk. From a group with considerable say among the orcs, they have become a small group today. This is not good," Count Karl said. "My lords, you are here to rob us anyway, so just let us go." "Who said that?" The Minotaur said this, swinging his fist and punching Count Karl's hard. The latter was knocked several meters away, fell to the ground, and coughed while holding his chest. Cough, cough. He felt his throat was as painful as if it was being cut by a knife, and blood kept being coughed onto the ground. This time, the orcs who were searching the house also came out. "Boss, we found a locked house. Do you need to force it open?" "Force it open." The Minotaur glanced at Count Karls and said. Count Karls closed his eyes in despair. If he had not mocked Lid at the banquet when Lid had just returned, making the Duke's family unhappy, at least he would have been able to get assistance from the Duke's army. In his ears, he heard the sound of the huge axe chopping the wooden door, and the panicked screams of his wife and daughters. "It's over, all over. My territory, my wealth, my woman, my child." He didn't know what would be left of him after this battle, but when he realized that this was an unexpected disaster that could have been avoided, his mental state was no longer stable. After a long time, as if he had made a decision, he forced himself to stand up from the ground and walked in front of the Minotaur. "Master, ahem. I know a place with a lot of food and weapons and equipment. It's enough for you to use for a long time. As long as you let my family go, I will take you there." The Minotaur laughed out loud when he heard what Count Karls said. Then he slapped Count Karls to the ground again. The people in the room saw Count Karl's appearance through the broken door and shouted to come out, but Count Karls just stopped them. Then he stood up again. "I know I have no room for negotiation, but if you kill me, you won't get anything except these women. No, right?" His body was shaking with fear and his words were intermittent, but they gave people a sense of firmness. "Ha!" Upon hearing this, the Minotaur snorted coldly, and then he ordered the soldiers who were breaking into the door to stop. "Okay, but let me make it clear first. If you lie to me, not only you, but also your wife, children, your entire family, and all the residents of the city you rule will suffer because of you. I swear, I won't lie to you. If I lie to you, my body will be torn into pieces." Count Karls said this and made a gesture to the sky. "Okay, then you lead the way." The Minotaur pointed to a guard at the door of the Earl's mansion. "Take them with you. If they report back that they found nothing, you will die." "I understand. I certainly wouldn't dare to lie to you." On the other side, students from the Imperial Academy were advancing towards the city of Kars. When the news of the fall of Kars City reached Orson, he immediately dispatched a troop to rescue. The Imperial Academy also believed that Kars City, as the capital of the earldom, had great strategic significance and set its sights there. Olivia and Elsa led students of the warrior and mage classes respectively. At this moment, when the two led the students to the city of Kars, they were shocked by the scene in front of them. The city of Kars had been engulfed in flames. At the city gate, dozens of dead bodies were hung in the air with an iron chain tied to them. The bodies were curled into a ball, which was horrifying to look at. Although the students had been to the battlefield, most of them couldn't help but vomit after seeing such a brutal scene. The orcs here have withdrawn. They learned in advance that the human army was coming, so they burned the place down, leaving nothing for humans. Olivia and Elsa, who were in the lead, looked at each other and walked into the city. In the city, there was at least one corpse hanging on the door of every house. Chapter 119. The deaths of the corpses were extremely tragic, and many of them were tortured to death. This place is simply. Olivia walked on the street, constantly looking around with a frown on her face. Hell on earth. Elsa's body trembled slightly as she tried to suppress her emotions that were about to explode. As members of the royal family, everyone here was once a citizen of the empire and a member of the people under their rule, but at this moment, as the ruling class, I am unable to protect these people. This made Elsa very uncomfortable. For the first time, she felt so powerless. Walking through the city square, the two came to the Earl's mansion in the city center. At this moment, the once magnificent Earl's mansion had turned into ruins. In the Earl's mansion, there was a person hanging outside each window, and there were more than a dozen corpses lined up at the door, as if welcoming their arrival. Looking at this disgusting and absurd scene, the two felt for the first time what it felt like to be blinded by hatred. Chapter 13, Aftermath and Settlement, 6K, Count Karls still failed. Although he told the orcs about the warehouse outside the city where the supplies were stored and successfully helped the orcs get the supplies they wanted, when he followed the orcs back and saw his family members who committed suicide due to being tortured by the orcs, all he felt in his heart was the anger of being betrayed. He rushed towards the Minotaur leading the team in anger, wanted to ask the other party for an explanation, but before he took a few steps, he was knocked to the ground by the orcs. "Do you want to know why?" the Minotaur said, looking at Count Carls. "Because, we noble orcs, have no need to conclude a so-called agreement with lowly humans like you." The Minotaur laughed loudly. "You are such a lowly person, not even worthy of carrying my shoes, and you dare to make conditions with me?" Count Carl's eyes were bloodshot. He burst out with strength from nowhere, broke free from the restraints of several orcs, rushed to the Minotaur, took out a dagger from his arms, and stabbed the Minotaur. The Minotaur didn't react for a moment. Although he tried to dodge, he was still blinded and one-eyed. He roared and knocked Count Carls away, then took out his giant axe and turned him into a puddle of sauce. He couldn't understand why a weak human, after seeing his means and strength, did not choose to surrender to him, but chose to retaliate against him. So he ordered all orcs to take action and let everyone in the city be buried with his blind eye. After that, the city of Kars became a living hell. Not long after the massacre, the Minotaur, who was preparing to continue his advance, received a letter from the rear, asking him to retreat with his troops. Although he didn't know why, considering that his troops had achieved such great results, the Minotaur didn't think much about it and slowly retreated with his troops and supplies. Because they were carrying a large amount of spoils, the army retreated very slowly, so it wasn't long before they were caught up by human pursuers. Of this time, in addition to the student army of the Imperial Academy, the Black Army that came under orders was also chasing them. Although the relationship between Duke Antica and Count Kars is not good, the people here are innocent. Anyone who sees the tragic situation in Kars City will not show mercy to this orc army. The orc army was still wondering why the humans who were defeated on the front battlefield dared to counterattack. Facing the pursuers, they did not panic, but formed a normal battle formation and waited for the enemy's charge. Of the Tauren, the leader of this orc army, stood at the front of the team. Then, at the moment the two armies came into contact, the Minotaur was killed by the Black Army soldiers. His body lay on the ground, and under the trampling of the soldiers that followed, it turned into a pool of beef sauce, just like Count Carls. In this battle, the students of the Imperial Academy fought particularly hard. They were filled with anger towards the orc army and used fighting to vent their emotions. Olivia, who was usually very calm, also went crazy in this battle. She fought her way in and out of the orc army, and at least 100 orcs died at her hands. These orcs were stunned by this fierce offensive. They had no idea why this human army was so full of hatred towards them, and why their previous advance was so smooth. In their view, all humans were wimps who would collapse at the slightest touch, so why were they now slaughtering them like livestock? Yes, this is no longer a battle. This is a one-sided massacre of the orc army by humans. Some orcs who reacted tried to escape, but the humans behind them chased them faster than they could. Humans' desire to kill them is stronger than their desire to survive. In the end, no one in this troop was spared and all died at the hands of the pursuing troops. But what is quite regrettable is that in this pursuit, because the students of the Imperial Academy were also blinded by anger, they only cared about venting their emotions during the battle without rationally analyzing the battle situation. Several students were seriously injured. Fortunately, the teacher in charge of the assessment discovered them in time and rescued them, otherwise they would probably have become the first group of student soldiers to die in this war. So, Your Highness, you now understand why I said before that it is quite difficult to achieve peace. Orson also heard about the tragic situation in Kars City in the rear, and he brought the disaster assessment team and the post-disaster team to the earldom of Kars overnight. When he arrived, there was no one in Kars to deal with the aftermath. Yeah. Lilia looked at the scene at the city gate with a pale face. Anyone who sees this tragic situation will hate the perpetrator to the core. We are not qualified to forgive on their behalf. Similarly, if the orc families have lost their loved ones because of us, we will not ask them to forgive us. Orson said this and walked into the city alone. He just frowned the whole time and showed no symptoms of discomfort. Behind him, the team responsible for the aftermath had begun to take down the hanging bodies and prepare to transport them together to build a cemetery belonging to the people of Kars. Arriving at Count Carl's mansion, Orson sighed. Why bother? You're picking up sesame seeds and losing watermelons, and you're making your subjects pay for your crimes. You're a short-sighted frog in a well. As he said this, he blamed Count Carls for his short-sightedness, and at the same time, he seemed to be blaming himself for not discovering these situations earlier. When Orson brought the recovery team here, they met several soldiers who were running away on the way from them. Orson learned the reason: they were not the so-called border garrison troops at all, but just a group of peasant soldiers temporarily gathered together. Before joining the army, they didn't even know each other. However, Count Kars asked them to firmly declare that they were a regular army with military training and would not cower even when facing orcs. Isn't this just bullying honest people? As a result, Orson learned about the widespread practice of empty-handed employees among the border earls. In this regard, Orson could only express helplessness. If you were an earl in the interior, with no military pressure, you could just collect a small salary without doing anything, since, after all, the war is unlikely to come to you. But you are an earl on the border, and the Duke allocates large sums of financial funds to the border every year to help you ease the financial pressure and form border defense forces. As a result, instead of forming an army, they enriched themselves. As a result, when the war came, not only the civilians but also themselves suffered. There is really no foresight at all. The empire is made up of a group of people who are carnivores. No wonder some people always say that the empire is going to end. According to this situation, if it continues to develop in this way, with the slightest external pressure or internal chaos, the empire will indeed be doomed. It can only be said that the orcs are still too weak. Their size is not even 1/10 of the empire. If the orcs had a quarter of the empire's size, the empire would have been finished with this group of useless lords who have no ability and are more arrogant than anyone else. After all, it was because of the empire's previous policy that did not allow nobles to annex each other, which made the small nobles lose their sense of crisis and naturally began to give up. After all, even if he performs badly, he still has the support of the royal family. This empire does need a large-scale reform. Oh. Orson thought so inside. Obviously, he just wanted to train Li Tai well at the beginning, but then he started to play badly. However, he is now more and more aware of the heavy responsibility he shoulders. Even though he can't see some things, it doesn't mean he can let go of them without any worries. This city should be used as an immigration city after the war. The residents of nearby villages and towns that were not severely affected by the disaster can be relocated to the city. Those who can't make it in the western part of the empire can also come here. The barren land is waiting for them to develop. Orson said this and started discussing with the official in charge of the aftermath behind him. By the way, in your opinion, what would be the best positioning for this city in the future? Will it continue to be the central city of the earldom of Kars, or will it become a satellite city of nearby large cities that were not affected by the disaster? Lilia was a little confused as she looked at the two people who had already started discussing post-war issues. Are you already thinking about what will happen after the war? Shouldn't the most urgent task be to deal with the bodies of the deceased? Although rationally speaking, the dead cannot be resurrected, but what Orson showed was a little too inhumane. Not only was there no trace of sadness on his face, but even his actual actions seemed like he was discussing the division of the spoils after the war. But when I first came in, I had someone take care of the aftermath. Orson had a strange look on his face. I know the people here have a hard life. They have paid taxes to the Lord all their lives, but they are still being defrauded by the Lord when they die. You should have heard what we talked about before. This incident was completely a man-made disaster. It was all caused by Count Karls and those counts who were collecting empty salaries. After a person dies, it is a blessing to have someone to collect his body. Having said this, Orson sighed again. Lady Saint, I know you may not have experienced such a tragedy, but don't forget that there were many people like me who were born in a similar hell on earth. We are alive today and will definitely not forget what happened back then. We still have to look forward. This city will still be inhabited in the future, and it may even become a large city. We are doing this to help the city recover quickly, and it is also for the sake of future generations. Okay. Lilia nodded after hearing that Orson has already thought of a solution for this matter. He plans to write a letter to Lucius tomorrow to identify all these earls who are drawing salaries without doing any work. The Duke's annual financial grants to the border earls will be cancelled and replaced by permanent troops. If the border between humans and orcs still exists in the future, the Duke will set up a border garrison directly under the Duke and directly station them in the territory of the border earl. At least it is much better to control the army in our own hands than to let others draw empty salaries and cause suffering to the people. As for the soldiers who escaped, although their behavior is understandable, they should also be judged. No matter in which era, deserting the battlefield is not encouraged. Another half a month passed. During this half month, humans attacked everywhere and drove the orcs' army out of human territory and drove the orcs back into the depths of the desert. And today, a celebration banquet will be held in the border city of Phoenix. From the time Orson took over as the frontline commander to now, in more than a month, the attacks from the orcs have been resolved, which is much stronger than when Lucius took over. As the night came, the guests attending the banquet also expired. They are composed of 3 parts. The first part is the generals of the Duke's direct army. Now that other troops are on standby at the border, they will have the opportunity to come back and attend the celebration banquet. The second part is the commanders of the troops who came to support from other parts of the empire, but General Gero of Napoli is not seen among them. The third part is the earls under the Duke of Antica. These people are the ones specially invited to this banquet. Orson specifically instructed that no one should be left out. Here, on behalf of my father who was still in bed, I would like to express my respect to everyone here. Orson said this and raised his glass to everyone present. I thank the generals and officers for their collective efforts, and I thank our allies for their strong support. But Orson did not thank the earls under his command. The earls all thought that Orson had forgotten, so a border earl took the initiative to toast Orson with a glass of wine. Oh my, thank you so much, Master Orson. If it weren't for your timely assistance, our territory would have been in danger. Yes, thank you, Mr. Orson, I'll toast you a glass. Another border earl also stood up and toasted Orson with a glass of wine. You shouldn't respect me, you should respect Count Carl's. Orson suddenly said something that ruined the atmosphere. The originally festive atmosphere of the banquet suddenly turned cold. Everyone knows that Count Carl's is dead, so what does Orson mean by this? Master Orson, what do you mean by this? An earl couldn't help but ask. Could it be that Count Carl's is still alive? No. Orson shook his head to prove to the earls that he was still sober and that what he had just said was not nonsense. Now the earls were even more confused. If that's the case, why does Orson speak like that? Oh, by the way, I just forgot to thank the earls. Orson seemed to suddenly remember something at this time. Just when the earls thought Orson was trying to ease the atmosphere, Orson's tone suddenly changed. You are truly the most loyal subjects of the Duchy of Antica. His voice turned cold. Anyone with a discerning eye would know that he was being sarcastic to the earls. Chapter 120. The Duke allocates a huge amount of money every year so that you can train an army that can protect yourselves when the orcs attack. In order to avoid military and territorial disputes, the Duke handed over the border defense to you. Is this how you treat the Duke? But at this time, a border earl stood up and said in defense, we didn't expect that the orcs would attack us with all their best troops this time. All the elite troops? Then what did my troops encounter on the front battlefield? A small group of orcs? A small group of orcs is even harder to defeat than the elite troops you call them? Orson said this, pointing at the Duke's nose, and began to attack him. Do you know why I asked you to toast Count Carl's? Because everything you did is treason. You should resign. Hell to Count Carl's. Mr. Orson, aren't you being too polite? At this time another earl also stood up and began to suppress Orson by using his age. Many problems are not as easy as you think. We also have many problems within the earldom. In short, you are still too young. For some things, you will understand us when you become a real power holder. Ha! Orson smiled when he heard that. In that case, why don't you tell us about your difficulties? I found an account book in Count Carl's house. He spent all the money he used to maintain the border garrison on himself. Could the difficulty you mentioned be that your mansion is not luxurious enough? Will you be satisfied only if your home is built like a palace? Don't say that. Another earl slammed the table and stood up. Master Orson, we praise you because you helped us resolve the crisis, but there are some things that are not your business, so you should stay out of it. Once the money is in our hands, it is our territory's business. Even if you are the Duke himself, you cannot interfere in the affairs of our territory. That's right. We are willing to come here to give you face. Who do you think you are? Are you the Duke himself? I tell you, even if Lucius himself came, we should still say this. Don't say you haven't become the Duke yet. Even if you want to become the Duke in the end, don't you still have to look at our faces? Oh, I heard you were calling me? At this time, a voice suddenly sounded outside the door. The Count present was stunned when he heard the voice. Duke! Your Excellency the Duke, didn't Master Orson say earlier that you were sick in bed? How come, my lord, are you all right? The nobles who had just been bullying Orson became servile in front of Lucius in an instant. Orson has no power to punish them, but Lucius has the power. The reason why they dared to say this in front of Orson was that they were threatening Orson. After all, Orson is not the only heir to the dukeship now. If they are pushed into a corner, they will turn around and support Lit. When Lit becomes the Duke, Orson will be nothing, but now that the Duke himself had come, they could no longer speak like that. Heh, do you really want me, an old man, to die? Lucius said this, walking past the crowd and coming to Orson. Orson has already told me everything about you. None of you can escape today. He stretched out his hand and pointed at the nobles in the audience with a stern look on his face. You are responsible for the defense of not only the earldom, nor the dukedom, but the entire empire. You made a mistake in the defense. Do you think that even if I let you go for the sake of our past friendship, will His Majesty the Emperor let you go? It has to be said that Lucius had been the Duke for more than 10 years after all, and as he was a military man, he still had a strong aura. Even though he was ill now, he still intimidated all the nobles present, making them dare not even breathe. Your Excellency the Duke, I am very sorry. I have betrayed your trust, but I was forced to do this by others. At this time, seeing Lucius speaking about the Emperor, an earl finally couldn't stand the pressure and began to beg for mercy. With one person taking the lead, the others also knelt down and begged for mercy. Lucius just snorted coldly when he saw this. Your crimes will be judged by someone. At this time, Elsa walked in from outside the house. Your Highness! Your Highness, please have mercy. Your Highness, do you still remember me? I was your bodyguard when you were young. Please forgive me. Elsa stood at the door and looked at Orson. The latter smiled and nodded. Then, Elsa closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and waved, "Take away." Then, a group of soldiers came out of the door and arrested all the earls one by one. The next process is interrogation, investigation, verification, and conviction. The lightest punishment for this crime is to temporarily take back the territory for 10 years. The most severe punishment may be direct conviction for treason and the person may be beheaded. This time, the Duchy of Antica is really going to have to undergo a major reshuffle. Only after the group of dukes were sent away did Orson and Lucius sit down. Okay, everyone, all the people who are in the way have left. Now is the time for the real celebration party. Orson's approach of clearly distinguishing between rewards and punishments and being moderate in both internal and external matters made all the generals see his ability, and everyone had a higher opinion of him. On the other hand, Lit returned to Antica City ahead of time. In a private room of a tavern, she and Kalanina sat opposite each other. Sister Kalanina, thanks to your financial support, you helped us get through the most difficult times. Lit said this and bowed his head to thank Kalanina. For this war, the Lycian Chamber of Commerce almost emptied out all of its working capital, and even sold its assets in the Naples area. However, thanks to Selenina's timely sale of assets in the Napoli area, Giovanni's subsequent attack on the Lycian Chamber of Commerce was avoided. It's okay. Kalanina smiled and shook her head. Your brother helped me, so it's only right for me to help him back. By the way, Sister Kalanina. When Lit heard Kalanina mention Orson, she suddenly remembered something and asked, "What do you think of Orson?" Kalanina was stunned for a moment. What do you mean by that, Lit? Chapter 14, Boys should also be careful when they are outside. 7K, Sister Kalanina, you have done so much for Orson, don't you have any feelings for him at all? Lit said this, looking at Kalanina, trying to see something from her eyes. However, Kalanina's eyes were evasive, and after thinking again and again, she slowly spoke. I'm sorry, Lit, I don't have any thoughts like that about Orson. Of course she knew what Lit meant by asking her, but for the current Kalanina, she should not and dared not have such thoughts. There is no other reason. Orson is so good, just like the brightest star in the sky. Although we yearn for it, it is ultimately unattainable for people on Earth. If before, Kalanina still had a little bit of that fantasy, now she only has respect for Orson. It's not that there is no love between men and women, but that she has completely suppressed and blocked the love. Between men and women, she knew what Orson needed from her, and she knew what she needed from Orson. Orson needs Kalenina as his treasury, and Kalenina needs Orson's help to become the richest person in the empire and avenge her father and brother. The relationship between them is just one of mutual benefit, although she thought so. Whenever Kalenina thought back to the day at the banquet when Orson stood up for her and did not back down even in the face of sarcasm from his father and Donnie, her heart would still tremble. Isn't there a slight possibility that Orson likes me? But as the letters between Orson and her went on after that day, she learned more and more maybe it was really just a coincidence, and Orson really just wanted to help himself at that time and had no other thoughts. So, Kalenina buried all these thoughts in her mind, and kept herself busy with her usual work and business to suppress such feelings, but when Lit brought it up again, Kalenina couldn't help but think more about it. Lit was sitting opposite Kalenina. Seeing her slightly red face after she said this, he knew that Kalenina had said something against her will. I don't know what you think, Sister Kalenina, but if it were me, if there was happiness in front of me, even if I couldn't get it in the end, if I didn't fight for it, I would definitely regret it in the future. Lite said. The reason why Lit said this was that he was planning to drag Sherolina into this love melee. It turns out that the naive Lienka has no idea what love is. To put it bluntly, if Lienka succeeds, it will be the biggest insult to the women around Orson. Hearing this, Kalenina was silent for a moment, then nodded. Thank you, Lit, but Orson is really too good. Someone like me is not worthy of him at all. Really? Lit said this and looked at Kalenina in confusion. But in my opinion, if the future richest man in the empire is not worthy of Brother Orson, wouldn't that be a bit absurd? Sister Kalenina, do you mean that Brother Orson should be a bachelor for the rest of his life? That's not what I meant. Kalenina shook her head, and then was stunned. Sister Kalenina, do you think that the reason you are so successful is all thanks to Brother Orson? Lit said this and began to counsel Kalenina. I don't know what others think, but in my opinion, Sister Kalenina, you are a very smart and capable person. Think about it, if it is true that whoever Orson wants to support can succeed, then why didn't Brother Orson choose someone else, but chose you, Sister Kalenina? After saying this, Lit did not continue. Next, whether Kalenina regained her confidence in herself or felt that Orson was just greedy for her body, she would only make one decision, that means officially ending this love war. Okay, Sister Kalenina, I'm stopping here. It's getting late today, so go to bed early. Having said this, Lit stood up. I hope that when I see you again, Sister Kalenina, you will have made a decision that you will not regret. After saying all this, Lit left. Kalenina sat there, staring at the plate in front of her. After a long time, a tear rolled down the corner of her eye as she belatedly wiped away her tears with her fingers, and then laughed softly at herself. Kalenina, you actually need a backup to tell you what to do. Looking at the place where Lit left, Kalenina secretly made up her mind. Thank you, Lit. On the other hand, the day after the celebration banquet, everyone in Phoenix City left and went about their own business. Lucius also went home to continue recuperating. After handing over the military affairs to Orson during this period, he did not disappoint Lucius' trust and fought a good battle. The final exams of the Imperial College also ended after repelling the orcs, and the winter vacation arrived early. At this moment, in the city of Antica, in the Duke's residence. Orson, do you know what impact my doing this will have? Elsa stood in Orson's room with her back to him, with a complicated expression. I know. Orson nodded. This is the first time in the history of the Empire that so many lords have been sentenced at the same time. No matter how you decide to deal with these nobles, Your Highness, at least your name will definitely be in the history books of the Empire in the future. This trial will also be recorded in history as a warning to future generations. Do you remember what I told you before? The nobles are the foundation of the empire. If you let me affect the interests of the nobles, even if they really deserve to die, how will other nobles look at me? Would they prefer an empress with noble blood on her hands, or an emperor who has always stood on the same side as the nobles and protected their interests? That's true, but, Princess, don't forget that there are many factors involved in deciding who will be the crown prince, but the most important one is the emperor's own opinion. Orson shrugged. As long as your thunderous skills are recognized by His Majesty the Emperor, no matter how much other nobles hate you or oppose you, they will have to wait until you ascend the throne. Elsa pursed her lips when she heard this. The education she received since childhood was traditional aristocratic education. In her opinion, The aristocrats were like the roots of an old tree, intertwined and entangled. If one wants to deal with a noble, the interest groups involved behind the scenes are often quite large. Chapter 121. If she wasn't handled properly, she might very well cause a major upheaval within the empire, and after that, her right of succession would be completely lost, perhaps because of worry or excitement. Her body was shaking slightly. "Don't worry, Your Highness." Orson stood up from his chair and came behind Elsa. He placed his hands gently on Elsa's shoulders, and his voice seemed to have a magical power, tending to make her obey him. "No matter what, I'm on your side." After Orson said this, Elsa calmed down a little. That's what you said. If anything goes wrong, I guarantee it on my life." Elsa nodded after hearing this. After watching Elsa leave and return to the Imperial City, Orson sighed and returned to the Duke's mansion. The war ended too quickly. What a good thing. For example, now the winter vacation starts nearly half a month earlier than before. According to the original estimate, the time span of this final test might take up the winter vacation or even the next semester, but because Orson was so amazing, the college was allowed to go on vacation early. As a result, the schedules of most students are messed up and they don't know what to do for a while. But Orson didn't feel that way. As for the reason, looking at Olivia, who was discussing meals with the maid Vivian in the kitchen, Orson showed a rare sincere smile on his face. As Orson's personal maid, Vivian undoubtedly knows Orson's preferences best. Therefore, Olivia has been staying at Orson's house these days on various pretexts. In addition to visiting Orson every day to keep company with him, she also chats with Vivian about Orson's affairs. It was called chatting, but in fact Olivia kept asking questions, such as what Orson liked to eat, what color clothes he liked, and what kind of personality he liked in girls. But Vivian was just a maid, and Olivia was the daughter of a duke, so when faced with her questions, she could only answer everything she knew. After finishing his work, Orson went into the kitchen. The two people who were exchanging cooking skills in the kitchen saw Orson come in and greeted him. "You guys are really interested. I see you guys are here every afternoon recently. There's nothing I can do. After all, if I want to capture my husband's future heart, I have to capture his stomach first." Olivia said this, not afraid of outsiders here, and directly called him by an intimate name. "Forget about my husband or anything like that, it's not time yet." Orson said this, tilted his head and scratched his forehead. Hee. Olivia smiled. At this moment, Lyd also walked in from outside, holding a bag of barbecue in her hand, looking at the three people in the kitchen. "I bought some food outside, do you want to eat together?" As he said this, Lyd placed the paper bag on the kitchen counter. "Speaking of which, Orson." Lyd suddenly turned his head and looked at Orson. "Well, what's the matter?" "Sister Kalanina has something to talk to you about," she said. "Kalanina? Is it something about the Chamber of Commerce?" "I don't know. She said she wanted to invite you to dinner tonight and asked if you had time." "Then," Orson said this and looked at Olivia. "That's fine with me." Olivia smiled. "After all, Orson, you're just going to have a meal, right?" Olivia emphasized the word just, as if warning Orson that if he dared to do anything out of line, something would be lost. "That's for sure." Orson said this and nodded with a smile. As for Kalanina, what else could she have come to me for? She must have encountered some business problems that she didn't understand and wanted to find me to understand. Besides, it has been a while since I last met with Kalanina. Whether as a friend or a partner, I can't refuse this meal. After that, they chatted for a while, and when it was night, Orson rushed to Kalanina's Chamber of Commerce. After completely breaking with her father and brothers, Kalanina still retained the name of the Antica branch of the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce for a period of time. However, after that, under the further targeting of her father Louis and two brothers, Kalanina simply broke off relations completely and changed the name of the Chamber of Commerce to Lyson Chamber of Commerce. Of course, the address of the Chamber of Commerce has not changed, but the plaque at the door was remade by someone. "Mr. Orson, welcome." Lorenzo was already standing at the door of the Chamber of Commerce waiting. As soon as Orson got off the carriage, he came up to him. "The president is waiting for you on the second floor. The Chamber of Commerce has invited the best chef in the city tonight, and has also scheduled all the guests for tomorrow. No one will disturb you in the president's meal." In Lorenzo's opinion, since Orson took good care of Kalanina, he must have a very good relationship with her. It is even possible that they have become lovers who cannot be disclosed openly. After all, everyone knows that Orson has a fiancée, but for a big man like Orson, it is common for him to have some scandals with other women. I just don't know how a strong woman like my young lady could be willing to stay in the underworld with Orson." While Lorenzo was still thinking this, Orson pushed open the door of the Chamber of Commerce and walked straight to the private room on the second floor. "Welcome to the monthly fee group of Night Raid 6, 9.4:9, 3-6, 135. You're so anxious." Lorenzo said this, looking at Orson's back and smiling. Orson pushed open the door of the box, which had been decorated as a cozy restaurant. Across the table sat his partner, Kalenina. The girl's long red hair flowed down her back, and her golden eyes looked at him with a smile. It seemed that the other party attached great importance to today's dinner. She was wearing a black evening dress, showing off her beautiful figure to Orson. It seemed that even the time she attended the banquet in St. Laurent City, she was not as bold as she is now. "Orson, long time no see." Saying this, Kalenina revealed a charming smile, raised her glass, and motioned Orson to sit down. "Yeah." Although he didn't know why Kalenina was so formal today, Orson still sat down. "Don't you want to say something to me?" Kalenina said, looking into Orson's eyes. Orson wanted to stare at her, but suddenly realized something was wrong. The evening dress that Kalenina wore today was low-cut. She had a good figure to begin with, and now that she was leaning forward, Orson could see the fascinating cleavage if he just lowered his head a little. "Sharonina, you look very beautiful today." Orson said this and turned his head away with a red face. This compliment was not false. To be fair, whenever Kalenina met Orson before, she always gave people a sense of competence and sassiness. But tonight, she suddenly acted so feminine. Of course, at this time, Orson also had some doubts in his heart. Why did Kalenina do this? He. Kalenina was very happy to receive Orson's praise. She picked up the bottle and poured a glass of wine into Orson's glass. "To celebrate the triumphant return of our great hero, I'd like to offer you a toast." Kalenina said this and drank the wine in the glass. "There is no such thing as a great hero. If it weren't for the financial support you provided, we wouldn't be able to pay the military salaries and pensions in less than 2 months with only the Duke's finances." Having said that, Orson also picked up the wine glass and drank it all. "Try these dishes and see how they taste," Kalenina said, pointing to the plates on the table. "I asked the best chef in Antica City to make these. Although I can't guarantee that they will suit your taste, the quality is definitely good enough. Actually, there's no need to spend so much money. What I like most is the food made by the servants at home. I'm used to it." Orson said this and picked up a piece of beef and put it in his mouth. "Yeah, very good." After hearing what Orson said, Kalenina's slightly nervous mood finally relaxed. She was afraid that the lack of food would affect the mood of the two people tonight. "Did you encounter any problems today? You specially asked me out for dinner," Orson asked after 3 rounds of drinks. "Not really." Kalenina shook her head. "If there is no problem, then I can't come to you? Or am I just a burden that only causes trouble to you in your eyes, Orson?" No, that's not what I meant." As if influenced by alcohol, Orson quickly shook his head with a red face. "What does that mean?" Kalenina pouted and pretended to be angry. "If you don't tell me, I'll be angry." "Ahem, it's just. I think, Kalenina, you should be the kind of person who doesn't come here for no reason." "So I am such a utilitarian person in your eyes, Orson?" Kalenina said this, feeling a little disappointed. Later, in order to change Orson's opinion of her, she also thought of some actions. She sat on the opposite side of the desk and chair, stretched out one leg and gently rubbed Orson's leg. Orson didn't notice it at first, but as Kalenina's movements became more and more violent, even if his nerves were numbed by alcohol, he should have sobered up, but he didn't. "Kalenina, you." Orson stared at Kalenina in surprise, his eyes full of confusion. "Shoo." Kalenina stretched out her index finger, put it in front of her mouth, and made a shushing gesture. "Orson." Kalenina said this with a hint of complaint in her tone. "You know, I was actually very upset with you at the beginning. I feel like you're pretending to know everything and understand everything. That day you guessed my thoughts, that time you wanted to help Lituk, I was surprised, but I thought you were just guessing at that time, and your purpose was to warn me, so I was very disdainful. But later you showed me with your actions that you are really that amazing, and my opinion of you disappeared. Instead, I felt ashamed for making such presumptuous assumptions about you. After that, I always completed the tasks you assigned to me, and you repeatedly told me with your actions that it was right to trust you." As Kalenina said this, she seemed to be drunk. The blush on her cheeks became more and more attractive. Although her eyes were blurry, there was still a hint of clarity deep inside. "I have always felt that I am not worthy of you, so even if I secretly confessed to you that time and you didn't respond to me, I can understand. I was planning to maintain our cooperative relationship until the end, but—" "Orson, guess what?" Kalenina said this with a foolish laugh. "Some people think that we two are a good match." At this moment, Orson was already caught in a brainstorm, his thoughts in a mess. It seemed that the alcohol was causing the problem. Orson didn't know why his brain was resisting thinking. Every cell in my body seemed to be saying, "Take it, this is yours." From what Kalenina said, Orson could only make out two meanings: she liked herself and confessed it. Besides, someone encouraged her to do what she did today. Who is it? Lorenzo. He does have a motive, but it shouldn't be him. While Orson was still thinking about this, Kalenina had already walked around from the other side of the table to Orson's side. She hugged Orson and seemed to be completely drunk. "Orson, you know, in order not to think about you, I fill myself up with work every day. It's really painful. Otherwise, when I have some free time, my mind will be full of you again." Orson turned his head and looked at Kalenina. At this moment, he seemed to be able to see the love overflowing from the girl's eyes. No, girl, it's not okay to have love in your eyes. Look, Orson, I know you have a fiancé. It's okay. I won't ask you to be responsible. As long as you promise me that you can come to see me occasionally, I will be satisfied. Look. As Kalenina said this, she began to unbutton Orson's clothes with her hands. The current situation is becoming increasingly wrong. No, Kalenina, calm down, this is the Chamber of Commerce. Eh? What's the big deal? It's okay. I've already told them not to go up to the second floor. Chapter 122 Butt. Orson looked at Kalenina and for a moment he didn't know what to do. He looked at the bottle of wine on the table. Most likely there was something wrong with the wine. So the question is, why did the drug only take effect on Kalenina even though they both drank alcohol? As he thought about this, Orson suddenly realized that somewhere in his body had begun to swell uncontrollably. That's right, if you don't respond at all when such a passionate girl throws herself into your arms, that would be the biggest insult to her. Put. Kalenina saw the situation in front of her. Even though you say no, your body is still very honest. In Kalenina's expectation, the two of them would continue to be half-hearted like this until Orson obeyed his heart or his nature. But at this moment, a voice suddenly appeared in Orson's mind. After all, Orson, you're just having a meal, right? For some reason, the image of Olivia approaching him with a dark face and a hatchet in her hand appeared in Orson's mind. Hey, my dear husband, didn't we agree that we were just going to have a meal? Why did you end up in bed while we were eating? Ah. As expected, my husband is so outstanding, it's only natural that there are many vixens who are interested in him. The only way to avoid this is for my husband to stay by my side forever. Then, Orson's eyes flashed and another picture appeared. Hey, brother, why did you do that with Sister Kalenina? You two are both very important to me. You both value me very much. If you do this, won't you force me to choose between Sister Kalenina and brother? But don't worry, Brother Orson, you will never see Sister Kalenina again, so you won't make mistakes, and you won't. It will make it difficult for me to decide. It's okay. This basement will be our eternal home. We will be together forever. When he thought of the two yanderes around him, Orson's inner anger subsided. Your physical reaction won't disappear so quickly, but Orson is still being harassed by Kalenina. If I push her away, I'm afraid of hurting her physically and mentally. But if I don't push her away, I'm afraid that once Olivia and Lit get to know about this, I won't have to work hard for the rest of my life. Even he wanted to call himself a scumbag in his heart. Kalenina, calm down, Orson said. It's okay, Orson. Kalenina said this, and for some reason, she shed tears. Do you think I'm really drunk? That's true, everyone who is drunk will ask others this question. Orson thought so in his heart, but didn't dare to say it out loud. Orson, am I really that bad in your heart? No, Kalenina, you are actually very strong and capable. Then why? I've already done this, and said such shameless words, and you're still unwilling? Orson kept silent. He didn't know how to handle this situation, nothing he said was possible. Hey, Orson, listen to me. Just treat this all as a dream. When you wake up, just pretend nothing ever happened between us, okay? Sharinina, do you really have to be like this? Orson asked back. Kalenina must have been provoked by something, otherwise, with her shrewd business mindset, she would not have been so persistent as she is now. But it's not that Orson doesn't want to do this, but it's very difficult for a man to remain calm when a girl who likes him throws herself at him. But Kalenina's reason was a bit childish. Just because you like her, does that mean you have to have her for yourself? This is just an alternative kind of possessiveness, as well as pitiful. Emptiness and inferiority. I feel that only through the body can the relationship between two people be connected more closely. Orson's brain was working in overload, and after all this thinking, it was completely overheated. A forced melon is not sweet, but it quenches thirst. I must be a man before I can be a philosopher. This was his last thought. At the end of the struggle, Orson found that straight balls were still the most useful. Chapter 15. How to explain it? A moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. The flowers have fragrance and the moon has shadow. At night, Olivia stood on the balcony of the Duke's mansion, drinking tea with Lit. This time it's all thanks to you, Senior Olivia. Lit said with a smile. No matter what, Olivia must have contributed to the Duke of Prussia's strong support in this war. It's rare that you, Lit, would praise me. Olivia pretended to be surprised when she heard it. But it doesn't matter, after all, we will be a family in the future. Sister Olivia, has Orson ever told you his opinion on the title? Olivia looked at Lit in confusion. Orson did tell me a lot of private things, but he still didn't talk about inheritance rights. I'm not very interested in this matter. Lit, you suddenly mentioned this, what's wrong? Lit listened to Olivia's words, and for some reason, he felt a little unhappy. Then, she said, Orson is going to give up the inheritance of the Duke of Antica and give the title to me. Lit said this, looking at Olivia. Is that so? Olivia nodded helplessly. That's fine. My family doesn't mind having a son-in-law. And maybe I'll give up my title to Lianka and go traveling with Orson. I heard there's a beautiful sea of flowers in the free city of Dreist in the East Continent. Orson and I are going to go there for our honeymoon. She really did it on purpose. Otherwise, why would she always mention her and Orson's future plans in front of me? You and Orson haven't gotten married yet, can't you worry about what you would do if someone comes to snatch the bride from your wedding? Lit thought so, trying hard to suppress his emotions that were about to explode, and his face remained calm. Olivia looked at Lit's performance and nodded secretly. As a person in a superior position, it is an essential skill to learn to suppress your emotions at appropriate times. No matter how much the little boy likes his brother, she will only believe in Orson's choice if he is truly capable of inheriting the title. Then, Senior Olivia. Call me sister-in-law. For some reason, Olivia suddenly wanted to tease Lit and said this. Senior. The corners of Lit's mouth twitched, and his expression almost couldn't hold back. Since you already know the plan for the future successor of the Stranic family, I hope to officially establish cooperation with you starting today. After all, although Lianka is also the heir of the Eisenberg family, I think you have more say in the family than her. In the same vein, do you think that you or Orson have more say in the Stranic family? Olivia said this while covering her face with her sleeves, leaving only a pair of eyes exposed so that Lit could not see her expression, but from those charming wine-red eyes, Lit could clearly see the hint of mockery in Olivia's eyes. Orson will eventually leave the Stranic family. Senior sister Olivia, you should understand this. What I am thinking about has nothing to do with Orson. I just want our two families to maintain long-term cooperation. Little brother, you have really grown a lot. Olivia said, put down her hand and smiled. Now you have started to take care of the family affairs. I can't help it. I really want Orson to stay by my side, but he will leave eventually. Lit sighed. Senior Olivia, I have let it go now. My feelings for Orson are just the kind of dependence on a brother. No matter who Orson is with, that feeling will never change. It was me who misunderstood that feeling as love, and that's why I did something that made you unhappy, Senior Olivia. Lit, have you come to terms with it? Is that true? Olivia looked surprised when she heard Lit say that. Of course it's true. I'm a boy, and Orson is also a boy. There's no possibility between us. I'm just wishful thinking. As Lit said this, he deliberately looked at the bright moon in the sky, sighed, and looked very sad. Olivia looked at Lit. At this moment, she really couldn't guess what Lit was thinking. I'm sorry, Senior Olivia, I will only treat Orson as my brother from now on, and I won't call you sister-in-law until you become Orson's wife. Why? Olivia asked. I like Orson and Orson also likes me. Isn't this unstable? Now we just need to wait until graduation to hold the wedding. How can we lose when a dragon rides on our face? Because I don't think that your relationship with Orson will be smooth sailing. Lite said this and waved his hand. Of course, I don't mean to curse you, Olivia, nor do I mean to say that I haven't given up on Orson. It's just that love is a race that takes a long time. Eventually, things will change, right? If you want to shorten the race time, you can either speed up or just take the trophy away. Of course, Lit would not tell Olivia his true thoughts, but the plan had already been implemented, and the next step was to target Kalanina. You may not know this, but in my opinion, Sister Kalanina also seems to like Orson, and Orson has a lot of contact with her. Lit said. You mean, that Kalanina who dined with him tonight? Yeah. Lite nodded. Speaking of which, Lit, what time is it now? If I remember correctly, it should be 11 o'clock at night. Lit said as he looked at the half-moon. Do you guys have to eat dinner until 11? Well, if it's just a simple dinner, maybe not. But if Orson and Sister Kalanina are discussing some business matters, it might be that late. Lit said this and looked at Olivia. Then let's wait for Orson to come back before going to bed? The next morning, Orson woke up on the bed in the Chamber of Commerce box, looking at the unfamiliar ceiling. He knew that something had happened yesterday. Then, the girl's mumbling was heard beside him. He looked to the side, and sure enough, the red-haired girl was lying next to him, hugging him like a sloth. Even though he was unwilling to face it, everything that was supposed to happen still happened. But why was it Kalanina? Orson thought so, and the alcohol took effect again, and his head began to hurt. How should I explain what happened today to Olivia and Lit? Chapter 16. Looking for someone, 3K. An hour later, Orson, who was dressed, and Kalanina, who was also dressed, looked at each other. Oh. After a long time, Orson sighed. Kalanina gave a victorious smile and threw herself into Orson's arms. Sherry Nina, I never thought you would be like this. So, Orson, you hate me like this, right? Kalanina murmured. Not really. I'm happy that you show your true emotions in front of me because at least you treat me as a real friend, but... Orson said this and sighed again. You clearly know that I have a fiancé, but monogamy is not clearly defined in the laws of the empire. But the church stipulates. Do you believe in the church, Orson? Orson was silent. That's right, Kalanina said this with a smile, then stood on tiptoe, hooked her neck, and gently kissed Orson's chin. Orson felt at a loss as to what to do with the other party's intimate behavior. You reap what you sow. Chapter 123. But for some reason, Orson felt that this scene was a bit dramatic. It was obvious that at the beginning he approached Kalanina and helped her because he wanted her to be with Lituk. Later, after knowing that Lit was a girl, he no longer talked about Lit with Kalanina, but just maintained a normal working relationship. He and Selenina were mutually beneficial, which was why he spared no effort to help Selenina, but somehow, Selenina misunderstood his help as a relationship between a man and a woman. Orson swore that he was definitely not lusting after Kalanina's body, but in that situation, she had already thrown herself into his arms, and Orson couldn't just push her away, right? Okay, I understand your dilemma, Orson. Kalanina said this, loosening her arms around Orson's neck and revealing a look of regret. I will keep our relationship a secret from your fiancé. It's better not to let Lit know. She always speaks without restraint. Orson added quickly. Yeah, I know, this is a secret between the two of us. Besides, being able to completely entrust myself to you makes me feel at ease. There was a hint of relief in Kalanina's tone. At least she had been following her heart until the end. Although for some reason she had to suppress her feelings for Orson in front of certain people, the two of them were alone together now. Thank you so much, Kalanina. Orson originally thought that Kalenina would use the physical relationship between them as a threat to force Orson to owe her a favor, but he did not expect that the other party would actually make concessions on her own initiative. Wanting a woman to make emotional concessions really shows how important Orson is in Kalenina's heart. "It's okay, no need to thank me," Kalenina said, staring at Orson from top to bottom, finally stopping at a certain spot. "If you really want to thank me, then, at least be a little more intimate when we are alone? After all, I've always heard that you and your fiancé are very close, and I'm quite jealous of that." Orson was about to say sorry that he couldn't do it, but looking at Kalenina's resentful look, he nodded. He was still thinking about how to explain to Lit and Olivia before, but now he has come to terms with it, and it is better not to explain anything. Just as Kalenina was about to get closer to Orson and get intimate with him again, there was a knock on the door of the box. Both Kalenina and Orson were shocked. They quickly cleaned up the mess in the box and came to the door. Then Kalenina opened the door and Orson stood behind her. Lorenzo stood at the door, looking at the expressions of Orson and Selenina. He knew something must have happened between the two last night. Mr. Lit and Miss Olivia are at the entrance of the Chamber of Commerce. They want to see you, President. Please, I understand. Kalenina nodded. I'll change my clothes first and bring the two of them to my office later. Okay. Lorenzo turned around and went downstairs immediately after hearing Selenina's order. On the other side, Orson looked embarrassed. Some bad memories came back to Orson's mind. You say, could it be that the two of them are here to arrest me? Very likely. Then how should I leave? Climb out the window? No, if I were your fiancé, and you didn't come home last night, when I came to find you today, I would definitely have some spies nearby, and when you climbed out the window with such a big movement, you would definitely be seen, said Kalenina. Orson, I have an idea that may have to inconvenience you a little. Kalenina said this, looked at Orson, and suddenly gave a wicked smile. What's the meaning? Hey, is this how your president usually talks about business? Lit was a little anxious at the moment. She was afraid that her cleverness would backfire and make Kalenina do something. You got up so late. If a guest came early, wouldn't they be left out? Mr. Lit, I'm very sorry. Lorenzo said this, bowing and apologizing. The president has not been in good health recently, and he has been staying up late to handle affairs, so he will get up later than usual. You invited my fiancé to dinner even though you're not feeling well. Your president and my fiancé have a really good relationship. Even Olivia's words became aggressive. There's nothing we can do. After all, the president has been cooperating with Master Orson. Master Orson has made an indelible contribution to the current status of the guild. Lorenzo touched his head and looked at the two of them with a smile. As the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person. Seeing how shameless Lorenzo was, Olivia and Lit didn't know what to say and could only stand at the door and wait. This time, a girl with long black hair walked out of the Chamber of Commerce. She was wearing a hood and her face was covered with gauze. Then she walked up to Lorenzo and whispered something in his ear. Then Lorenzo nodded. You too, the president invites you upstairs. Lorenzo said this and made a gesture of invitation, indicating that the two could enter the Chamber of Commerce. It's finally over. Seeing this, Lit hurriedly walked into the Chamber of Commerce. When Olivia passed by the black-haired girl, she deliberately stopped and turned to look at her. The girl looked natural as she stared at Olivia. She showed no fear at all. Instead, she bowed to her with a smile in her eyes. Seeing this, Olivia said nothing and went straight upstairs. After the two of them walked into the Chamber of Commerce, the black-haired girl also left the Chamber of Commerce and walked towards the suburbs. What? You said my brother left last night? Lit stood in the office, looking at Kalenina sitting on the chair with a surprised look. Yeah, Orson had dinner at my place last night, said he had something to take care of, and then left. What happened? Didn't he go home? No. Lit shook his head and looked at Olivia. What should I do? Senior Olivia, Orson doesn't seem to be here. Miss Selenina, may I ask, where did you and Orson have dinner last night? What did you have for dinner? Did you drink? What time did Orson leave? Olivia didn't seem to believe Selenina's words, but asked for specific information. Last night, Orson and I had dinner in a private room. The dinner menu was provided by the best chef in Antica City. If you want to know the details, I can find the chef for you. As for what time he left, it was probably around 11 p.m. After dinner, we talked about business for a while, and then Orson left. Kalenina was not stumped by Olivia's interrogative questions. Instead, she calmly answered Olivia's questions one by one. Okay. Olivia nodded after hearing this. Well, I now suspect that Orson is hiding in the Chamber of Commerce. Can I search the Chamber of Commerce? This is a bit against the rules. Kalenina frowned. From what you said, you are suspecting that I have cheated on you, right? This is just my guess. I apologize if I offended you. Forget it. Cherry-Nina waved her hand when she heard that. I understand how you feel. You can search here, but don't mess up the Chamber of Commerce. Otherwise, it will be easy for outsiders to laugh at you. Then I would like to thank President Kalenina for your magnanimity. Olivia said this. Although she was a little confused about Kalenina's actions, she still took Lit to search the rooms of the Chamber of Commerce. Half an hour later, the two gathered again in the lobby on the first floor of the Chamber of Commerce. Lit, are you done searching? Well, I finished searching over there, and I didn't find Orson. That's strange. I didn't find it here either. Olivia felt even more strange when she heard it. Orson should really not be here. Sister Kalenina should not have lied to us. Then where can he go? Olivia showed a strange look when she heard it. The secret sentry outside just now also sent a message that Orson was not seen. In other words, Orson is really not in the Chamber of Commerce. How is it, you two? Are you satisfied? At this time, Kalenina's voice came over. She stood on the stairs, holding the handrail, looking down at the two of them. If there's nothing else, look for Orson somewhere else. He really isn't here with me. Excuse me. Olivia said this, staring at Kalenina deeply, and then walked out with Lit. On the other side, the outskirts of Antica, Orson took off his hood and veil, put away his wig and women's clothes, and changed into his usual clothes. Fortunately, this dress was not damaged in the battle last night, otherwise I would not be able to wash it off even if I jumped into the Yellow River. Chapter 17. Sudden worsening of illness. 3K. It can't be said that even jumping into the Yellow River can clear him of his guilt. After all, Orson did have that kind of relationship with Kalenina, but if he could escape the disaster by relying on the two people's carelessness like a turtle, Orson would still be quite fortunate. Thinking of this, he dusted off his clothes and returned to the Duke's mansion. Master Orson, you're back? At the door of the mansion, the maid Vivian was looking around worriedly. When she saw Orson coming back, a look of surprise appeared on her face and she hurried to greet him. Yeah, I'm back. Orson nodded, then looked inside the house with pretended confusion. Where are Olivia and Lit? Why aren't they at home? Ah, Master Lit and Miss Olivia came to see you. They said you didn't go home last night. You might have stayed at President Kalenina's place, so they came to see you this morning. Oh, I see. Orson said, and explained, I had something to do last night. After dinner with Kalenina, I went to deal with my own affairs. I forgot to come back to inform you. Sorry. It's okay, it's okay. Vivian said, shaking her head. I know that nothing will happen to you, Master Orson. That's not necessarily the case. If you hadn't stopped him last time, your young master might have jumped off the cliff. Hearing this, Orson curled his lips, but if he really jumped down, with his strength, he probably wouldn't die. Orson followed Vivian into the mansion. I'm going to go see my father. Orson said this, said goodbye to Vivian, went upstairs alone, and came to Lucius's door. He knocked on the door 2 or 3 times, then pushed it open and walked in. Father. Orson said this and looked at Lucius lying on the bed. Lucius heard the voice and turned his head dully to look in the direction of Orson. Unexpectedly, there was a hint of confusion in his eyes. Who are you? Seeing this, Orson was shocked. He hurried forward and squatted down beside Lucius' bed, making his head level with Lucius. Father, please look at me. I am Orson, your son, Orson. Oh. Orson. Lucius said, his eyes regained some clarity, and he nodded. Good boy, You just entered the Imperial College this year. You must study hard, father, you remembered it wrong. Orson said, forcing a smile. I am your eldest son, Orson, not Lit. Your second son, Lit, just entered the Imperial College this year, and I am already a sophomore at the Imperial College. No, no. Lucius shook his head after hearing this. I, Lucius, only have one son. How can I have two sons? Then, he showed a puzzled look, and then quickly turned to understanding and anger. No, one of you is fake, one of you is not my son. He suddenly became angry. Tell me. Are you lying to me? Are you trying to take my inheritance? I'm sorry, father, but everything I said is true. Get out. You are not my son, get out. Lucius sat up angrily, pointing at Orson and then at the door. Father, please calm down. Orson said this, pressing Lucius' shoulders. Both Lit and I are your children. You said it yourself. I am your adopted child and have lived with you for 18 years. Lit is your child with your ex-wife Margaret. Margaret. Upon hearing this name, Lucius was stunned for a moment, and then showed a puzzled look. You know Margaret, you're really my child? Yes, not only me, but Lit is also your child. Orson nodded. You go out, I need to rest for a while. Okay. Orson nodded and left the room on his own initiative. After leaving the room, Orson saw Mary just coming out of her own room. Mother, father just said that no one is allowed to enter his room during this time at night. I see. Mary frowned but nodded. The master may not be in a good mood. A warrior has to lie in bed and be taken care of according to the doctor's orders. Well, it would be great if you could understand, mother. Chapter 124. Fortunately, Orson, you have grown up and can help the master share some of the pressure, otherwise. Alas. Mary said this, came to Orson, straightened his collar that had just been messed up by Lucius, and then patted his shoulder. Come on, Orson, the future of the family belongs to you. Mary said this, turned around and walked downstairs. Orson stood there, looking at Mary's back, in silence. When Orson just came back, Lucius deliberately sent everyone away, leaving Orson alone, and talked with him for a long time. But, father, didn't you just say that you were fine? Orson looked at Lucius in confusion. As long as I can stabilize the situation on the front line and wait until you recover and come back, everything will be fine. Lucius didn't say anything. He stared at Orson for a long time and suddenly laughed. Orson, do you think that if I were really healthy, I would entrust all these things to you? Then. Father, your body, although there is nothing wrong with my body functions, I always feel like I have forgotten a lot of things recently. Lucius said, shaking his head. I often forget Mary's name, as well as some of the servants in my house. I see them all the time, so I should remember their names, but now I have forgotten many of them. I don't know if it's the aftereffects of the assassination, but in my current state, I probably can't go to the battlefield. Orson listened to Lucius's description. Although his face remained calm, his heart was already filled with turmoil. The symptom is very similar to Alzheimer's disease, but Lucius is less than 50 years old this year. I understand, father. Orson nodded. During this period of time, I will take on your responsibilities and work hard to handle the frontline affairs. No. Lucius shook his head. If I don't recover well, the dukedom of Antica may be left to you in the future. You said before that you are not interested in the position of duke, right? Lucius said this and took out a piece of paper from the bedside table. This is for you. If I really can't hold on any longer and Lite is unable to take over the family, I'll leave this family to you. Father, please stop talking nonsense. You are still healthy. Ha, I know my physical condition myself. By the way, Orson, call Margaret in. I have something to say to her. Father, your wife's name is Mary, and Margaret is your ex-wife. When Orson heard Lucius' words, he could no longer maintain the calmness on his face, and he quickly corrected him. Ah, right. Lucius patted his head upon hearing this. Look, I told you, how can I go to the battlefield now? I even remembered the wrong name. So, Orson, I'm counting on you. Lucius said, looking at Orson deeply. For the sake of my raising him for more than 10 years, please let Margaret and I's child live well. Well, I know you will recover. Don't think too much about it for now. Just rest well. Orson said this, shook Lucius' hand, and then walked out of the room. After this period of contact and observation, Orson knew that Lucius's symptom occurred at irregular intervals, like a time bomb. They usually look no different from normal people, but at a critical juncture, they suddenly cannot remember or remember things incorrectly, and appear emotionally agitated and irritable as if they have been deceived, and this, Orson already knew, was the second time Lucius had an attack this week. The last time he had an attack, Lucius simply remembered the servant's name wrongly and mistakenly called Vivian the old servant Linda who had passed away. Fortunately, Vivian didn't react, and Orson helped Lucius to fool him. Today, Lucius' condition has become more serious. Alzheimer's disease was difficult to treat even before the time travel when medical technology was advanced. Although there is magic in this continent, it is still very difficult to find medicine or magic to treat this symptom in a short period of time. What if during this period of time, there suddenly comes an occasion that Lucius must attend? Orson couldn't imagine how many conspiracy theories would arise if others knew Lucius' current situation. What should I do in this situation? Orson was extremely confused. This was clearly a magical world, but magic seemed to be useless against this disease. Looking for a doctor, Orson thought of the doctor he knew. If he were asked to come, he would probably recommend a craniotomy. He could only shake his head and give up. Coincidentally, Olivia brought Little back home at this time. The two of them wanted to ask Orson what he did last night, but when they saw Orson leaning against the door of Lucius's room with a thoughtful look on his face, they didn't dare to go up to him and talk to him. Olivia poked Lituk with her finger. What's wrong with Orson? He looks like he's thinking about something. I don't know either. Lit shook his head. But you, aren't you Orson's fiancé? Why don't you go up and show some concern for your fiancé? Olivia nodded when she heard that, and walked forward with her hands behind her back to greet Orson. Hey, Orson, what are you doing? Only then did Orson come back to his senses from his thoughts. Ah, Olivia, you're back? Well, you look like you're worried? Olivia looked at Orson with a puzzled look. And you were right in front of Duke Lucius's door. Was it because your father scolded you for not coming home at night? Written request for leave after the exam today. My classmates held a party and I went out to play for a day. It was too late to update when I came back, so today's update will be put off until tomorrow. I'm very sorry. Tomorrow's update will have a word count starting from 5 figures. If I don't finish it before 6 o'clock tomorrow evening, I will punish myself by writing 10 more chapters and finish them within a month. No sooner said than done. Chapter 18, Into the Desert, 10,000, please subscribe. No. Orson shook his head after hearing that, then he looked up at Olivia. I just heard from Vivian that you guys went out to look for me. I suddenly remembered something last night and didn't come back to tell you. I'm sorry. It's okay. Olivia didn't seem to mind. We were just worried about you. We're glad to see that you're okay. At this time, Orson suddenly saw Lit, who was following Olivia not far behind, and he waved to Lit. Lit, come here for a moment, I have something to tell you. Then he looked at Olivia. Oh, I'll go downstairs and talk to Vivian. Olivia naturally understood what Orson meant. She took the initiative to speak, then turned around and went downstairs. Orson took Lit into his room. After the two entered the room, he opened the door and took a look. After confirming that there was no one in the corridor, he closed the door. Orson, you called me here alone, is there something wrong? Yeah. Orson nodded, sat on the chair and looked at Lit. You must never tell anyone what I'm about to say, not even your mother. As he said this, his tone was unprecedentedly serious. Okay, Orson, go ahead. Lit looked nervous when he heard that. From Orson's expression, Lit could vaguely guess that there was definitely something very important, most likely involving the family. Father is ill. Orson said this inside. The symptoms appeared a few days after the assassination. This disease is very strange. It will cause people to gradually lose their memory and become emotionally extreme. At that time, on the day he came back, my father told me that when he was sick, he was still able to organize his speech normally, and he could remember things he had forgotten after being reminded by others. But when I went home to see him today, his symptoms seemed to have worsened. As Orson finished speaking, Lit became more depressed than ever. Why, my father was fine when he just came back. Her voice trembled and her tone was full of disbelief. Clearly, at the celebration party, from the moment Lucius appeared until the end of the party, everything was normal. Yet, such a short time had passed, and suddenly she told Lit that her father had dementia. How could she bear this sudden blow? This kind of strange disease sometimes worsens without any reason. I suspected it was a curse at first, but after a brief chat with the saint about these things, she told me that the church had never discovered a curse that could make people gradually become demented. I asked a priest from the Antica church to purify my father, but it didn't work. Orson said this inside. Anyway, now while I'm still on vacation, I can still help the family deal with things, but we must be prepared for the worst. Orson expressed his meaning implicitly, and now the issue of family inheritance is imminent. No one knows whether this disease will take someone's life. If Lucius's condition really deteriorates to the point where it can no longer be concealed, then the position of the Duke will inevitably change. After hearing what Orson said, Lit's mood also became depressed. After all, Lucius is her biological father after all. Although for some reasons he doesn't seem to know his own gender, the two people are definitely related by blood. Ever since Lit came to his house, Lucius has been pretty nice to her. Although Lucius once felt ashamed because of Lit's overly rustic behavior in the early days, after being persuaded by Orson, Lucius has invested a lot in Lit and sent someone to give Lit living expenses every month. Most importantly, Lit could truly feel the sincere feelings from Lucius, even though it might be out of remembrance of his deceased wife and guilt towards himself. Those were real actions and not false feelings. After all, if it was fake, Lucius could just put on a show in front of everyone and then let Lit fend for herself instead of discussing her education plan with Orson. Therefore, it is normal for Lit to feel sad after knowing Lucius's current condition. I understand, Orson. Lit nodded. Orson had told her from the beginning that he did not want to be a duke. Although Lit doesn't know the reason and doesn't want to know the reason, she is constantly working hard to improve herself in order to help Orson achieve this goal. I may have to go out to deal with some things during this period, so you can use this time to familiarize yourself with the family's management affairs. No matter what, you will be the patriarch of a large family in the future, so it will never hurt to get in touch with these things in advance. Orson, are you going out? Lit became uneasy when he heard that. If Orson was by her side, accompanying her, she might have some confidence, but now Orson told himself he was leaving? I'm sorry, there are some things that concern the future of the dukedom, and I have to go and deal with them. Orson said this with an apologetic smile. It won't take too long, I'll be back when I'm done. Really? Lit heard this and looked at Orson. Then, Orson, you must pay attention to safety. Don't worry, I will. Orson nodded, stood up and walked in front of Lit. He reached out and touched Lit's little head. Okay, don't be so nervous. All we're thinking about now are the worst-case scenarios. What if father recovers, right? Orson said this with a smile. No matter what, you have to look forward, Lit. Lite lowered his head, not knowing what he was thinking. After a while, Orson came downstairs. At this time, Olivia was sitting in the living room. When she saw Orson coming down, she stood up and greeted him. Orson, I have to go back today. Why not stay a few more days? Orson said this and looked at Olivia in confusion. I won't stay any longer. Olivia shook her head. I received a letter from home, and there is something I must go back to deal with. I would like to stay here, but there is no other way. Well, since it's your family's idea, there's really nothing we can do about it. Hearing this, Orson could only express regret. Then why don't you stay here and have another meal tonight? No, I'll be leaving soon. Are you in such a hurry? Orson asked doubtfully. Was there something urgent happening at Olivia's home that required her to rush back? Thinking of this, Orson couldn't help but worry about Olivia. I'm sorry. Olivia said this, as if to express her apology. She put her hands on Orson's shoulders, then stood on tiptoe slightly and kissed Orson lightly on the lips. This made Orson a little slow to react. After a while, Orson subconsciously touched the corner of his lips. Wait until school starts. I will compensate you again. Olivia said this and turned her back with a red face. It doesn't matter. Family is the priority now. I understand. Orson explained. There's no need to feel guilty. On the other side, the maid Vivian stood at the kitchen door, watching the intimate behavior of the two with a gratified smile on her face. Randall. Sitting in the study, Mary looked at the middle-aged man standing respectfully at the door and asked, Madam Mary, please go ahead. Master, have you been out less recently? Ah, ma'am, that's true. Randall nodded. Recently, Master Orson has been in charge of taking care of the Master's daily life. This is the Master's request, so we servants don't have much chance to come into contact with the Master. I always feel that. Mary said this, expressing her guess. Is the Master not feeling well? Madam, why do you say that? The Master went to the front line to comfort the soldiers some time ago. But I always have a bad feeling in my heart. Mary frowned as she said this. Why did the Master let Orson take care of him alone? Is there something between the two of them that they want to hide from the family? Ma'am, you may be worrying too much. Randall comforted. I guess it's just because the Master likes Master Orson very much that he lets Master Orson stay with him to take care of him. Chapter 125. After all, Master Orson has been with the Master longer than we have. Mary married Lucius when Orson was 10 years old. In terms of time, she did not spend as much time with Lucius as Orson did. In that case, why don't you let Butler Albert stay with him and take care of him? Maybe Mr. Butler is too old. Although Randall kept trying to alleviate Mary's doubts, it only made Mary more suspicious that there must be some unspeakable secret between Lucius and Orson, which might be related to family inheritance and power distribution. Randall, you are the only servant I brought from the Duke of Orleans. You have been with me for so long. You know, in this family, I only trust you. Mary said, looking at Randall. Yes, it's a great honor to have your trust, ma'am. Randall heard this and bowed respectfully to Mary. So, there are some things I can only tell you, and I will tell you, and I hope you don't tell anyone. Randall nodded and looked at Mary, then Mary spoke and told Randall her thoughts. I want to hold the power of this family in my hands. But, Madam, Master Orson and Master Leet are both outstanding people. No matter who inherits the title, they are not mediocre. It is still very difficult to seize the family power from them, especially as you told me before, Mr. Orson and Mr. Leet are probably still on the same front. That's right. Mary nodded. But the inheritance rights don't just belong to the two of them. As she said this, she touched her belly. Seeing Mary's actions, Randall looked shocked. Madam, you wouldn't, yeah. Mary said this with a hint of complaint in her tone. I can't help it. After all, Orson doesn't want to cooperate with me, and Lit has been led by Orson to get power. This is the only solution. So, Randall, we are now on the same side. You have no choice but to help me. Randall's expression changed again and finally nodded. Everything is up to you, ma'am. On the other side, the desert.it has been some time since the orcs completely retreated back to the desert, because they retreated the slowest. Baru's army only returned to their tribe today. When he was still some distance away from the tribe, a pungent smell of blood reached Baru's nose. He frowned, feeling something was wrong, and quickly ordered the army to speed up. Finally, in the morning, Baru's orc army saw the wooden wall of the tribe. Before entering the tribe, Baru saw a shocking scene. On the wooden wall at the entrance of the tribe, half of the brown wall was stained red with blood. Many corpses were lying in front of the tribe's gate, forming a small hill. The scene in front of us could only have been done by other orcs. Humans cannot enter the desert, and Baru knows this. Baru also had a clear idea of which tribes the orcs were from. They were simply the orcs he had suppressed with tough measures at that time. They were very resentful of him, so they took this opportunity to kill their way into their own tribe. At this moment, the other orcs still didn't understand the situation and thought that humans had entered the desert, making them angry and scared. What makes them angry is that humans attack their elderly, children, women and children, but what makes them afraid is that human armies will be able to march into the desert, and then their last line of defense will be gone. Baru looked at the army following him and made a decision in his heart. Since other tribes are unkind, don't blame Baru for being unjust. Thinking of this, he gathered the soldiers together. Warriors! Our tribe has been attacked. After the army gathered together, Baru began his speech, mobilizing the emotions of the warriors. They are not humans, but orcs from other tribes who fought with us some time ago. As Baru finished speaking, there was an uproar in the audience. Yes, you heard it right. We established the rules at the beginning. The more we fight, the more we gain. We paid the price of thousands of soldiers' deaths, and the huge amount of spoils is what we deserve. As a result, those greedy guys were jealous of our wealth. After they fled from the battlefield, I hadn't even settled accounts with them yet. Instead, they invaded our tribe, killed our relatives, and stole what was supposed to belong to us. We can't just let them go. Baru said, raising his arms and shouting, "Warriors, follow me and fight back. Fight back." The emotions of the other orc warriors below the stage had also been aroused at this moment. The low morale caused by the defeat and retreat was swept away in an instant, and all turned into a passion for revenge. After the speech, Baru walked off the stage and looked at the old orc who had been chatting with him. "Old senior, this is all right, right?" "Yes." The old orc nodded. "The orcs need a king who can unite all the orcs. You are just the right person to be such a king." At this moment, in the desert, other orc tribes were fighting each other because of uneven distribution of spoils. It was hard to imagine that such a large united group would turn against each other in an instant after being disbanded. 7 days later, at the border between humans and orcs, a man in a white cloak appeared on the edge of the desert. He raised his head, looked at the wind and sand in the desert, then turned back to look at the city behind him, and then took his own steps and walked towards the depths of the desert. The reason why humans do not enter the desert is because of the special sandstorm climate in the desert. In this sandstorm climate, ordinary human soldiers are extremely likely to suffer from respiratory infections, which reduces their combat effectiveness and even causes them to lose their lives. The deeper you go into the desert, the more frequent this kind of sandstorm will occur, and in the worst cases it can even block out the sun. At the same time, as the exploration deepens, the damage caused by wind and sand in the desert to the human body becomes increasingly serious. Even high-level warriors have to spend energy to protect themselves when facing this kind of windy and sandy weather. Under such harsh conditions, it is difficult for humans to survive, let alone fight. Humans had previously sent an army of 20,000 deep into the desert in an attempt to wipe out the orcs, but they never expected that before the army could penetrate the depths of the desert, they would be annihilated by the human side. They lost contact, and of those who eventually escaped, only 1 in 10 survived. All of them had contracted lung diseases to some extent and were unable to lead a normal life. Therefore, humans have always kept their distance from deserts. What's strange is that the impact of the wind and sand in the desert on the orcs is so small that it can be ignored. The orcs regard the desert as their natural barrier and usually come out of the desert to attack the border. But as long as humans sent out a large army to encircle and suppress them, the orcs would retreat to the depths of the desert, waiting for the wind and sand to drive back the human army. The person who went into the depths of the desert against the wind and sand was Orson. Back to a month ago, when aid from the Imperial Academy arrived, Triss brought Orson a gift. This set of clothes is enchanted with runes that can prevent wind and sand. It works wonders for the climate in the desert. Wearing this set of clothes, you can enter the desert without worrying about the harm from wind and sand. Triss said. "But, Teacher Triss, why are you giving me this?" Orson looked at Triss and asked puzzledly. "Don't you want to know the real reason?" Triss said, smiling at Orson. "About the reason why the desert was formed, and why the wind and sand have an effect on creatures other than orcs." "Teacher Triss, do you know the reason behind this? Have you forgotten my race? I'm a witch with a long lifespan," Triss said, tapping the table. "Although I can't guarantee that my professional knowledge is better than yours, Orson, but when it comes to gossip and rumors, don't underestimate someone who's older than your grandfather." "Is it really okay for you to state your age so directly?" Orson complained helplessly. "Ahem. Anyway, as far as I can remember, someone once explored the secrets of the desert. It is said that there is a palace deep in the desert. The orcs use it as a place to worship their gods. Maybe there is a reason why the desert was formed there." "Then why don't you go yourself, teacher?" Orson asked. "That's because orcs have little to do with me," Triss answered as a matter of course. "As for you, Orson, You are the one who wants to solve the orc problem the most, right? Don't you want to go to the desert to take a look? To be honest, Orson really wanted to go there and take a look. After all, he was the one who designed the civil strife among the orcs, and he also wanted to see what the results were. In addition, if we can truly understand the reasons for the formation of the desert and find a way to control the wind and sand, it seems that we can really eliminate the threat of orcs in one fell swoop. Okay. Orson nodded and took the clothes from Triss. This suit looks like a white windproof cloak, nothing special to praise, but Triss told her that it has miraculous effect against wind and sand, so Orson had no choice but to go into the desert with the idea of giving it a T or Y. As Orson went deeper into the desert, the wind and sand around him became stronger and stronger, but other than slightly obscuring his vision, Orson didn't feel anything else. And other notes on exploring the desert. When encountering sandstorms, even very small ones, the human body will react strongly. It seems that this dress really works. Thinking of this, Orson quickened his pace. No one has ever drawn a map of the desert. Orson plans to find an orc tribe first and ask for information about the desert from the tribe. It was unknown how long it had been since Orson entered the desert. Orson only knew that he was a little tired when a wooden wall of a tribe appeared in front of him. This moment, the wind and sand have stopped and no longer block the view. Orson approached the tribe and tightened his collar. In his opinion, orcs would definitely not welcome humans, so he planned to knock out an orc and take him away, forcing the other party to be his guide. But when Orson came to the edge of the tribe, climbed up the wooden wall and looked into the tribe, he was stunned in surprise. This moment, the tribe was not made up of the green-skinned orcs on the battlefield, nor were they people like the Tauren who still retained a lot of characteristics of their original race. Everyone in this tribe is a half-orc, just like the half-orc girl codenamed Lion whom they met in the Imperial City before. The half-orcs here are a race that looks almost the same as humans, but has animal ears and tails. Most of these half-orcs are the offspring of the union of orcs and humans. And only the rare orcs with primitive racial characteristics can give birth to this race. The issue of reproductive isolation seems to be quite confusing in this world. Humans and orcs are obviously different races, but half-orcs are still fertile, and because of the strength of their genes, the children of half-orcs are also orcs. Although their genes are strong, the living environment of the orcs is extremely harsh. As a race sandwiched between orcs and humans, half-orcs are not accepted by either side. Orcs think half-orcs are too weak, while humans think half-orcs are too barbaric. The orcs were discriminated against by both sides and had to build a community of their own. However, the orcs do not have the strong fertility of orcs, nor are they as numerous as humans. Even if they stick together, the orcs will still be bullied by orcs. There are not many communities of orcs in the desert. If the group of orcs with beastly features led by the Tauren account for 10% of the orc population, then the half-orcs can only account for 1% or even less at most. This is because the orcs have never participated in a war against humans. Otherwise, the orcs might even be exterminated. The tribe in front of him didn't look big. Orson took a rough look and saw that there were only about 200 or 300 orcs. But even so, it was still a relatively large group of orcs in the desert. At least orcs are easier to talk to than orcs, Orson thought, and felt that he was still quite lucky that he jumped off the wooden wall and returned to the entrance of the tribe. Guarding the entrance of the tribe were 2 orcs with canine features. When they saw a creature about the same size as themselves approaching, they thought the other party was also an orc like them. After all, orcs are either huge muscular men or skinny laborers. Of course, the other party was a stranger after all, so the 2 guards perked up as usual. One of them walked forward and glanced at Orson. "Hello, do you need any help?" asked the orc. "Yes." Orson nodded. "I'm lost nearby. I need a map of this place." "This?" The guard was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and then said, "Sorry, I have to go back and report first. Please wait at the door for a while." "Okay, thank you very much." Orson said this and thanked him politely. After a few minutes, the orc guard came out with a white-haired old man with fox ears. "Excuse me, are you the leader here?" Orson looked at the other party and asked politely. "Yes, my name is Arati. May I ask what your name is?" "Ah, my name is Edward." Orson hesitated for a moment and made up a name on the spot. At first he wanted to give his full name, but considering his identity, if the orc in front of him had heard his name, he might not be willing to cooperate with him, so he came up with a fake name. Chapter 126. Mr. Edward, huh? I heard that you were lost nearby and need a map? I happen to have one here, but... Arati said this, narrowing his eyes. In the desert, everyone always follows the principle of equal trade. I can give you the map, but we have encountered some troubles recently, so I would like to ask for your help. Sure enough, there is no free lunch in the world. Orson nodded. Orson could actually understand why the other party did not doubt his race. After all, he was wearing a cloak with only his face exposed, so his racial features such as hair and tail could not be seen at all. But humans cannot enter places like the desert, and they don't look like orcs, so it is normal for them to preconceively think of themselves as solitary half-orcs, although the probability of an orc traveling alone is very small. Compared with the probability of a human reaching this place, the former is easier to believe. I promise to help you. Then I would like to thank you, Orson, in advance. When Arati heard that Orson agreed to help him, he smiled and then hurriedly welcomed Orson into the tribe. Orson, wearing a cloak, followed behind Arati and walked in the tribe. He could see that almost everyone in this small tribe had come out, and there was a hint of curiosity in their expressions when they looked at him. In their opinion, there haven't been any new people in the tribe for a long time. Will the person in front of them live with them in the future, or is he just a passerby? Arati took Orson into a slightly larger house in the center of the tribe, which seemed to be the administrative center of the tribe. Mr. Edward, please sit down. Arati said this and made a please gesture. Thank you. Orson nodded and sat on the chair. Compared with the furniture in human cities, it is not too shabby to say the least. Even compared with the poor villages of human beings, it is not as good as this. It is hard to imagine that the leader of a tribe lives in a house that is not even as good as that of human farmers, but Orson could also understand that in a place like the desert, where supplies were scarce, survival was the first priority, and living comfortably or not didn't matter. Mr. Edward, do you know what happened in the desert recently? Oh. Sorry, I was away the whole time and just came back recently. So, you have made money from humans? Arati said this and looked at Orson in surprise. Yes. Orson nodded. You know, working with humans is better than living in the desert as long as you don't care about their looks. Oh, that's true. Arati nodded in agreement with Orson's words. Several young people in the tribe also expressed their desire to go over there and try their luck. But the war between orcs and humans is just around the corner. If we orcs go out at this time, we will only be regarded as spies and rejected by humans. But haven't the orcs been driven back? It will take time to dissipate the hatred of humans. Arati sighed. Let's not talk about this. Since you just came back recently, I'll tell you something. I don't know what happened recently. The orcs in the desert just robbed a batch of spoils from humans. I guess they haven't used them up yet, but they started fighting among themselves. When gods fight, mortals suffer. Our tribe received threats from an orc tribe 3 days ago. They asked us to hand over all our rations for them to fight, otherwise they threatened to massacre our tribe. We are certainly not going to resist them, but we will not obediently hand over our surplus food. After all, we have to live too. So what are you going to do? We are ready to move. Arati said. We have sent people to look for a place to settle the tribe these days. We have found a place where we can dig a well. We are ready to move tomorrow, but a few of our guys have not returned yet, so, you want me to go find someone? Yes. Arati nodded. The desert is not safe, but you must be very strong to be able to act alone in the desert. We are organizing a search and rescue team and preparing for the last search today. If we can't find them, we have to move tomorrow. Arati said. If you are willing to help us, I will give you the map even if we can't find them in the end. Okay. Upon hearing this, Orson agreed to Aladi's request. Well, tell me the direction they were heading before they disappeared. Okay. Arati nodded. At this moment, Orson suddenly saw a pair of big ears sticking out from behind the chair where Aladi was sitting. Arati was about to talk to Orson when he noticed his gaze and followed it. Then, a little head popped out from behind the chair. A little girl with long brown-gray hair poked her head out. The girl was about 17 or 18 years old, but she looked a little thin due to malnutrition. His height is estimated to be only 1.5 meters, but looking at her ears and the big furry tail behind her, she is probably a fox like Arati. Lena, why did you come out? Hee hee, I heard that there are guests coming to Grandpa's place. The girl named Lena smiled at Arati, and then looked at Orson, her big watery eyes full of curiosity. Is this the big brother from out of town? Lena said this and came up to Orson as if she was familiar with him. Hey, big brother, why can't I see your ears and tail? That. Orson didn't know how to explain when Lena was suddenly lifted up by Arati by the scruff of the neck. Lena, don't ask such rude questions. As he said this, Arati moved Lena a little further away from Orson. Grandpa is talking to Mr. Edward about serious matters. Don't interrupt. Okay. Lena said regretfully after hearing that, and then looked at Orson, bowed and apologized. Sorry, big brother, I just said something I shouldn't have said. It's okay. Orson shook his head, and I guess in Arati's eyes, he took the initiative to cut off his tail in order to survive in human society, unlike the ears, which are connected to a large number of blood vessels and are also responsible for hearing. Many orcs living in human society will choose to cut off his own tail. After all, compared to ears which can be covered by wearing a hat, a tail is indeed more difficult to hide. In the lives of orcs, the tail has almost no function other than to indicate the orcs race. Although this is what they say, tail breaking is still an unspeakable secret for orcs. What Lena just asked was indeed quite rude. If Orson was really an orc, then Lena stood beside Arati and told Orson the information about the missing persons. Just as Orson nodded to show that he understood, Lena, who was standing beside him, suddenly spoke. Grandpa. I also want to go out with my big brother to join the search and rescue. Don't joke around, Lena. Hearing this, Arati frowned and scolded, Do you think you are so powerful? Can you protect yourself in the desert? But. Lena thought for a moment and then said, I can give Big Brother directions. Big Brother is from outside, so if he is not familiar with the terrain here, I can show him the way. Nonsense. Do you think you are the only one who understands the terrain? There is more than just Mr. Edward in the search and rescue team. You are too young now, you are not allowed to go. Woo! Lena's big ears drooped when she heard that, her face full of unhappiness. Grandpa is a bad guy. Saying this, she ran into the room and closed the door, looking at the other party's cute reaction. Although Orson found it interesting, he also agreed with Arati's words, the desert is indeed quite dangerous. If Lena doesn't have the ability to protect herself, it's best not to go out and cause trouble for others. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. Arati said this and apologized to Orson. It's okay. Orson shook his head. I understand your feelings as an elder. You are a very good grandfather. Alas. Arati sighed again. Lena is not actually my granddaughter. She was entrusted to me by an acquaintance when she was still young. Now more than 10 years have passed, and I basically treat her as my own child. She has always been carefree and lively. We are all acquaintances in the tribe, so she may be a little outspoken when she speaks. Please bear with her. It's okay. Orson waved his hand. By the way, when does the search and rescue team set out? We will leave in about half an hour. Arati said, I will come to call you when the time comes. Okay. Half an hour later, at the tribe gate. This time we have to be back before dark. He said this and looked at the members of the search and rescue team. The tribe doesn't want to lose anyone. We will be here waiting for you to return. Although he is old, he still stands upright in the desert sand. The leader of the search and rescue team was a middle-aged man with cheetah features. He looked at Arati, nodded, and showed a firm look. Don't worry, Chief, we will definitely find him this time. Afterwards, under the watchful eyes of the tribe's old and young, women and children, they headed deeper into the desert. And at this moment, a small figure disappeared in the tribe. The search and rescue team set out at noon and marched in the direction of the missing persons for about an hour before the team leader noticed something was wrong. It seemed like someone had quietly sneaked into the team. Then he ordered the team to stop and rest, and catch the people who had sneaked in. Ouch! Uncle Morenti, don't catch me! Orson looked at Lena, who was carried out by the leader by the scruff of the neck. For some reason, he wanted to laugh, especially when I saw Lena was still struggling. Lena, you are not on the list of the search and rescue team this time. Why did you come out? I'm just worried that you don't have enough manpower. But you can't help much here, more manpower means more strength. Besides, Winnie is also on the list of missing persons. Lena said this, struggled to break free from Morenti's hands, then quickly ran towards Orson and hid behind him. Anyway, I don't care. We've already been walking for an hour. It would take even longer to send me back, so why not just let me stay here and help out? P.S. This chapter is worth 10,000 yuan. Please give me a monthly ticket. Please subscribe. Chapter 19, Arriving Ahead of Time, 3K. In the end, Lena stayed in the expedition team. Indeed, the most important thing now is time. In order to find the missing people as soon as possible, Ality almost sent all the young and middle-aged men in the tribe out. If we waste time going back and forth, it would really let down the expectations of everyone in the tribe. Moreover, as Lena said, in an operation like searching for someone, one more person really means one more strength. Soon, everyone came to a place where there were landmarks left behind. According to our last search, the missing people should be nearby. Let's split up and search. We must come back here before dark. We all have to hurry back to help relocate the tribe. Morenti said this and began to prepare for the grouping. He came to Orson and Lena. Mr. Edward, could you please team up with Lena? Please take good care of her. I'm fine. Orson nodded after hearing this. Hey! Uncle Morenti, who are you looking down on? Lena said this with some dissatisfaction in her tone. Unexpectedly, Morenti ignored her, just glanced at her and went to give instructions to other groups. Okay, let's go, Miss Lena. Orson said this, chose a direction, and walked out with Lena. Lena didn't hear what Orson said at first. She was staring at Morenti angrily, wondering when he would come back to comfort her. When she turned around, Orson had already walked a long way away. Wait for me. Big brother. As she said this, she took a step and ran towards Orson. Hey, big brother, can you tell me what interesting things you encountered outside? In the desert, Orson and Lena were walking side by side. Lena, who was a bit outgoing, kept asking Orson questions along the way. Chapter 127. Orson had a good temper. Facing the other party's endless questions, he tried his best to answer them. Something interesting? What do you want to hear about? Anything is fine. I have never been out of the desert. From childhood to adulthood, the sky is what I look up and the earth is what I look down. I don't know what things exist except for some nouns that Grandpa Ality mentioned when he taught us to read and write. Lena said her eyes were not on Orson, but were looking around. Although she was chatting, she did not forget that the purpose of her coming out this time was to find someone. Well, then, Lena, you know that the people out there are different from you, right? They don't have tails and ears like you do. Yes, I know. Lena nodded after hearing this. I heard from Grandpa Arati that we orcs are the most carefully crafted race by the gods and are the race favored by the gods. We have the wisdom of the humans outside and the physique and agility of the orcs here. But I don't think so. Lena said this with a somewhat depressed tone. Why? I think what Chief Arati said is very good. Orson looked at Lena in confusion. If Arati really said this, then he is indeed a man of great educational wisdom. Telling children beautiful fairy tales will keep them hopeful, rather than telling them the reality directly and making them despair about the real world. If the gods really favor us, why do we have to stay here for the rest of our lives? Why doesn't Grandpa Arati let us go out, saying that we will be harmed by people outside? Why do even the other orcs in the desert bully us? Orson remained silent after listening to Lena's words. For a moment he didn't know how to answer Lena's question. The reason why I am curious about you, big brother, is because you are from outside. Some people in the tribe wanted to go outside before, but some failed. They were caught by Grandpa Arati and confined for a period of time before giving up the idea of going out. Some people never came back after they went out. I don't know if the world outside is too good or too cruel, but I think, big brother, you should know the difference between here and outside, right? Hey, big brother, can you answer my question? Lena stopped and looked at Orson. Orson was stunned for a moment, and then he said, the gods favor the orcs, but at the same time, the gods will treat every creature in the world equally. Desert, the purpose of existence is to protect you from being hurt by outsiders. The outside world is sometimes not as beautiful as described and imagined. Really? Lena nodded. It's just like what Grandpa Arati said. Okay, that's the end of my questions, big brother, let's continue looking for someone. Having said this, she put her hands behind her back and continued searching along the road, looking at Lena's back. Orson felt a little guilty for some reason. Yes, if they are really equal, how do we explain their current situation? Lena frowned as the two continued on their way. Brother, I seem to smell something strange. Oh? Orson looked at Lena in confusion. Eh? Big brother, didn't you smell it? Lena showed a strange expression when she heard it. Oh, I smell it, I smell it. Orson suddenly understood and nodded quickly. Many half-orcs have inherited the orc's keen sense of smell and are indeed more sensitive to smells than humans. Although humans can enhance their perception through strength, their sense of smell is still inferior to that of orcs. Orson took a few more steps forward and used a magic to enhance his senses, so he could smell the blood in the air. He looked in the direction of the source of the bloody smell and walked over. Lena tried to follow, but Orson waved her off. Lena, stay here for a while and I'll go check out the situation. Hearing Orson say this, Lena nodded, feeling the smell of blood getting closer. Orson saw a deep pit. He looked down. At this moment, in the deep pit, the bodies of several orcs were nailed to the rock wall by bone nails. Some of the bodies were still oozing blood, but at this moment, in addition to the smell of blood, the stench of decay in the air was even stronger. Orson frowned. He had seen bloodier scenes before, but that didn't mean he could accept the scene before him. Looking at the characteristics of several orcs, Orson wrote them down, then turned and walked towards Lena. Lena, among the people who are missing from the tribe, is there one with short brown hair, wearing white linen clothes, and dog ears? Are you talking about Alaire? Lena thought for a moment and then said, how is Alaire now? It seemed that the people in the deep pit were from the tribe. Orson sighed and said, let's go find other people first and come back later. Ah? Lena was a little confused, but still listened to Orson and followed Orson to find other groups. An hour later, in front of the deep pit, Moranti led all the members of the search and rescue team to stand here and bowed towards the pit. Although they didn't think that the missing person was still alive, they couldn't help feeling sad when they saw the body. How did they die? Did they fall into a trap? Or were they caught, pushed into a pit, and tortured to death? None of this matters anymore. What's important is that they died while searching for a new habitat for their tribe. That's enough. Mr. Edward, thank you for your hard work. After the morning, Moranti returned to Orson and thanked him. You're welcome. Orson sighed. They are also heroes of the tribe. Yes. Moranti nodded. It's a pity that we can't take them to their new home this time. Their bodies were already badly damaged, so filling the holes and burying them in the ground to rest in peace was the best arrangement for them. After that, everyone set out to return to the tribe. On the other side, at the gate of the orc tribe, dozens of strong and fully armed orcs were standing at the gate of the tribe. In the tribe, only Arati was standing at the door negotiating with them. Where are the people in your tribe? The leading orc leader looked at Arati and asked in a bad tone. I'm sorry, dear warrior. Recently, several people from our tribe have gone missing. Today, I sent the young men in the tribe to look for them. Okay, then take out all your food first. This. Arati was stunned for a moment. Didn't we say that the grain delivery date is tomorrow? Why do we have to do it today? Today, take it tomorrow. What difference does it make? The orc leader said. Or are you planning to run away today? This. How could this be? If we decided to run away today, why would we send people out to look for him, right? Then stop talking nonsense and hand over the food to me. Arati looked at the aggressive orcs and felt speechless. We had clearly agreed on a time with the orcs. If someone hadn't gone missing and not returned, their tribe would have escaped a few days ago. But just to get the people of the tribe to leave together, it was delayed until today. He knew that the longer he delayed, the greater the risk would be, but no one expected that the orcs would actually come to collect the food early. Well, if you are not in a hurry, can you come back tomorrow to get it? If we hand it in today, we will have no food to eat at night. You still want to eat the food we gave you? The orc leader became unhappy immediately after hearing this, and he pushed Arati to the ground. Arati is old, and it will take some effort for him to stand up again after falling down. Seeing that the other party was determined to get food, Arati had no choice but to give in. There is no other way. Although the residents of the tribe may starve to death due to lack of food later, It is better than being killed by the orcs now. In desperation, Arati lay on the ground, supported himself with his hands, and slowly sat up against the wall. Ahem, sorry. I'll ask them to release the grain right away. Chapter 20. There is a traitor, 1W. When the search and rescue team returned to the tribe, they saw the orcs moving food out of the tribe's warehouse bag by bag. Although the climate in the desert is harsh, it does not mean that there is no grass. Although there is not much food, if they live frugally, a tribe can still barely survive. The orcs have physiological cycles similar to humans and do not face the problem of population explosion like the orc tribes. Therefore, in many cases, hunting and gathering alone are enough to maintain the basic survival of the tribe. When Morenti saw Aladi standing at the entrance of the tribe leaning against the wall, his face changed. "Chief, what's going on?" He pointed at the orcs and asked in confusion. "Oh, I don't know what's wrong with those orcs that they have to come to collect food today." Arati's voice was very low and only Morenti could hear it. After all, if the orcs who were moving food heard these words, he would inevitably be beaten. Although there were only a few dozen orcs coming to collect grain this time, even with just a few dozen people, all the orcs in the tribe combined could not defeat them. Although there is only a difference of 1.5 characters between orcs and orcs, their physique and combat effectiveness are completely on different levels. Orcs are more like humans than beasts. Looking at the burly orcs outside, any one of them could beat several adult men in the tribe, not to mention that there are still more orcs in their tribe who have not arrived yet. But if they take the food away, what will we eat? Well, we can only take it one step at a time. It's not that they haven't thought about resisting, but the bloody examples of other orc tribes being massacred were right before them. Even for the sake of the people in the tribe, they didn't dare to act rashly. Orson followed in the group of orcs. At this moment, everyone was watching silently as the orcs moved away things that originally belonged to them. Lena stood beside Orson, pursed her lips, and was ready to rush out to discuss an explanation with those orcs. Fortunately, Orson saw Lena's actions in advance. He grabbed Lena and held her in front of him. "Don't be impulsive now, otherwise the entire tribe will be buried with you." Orson's tone became unusually serious. But they want to take my things away." "Don't worry," Orson whispered in Lena's ear, "they will return these things in due time." "Really? But they never paid it back before. I will this time. Believe me, I will convince them." Having said this, Orson patted Lena on the shoulder. "You should go back and see Chief Arati now. He doesn't look well." "Huh?" Lena said this and turned her head to look in the direction of Arati. Indeed, Arati was leaning against the wall, not looking well. Lena quickly ran in the direction of Arati. "Grandpa Arati, what's wrong with you?" She looked at Arati with concern, but the latter just shook his head, signaling her not to worry. "It's okay, Grandpa, I just sprained my waist." He concealed the fact that the orcs had attacked him. He was afraid that if Lena knew about it, she would be so angry that she would fight the orcs to the death. On the contrary, "Lena, didn't I tell you not to go out? Why did you go out with the search and rescue team?" I am of use. I also helped in finding someone, but, alas, there's nothing I can do." Arati had already learned about what happened from Morenti, and he nodded. "I should have known that it would be difficult to survive after being missing in the desert for so many days, even if nothing unexpected happened. I shouldn't have had any illusions." He said this with a tone of self-blame. Indeed, if he had not had such illusions and had the tribe move away in advance, he would not have encountered such a thing today. There was not much food in the warehouse, and the orcs quickly loaded the food onto the trailer. Chapter 128. Okay, we won't come looking for you again. You'd better take care of yourself. The orc leader said this and left the tribe with his team. Back in the tribe, Arati convened a general meeting. Orson also sat aside and listened. As a small tribe with only a few hundred people in total, this kind of direct democracy is quite easy to implement. "Everyone, today, Morenti's search and rescue team is back. They found our lost tribesmen, but, unfortunately," Aladi said this and sighed, "they died while looking for a new settlement for the tribe. We will always remember their contributions to the tribe." After these words were spoken, several people in the tribe started crying. It seems that the missing people should be their relatives, and the expressions on many people's faces were not good either. After all, the tribe has waited until today just to get these people back, otherwise, we would have moved long ago. As a result, there are no more people and no more food. Although they could understand Arati's good intentions, the frustration was very hurtful. I take full responsibility for this incident. It was my decision that went wrong. I shouldn't have left others without food just for a few people in the tribe. Arati said, sighing. But the tribe still has to move. The fertility of this land is almost exhausted, and the groundwater is almost depleted. If we don't move, it will be very detrimental to the development of the tribe. But, Chief, we have no more food. An orc raised his hand and said, relocation is a physically demanding job. We don't have anything to eat yet. I hope we won't starve to death on the way. Yeah, after all, if we had moved earlier, this problem wouldn't have happened. At this moment, the audience started talking at once, and some people even began to complain about Aladi's decision. I'm sorry, but it seems that for now, we can only gather some food by hunting and collecting berries from the surrounding bushes. Arati said helplessly as he looked at the people in the audience, but the people in the audience still didn't buy it. In their opinion, the tribe's loss could have been avoided. It was all because of Arati, who insisted on waiting for those who had already died. That's enough. Morenti stood up at this time. It was obvious that he was defending Arati's rule. It's useless to complain at this time. Let's go hunting and picking fruits. Don't let the children go hungry. Arati still has some appeal. After hearing his words, the young people in the tribe quickly took action. Even those who had just returned from the search and rescue team still took action after hearing Morenti's words. There is no other way. If they don't take action, they will starve to death. Faced with the pressure of survival, they have no choice but to do this, and in the harsh environment of the desert, they are used to doing this. On the other side, Orson, who was sitting next to Lena, also stood up. Mr. Edward, please stay. Arati said this and stopped Orson. He stepped forward, holding a roll of parchment in his hand. This is a map of the area nearby. Please keep it. We are moving to a new place and we no longer need the maps here. Thank you. Orson nodded after hearing this. He unfolded the map in his hand. The entire map is drawn in a rather crude manner, but in the desert, it is very rare to have such a map that can identify directions. He saw the mark on the map and looked at Arati. Chief Arati, did you move here from somewhere else before? Yes. Arati nodded. It's not that the desert land cannot be cultivated, but without water and fertilizer, crops cannot grow. When the fertility of the land disappears and the groundwater dries up, we have no choice but to move. We orcs usually move to a new place every 5 to 10 years. I have moved 6 times in my life. Okay. Orson nodded after hearing this. This map records the tribe's several moves. From this we can see that they are constantly moving to the outskirts of the desert. You are moving to the outskirts of the desert. Have you ever considered moving into human territory? Humans. Arati heard this, looked at Orson, and said seriously, Mr. Edward, don't think that just because you have lived with humans for a while, you think that all humans are easy to get along with. In my opinion, the reason why humans are willing to be friends with you is definitely because you are so powerful, Mr. Edward. For ordinary orcs like us, if we come into contact with humans, we will only be sold as slaves to those powerful people with special hobbies. Even ordinary humans regard us as monsters. How can they get along with us? What about the East? Orson asked puzzledly. Although the Western continent is ruled by the human empire, the Eastern continent is a completely different situation. Due to the barrier of the desert, the East continent still maintains an era of independent city-states. Each city-state has different policies, and there are even city-states exclusively for races such as vampires, elves, and dragons. Generally speaking, it is quite diverse. Because of the desert and snowfield, communication between the East and West continents can only be achieved through the southern sea trade routes. However, this sea trade route is also extremely dangerous. Apart from species such as sea monsters and sirens that often appear in the sea, even the most basic winds and waves are not something that ordinary ships can navigate. Therefore, the communication between the East and West continents was not deep for a long time. After all, only a dozen ships at most can communicate with each other every year. In order to ensure the smooth arrival of the ships, they have to take extremely high risks and pay a huge price. Although both sides have their own specialties and can exchange what they have, the cost is too high and profit-seeking merchants will not take this trade route. Therefore, The ships that travel back and forth between the East and West continents every year are either carrying political missions or a group of adventurers preparing to make a fortune in another continent. East? Arati looked at him strangely. You mean, the other side of the desert? Yes, isn't there room for orcs there too? No. Arati shook his head. It's just that, although you may not believe it, the east side of the desert is full of mountains and even volcanoes. It's even more complicated and difficult to cross the terrain there. Only one of the roads can easily lead to the east continent, but a ban was placed there a long time ago. Not to mention us orcs, even the orcs can't pass through it. Is that so? Orson frowned when he heard this. There is very little information about the terrain in the desert and the east continent in the books of the west continent. Even the mountains separating the desert and the east continent, although Orson had heard of them before, were not completely confirmed until he heard them from Alati.as for the prohibition mentioned by Alati. It was unheard of. It is possible that people traveling from the western continent to the eastern continent would spread this news, but this is limited to oral legend and cannot be counted in the documentation. Sure enough, just as teacher Triss said, only after actually entering the desert. Can you understand the real situation inside? But Orson said this and looked at a specially marked place on the map. It was even deeper into the desert than where the orc tribe had first moved. What is this place and why do we need to mark it here? Orson asked. This is the temple of our god, Limusa, the lord of all beasts. Limusa? Orson had some impression of this name. Orcs and humans have different belief systems. Humans believe in Hela, the goddess of life, while orcs believe in Limusa, the lord of all beasts. According to legend, in ancient times, there were only a few gods on the continent. At that time, the goddess of life and the lord of beasts were good friends, but later the lord of beasts broke with the goddess of life and sneak attacked the most powerful goddess of life. However, the goddess of life Hela defeated the Limusa, drove Limusa and his orc followers into the depths of the desert. Most of the orcs who are not recognized by humans also choose to believe in Limusa. Although they are also not recognized by the orcs, the direct descendants of Limusa. You may not believe it, but our orc tribe was quite large back then, so we were able to settle deep in the desert, close to the temple. Arati said this with a nostalgic look on his face. Perhaps when he was young, his orc tribe was indeed able to stand on equal footing with some powerful orc tribes. Regardless of race, faith is extremely important. Being able to live near a temple that is a holy place of faith is a great honor for believers of Godi. In fact, whenever the orc tribe discussed important matters, they would gather at the temple of Limusa. Although they often fight among themselves for some reasons, the rare common ground that can bring the orcs together, besides the pressure of survival, is faith. If you want to understand the true situation of the desert and the orcs, perhaps you will gain something by going to the temple in Limusa. Thinking of this, Orson determined his next destination, but before that, he had one more thing to do. On the other side, the orcs, who had just snatched back a lot of food from the orc tribe, were now holding a bonfire party in the tribe. The size of this orc tribe is not small. With a total of about 1,000 people, the rations they looted for 200 or 300 people were not much, but at this moment they began to eat and drink lavishly. There was no sign of moderation or frugality, as if the things snatched from others were worthless. Orson came to the outside of the tribe alone. Although a bonfire party was still going on inside, there were still a few orc warriors standing guard at the entrance of the tribe. They were waiting for the orcs on shift to finish eating and take over their shift. Thinking that there would be no other problems today, some orcs began to chat. Alas, it's a good thing that the boss was smart and arranged spies in the orc tribe in advance, otherwise we would have really let that group of people get away. Hey, if you ask me, that old guy from the orc tribe is really confused. It's just a few people who got lost. Why didn't they just run away earlier? But this way, it's a bargain for us. Hee, I just don't know what will happen to them in the future. They starved to death. What else can they do? There are many people who starved to death in the desert. If you want to blame someone, just blame them on the orcs. In fact, I would say there is no difference between orcs and orcs. If they don't have enough food, they just rob. If they can't rob, they just rob from other tribes. That's right, at worst I'll just die. Alas, in the final analysis, it is because this attack on humans failed. Look at what you said, it's like we've succeeded sometime. My grandfather died in the last war, and my dad had no choice but to inherit my grandmother's legacy and give birth to me. An orc accidentally revealed the bad habits among the orcs. But that's not what I meant. We were able to have a year or two of peace after fighting humans several times before. But this time we have to fight again right after we came back. It's really troublesome. Well, what can we do? Let's see what the chief does. At this time, Orson came to the door. Hello, is there a bonfire party going on inside? Orson greeted the orc at the door in the orc language he had learned. Orcish is similar to a dialect of the common language on the continent, so it is not stressful to learn. Orson taught himself Orcish out of curiosity long before entering the Imperial Academy. Who are you? An orc was stunned for a moment when he heard this language. After seeing that the other party's body shape was obviously different from that of the orcs, he immediately became alert. I'm telling you, orcs are not welcome here, get out of here. Ah, that's really a pity. As Orson finished his words, several orc warriors guarding the door lost consciousness. Orson touched the sword in his hand and sighed helplessly. If you had listened to me and let me in, you wouldn't have suffered this unprovoked disaster. Then, holding his sword, he walked towards the center of the bonfire party. The orc tribes were not all composed of adult male warriors, there were also many women and children, as well as some underdeveloped short orcs, who were used as laborers and slaves. Work along the way, people kept trying to stop Orson, but no one could escape Orson's sword. Finally, Orson came before the tribal chief. The chief is just an orc with 5th level strength, only slightly stronger than other orcs, and cannot be compared with Orson. Orson recognized the chieftain among the orcs. The chief was so frightened when he saw Orson walking towards him like the god of death from hell that he quickly ordered his men to surround him and kill him. A group of orcs did surround him, but none of them dared to approach Orson. After all, the fate of their companions was before their eyes. Chapter 129. You, please talk nicely if you have something to say. Don't be violent. The orc chieftain said this and looked at Orson. If I have done anything to offend you in the past, I apologize to you. Please let my tribe go. Oh. Orson nodded and continued to walk towards the orc chief. Then let me ask you, where is the food from the orc tribe that you robbed today? In the granary. All the granary in our tribe is stored there. As he said this, the orc chief quickly pointed in a direction. Okay, thank you. Orson said this and bowed politely to the orc chief. The orc chieftain thought he had escaped, but then he felt dizzy. The last thing he saw was Orson's shoes. When the other orcs saw their chieftain being beheaded, they were so frightened that they dared not say a word. I'll give you half an hour to move the food in the granary outside the tribe. Orson said. If I still see some food left in your granary within half an hour, you won't have to live. Looking at Orson's suffocating momentum, all the orcs present obeyed and did as they were told. Half an hour later, as expected, all the food of the tribe was piled up at the entrance of the tribe. The dried meat, preserved fruits, and dry food piled together were 3 times more than what was confiscated from the orc tribe. For this tribe, it is just enough to fill their stomachs, yet they still have the leisure to hold a bonfire party. Okay, thank you for your cooperation. Orson said this and thanked the orcs. Now, let me see you off for the last time. Half an hour later, Orson stood at the gate of the tribe, the sword in his hand still dripping with blood. With his 7th level strength, dealing with the orcs of this tribe is just like a professional soldier beating a baby. The only thing that could limit Orson's physical strength was that he was a dual practitioner of physical and magical skills, and could use magic to strengthen himself and offset the effect. There's no way, sometimes you just have to do things this way. If you don't remove the roots of the grass, it will grow again in the spring breeze. He couldn't keep protecting that orc tribe forever. If he let go of this orc tribe, they would definitely have a new leader later. After that leader sees the truth about Arati's tribe and knows that Orson is gone, he will definitely take revenge on Arati's tribe, and then, the orcs will suffer. As for why Orson did this, is it justice? Orson thinks not. In the desert, there is no such thing as justice or evil, only survival, and survival is justice. He wanted to help the orc tribe of Arati survive, that's all. Orson did not hold back on the orc women and children. Without food, they would eventually die painfully of hunger. Even if they were rescued by other tribes, they would inevitably encourage other tribes to attack Allah. Instead of this, it is better to let their hatred stay on yourself. Anyway, many orcs have died because of me. It doesn't matter if we add this one more batch. It's just the difference between doing it yourself and using someone else's hands. After thinking about this, Orson lit a fire in his hand and burned the orc tribe in front of him. On the other hand, conflicts have arisen within the tribe. Of Arati, the young men were unwilling to go out hunting and wanted to stay in the tribe. When the other men went out, they surrounded Arati's house instead. Chief, you need to give me an explanation. A young man looked at Arati standing at the door and said unkindly. Our food is gone. It's all your fault, right? Although you apologized at the conference, can this kind of thing be solved by an apology? Another young man stepped forward and pointed at Attila. Without a trace of respect in his heart, Attila frowned. Morenti had already gone out hunting with the others. Now the only people left in the village were either a group of women or a group of children, who had no ability to resist the young men in front of them, not to mention that some of them were holding weapons such as hammers and sticks. So what do you want to do? Arati said, looking at the crowd at the door. Chief Arati, you have been in the position of chief long enough, and we are very grateful for your previous contributions to the tribe, but now, please step down. Seeing Arati asking the question, a young man felt that the time had come, so he walked out with a swagger. If I were in charge of this incident, it would never turn out like this. I would definitely take care of the interests of the majority of the tribe first and let them evacuate with supplies first, and then come back to look for the separated people later, instead of wasting time on such meaningless things, which would eventually leave the tribe without food. So your goal is to get me out of office? Arati raised his eyebrows. Yes, old man, you should have stepped down long ago. At this time, Lena came out from behind Arati. She stood in front of Arati and protected Arati with her hands. You bastards! Aren't the lost people part of the tribe? What if we move away and they come back when we move away? What if the orcs come here at that time and see the empty tribe in them? What should we do then? Are we going to abandon those people just for the benefit of the majority of the tribe? Lena said this with a critical tone in her voice. Asshole! What are you talking about here? Can't you see that they can't come back? A young man retorted to Lena. In the end, we got nothing but a few corpses, and we are almost starving to death. Isn't it because we don't know that they have had an accident? Seeing that they couldn't get along with Lena, the young men prepared to take tough measures. A man came up with a mallet. If you don't want any accidents to happen, just hand over the position of chieftain obediently. Otherwise, I don't want any accidents to happen either. At this moment, someone suddenly stepped on the young man's foot. The young man screamed in pain and then stretched out his hand to protect himself. The hammer fell to the ground instantly. Lena picked it up and held it across her chest as a protective measure. Lena, we think you are a funny guy in the tribe, so we are polite to you. You are forcing us to take action against you. The young man said this, and he called a few of his companions to come forward. You don't come over here. We are all from the same tribe, why can't we sit down and talk it out? Although Lena had a weapon in her hand, she was only using it to defend herself at the moment. Just at this moment, footsteps suddenly sounded behind me. When Lena saw the familiar white cloak through the crowd, she showed a look of surprise. It's Brother Edward, she said and waved to Orson. The young man looked at Orson in surprise as he returned to the tribe. He was planning to take advantage of the fact that Orson, the outsider, had gone away and make trouble to gain power, but he didn't expect that Orson would come back and strike back. You guys, aren't you leaving? Something happened suddenly and I wanted to come back and tell you about it, and then I saw this scene. Orson said this with a smile. I heard something interesting. The reason why the orcs came to inspect a day in advance seems to be that someone secretly tipped them off. I wonder who it was. Although Orson did not say it explicitly, it was obvious that the target was the leader of this group of opposition youths, the young man whose foot was stepped on by Lena. You, stop talking nonsense. What right do you have to slander me? Slander? Hearing this, Orson looked towards Lena in confusion. Lena, did I just say who it was? Put. Lena was amused when she heard that. Afterwards, the young man became angry and humiliated. *CK it, never mind. Come on, brothers, beat this guy up for me. Let him know the consequences of meddling in other people's business. Ah, big brother, be careful. Lena said this, but within a few seconds, several young orcs lay on the ground and wailed in pain. Heh, with this level of ability, you still want to rebel? Orson clapped his hands, tied up several young men with simple ropes, and then clapped his hands. He didn't want to see blood in this tribe, so he would at most deal a little harshly to these traitors, but it was far from death. After dealing with all this, Orson looked at Lena and Arati. Chief Arati, Lena, are you all right? Yeah, it's okay. Lena shook her head, while Arati looked at the young men lying on the ground, his eyes full of confusion and puzzlement. I didn't expect that. He walked past Lena and came to the group of young people. You are obviously my students. I taught you to read and study. Why did you turn around and betray the tribe? Everyone in the tribe has not offended your people, right? On the contrary, you are regarded as the future of the tribe. Why would you betray everyone? Is your goal to make everyone hungry? As he said this, Arati's tone was a little sad. He never imagined that the tribe, which had been like a big family helping each other for decades, would eventually fall into internal strife. Or is it my position as chief that you are eyeing? Allah asked the leading young man. The other party just groaned in pain. Although he heard what Arati said, he didn't respond at all. If you think I'm not doing a good enough job, you can just say so. If you want to replace me, as long as you show your ability to lead the tribe forward, I will naturally give way. Why do you have to use this method to force me to step down? Do you think you can lead the tribe well just because you get help from outsiders? Arati's tone gradually turned into disappointment. Forget it, let's wait until Morenti and the others come back before dealing with you. As he said this, he called several women from the tribe and carried this group of people to the warehouse, preparing for the public trial in the evening. Then he looked at Orson. Mr. Edward, I wonder why you came back this time. Is the map not clear? But I'm very sorry, this is the map we usually use. That's not the reason. Orson shook his head quickly after hearing that. I came here this time because I found an orc tribe not far away. That tribe was burning a big fire. It must be the tribe that stole your food. What? Arati looked at Orson in surprise. The tribe was burned down? Yes, that's right. Orson nodded and added, but I saw that the food in their granary was intact at the entrance of the tribe and was not burned by the fire. I think we can organize a group of people to take the food back now, which can also alleviate the food crisis of the tribe. When Arati heard this, he looked at Orson deeply. The two looked at each other and understood each other's feelings. Thank you, Mr. Edward. Arati said this and bowed to Orson. It's okay, it's just a small favor. If you don't go, someone else will take the supplies away, so hurry up. Okay. Upon hearing this, Arati quickly called the women in the village and notified the young men who were hunting outside to move the food quickly. Orson also brought Lena to the gate of the orc tribe. Looking at the mountain of food at the door, Lena showed a look of surprise. Wow! Big brother, there is so much food. It feels like it will be enough for us to eat for a while. Yeah. Orson smiled when he heard that. These foods are enough for you to tide over the difficulties of the land reclamation period. But at this time, Lena showed a puzzled look. Brother, why is this tribe burned down, but the food is still standing at the door? Shouldn't it have been snatched away by the people from the burned tribe? Maybe. Orson thought for a moment, and then said, maybe the man who burned down the tribe didn't need so much food. He thought that instead of giving the food to those who bully the weak, it would be better to give it to more self-reliant orcs like you, Lena. Wow! The person who did that must be very good. He's like an angel. Yes, maybe it is the incarnation of Lemusa, the lord of all beasts. He saw that his people were living such a miserable life, so he sent this gift to his people. Orson used a more romantic excuse and made up a beautiful lie. Aha! Having said that, Lena nodded, then put her hands together on her chest and closed her eyes. Great God, great Lord of all beasts Lemusa, thank you for giving us food, thank you for giving us life, we will obey your will and live well. Looking at Lena, who was pretending to pray seriously, Orson smiled. Then Lena opened her eyes. This time, other people in the tribe also rushed here. They looked at the ready-made food in carts, and they were all ecstatic. The food here is much more than what they had stored before, enough for them to get through the difficult times and even allow them to stop living so frugally. For the orcs here, this is simply a dream life. Chapter 130. Soon, everyone in the tribe pushed carts and returned to the tribe carrying large amounts of food. They were originally planning to hold a banquet, but after hearing Arati say that a traitor appeared in the tribe, everyone in the tribe quickly gathered together. Soon, Moranti and several men came out of the warehouse carrying several tied-up young orcs. It's this group of people. Arati pointed at the young men kneeling on the ground. They betrayed the interests of the tribe and informed the orc tribe of our relocation in advance, which led to the orc tribe coming to collect food in advance today, and almost made us starve. Now, we are going to put them on trial. As Arati finished speaking, the crowd became excited and the emotions of the tribal people were aroused. They all cursed the young people, even their parents regretted giving birth to such ungrateful children. Now, let's make a vote. Should we keep them in the tribe and make amends for their crimes, or expel them from the tribe completely? Arati asked, looking at the people in the tribe. Those who agree to expel them should stand on my left, and those who agree to let them stay in the tribe should stand on my right. Soon, the tribal square was filled with people standing on Arati's left. Even the parents and relatives of these traitors mostly stood on the left side of Arati. Only a few people were reluctant to see their relatives being exiled, but were disappointed with their behavior, so they stood in the middle, which was equivalent to abstention. Okay, then according to the principle of minority obeying majority, this group of people will be exiled from the tribe. The one who practices, let me do it, Orson said, offering to help. I'm just about to go deeper into the desert, so I'll supervise them as I go, to prevent them from running back. Okay. Arati nodded. Then today is the last day for you traitors to stay here. You can still catch up with your loved ones. Starting tomorrow, you will no longer be members of the tribe. Arati finally softened his heart. If the relatives of these traitors were going to let them go, tonight would undoubtedly be the best time. However, it was precisely this kind of humanity that enabled him to gain everyone's unanimous support. Chapter 21, Limusha Temple, 1W. That night, the people of the tribe held a party happily because they had recovered their lost food. Of course, this party certainly had nothing to do with the traitors in the tribe. If Arati was kind enough, they could have one last meal before being driven out of the tribe tomorrow, but if Arati was more ruthless, they would have to travel on an empty stomach. Big brother. At the banquet, Lena sat next to Orson. They were sitting a little far away from everyone in the tribe. You said before that you wanted to go deep into the desert, right? Yeah. Orson nodded after hearing that. The atmosphere of the tribal gathering was quite lively, but Orson could not join in. Then, Big brother, can you take me with you? No. Orson shook his head decisively. Huh? Why? Big brother, don't look at me looking so thin. I'm actually in good health. Traveling is my strong point. Lena pouted and said dissatisfiedly when she heard Orson reject her. No means no. Orson said this and looked at Lena. The depths of the desert are quite dangerous. If I take you with me, I'm afraid I won't be able to protect you. I don't need your protection, big brother. Lena said in a low voice, but she didn't even believe what she said. If she really had that ability, she would have slipped away by herself long ago. Why do you want to go out so much? Aren't everyone in the tribe very nice to you? And Chief Arati has always taken care of you like his own child. What do you have against them? No. Lena shook her head. Everyone in the tribe is very nice, but I want to see the temple of the Lord of all beasts. I've always heard from Grandpa Arati how magnificent the temple is and how good the surrounding environment is, but I've been traveling with the tribe since I can remember. I see. Orson nodded after hearing this. It's good to be curious and eager to learn, but since you are asking someone else to do something, you should think about it from their perspective. Woo. Lena lowered her head. Go ask Arati. If he agrees to let you go with me, it's not impossible. But I can only take you to the temple. After you visit the temple, if you still want to come back, you'll have to rely on yourself. I can guarantee your safety if I take you with me, but if something happens and we are forced to separate, will you still be able to protect yourself? I hope you can think about these questions carefully before giving me your answer. Otherwise, you are playing with your own life. I cannot agree to such a thing. When Lena heard what Orson said, she didn't say anything. She just stood up and walked away. Orson looked at Lena's back and sighed. He has seen too many naughty children. Most of them only consider themselves when doing things, not others, or only consider the results, not the process. If you act without careful thinking, many problems will definitely arise in the process. Of course, he could understand that as a child who had always lived with the tribe and listened to so many stories told by Arati, it was normal for him to have dreams and yearnings for the outside world. This time, Orson passed by the tribe, which was indeed a rare opportunity in his life and allowed her to get out a little safer. Otherwise, if she relied on herself, Lena would be captured by the orcs as a prisoner before she could get a few miles out of the tribe. Moreover, Orson couldn't fly into the air to travel in the desert where the weather was windy and sandy. If he just walked on his own two legs without any assistance, Lena could indeed keep up with him. However, these are only theoretical possibilities. In fact, if an 8th level orc like Baru appears in the middle, it will be very troublesome for Orson to defeat him in someone else's home turf. And if he escapes, taking Lena with him will undoubtedly be an extra burden. What's more, there are countless dangerous things in the desert that Orson doesn't know about. However, just as the party was about to end, Ality approached Orson. "Mr. Edward," Arati said as he came forward. "I heard Lena say that she wants to go with you?" "Yeah." Orson nodded. "I tried to persuade her not to follow me, but she seemed a little unhappy about it." "Alas, I can understand how this child feels." Arati sighed. "She seems lively and always does things carelessly, but in fact, she is more thoughtful than anyone else. When I was teaching the children, I talked about a lot of real-life landscapes and stories. Other children just thought they were novel, but she was the only one who really wanted to learn. Her wish since she was little is to be able to go out and see the world. But you are also aware of the conditions in the tribe. We can't even protect ourselves, let alone help Lena realize her wish. If, Mr. Edward, you can help her realize her wish, I'm sure she will be very happy." Arati knew that it was Orson who helped the tribe recover the food. If he had Orson's ability, he would definitely be able to protect Lena. "But she has lived with you for so long, and you are family members who support each other. Can you really bear to let her go?" Hearing this, Arati lowered his head. "I raised her, how could I ever want to let her go? But, compared to watching her forcefully smile and respond to the so-called life every day, I would think that if she really fulfilled her wish, the smile on her face would definitely be happier. It is said that the love of parents is the most compassionate in the world." Although the age difference between Lena and Arati can be described as grandfather and grandson, the family relationship is still very close and sincere. "I understand." Orson nodded. "In that case, I'll go ask Lena again." "Well, sorry, I really trouble you." "It's okay, on the way I wouldn't be so bored if I had someone to chat with." Orson said this with a smile, then he walked out of the tribe. Tonight, the weather in the desert is pretty good. Without the obstruction of wind and sand, the stars in the night sky are clearly visible. Lena sat on the yellow earth outside the tribe, looking up at the starry sky. Just at this moment, footsteps were heard beside me. Then, a man sat next to Lena. "Lena, I'm sorry, my tone might have been a little too harsh just now." Orson said this and apologized to Lena. "No, I'm just too stubborn and willful." Lena shook her head. She hugged her knees and lowered her head. Her eyes were red and swollen, but Orson couldn't see the expression on her face at the moment. "The night sky is beautiful, isn't it?" Orson said, looking at Lena. "Yeah." She nodded. "This kind of weather is rare in the desert, but every time it happens, I sit outside my house and look at the stars." "So, Lena, do you want to get closer to the stars?" "Huh?" Lena was stunned for a moment when she heard that. Then, she felt a sense of weightlessness and was held in Orson's arms. She looked at Orson in surprise, but what surprised her even more was that at this moment, the scenery around her was sinking. In other words, she and Orson were on the rise. Wait. Brother Edward, what are we doing?" "Lena, don't you like to enjoy the scenery?" Orson said, preparing to lay Lena flat on his flying carpet, but how could she feel safe on a flying carpet floating in the air? Lena immediately hugged Orson tightly like a koala. "Okay, it's okay," Orson said, patting Lena's head. "Look, I'm standing on the blanket and nothing happened." After hearing what Orson said, Lena tentatively stretched out a foot and lightly tapped the flying carpet. When she saw that the carpet showed signs of sinking, she immediately retracted her foot. Seeing this, Orson shook his head helplessly and lay down on the flying carpet. Okay, turn your head and look at the sky. After ascending several hundred meters, although the air was thin and breathing was a little difficult, the scenery was quite different. More stars that were previously invisible appeared in front of Lena, and the stars that were shining on the ground before now formed a galaxy, which looked very dreamy. This is... Lena saw such a beautiful scene and forgot that she was in the air. She looked at everything in front of her in a daze. I heard from Chief Arati that your favorite thing to do is to sit at the door and count the stars, right? Oh, Grandpa, how could he say such a thing? Lena blushed when she heard it. Only children can do such things. It's not something shameful. I think it's good. But, don't you think it's childish? I'm an adult after all, but... I actually like this kind of thing. It's nothing. Orson shook his head, not caring at all. Everyone has their own preferences. There's no need to rank them. After looking at the stars in the sky for another hour, Orson finally landed with Lena. Chief Arati agreed to let me take you away. Eh? Grandpa? Lena was surprised when she heard that. Why? Perhaps as a parent, he also hopes that his child can smile from the bottom of his heart like the one he just showed. Is that so? Lena nodded after hearing that. So, what about you, Brother Edward? Will you promise to take me away? It's not impossible. Anyway, it's more fun to have someone accompany me on the journey. It won't be as tiring as before. Really? Lena looked at Orson in surprise. But don't be too happy too soon. I only brought you with me for Arati's sake and because I didn't want to be bored on the road. If you dare to cause trouble for me on the road, you'll have to wait. Yeah. Don't worry, I will never cause trouble for Big Brother. Lena said, nodded, and then she looked in the direction of the tribe. Then I'll go back first. Yeah. Orson watched Lena walk away and head towards another part of the tribe. Early the next morning, everyone in the tribe stood at the door. In addition to seeing off the tribe's benefactor Orson today, Lena, the happy girl who has always accompanied everyone in the tribe, will also leave with Orson. Okay, just send it here, there's no need to send it further. Lena said this and looked at everyone in the tribe, especially Arati, who was the leader. Well, then, Lena, you must pay attention to safety on the road. If you encounter danger, no matter what, you must protect yourself. Arati said this and began to remind people of the precautions on the road. Well, I know, Grandpa. The little fox, who was usually impatient with Arati's teachings, was well behaved for once. Okay, it's almost time, we should set off. Orson said this, tightened his hood, and glanced at the several young orcs with their hands and feet tied behind him. Today he planned to take this group of people to exile far away. Yeah. Lena nodded, and then stood next to Orson. Well, everyone in the tribe, I'm leaving first. She turned around and waved to everyone in the tribe. When I become a famous adventurer, I will come back to see you all. Chapter 131. After saying that, Lena turned around and left with Orson. Arati and the people in the tribe looked at the departing figures, some with tears in their eyes, some sighed, and some felt regret in their hearts, but in the end, it all turned into a blessing for Lena. After walking some distance away from the tribe, Orson looked at Lena beside him. Lena, you look a little unhappy? No. Lena shook her head. It's just that I feel a little bit lost to be separated from everyone I've lived with for so long. There's nothing I can do. We don't share the same ideals. After all, you can't take them with you. And if you give in to them, you'll be the one who suffers. Yeah. Lena nodded in agreement after hearing Orson's words. That's true, but I'm sure I'll still miss them. Of course. After all, we are a big family that has lived together for so long. How could we not want to? After all, you are not like some heartless people who would sell out the entire tribe for your own benefit, Lena. Of course, Orson's words had a hidden meaning. Looking at the several young orcs around him, they all lowered their heads in shame when they heard these words. Even though they had done such an outrageous thing as betraying the tribe, Arati did not kill them but only exiled them, although being exiled in the desert would ultimately result in either becoming a slave of a tribe near the place of exile, or starving to death in the desert, but it's better than being executed directly. Yes. Lena understood the meaning of Orson's words and glanced at the exiled orcs. You totally disregarded the friendship we had lived together for so many years and betrayed the tribe. If it weren't for you, Brother Edward, we would definitely be struggling for food right now. The black sheep is probably what we call this kind of person. The exiled young men lowered their heads and did not refute anything. At this moment, I feel only regret. 3 days later, at night, Orson took out the camping stuff from the storage ring. When Lena first saw these things suddenly appear in Orson's hands, she was shocked, but after listening to Orson's explanation, she gradually got used to it. They had already exiled those orcs on the spot yesterday. In the desert. Without a map, even if they went back the same way they came, they would still get lost because of the wind and sand. It was impossible for them to return to their original tribe, and the supplies were not enough to support them for another 2 days of walking. They could only look for some tribes nearby that were willing to take them in, or survive by hunting and gathering as nomads in the desert. When only Orson and Lena were left in the team, the atmosphere became more lively after all. Although Orson felt it was okay to be with that group of tribal traders, Lena always felt a little uncomfortable, and now that there are only 2 of us left, we feel a lot more comfortable. Brother Edward, how far have we come? Lena sat by the fire, warming herself and looking at Orson beside her. Well, we've probably walked about 1/3 of the way, Orson said as he looked at the map illuminated by the fire. It is winter now. The temperature difference between day and night in the desert is very large. At night, it is more than 10 degrees below zero. In this kind of weather, Orson can survive with his strong physical fitness, but Lena must seek external assistance. Winter clothes are a must first. Lena was already wearing thick clothes when she came out of the tribe. In addition, you need to collect firewood to make a fire at night. There are many dead trees in the desert, so you can use local materials. If that doesn't work, Orson can use magic to drive away the cold. As for wind protection, you can use a tent to keep out the cold. In order not to become a burden to Orson, Lena did not complain even though she was shivering with cold at night. After all, it was she who proposed to follow Orson. If the 2 of us walk the rest of the way, we can go faster, Orson said, glancing at Lena beside him. Unexpectedly, after asking the question, Lena curled up next to the fire and fell asleep. He looked at the little fox sleeping on the ground and sighed helplessly. He had indeed seen Lena's behavior these days. In order not to disgust him, she deliberately endured all the discomforts during the journey, including in terms of speed. After leaving behind that group of traders yesterday, Orson quickened his pace, and Lena was able to keep up with him. I told you it would be hard. Although he said this, Orson still took out a quilt and covered Lena. Cleaning is much easier with the help of magic. Besides, the wind isn't very strong tonight, so it's no problem to sleep next to the fire. Orson looked at Lena, who had fallen asleep, and continued to plan for tomorrow's journey. The deeper they go into the desert, the denser the orc tribes become. Today, Orson and Lena even passed by a battlefield directly. Orson was very satisfied to see that his plan was very effective. But Lena didn't understand. She could understand that conflicts arose between orcs and half-orcs due to racial differences, but why did conflicts break out between the same races? And this is not an isolated case, conflicts are widespread. For this, Orson could only explain it by saying that there were not enough resources. The deeper they go, the more conflicts Lena will see between orcs. I wonder how Lena will feel at that time. Orson stared at the girl's sleeping face. It seemed that Lena was dreaming of something happy and she smiled. 5 days later, Orson and Lena finally approached the temple of Lemusa, the lord of all beasts. According to the markings on the map, the 2 were only a few hours away from the temple. During the journey, they encountered many interesting things. Whether it was Orson, who entered the desert for the first time, or Lena, who had basically never left the tribe, many things were seen for the first time. The sandstorm here is getting stronger and stronger. Lena, can you hold on? Yeah. Lena nodded, although somewhat reluctantly, because the wind and sand in the deep desert were already a little difficult for the orcs to adapt to. If you can't hold on, remember to tell me. Orson looked at Lena and reminded her with some concern. After spending these days together, Orson felt more and more that Lena was a good child. Although she was stubborn and persistent in some things, such as traveling with Orson, she was always clear about her position throughout the journey. He did not complain to Orson about the hardships and difficulties of the journey. Instead, he shared his joy with Orson when he encountered new things. Every night when camping and resting, Lena would talk to Orson about tomorrow's plans with great anticipation, and then wait for the arrival of a new day. What Orson saw in Lena was full of hope and longing for the future. Just as Orson expected, the journey was no longer boring with Lena joining. The two walked for a distance, and the wind and sand became stronger and stronger. Lena could hardly open her eyes. She could only hold Orson's hand and follow him into the depths of the desert. Cough, cough. Some sand accidentally flew into Lena's nose. After being inhaled into her nasal cavity, she couldn't help coughing. Orson stopped quickly, stood in front of Lena, and helped Lena block the wind and sand. Are you okay? Orson took out a handkerchief and handed it to Lena. Lena coughed again, and when she felt a little better, she raised her head, looked at Orson, and nodded. Because of the wind and sand in her eyes were a little tearful, and Orson felt quite distressed when he saw it. He took off his scarf and wrapped it around Lena to protect her mouth and nose, and then continued to move forward against the wind and sand. We must persevere on this sandy and windy road. Past it is said that in order to test the orcs' endurance and piety, Lemusa set up a sand barrier outside the temple. Even powerful orcs would have to spend a lot of effort to cross the sand barrier, not to mention that Lena was just an ordinary half-orc little girl. If Orson hadn't held her, she would have lost her way in the wind and sand, waiting for death. An unknown amount of time had passed before the sandstorm gradually subsided. Orson took Lena's hand, and together they crossed the sandstorm barrier of the trial. In the distance, they could see a huge and towering complex. Standing in the center of the complex was the Temple of Lemusa, the Lord of all beasts. At this moment, what caught the two people's eyes was not the palace complex, but the scenery in front of them. Different from the desert outside, which is surrounded by wind and sand and has cracked ground, here there are lush green trees, abundant grass and water, and it looks full of vitality, just like an oasis in the desert. Have you known about such a nice place before? Orson said this and subconsciously asked Lena beside him. I don't know. Lena was also stunned. She had only heard of the scenery in front of her in the stories told by Arati. Orson could probably guess why this oasis has the best soil in the desert, so it was chosen as the location of the Temple of Limsa, the god of the orcs and lord of all beasts, and a huge complex of buildings was built here. This place is actually equivalent to the Holy Land of orcs. Development is generally prohibited in holy places, so although the water and soil conditions here are excellent, you can't see any orcs. Growing crops. Faith can be good or bad at times. When there was no major event, few people visited the Temple of Lemusa, and there were usually no guards in the temple. The two men approached the temple without any hindrance. At this moment, a scolding voice came from behind. Two orcs. This door is not for you to go through. An orc who looked like a shaman appeared behind the two of them. Although the temple has no guards, there are shamans who reside here. Although the orcs and the orcs believe in the same god, the orcs who claim to be the legitimate successors of Lemusa look down on the half-orcs. At most, they let them in to worship because they believe in the same god, but it is impossible to let them go through the main gate. If the orcs want to come in to visit, they can only enter through the side door. Sorry, great shaman, pious shaman. Orson said this and tried to get close to the other party in Orcish. I guess this must be the temple of our great god, Lemusa, the lord of all beasts. As his devout followers, we want to come here to worship. Which way should we go in? Seeing that Orson was so sensible, the shaman nodded with satisfaction. Although I don't know how you got in, you must be a sincere person to get here. Usually, you orcs enter through the side door. Now, considering your sincerity, I will let you enter through the main door to pay your respects. Thank you. Orson quickly bowed to the shaman, and Lena followed suit. Indeed, the orcs outside are now killing each other and are too ashamed to face Lemusa. The orcs who can come here are naturally not ordinary people. Before entering the temple, for some unknown reason, Lena arrived at the door before Orson and pushed it open. The two men stepped into the temple and were stunned by the scene before them. From the outside, the temple was about 20 to 30 meters high. Orson thought there would be many floors inside, but in fact, there is only one floor inside the temple. In the center of the huge space stands a bronze statue. The bronze statue is a majestic man with an animal head and a human body. According to Orson's guess, this person should be Lemusa, the lord of all beasts, and around the man with an animal head and a human body, there are countless animals surrounding him. There are jackals, tigers, leopards, pigs, dogs, cows, sheep, from wild beasts to domestic animals, from birds to fish, all kinds of animals are included. Some of them crawled at Lemusa's feet, some sat on Lemusa's shoulders, and some surrounded Lemusa. Orson had only seen such a magnificent scene in the cathedral of Saint Laurent, the capital of the empire. The cathedral is dedicated to the goddess of life Helle, who is the god who was said to have a connection in festival with Lemusa, the lord of all beasts. Is this the god we believe in? He is so great. Lena said this, walked to the bronze statue, placed her hands on her chest devoutly, and muttered something silently. Orson wandered around the temple to see if he could find anything. Then, he discovered that on the altar, there was a yellowed book. He approached the altar and picked up the book. On the title page, there was a passage written in a language completely different from the common language used on the continent today. Orson was stunned. He had understood this text. It was the common language of the ancient continent, equivalent to the predecessor of the current common language of the continent. Chapter 132. Although it is called the predecessor, in fact, apart from some similarities in the characters, it has basically no similarities. Instead, it has more in common with the Elvish language that is used today. Unfortunately, Orson happened to have learned these two languages. Although there was very little information on the ancient continent language, with the help of the Elvish language, he could barely read it fluently. Looking at Lena still praying beside him, he opened the yellowed book. Then, his expression gradually changed from calm to shocked. The content recorded in the book is the timeline of ancient times when gods coexisted. It is equivalent to a mythological story, with the same background as recorded by humans, but the story is completely different. According to legend, in ancient times, the human god Helle and the orc god Lemusa were friends. At that time, there was no racial distinction between humans and orcs. Lemusa was the first to create all beasts, while Helle created the intelligent species, humans. Later, humans learned to use tools and make fire, and civilization was born, and the birth of civilization was accompanied by a lot of killing. In order to survive, the humans created by Helle hunted the beasts created by Lemusa on a large scale. Many of the creatures carefully created by Lemusa became extinct due to the large-scale hunting by humans. For this, Lemusa expressed his dissatisfaction to Helle. Helle said that humans are advanced creatures, and there is nothing wrong with advanced creatures eating lower creatures. Afterwards, Lemusa created various ferocious beasts. Although humans were attacked by wild beasts in the early days, resulting in certain casualties, humans later discovered the weaknesses of wild beasts and began to work together to hunt wild beasts with tools and weapons. Eventually, the number of wild beasts gradually decreased. Eventually, Lemusa created the orcs. Unlike humans, orcs are less intelligent, but better at fighting and have a shorter development cycle. The appearance of orcs immediately brought huge casualties to humans, and humans were eventually forced to decide to draw a boundary and rule separately from the orcs. The relationship between Lemusa and Helle also broke down. Afterwards, demons invaded the continent and became the common enemy of all races on the continent. At that time, not only Helle and Lemusa, but even the dragon god and the god of elves united to fight against the demons. After repelling the demons, humans learned how to use magic from their enemy demons and their allied elves, and their strength expanded again. The humans who learned magic first set their sights on the orcs. If it was a fight of force alone, the orcs could not beat the humans, but if magic was added, the humans would suppress the orcs in an instant. The war lasted for hundreds of years, and in the end, the orcs were defeated and driven to what is now the desert and part of the eastern part of the empire. Lemusa, the lord of all beasts, also had a complete falling out with Helle because of this, but Helle took the initiative to attack before Lemusa could do anything, and joined forces with the gods to defeat Lemusa. In the end, Lemusa fled to the desert, and used up his last divine power to create a sand barrier for his creations, the orcs. This also explains why orcs and their offspring, the half-orcs, are not so stressed when faced with sandstorms, while other species will develop various symptoms when faced with sandstorms. At the end of the story, Lemusa died, and the dragon god and the elf god were very disappointed after seeing what Helle did. The alliance of gods was disbanded, and after helping the humans of the western continent to unify, the dragons witnessed the fall of humans and flew to the east. The elves, on the other hand, live in seclusion in the forest, and most of them lead a life isolated from the world. After reading all this, Orson felt nothing but emotion. God is gracious to all his creations. In order to allow humans to prosper, Helle sanctioned Lemusa, which was not wrong from a human perspective, and in order to allow the orcs to reproduce, Lemusa created the desert sand as the orcs' last barrier, which was not wrong. It seems that Lemusa is really a great god. For his creations and his people, Lemusa has devoted his all. It's just a pity. Orson sighed. In the end, he didn't expect it to turn out like this. Thousands of years ago, to the orcs, humans were undoubtedly evil and butchers. To the dragons and elves who had witnessed all the evil deeds of humans, humans were a corrupt and degenerate race, and thousands years later, the situation is different. Some humans were still corrupt and degenerate, but the orcs also became bloodthirsty and barbaric. Only the immortal species such as elves and dragons do not experience much change in their racial character. After all, thousands of years, for humans, is hundreds of generations of reproduction. Brother Edward. Lena came up at this time. I have finished my worship, how about you? Orson was stunned. Just at this moment, Lena saw the book in Orson's hand and looked at it a few times, but after seeing that it was full of words she couldn't understand, Lena gave up. Hey, can you understand this book, Brother Edward? I can understand it a little better. What does it say? Well, to put it simply, it's an ancient legend that records the great deeds of Lemusa. Oh, I see, Lena nodded, not quite understanding. At this moment, she suddenly said, Hey, Brother Edward, you are not a half-orc, but a human, right? Why do you say that? Hearing this, Orson looked at Lena in confusion. Lena, don't you know that the desert sand is very harmful to humans? That's why you always wear this cloak, big brother? Orson looked at Lena and smiled. That's pretty smart. When did you find out? Well, one night before, when I was sleeping, I was a little curious about your race, Brother Edward, so I lifted your cloak a little, but I didn't find the animal ears. Is that so? Well, but I'm not afraid of you just because you're a human. Lena smiled. Because you've helped me before, so it doesn't matter whether you're a human or an orc. Let me tell you a secret, big brother. The reason why I had to enter the temple before you was because when the temple opened the door, only people with orc blood were allowed to enter. If Big Brother opened the door, it would not be open. Lena said this and winked playfully. Well, am I very thoughtful? Thank you, Lena. Looking at the sensible Lena, Orson somehow thought of Lit at home. It has been a while since I came out, and I don't know what the situation is like at home. Just at this moment, another orc came in from the door. Orson looked at the orc coming in from the door and frowned. The opponent's strength seems not to be underestimated. Baru came to the temple and was about to confess his crimes in front of Lemusa, but he didn't expect that two orcs had already come into the temple, especially that man. His aura made him feel a little dangerous. When did such a strong person appear among the orcs? He looked at Orson and Lena and walked towards them. You two, are you orcs? Are you here to pay homage today? Yes, we are here specifically to pay homage to the great lord of all beasts, Lemusa. Orson nodded in acknowledgement. May Lemusa protect you forever. As he said this, Orson also blessed Baru. I hope so. If you have finished your worship, you can leave. Lemusa does not want to be disturbed. Baru said this, turned around and returned to Lemusa, knelt down in front of the two of them, and then put his hands together to pray and confess. Brother Edward. At this time, Lena stood on tiptoe and whispered in Orson's ear, his action seems to be a confession. He must have done something wrong and is asking for forgiveness. Orson nodded, then temporarily took Lena out of the temple. At the entrance of the temple, Orson saw the shaman again. Master Shaman, who is that person who just entered the temple? Orson asked curiously. The person who just entered the temple is Chief Baru, you know? He is the chief who led the attack on humans this time. Did he do something wrong? I think he seems to be repenting in there. Wrong? The orc shaman snorted coldly. He has done so many wrong things that I can't even count them on one hand. First, he led his troops to attack humans but failed. This alone is enough to make him kneel before Lemusa for a month. Then he immediately started a civil war after returning and annexed other small tribes, kill all the chiefs of those tribes. Brothers are killing each other. If it weren't for Lemusa, I wouldn't even let him through this door. Hearing the shaman's words, Lena covered her mouth in surprise. So, he was the one who started the war in the desert? Chapter 22, Family Rift, 7K. On the other side, in the Duke of Antica's palace, it was the first time today that Lit entered Lucius' room alone. Although Orson had arranged for his most trusted confidant, Vivian, to take care of Lucius' daily life, Lit still wanted to come and see Lucius in person to see if his condition had improved. Lit took a deep breath and then opened Lucius' door. Lucius was lying on the bed sleeping at this moment. Ever since telling Orson about his memory problems, Lucius has been sleeping more and more each day. However, when he heard the noise at the door, Lucius opened his eyes dazedly. "Is it Lit?" He looked at Lit, his eyes unusually clear. "Yes, father, it's me." Lite nodded and sat down next to the bed. "How are you feeling recently?" "Not bad." Lucius nodded. "It's just that I sleep a little too long every day, and I always feel like I don't have much strength. By the way, where's your brother Orson?" "Orson had some things to deal with, so he left home for a while." "Oh, he's busy, right?" Lucius said with relief. "He's already a successful man. Lit, you should learn more from your brother. If you have half of his talent, I can leave this family to you without any worries." "Father, you are right." Lite nodded. It seems that Lucius's mental state is relatively stable at the moment, and he can be matched with others. "Who is taking care of the household affairs now?" "Your mother?" "Well, it's my mother and I who share the burden," Lituk said. "But in terms of familiarity with the people, my mother is better, so most of the time it's my mother who's busy and I'm helping her." Okay, I'll feel more at ease leaving it to you." "Alas, I feel sorry for your mother. She didn't get to see you grow up." As he said this, Lucius reached out and touched Lit's hair. "Alas, Margaret has been with me all her life, giving up the pursuit of power and wealth. I have worked hard outside for half my life, just wanting to give her reasonable conditions, but I didn't expect the result, alas." Of course, Lit knew that Lucius was not talking about his current mother Mary, but his previous mother Margaret. "It's okay, father. I'm sure mother will be very happy to see the life you are living now." "Oh, are you happy?" "Her husband almost forgets her." "How can she be happy?" Lucius smiled self-deprecatingly. "I'm sorry, father, that's not what I meant. I know, Lit, you're a good kid, I know you don't mean that." Lucius said, pointing to the table. "Pour me a glass of water, Lit." "Okay." Lit nodded, then stood up and poured Lucius a glass of water. "By the way, Lit." At this time, Lucius seemed to have thought of something and suddenly spoke. "What's wrong, father? No one at home should know about my situation now, right? Except for Brother Orson, Miss Vivian, and me, no one else should know." Lit thought for a moment and then spoke. "That's fine." Lucius nodded with relief. "Okay, Lit, you go out. I'll go downstairs to eat later." "Okay." After hearing that, Lit left Lucius' room. It was time for dinner. Today, Lucius came downstairs to have dinner with everyone, which was rare. This was also the first time he went out in the past few days. "Master, you have worked hard these days." At the dinner table, Mary deliberately flattered Lucius. "It's okay. I'm just lying in bed. It's not that hard." Lucius said this and looked at Mary and Lit. "It's you two who have been doing the housework for me. Thank you for your hard work." Chapter 133 No, these are all part of my job," Mary said with a smile. "Oh, sir," Mary said, and suddenly she said, "I am pregnant." "What?" Lucius heard, looked at Mary in surprise. "Are you pregnant?" "Yes, I couldn't believe it before, but now that I think about it, I should have been pregnant for 3 or 4 months." Although Mary and Lucius have been sleeping in separate rooms for the past few years, they occasionally sleep in the same bed. It's just strange that Mary, who hadn't been pregnant in the past few years, got pregnant at this time, but Lucius didn't think much about it. When he heard that he was going to have another child, his mood immediately improved a lot. Although there is no such thing as having a child to bring good luck here, having a child is always a good thing for a wealthy family. Even Lituk felt a little happy when he heard that he was going to have a younger brother or sister. "Well, my Stranic family is really prosperous." Lucius smiled happily as he said this, then he looked at Lituk. "Then madam, you should rest more these days, and if there is anything at home, just let Lite do it." "I understand, sir." The atmosphere of the dinner party became cheerful because of this news. After finishing his meal, Lucius took a walk in the courtyard accompanied by Vivian to recover. Just when Lite thought that everything was going well, there was a sudden knock on his door early the next morning. When he opened the door, Lit found Vivian standing at the door with an anxious look on her face. Oh no, Master Lite, I was going to the master's room this morning to see how he was doing, but I didn't expect that the master was gone. What? Father is missing? Upon hearing this, Lit immediately came to her senses. She quickly changed her clothes and ran downstairs. After searching for a whole morning, Lit, under the guidance of Virgil, finally found Lucius standing on a meadow. The master used to come here occasionally, Virgil explained to Little beside him. Master Orson told me that his ex-wife, Lady Margaret, was buried here. Although I don't know why the master suddenly came here, but if the master suddenly disappeared from home, it is most likely that he was here to commemorate his deceased wife. Alas! Lite sighed after hearing this. Buried here is Lucius's deceased wife, who is also Lit's biological mother. Father is still too loyal and righteous. Lit said this, his attitude towards Lucius full of respect. Well, Master Lit, go and see the master. You have a reason to go there. Yeah. Lite nodded, then walked towards Lucius. Father, what are you doing here? Lit said as he approached Lucius. Lucius turned around blankly, looked at Lit, and then made a hush gesture. Upon seeing this, Lit immediately fell silent. Margaret usually likes to read quietly. As he said this, Lucius sat down next to the tombstone and gently stroked the name on it. Is that mother in here? Yes. Lucius nodded. She is your biological mother, your real mother. As he said this, Lucius took out a picture album from his pocket. He unfolded the album and showed it to Lit. This is a portrait of a woman. In the portrait, the girl is looking at the viewer with a peaceful smile. I asked the best painter in the Imperial City to draw this. How about it? Doesn't your mother look pretty? Yeah. Lit nodded. This was not a fake. The girl in the portrait was indeed very beautiful, and her appearance was somewhat similar to Lit's. The more I look at you, the more I think you are just like Margaret, Lucius said as he put the portrait away. Come to think of it, you have been back for so long, but I still haven't taken you to see your mother. Margaret, look, this is our child, Lit. The name is very similar to yours. The family who named you were so nice. Maybe this is fate, Lucius said, pointing at Lit. The child I used to bring here, Orson, I made a mistake. He is not our biological child, but he is a very good child and has not brought shame to our family at all. As he said this, Lucius seemed to be confiding or whispering, expressing all his memories of his deceased wife. It should have been a very touching scene, but the more Lit thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong, because Lucius was acting more and more emotional, which was unlike his usual behavior. Father, it's almost time. We should go back and eat. People should always look forward, Father. Mother doesn't want you to look sad all the time when you mention her, right? She must also hope that you will live better and better. Lit comforted Lucius and tried to help him up. Well, it's almost done. Lucius nodded and let Lit support him. I don't know if I'll have the chance to come next time. I don't know if I will forget you next time. Lucius' tone suddenly became sad. Lit, do you know? He seemed to have found someone to talk to, and said to Lit, there were a few days before, when the disease was serious, I almost forgot Margaret's face. I was so scared that I would really forget her. It's okay, Father. Your condition has improved now, hasn't it? It's okay. Lit helped Lucius back home. At the door of the house, several servants saw Lucius coming back and hurried to greet him. Master, are you okay? Oh, you hope something happens to me? Lucius said this, and the servants dared not say anything, and hurriedly lowered their heads to apologize. Okay, Lit, just take me back to the house. Okay, Father. Upon hearing this, Lit nodded, helped Lucius upstairs and sent him into the room. Mary, who was upstairs, witnessed the whole process. She returned to her room, looked at Randall standing aside, and said with a smile, Randall, have you noticed that the master's behavior has been a little abnormal recently? Indeed, it seems that the master has become more emotional. Randall nodded. So, ma'am, do you think that the master may have some problems? He pointed to his head. Mary said. To be honest, I didn't think about it that way, but Orson and Leet kept covering it up and only arranged their confidants to serve the master. Are they afraid that we will find something unusual? Having said this, Mary looked at Randall. How about this, Randall? Tell Vivian tomorrow to help me buy some jewelry at the market. I want to go and see what the master is like myself. After all, I am the master's wife, and I have the right to know all this. Yes, sir. Randall bowed respectfully. By the way, madam, you have to take care of yourself recently. It's getting cold, so remember to wear more clothes. After all, this child is your hope. You don't need me to tell you, I know it naturally. Early the next morning, Randall found Vivian. Hello, head maid. Randall said this and looked at Vivian. After the old head maid retired, Vivian, as Orson's personal maid, was promoted to the position of head maid. Hello, Mr. Randall, what can I do for you? Vivian was wiping the glass. When she saw Randall suddenly coming to her, she looked at him with some confusion. It's like this, Madame Mary's jewelry is missing, and she's going to the market to buy a new one. She doesn't know much about the market, so she wants you to help her take a look and pick out some suitable jewelry. As he said this, Randall took out a bag. Here are 100 gold coins, which are the madame's private money. Please help her pick out some decent ones. There is no need to pick anything particularly expensive. Okay. Vivian nodded after hearing that, took the purse, assigned the tasks to other people, and then took the purse and rushed to the market. On the other side, after seeing Vivian go out, Mary walked to Lucius's door, knocked twice gently, and then walked eye in the room. Lucius had already gotten up and was sitting at the desk writing a letter. He looked no different from usual. Master, are you up yet? Mary said in surprise when she saw Lucius's look. Yeah. Lucius nodded. Pour me a cup of tea. Okay. Mary said this, went downstairs, brought a cup of tea, and placed it on Lucius's table. Master, the tea is here. Well, thank you for your hard work, Margaret. Lucius said this, took out the teacup and took a sip. Master, what did you call me just now? Mary heard Lucius C. was stunned for a moment. Margaret, what's wrong? Lucius looked at Mary in confusion. I'm writing documents for the frontline troops. The battle will begin in a few days. Wait a minute, sir, what are you writing? Mary said this with a surprised look. She took the letter from Lucius's hand, and the content of the letter was all about the war. Master, the war was over some time ago. She said this and put the letter back. Orson is leading the team at the front line and has already beaten the orcs back. Orson? Who is Orson? Lucius looked at Mary strangely. No. His Majesty the Emperor specially appointed me as a general. How could he change the commander in the middle of the term? No, I have to go see His Majesty the Emperor. Having said this, Lucius quickly stood up. Master. Mary hurriedly called out to Lucius. This is Antica, not Saint Laurent. At this time, Lucius was shocked and then he sat down. Wait a minute, ma'am, please go out first and let me think about it alone, okay, sir, I'll go out first. Mary saw that it was almost time, so she walked out of the room, leaving Lucius alone in the room. What's the matter, madam? How is the master? After returning to the room, Randall looked at Mary and asked. Just as I guessed, the master's mental state is not good now, as if he has dementia. As she said this, she sighed. No wonder Orson and the others don't want me to contact the master. Are they afraid that I will leak the news? Or are they worried that I will take advantage of the opportunity? I don't know. Mary shook her head, then looked up at Randall with a look of determination in her eyes. But this should be our best chance. It just so happens that Orson and Lit have given me a perfect excuse. Let me think about it. In order to obtain the right of inheritance, the two children deliberately concealed their father's illness from their mother, so as to control the affairs of the duchy. Mary said this, tapping the table lightly with her fingers. If His Majesty the Emperor knew about this, it would be a serious crime, right? Randall added. By then, they might even lose the right to inherit the dukedom. Then the only one who is eligible to inherit the dukedom is the child in your belly, madam, right? Well, and my children will not be able to manage the duchy when they are young. At that time, I will be the actual ruler of the duchy. Mary said this with a smile. She was an ambitious woman, and she had always considered the duchy of Antica to be hers before. When Lit had just returned, she wanted to take the opportunity to instigate Orson and let the two brothers kill each other. As a result, Orson unexpectedly rejected her proposal and instead prepared to support Lit. In that case, don't blame Mary for being ruthless and attacking two people at the same time. As long as their reputation is ruined, the power of the duchy will naturally fall into Mary's hands. Thinking of this, Mary hurriedly wrote a letter and prepared to send it to St. Laurent City. This time, there was a knock on Mary's door. Vivian returned home with the jewelry she bought at the market. Madam, this is the jewelry you commissioned me to buy. Vivian said this, put it on the table, then took 2 steps back, bowed to Mary, and left her room. This time, Vivian saw that the time was almost up, so she walked towards Lucius's room. This time, Lucius was still sitting in the chair in a daze. Good morning, sir. Vivian said this and glanced at Lucius. Chapter 134. Lucius still sat there in a daze. This situation had not been uncommon for Lucius in the past few days, so she took a blanket from the closet and covered Lucius with it. This time, she glanced and saw the teacup on the table. She reached out her hand, touched it, and found that the teacup was still warm. Vivian immediately became alert and walked downstairs to the kitchen. Did anyone come to serve tea this morning? Vivian asked seriously. Well, only the madam has been here. The maid in charge of the kitchen spoke up. Hearing this, Vivian frowned. Then, she went to the second floor and knocked on Lit's door. Walking into the room, Vivian reported to Lit what happened today. Master Lit, although I don't want to go, I didn't think that way, but it was obvious that the lady wanted to get rid of me on purpose. In the family, everyone knows that Randall is Mary's confidant, and whatever Randall does basically represents Mary's opinions. Mary took the initiative to send Vivian away and personally brought tea to Lucius. The meaning behind this was self-evident. Although they are all family, Vivian is Orson's confidant. Orson asked her to keep an eye on Mary, so she had to be on guard against Mary. I understand, Miss Vivian, you've worked hard. Lit nodded. Mother has guessed that there is something wrong with father. Lit said this inside. She didn't know what Mary was going to do after she knew about this, but in Lit's opinion, she felt frustrated because she didn't complete the task assigned to her by Orson. This moment, she suddenly remembered that before Orson left, he gave her an envelope and asked her to open it when she encountered difficulties. Lit thought about it, opened the drawer of his desk, took out the letter, and then read the contents carefully. In an instant, her eyes brightened. At night, Randall prepared to rush to St. Laurent City with Mary's secret letter. Not long after leaving the Duke's mansion and before leaving the city of Antica, Randall felt several eyes staring at him, but he quickly dived into the nearby woods. Unexpectedly, this drill played right into the group's hands. Randall stepped on a trap in the woods and was hung upside down. Then, several people emerged from the shadows. Hello, Mr. Randall. Virgil was the first to speak. It's so late, why are you in such a hurry to go out? As a servant of the Duke's mansion, are you planning to betray the Duke? No, how could that be? Randall quickly shook his head. I just wanted to deliver a letter for my wife. A letter? Virgil raised his eyebrows. Delivering a letter at this time? Could it be some shameful letter? How is that possible? Randall immediately retorted. This is a letter from my wife. How could it be something shameful? Then why choose to deliver it at night? Virgil said this and quickly ordered his men to search him. What are you doing? Do you know that if the lady finds out about this, she will be mad? I will naturally go to apologize to madam when the time comes, but please understand that your actions are extremely suspicious. Also, you cannot return to your wife until you are sure that everything is completely fine. Virgil ordered his men to take Randall away, then looked at the envelope in his hand and fell into deep thought. Virgil, are you sure the letter hasn't been swapped? In Lit's room, she looked at the letter in her hand and frowned. Well, I'm sure that this was the only letter Randall had with him at the time. Virgil nodded. The ink didn't show any signs of being loose, so there's no possibility that it was swapped. That's strange. Randall did send a letter to Mary, but the content of the letter was very simple, inviting a noble lady friend of Mary in Saint Laurent to come to the dukedom of Antica to reminisce the past. Looking at the content of the letter alone, there is indeed nothing wrong with it. It can't be that they really arrested the wrong person, right? Just as Lite was thinking this, there was a knock on the door of the room. Then Mary walked into Lite's room. Lite, I asked my servant Randall to deliver a letter to the post station yesterday, but he hasn't come back yet. Have you seen Randall's movements? I'm so sorry, Mother. I don't know exactly where Randall has gone. If possible, you can wait at home. He may just have something else to deal with, so he hasn't come back yet. Okay. Mary nodded. If Randall hasn't come back by then, I hope you can mobilize the city defense forces to help find him. That letter was sent to my friend. It's just an ordinary letter. Listening to Mary's words, Lit didn't know why he felt a little guilty. After all, as family members, they shouldn't plot against each other, right? Could it be that Mary really didn't do anything and just wanted to pour Lucius a cup of tea that day? Am I just overthinking it? But when he thought of the letter Orson left for him, Lit could not tell Mary what he had done. She trusted Orson more than Mary. On the other side, the city of Saint Laurent, Emperor Odysseus and Giovanni are chatting. When Giovanni went to Beijing to report on his work today, he suddenly mentioned the affairs of the Duchy of Antica. Oh, Emperor, if you ask me, Duke Antica's eldest son Orson is truly a man of genius. As he said this, he did not hide his praise for Orson at all. We have never achieved such a beautiful and clean victory in the war against the orcs. Of course, Giovanni was talking about the main battlefield. If it weren't for those stupid teammates who appeared in the secondary battlefield, the war would have gone much more smoothly. Well, yes, Orson's performance is indeed good. Odysseus nodded when he heard it. He looked at Giovanni curiously, not knowing what he was going to say. I think that in order to reward such people, we should hold a large banquet in the dukedom of Antica to celebrate our victory. Giovanni explained his purpose. Although a celebration banquet was held at the front before, Your Majesty, and several of us dukes did not attend that celebration banquet. I think that for such a meaningful event, we should go to the dukedom of Antica together to congratulate Duke Lucius. That would be great. Well, what you said makes sense. Odysseus nodded. Well, I will write to Lucius today. Okay, thank you very much, Your Majesty. Giovanni said this with a smile. Chapter 23, Phone Shaping and Family Crisis, 17,000 words in 2 chapters. On the other side, Orson was still chatting with the shaman. By the way, this is my first time here at the temple. I would like to ask, besides this main hall, are there any other branch halls in the temple? No. The orc shaman shook his head. We are only here to worship the great Limusa. Then, may I ask, are there any holy objects in the temple? Or, is there any place that we absolutely cannot go to? If you ask me that, I can't really remember it right now. The orc shaman thought for a moment and then said, the temple originally had a basement, but for some reason, no one could enter the basement, and gradually it was abandoned. We don't know what's in the basement. Okay, I understand, thank you very much. Orson said this, thanked the other party, and then took Lena back into the temple through the side door. Hey, Brother Edward, haven't we already visited the temple? Lena asked puzzledly as she watched Edward taking her back into the temple. Well, but I have other things to do. Orson said this and looked into the temple again. The book records that Limusa used up the last of his divine power to transform the desert into its current state. In other words, if Limusa's divine power dissipated, the wind and sand that protected the orcs would dissipate along with it. Then, the medium for storing the power of Limsa must exist in the temple. After learning about the basement from the shaman, Orson took Lena back to the temple. At this moment, Baru has finished his confession, and he still has to go back to complete his task of unifying the orc tribes. Orson and Lena were the only ones left in the temple. Brother Edward, are you looking for that basement? But the shaman has said that we can't get in. Do you really believe him when he says we can't get in? Let's give it a try. What if we can get in? Okay. Lena sighed after hearing that. The two then walked around the temple and finally found a door in the wall. There was an ancient text engraved on it, which was also the ancient common language. Orson could barely understand its meaning. To open this door, you need the blood of Hellas followers. Hellas followers? Are they referring to humans? But why does the orc's holy land require human blood to open? Orson was very puzzled, but he did it anyway. He cut his finger with a dagger and smeared the blood on the door. Welcome to the Night Raid Group 0.6, 9.4:9, 36, 135. But the door did not move. Lena looked at Orson's actions and suddenly felt a little strange. Brother Edward, you don't think that you can open the door by smearing blood on it like in the adventure stories, do you? Ha, this brother who looks super reliable. Actually, there will be a day when you fail. Lena said this and smiled. But it says that it needs to be smeared with the blood of Hela's followers. Hearing this, Orson shrugged helplessly. Followers of Hela? Who is Hela? Lena asked curiously. It's the goddess of life that humans believe in. Just as Orson finished speaking, he suddenly thought of something. He quickly cut his finger again, which had just stopped bleeding, and then painted a symbol on the door with blood. This symbol is the emblem of the human church, an upright cross, representing the believers of the goddess of life. Then, as expected, as Orson finished drawing the pattern, the blood pattern began to emit light. Then, with a creaking sound, the door to the basement opened. Lena looked at Orson with a strange expression. Brother Edward, you actually guessed it? I'll tell you, how do you know if it works if you don't try? Orson said this, smiled, and then walked into the basement. Wait for me, big brother. Lena hurriedly followed. Shortly after the two of them walked into the basement, a dark shadow appeared in the temple. Looking at the open basement door with a thoughtful expression, Orson and Lena walked down the dim stairs, and then they came to the basement of the temple. This is more like a huge underground maze than a basement. As Orson and Lena's steps completely touched the floor of the underground maze, flames ignited on the walls again. Wow, big brother, why do I feel like it's a little eerie here? Lena said this and moved closer to Orson. If you feel scared, Lena, go upstairs and wait for me. No. Lena shook her head. I want to follow my big brother. If he gets into danger, I can at least stay here and take his place. Put. Orson felt a little amused when he heard Lena's words. When did I ever ask you to take the blame for me? I'm not that crazy. Well, what if there is a mechanism that requires two people to complete, right? Okay. Orson nodded helplessly after hearing that. To be honest, after arriving at this huge underground maze, Orson was still a little unsure. He did not know the information about the underground maze in advance, and even the information about the temple was confirmed from Arati when he entered the desert. Orson did not know what would happen here or whether there was any danger. We can only take one step at a time and see what happens. To be honest, Orson doesn't like this kind of uncertain thing. If you are not careful, you may put yourself in danger. Chapter 135. Not to mention that there are many people outside waiting for Orson to return. Even if Orson is alone, he hates this feeling, but at this moment, the underground maze may contain secrets that have been hidden for thousands of years, and it also concerns the future of the two races, so Orson has to go in and explore. Speaking of which, big brother, don't you think this situation is strange? In the dim maze, Orson and Lena walked side by side. After we came down, torches were automatically lit on the wall. Could it be that there are still people in this maze below? No, even if it was a human, the shaman up there said that after so much time, the person should be dead. That means there must be something else? Lena said this, her hair standing on end. Don't scare yourself. Orson angrily stabbed Lena on the head. This should be just a small mechanism left by the builders when the crypt was built. Whenever someone comes here, a torch will automatically light up for illumination. Is that so? Lena lost interest immediately after hearing it. She was just wondering if there were some strange creatures hiding in the maze ready to come out and scare them. Well, magic is so convenient. Orson said. That's true. Lena nodded in agreement. When they were traveling and camping before, Orson's magic helped Lena a lot. It was very convenient for keeping warm, lighting and exploring the way. Lena also pestered Orson to learn magic, but on the way, although Orson did try his best to teach Lena was not talented enough and could never learn it. Finally, I can only give up. The structure here doesn't feel like a simple maze. Walking in the maze below, Orson felt more and more that something was wrong. From the outside to the inside, the number of rooms decreases. Each room outside has a bronze statue of a creature, which looks like a museum. However, Based on what Orson has learned about Lemusa, the Lord of Beasts during this period, this does not seem like a so-called museum built on a whim, but more like a tomb. The bronze statues here are all simulated according to the creations he created during his lifetime. The purpose is to accompany him and protect him for the rest of his life after his death. Just as Orson was thinking this, there was soon only one room left in front of him. This room was extremely huge. On the left and right sides of the room stood various kinds of ferocious beasts, and near the central steps, there was a kneeling orc. On the central steps was a huge sarcophagus, the mouth of which was open at this moment. On both sides of the sarcophagus, there are two bronze statues. What surprised Orson the most was that the race on the bronze statue was not the orcs, Lemusa's favorite creation described in the ancient books of the temple, but a half-orc like Lena. This seems to be the tomb of Lemusa. Orson said this, which scared Lena. Wait. Big brother, have we offended Lord Lemusa? Her tone sounded a little anxious. After all, this is the tomb of the gods, and disturbing the place where someone dies is an act of great disrespect. At this moment, behind the two of them, footsteps were heard again at the entrance of the tomb. I really didn't expect that Hellas followers would come here at this time. The person standing at the door was the orc shaman who had just talked to the two people on the ground about the basement. If you hadn't asked me suddenly, I wouldn't have thought that you might be that kind of person. The shaman looked at Orson with a fierce look. At this moment, there was more than one orc shaman. Behind him, there were many sturdy orc warriors, each of whom seemed to have the strength of level 6. Although the temple has no guards, the shaman has quite a few guards, but they are usually assigned to guard other places and do not block people from coming in. If anyone dares to commit blasphemous acts in the temple, the shaman will call the guards to drive the person away, or even execute him in front of the gods. Wait, Master Shaman. Let's talk it over nicely. Brother Edward is not, that's enough. There is nothing to say between us and the humans and the lowly orcs who protect them. Go ahead. The shaman interrupted Lena and directly ordered the orcs behind him to take action. The orcs behind him received the order and immediately pounced on Orson and Lena. Orson stopped in front of Lena, frowning. He didn't want to let Lena see that bloody scene, but he had to do it at this moment. Lena covered her eyes, waiting to be captured, but unexpectedly, when she opened her eyes again, the orcs beside the shaman had fallen to the ground in a mess. Orson shows no mercy to orcs, so the wounds on their bodies are surprisingly consistent. They all died from having their necks slit. Lena looked at the bloody scene in front of her, her eyes widened, and she slowly backed away in disbelief. Go ahead, tell me everything you know about this place. Orson looked at the orc shaman and raised the long sword in his hand, which was still stained with the orc's warm blood. It seems you are very confident in your own strength. The orc shaman said this, looking at Orson with a smile. Then, he raised the wooden staff in his hand. Okay, I'll tell you then. Here is the underground tomb where the great king of beasts Lemusa is buried. The sacred object of our beastman cult, the heart of beasts, is also here. Having said this, the shaman laughed heartily. I have never understood what the ancient characters above mean. Although I want to enter here, I have always been at a loss as to how to do it. Thanks to you, human. If it weren't for you, how could I have obtained such a precious thing as the heart of all beasts? As the orc shaman said this, he chanted a mantra and his body swelled up rapidly. Judging from his strength, he was not even inferior to Baru. This is the day I've been waiting for. Saying this, he rushed towards the sarcophagus. Orson took a look at the shaman's target, then rushed forward and tried to block the shaman's attack with himself. Oh, you think you can stop me with just a level 7? The shaman said with disdain. He swung his wooden stick at Orson. Orson took the stick head on and felt a sharp pain in the palm of his hand, almost unable to hold the sword. Well, it doesn't matter if I kill you and then take the heart of God. The shaman locked his eyes on Orson. Orson now wants to rush to the sarcophagus and snatch the heart of God, but he will definitely be stopped by the shaman on the way. He didn't know if he could withstand the blow with his body, so he didn't dare to take the risk. At this moment, the orc shaman rushed directly towards Orson with great force, as if he wanted to smash all of Orson's bones. Orson quickly used magic to move to the side for a distance. Then, a huge crack was immediately created where he was. One can imagine what would happen to his flesh and blood if this stick hit him. When the orc shaman saw Orson's actions that violated the laws of physics, he was stunned for a moment, and then sneered. Do you think you can defeat me just by knowing a few tricks? As he said this, he recited another spell. Orson suddenly felt that the air around him had become much heavier, making it extremely difficult to move. Then, the orc shaman swung the staff that was used as a stick at Orson again. Orson narrowly avoided this attack. I'm actually very curious about why many people say that the boss will take a step-by-step approach when encountering the enemy instead of directly using the strongest attack. Now I understand. The shaman said this and continued to taunt Orson with words. The feeling of watching the opponent's moves one after another, thinking that you have escaped a disaster, or even that you can fight back, but the confidence eventually turns into surprise and despair, is the most intoxicating thing. Orson was shocked as he watched the other person's actions. Who would have thought that the orc shaman, who seemed to have no fighting power, would actually be his biggest enemy on this trip? And now it seems that the threat posed by the other party to him is even greater than that posed by Baru. At least, when facing Baru, I should be able to fight back. Then, as if playing a game, the gravity around Orson was constantly manipulated by the orc shaman, becoming heavier and then returning to its original state. In this environment, Orson couldn't even fight back. Just dodging the opponent's attacks would exhaust all his energy. At this moment, Lena also recovered from the shock just now and looked in the direction where Orson and the orc shaman were fighting. Lena was not a fool. She could certainly see that Orson was at an absolute disadvantage. However, she was powerless at the moment and could not do anything to help Orson. She could only stand aside and worry. At this moment, she suddenly thought that the heart of all beasts mentioned by the orc shaman seemed to be in the sarcophagus. Thinking of this, Lena tiptoed to the sarcophagus. Then, as expected, she saw a skeleton in the sarcophagus, and inside the bones, a heart was beating strongly. Is this the so-called heart of all beasts? Lena thought so and stretched out her hand, carefully taking the heart of all beasts out of the bones. Looking at the heart emitting blue light and beating continuously in her hand, Lena was stunned. It was so easy for me to take out the holy object. That's great. This way I should be able to help Big Brother Edward. Just as Lena was thinking this and was about to look up at the battlefield, she felt a chill in her chest. In my ears, I heard Orson's voice with a hint of despair. Lena! A sharp stone spear pierced her chest, leaving a huge bloody hole. There was a look of joy on her face until she fell. Big Brother, she said weakly. Then, she fell down helplessly. Aya, little girl, stealing is not good, the orc chieftain said, smiling and looking in Lena's direction. Oh, I was just punishing you slightly. Why did you die? TSK, life is so fragile. Having said this, he turned around and looked in the direction of Orson. I'm sorry, I was too harsh. It seems your companion accidentally died like my men. Orson was silent for a while, then he looked at the orc shaman in front of him, suppressed his anger, and asked, what is the purpose of this heart of all beasts that is worth your pursuit? You don't know. After hearing this, the orc shaman had some free time to chat with Orson. The so-called heart of beasts is the only organ left in the body of Lemusa, the lord of beasts, after his death. It has been protecting the desert and the orcs from beginning to end. This heart has divine power. It can be said that as long as you obtain this, you will become the person closest to God on the continent. Our successive generations of temple shamans have tried every possible means to obtain the heart of all beasts. I thought that my generation would not be able to obtain it. I didn't expect that you would help me break the seal of the catacombs. So, you can choose a more respectable way to die. After all, after you die, I will become a god. As one of the most important stepping stones on my path to godhood, I allow you to be buried with your companions. Oh. Orson nodded. It's still unclear who will bury whom. In the original novel, Orson used the power of the devil in the final battle with Lit. Orson didn't know where the power came from, but from the beginning, a voice in his heart was faintly shouting, lose your mind, and you will become the strongest person. Lose your mind? Orson thought so and smiled. Whether it's for his own survival or to avenge Lena, it seems that Orson has a reason to fight. If I can defeat him by giving up my rationality, then it seems okay to give up temporarily. Orson thought so, allowing anger to control his emotions. The orc shaman looked at Orson, who was silent with his head down, and laughed. Oh? Are you furious? Or are you thinking about how to die? It's okay. We have plenty of time. You can think about it slowly. Then Orson raised his head. Have you thought about it? As soon as the orc shaman finished speaking, a beam of magic light shot out from the center of Orson's palm. The orc shaman was unable to dodge and his entire left arm was pierced through, leaving a huge hole. He couldn't help but cry out in pain and looked at Orson in surprise. At this moment, Orson was surrounded by a black mist, and his originally purple eyes were stained with scarlet blood. He looked like a devil returning from hell. Chapter 136. You just said you wanted me to die? As he said this, he rushed towards the orc shaman. The shaman swung his right fist at Orson, but was knocked flying by Orson. He hit the wall and cracked the stone slabs. You have a backup plan? The orc shaman leaned against the wall, panting, looking at Orson, who was walking over, with a hint of doubt in his tone. I'm sorry, the one who will die here today might be you. Orson said this, pouring out his magic power wantonly. Lightning continued to pour down the orc shaman's head. The orc shaman could originally say something, but now under the bombardment of lightning, he could not utter a word. Then, as if to vent his anger, Orson rode on the shaman and punched him in the face again and again. It seemed that only such a thorough beating could relieve the anger in his heart. It was not until 10 minutes later, when the shaman was completely lifeless, that a trace of clarity appeared in Orson's eyes. He stood up from the shaman's body. The opponent had been beaten to death by Orson at this moment, so there was no need to finish him off to vent his anger. He hurried to the sarcophagus. Lena's body fell beside the sarcophagus, her hands still tightly holding the heart of all beasts at that moment. This heart is the source of the millennium-long conflict between humans and orcs, and is also the direct cause of Lena's death. Orson looked at the heart, and at that moment, all he wanted was to destroy it. As long as he is destroyed, the sandstorms protecting the orcs will dissipate, and the human army can go deep into the desert and completely wipe out the orcs. In this way, the millennium-long conflict between humans and orcs will no longer exist. Lena, you are such a fool. Orson said this and hugged Lena in his arms. Don't you know that I have been using you from the beginning? What I want to do is to destroy the entire race of orcs, and you half-orcs will not necessarily be better off than you are now. In Orson's original idea, if the sandstorm problem that hindered the human army's advance in the desert was solved, the army that had not yet dispersed at the border would advance into the desert and completely eliminate the orcs. As the orcs' subordinates, the half-orcs were not on the elimination list, but it did not mean that they could live a good life. They just changed from being subordinates of the orcs to being subordinates of humans. Are you the kind of person who would foolishly help others count money after being sold? Orson thought so, recalling the days of traveling with Lena. Sometimes this little loudspeaker talks too much and is quite annoying, but now, looking at Lena, who is completely unable to speak, Orson can't feel happy. Alas! All the words said to Lena could only turn into a sigh in the end. Well, after seeing so many new things, and seeing the God you worship for the first time in your life, you can consider it complete, right? I don't think so. You should have a better future. You haven't seen a human city yet. Just when Orson was still feeling sentimental, the heart of all beasts in Lena's hand suddenly flashed with a strange light. Orson looked at the heart of all beasts in confusion, and then his consciousness fell into nothingness. When he opened his eyes again, he was still in the tomb, but the tomb was newer than when he first entered, and all traces of fighting on the ground and walls had disappeared. Have I traveled through time? Orson looked at everything in front of him in disbelief, and then, in front of him, a person with a beast's head and a human body walked out from behind the stone steps. It is exactly the same as Lemusa described on the bronze statue. However, at this moment, things are not looking good for Lemusa. He covered his chest and sat down next to the sarcophagus. Are you here to kill me? He looked at Orson with a painful look on his face. Are you Lemusa, the Lord of Beasts? The other party nodded. If you mean to destroy your creation, the orcs, then that is indeed my goal. Upon hearing this, Lemusa showed a look of understanding, and then he looked at Orson. How long has it been since you came across my legend? Probably thousands of years, Orson said. Is that so? Lemusa nodded. Then do you know what the relationship between humans and orcs was thousands of years ago? I've heard that we once fought against a demon invasion together. Since we were once comrades in arms, why do humans want to destroy the orcs? I'm sorry, I can't give you an answer to this. But I can also tell you what your creation will be like thousands of years from now. As he said this, Orson described the tragic situation in the city of Kars. You may not believe it, but after thousands of years, your creation may no longer be what you saw at the beginning. For thousands of years, you have transformed into wind and sand, helping the orcs survive round after round of human raids. Of course, the orcs respect you. But, with all due respect, your creation of the orc race was a failure. If they were placed in a primitive society, it would be fine if they were barbaric, uncivilized, and violent. But when others are making progress, entering a civilized society, and developing continuously, the orcs are still stuck in a barbaric society, which will become an obstacle to others. I won't say that completely exterminating a race is right, but from the perspective of humans and what you call Hellas followers, this is my opinion. Humans also have civil wars and hatred, but unlike orcs, humans have more peace with each other. I know. Lemusa nodded. I created the orcs. Can't I see their future? But I didn't expect that even after thousands of years, the orcs still haven't changed. He sighed with a wry smile. Alas, in order to keep the orc bloodline going, I created the half-orcs, but the result is that both orcs and humans look down on the half-orcs. It's still the same even now. Orson nodded. But the orc race is not a failure. At least, the orcs I've seen are basically similar to humans. It's just because of their strange appearance that they are regarded as monsters by humans and orcs. So, if this isn't a failure, then what is it? Lemusa said self-deprecatingly, as a god, the species he created can only be enslaved, discriminated against, hated, and exploited by others. If this isn't a failure, then what is it? King of beasts, at least, I can assure you about this point about orcs. Orcs can live together with humans. The journey may be long and difficult, but I promise you that I will do my best for you. The orcs fought for their own rights and even established their own country, making them equal to humans and no longer discriminated against. Because, the qualities I found in most orcs are hard work, diligence, simplicity, and kindness. Such a race should not disappear. Having said this, Orson looked at Lemusa. You should think so, King of Beasts. Otherwise, how could the bronze statues serving on both sides of your sarcophagus be orcs? Ha, that's easy for you to say. Lemusa said, looking at Orson. For some reason, he was stunned for a moment, and then he smiled with understanding. Oh, it's you. What did you say? Orson looked at Lemusa in confusion. Son of Parody, let's make a deal. I will remove the sand from the desert. In return, you have to help me take care of my most proud creation. How about that? Son of Parody? Although I don't quite understand the meaning of this title, I agree to the agreement you proposed. Ah, you don't know this yet? Lemusa saw Orson's puzzled expression, smiled, and then said, forget it, anyway, you will know your life experience in the future. That's the agreement. I will turn into eyes and watch the agreement between you and me be fulfilled. Parody smiled as he said this. That little orc girl outside is your friend, right? You can develop a friendship with an orc that is enough to make him die for you. I believe what you said. By the way, let me help you one last time. Son of Parody, please do not forget our agreement. As Lemusa finished speaking, Orson's consciousness returned to the real world. In Orson's arms, the heart of all beasts turned into starlight and flew into Lena's body. Then, the injuries on Lena's body began to heal rapidly. Looking at this scene, I thought about what Lemusa said in the illusion just now. Does the last help mean to heal Lena's fatal injuries? Orson didn't know whether Lena would wake up, but he still held Lena and walked out of the underground maze. It was not until half a day later, when it was already late, that Lena gradually woke up. She felt like she had had a very long dream. She got to travel with her elder brother Edward as she wished, and then she got to see the temple of Lemusa in the book as she wished. They even explored the underground labyrinth of the Temple of Lemusa and discovered Lemusa's tomb. Unfortunately, in the end, the ending of the story doesn't seem good. When she opened her eyes again, what came into view was a sky full of stars and that familiar black hair. Did I just have a dream? Lena said this and looked at Orson beside her. Are you awake? Orson also turned his head and looked at Lena. Well, Brother Edward, I feel like I had a very long dream. You're not dreaming. Orson said, patting Lena's little head. Thanks to you, Lena, we defeated the bad guys in the end. But I remember that I wasn't. Yes, Lena, you were knocked unconscious. I was worried to death. Orson said this, covering up the fact that Lena had come back to life, and also concealing the agreement between himself and Lemusa. Oh, I was so scared. I thought I was dead. Don't talk nonsense. You're a very lucky fox. Orson said this and pinched Lena's fox ears. Ugh! Don't pinch my ears. Lena said, and opened Orson's hand. Even if it's my older brother, you can't do that. The ears and tails of us orcs are very important, only family and closest loved ones can touch it. Thinking of this, Lena couldn't help blushing. Okay. Orson nodded. But, Lena, do you feel any changes in your body after waking up? After all, the heart of all beasts is a divine thing. Although resurrection from the dead is already a very powerful function, Orson still wants to see if there are any changes in Lena's body, whether she will become stronger after absorbing the heart of all beasts. Change? Lena tilted her head when she heard that. She blushed as she felt a swelling sensation in her chest. Big brother, you are a pervert. As she said this, she punched Orson. Then, Orson was knocked several meters away. This time, Lena was completely panicked. Big brother. Are you okay? Having said that, she rushed straight towards Orson. I'm fine. Orson said this and stood up with difficulty. It's just a few broken ribs, no big deal. However, just as Orson thought, Lena's physical fitness has reached an extremely high level. With pure physical fitness and without any skills, she was able to beat Orson, who was at the peak of the 7th level, into this state. If she practices more, I'm afraid Lena's physical strength will be among the top in the continent in the future. I'm afraid this is because some of the power of the heart of all beasts was used to heal Lena's body. Otherwise, Lena would only become stronger. Thinking about it this way, if the heart of all beasts was obtained by that orc shaman, he would probably become one of the most powerful people on the continent. By then, the relationship between humans and orcs will probably be reversed. Big brother, I didn't mean it. I don't know why. It's okay, isn't this a good thing? Orson smiled. At least, Lena, you don't have to worry about being bullied by bad guys in the future. Maybe Big Brother will need you to protect him in the future. Having said this, Orson stood up. Lena, look, the sandstorm outside has dissipated. As he said this, Orson pointed to the outside of the temple. Before, when Orson and Lena came in, the sandstorm here never stopped. Chapter 137. It seems so. Lena looked at Orson after hearing this. Brother, what's going on? Isn't it said that the outer sandstorm surrounds the temple all year round? That's all thanks to Lena. Orson said this and summoned his magic carpet. Without the obstruction of wind and sand, the magic carpet can operate normally. Thanks to me? Yeah. Orson said, sitting on the flying carpet, patting the carpet and motioning Lena to sit on it. Practice makes perfect. Lena sat on the flying carpet and hugged Orson's waist. Although there was no problem when she stepped on the magic carpet before, Lena was still afraid of falling. Fear of heights seems to be the nature of animals other than birds. Anyone who has never flown or been to a high place will feel scared when suddenly arriving at a place hundreds of meters above the ground. Of course, for someone like Orson who has been flying for a long time, this feeling will gradually dissipate. By the way, Lena, I lied to you. While flying in the sky, Orson suddenly spoke to Lena behind him. Hey! Big brother, what did you lie to me about? My real name is not Edward. My name is Orson. I am not an ordinary traveler either. I have great power over humans. Having said this, Orson smiled. Big brother, you actually lied to me. Lena stretched out her fist and hit Orson on the shoulder. Orson was hit so hard that he even stopped operating the magic carpet. Wah-wah-aya. Feeling the weightlessness brought by falling, Lena couldn't help but scream. The two men fell straight to the ground, and it was not until they were more than 10 meters away from the ground that Orson was able to regain control of the takeoff carpet and increase his altitude. Phew, luckily I controlled it in time. Orson said this and patted his chest. Yes, I'm sorry, big brother, I didn't mean it. I know you didn't mean it. Orson sighed. It seemed that he would have to train Lena specially in the future to let her learn to control her strength, otherwise it would be bad if she hurt people randomly. Then, Orson said, anyway, Lena, I can send you back to your tribe now, or I can take you to see the humans. What's your choice? Well, can I go back to see everyone in the tribe first, and then go to the human side with you, big brother? Sure. Orson nodded. By the way, Lena, I've already figured out how to compensate you for lying to you. Big brother, have you thought about this? Well, I plan to make sure that the orcs will never have to go hungry again. Is this the best compensation? Well, but isn't this difficult to do? Lena, don't underestimate me. Didn't I tell you that I have power and influence among humans? I can help you. It is still easy for us to settle our family business. Then, big brother, you are not allowed to regret it just because it's too difficult. Don't worry, Orson, never brag. The two of them flew in the sky, talking and laughing, and then returned to the tribe. Everyone in the tribe has now moved to a new place. The soil fertility and groundwater here are barely enough for them to live for another 5 or 6 years. As long as nothing major happens in these 5 or 6 years and they don't get in trouble with other orcs, everyone in the tribe can live a more comfortable life with the surplus food from last time. Mr. Edward, you're back? At the entrance of the tribe, the people looked at Orson and Lena descending from the sky, all with surprise on their faces. Orson had never demonstrated his magic flying carpet technique in front of the people in the tribe before. Now, when the children in the tribe saw Orson, stars appeared in their eyes and they all pestered Orson to take them to the sky for some fun. Orson, in a good mood, agreed to their request and flew the children into the sky. He pretended to make mistakes from time to time, which made the children laugh and be surprised, and Lena returned to Arati. Lena, you must have seen a lot of new things this time when you went out with Mr. Edward. Yeah. Lena nodded excitedly and told Arati about what she saw and heard during her journey, as well as every little detail between her and Orson, especially the final experience in the maze under the temple. Arati was terrified when he heard it. If he hadn't seen that Lena was really fine, Arati would have regretted it to death. And more, Grandpa Arati. Big brother is lying. His name is not Edward, but Orson. He is a famous person among humans. Orson? When Ality heard the name, he was stunned for a moment, and then broke out in a cold sweat. They say dances with wolves. Today, Ality finally experienced what it feels like to dance with wolves. This time the orcs attacked back a little too quickly, so Arati heard the news from the surrounding orc tribes. It turned out that it was the human commander Orson who used unpredictable strategies to resolve all the orcs' attacks one by one. Among the orcs, hearing Orson's name would even stop a child from crying in the middle of the night. What Arati didn't expect was that Orson, who was transformed into a god of death by the orcs, was so gentle and polite during his contact and communication with him. Although he had guessed that Orson's identity might be unusual, when Lena really told Arati Orson's true identity, Arati still couldn't help feeling a little scared. Fortunately, his tribe did not offend Orson, otherwise it would probably have ended up like the burned tribe. So, when Orson came back to see Ality, Ality behaved very respectfully. Mr. Orson, I've long heard of your name. Arati said this with a hint of respect in his tone. When Orson saw Ality's performance, he knew that it must be Lena, the big mouth, who secretly told Ality about his affairs. He glanced helplessly at Lena, who covered her mouth and winked secretly at Orson. Well, Chief Arati, you don't have to act like this. Orson said, looking at Arati. You helped me before, so you are my benefactor. I was blind and neglected you, Mr. Orson. I am very sorry. Alas, I've already told you, there's no need to do this. Orson sighed, and then said, forget it, Chief Arati, I'm here to tell you something this time. Ah, Master Orson, please go ahead. After a while, the human army will arrive in the desert in batches. I will then give them orders not to attack the orc tribe. At the same time, they will also give you some of the rations they carry. All you need to do is assign some people to serve as guides for the human army. As Orson finished speaking, Ality showed an expression of disbelief. Wait a minute, Mr. Orson, there have been precedents of humans entering the desert, but, at this moment, Arati suddenly reacted. As the commander of the human side, Orson cannot be an ORC. Orson, as a human being, took Lena deep into the desert. Seeing Arati's expression, Orson knew what he was thinking, so he smiled and said, well, actually there is a reason why I can enter the desert, but this is not the reason why the human army enters the desert. Having said this, Orson simply attributed the disappearance of the wind and sand to the disappearance of the heart of all beasts in the underground maze of the temple. Does that mean that Lemusa, the king of beasts, can no longer protect us? As Lottie said this, a hint of sadness appeared in his expression. No, Lemusa is still protecting the orcs. Having said this, Orson told Arati about his idea. This time the orcs' attack brought great losses to the eastern part of the dukedom of Antica. If the orcs don't mind, they can settle down in the eastern part of the dukedom. There is abundant water and grass there, and the land is suitable for growing crops. You don't have to move to another place every few years like you do now, and there are not many things growing in the land. Moreover, the orcs have complete autonomy there. They don't have to pay taxes to the dukedom, nor do they have to look at the faces of humans. They can live for themselves. Although the empire may not agree to divide the land for you to establish a country in the short term, you will have your own country now. Your own country? Arati repeated in disbelief after hearing Orson's words. Mr. Orson, we've never thought of this before, now you can think so. Orson said this and smiled. This is definitely not an empty promise. If you want, I can ask the border soldiers to let you pass on the day I return to the dukedom, and let you settle in the eastern part of the dukedom on your own. Thank you very much, Mr. Orson. Arati said this, expressing his gratitude to Orson sincerely. Don't thank me. Thank Lena instead. If it weren't for Lena, I probably wouldn't have done this. Lena, who was listening to the conversation, pointed at herself in confusion when she saw the topic suddenly shift to herself. Me? I didn't do anything? No, Lena, you've done a lot. Orson said this and smiled. Seeing Orson turning into the Riddler again, Lena couldn't help but pouting. After staying in the tribe for a day, the two continued to fly towards the border. After returning to the human territory, Orson immediately took Lena to the human front headquarters in Phoenix City and found General Carlyle, who was in charge of guarding the border. On the way, although some soldiers saw Lena following Orson and were a little surprised by the latter's appearance, after all, she was following Orson, and the soldiers couldn't stop her. They could only assume that Master Orson suddenly wanted to find an orc as a follower. There was no fighting on the front line these days, and Carlyle was sitting in a chair drinking tea boredly. To be honest, he didn't quite understand why Orson asked him not to disband the army but to continue to stay on standby at the border. In his opinion, after the orcs were repelled this time, the probability of them coming back again was only 1 in 1,000. Instead of keeping the soldiers on the front line and paying them salaries and rations, it would be better to disband them early. After all, the Duchy of Antica was not very rich. After repelling the orcs, the aid from other duchies and royal territories was also cut off. Now the army was all supported by the already tight dukedom's finances, until Orson pushed open the door and walked into the room. Mr. Orson? You're back? Carlyle said this and stood up quickly. Then, he saw a fox-eared girl following Orson. Orcs! Hearing Carlyle scream, Lena shrank back behind Orson in fear. Ah, General Carlyle, don't be afraid. This is a friend I met in the desert. Her name is Lena. Ah, it's Mr. Orson's friend, right? Carlyle nodded. Sorry, Miss Lena, I just overreacted. No. It's okay. Lena also stuck her head out and greeted Carlyle. Mr. Orson, why are you here this time? The time has come, General Carlyle, now order the soldiers to march into the desert. Huh? Carlyle looked at Orson in surprise. No, Master Orson, did I hear you correctly? Marching into the desert? Don't you know how harmful the desert sand is to the human body? I know, but now the sandstorm problem in the desert has been solved. Orson said, looking at Lena. Thanks to my friend, we can now completely put an end to the feud between humans and orcs. But this? Carlyle still couldn't believe it after hearing it. But this situation has not changed for thousands of years. Why, don't dwell on this issue any further. Anyway, the problem of wind and sand that harms the human body in the desert has been solved. I see. Carlyle nodded. Then, are there any other things to note? Yes, of course. Orson said, Please inform every soldier that the only targets for entering the desert this time are orcs, not half-orcs included. The orcs have never participated in the war between orcs and humans. They are also oppressed by orcs. As the natives of the desert, the orcs can serve as guides to help our army quickly find the orc tribe and destroy them. At the same time, even if we encounter orc tribes that are unwilling to cooperate, we should not use force. We should leave some food for them and let them see our sincerity. Then they will choose to trust us and cooperate with us. Carlyle was so surprised when he heard Orson's arrangement. This is a bit too crazy. He said, there seems to be no other record of humans cooperating with other races, except in legends when fighting against demons. Oh, there is also an Age of Dragons, but that is usually counted as part of the Civil War. Yes, we are in an era of great change. Orson said this and patted Carlyle on the shoulder. General Carlyle, there will be more and more changes in this world from now on. I understand. Carlyle nodded after hearing this. By the way, Master Orson, it seems that Antica City is going to hold a banquet recently. It seems that His Majesty the Emperor is initiating it. He said that it is to solemnly celebrate the great achievements made in this war. Master Orson, as the commander of this war, I think you still need to rush back as soon as possible to attend it. What? Orson looked at Carlyle in surprise. When is the party scheduled to take place? He asked. As far as I know, His Majesty the Emperor should arrive in Antica tomorrow, and the banquet should be held as soon as His Majesty the Emperor arrives. I understand. Orson nodded after hearing this. It would have been fine if this banquet had been held before, but it had to be held when Lucius had this disease. I'm afraid that someone with ulterior motives has obtained the information that Lucius is ill and wants to take advantage of the opportunity to cause trouble. Chapter 138. Orson thought so inside. Why are family affairs always so bad? Desert, Baru tribe. Baru has been in a bad mood recently. Although he has been conquering nearby orc tribes and bringing them under his command with his own abilities, the casualties suffered in the Civil War have reduced the strength of the orcs as a whole by more than half. Before the war, the number of orc warriors was 300,000. Up to now, the number of orcs under Baru is about 10,000, and the number of other tribes added together is also around 10,000. Only 1 in 10 orcs are left, although the orcs have a fast reproduction rate and it will only take a few decades for them to return to their pre-war size. These decades are the weakest period for the orcs. If there was a race that could ignore the invasion of wind and sand and attack itself, the orcs would really be wiped out, but the sandstorm weather seemed to have disappeared recently, which made Baru even more worried. He looked at the old orc who had become his military advisor, who was now drinking cold water leisurely. Senior, I don't know why, but I always have a bad feeling recently. Oh? Hearing this, the old orc looked at Baru. Chief Baru, what are you worried about? Why don't you tell me? In the past few days, there seems to be no sandstorms in the desert. This is normal, the old orc said, not caring about Baru's worries. In the desert, this kind of thing happens from time to time. It's not like there will always be sandstorms. And we are currently at the outskirts of the desert. The deeper we go into the desert, the more frequent the sandstorms will be. I hope so. Baru nodded. Now our tribe is the strongest among all the orcs. Basically, we can persuade the remaining tribes to surrender as long as we have time. When the time comes, we will follow your ideas and imitate the human system to carry out reforms. This is the way out for the orcs, right? Yes. The old orc nodded. Alas, I hope the sacrifices of so many of our compatriots are meaningful. Baru said this and sighed. Chief Baru, you don't have to feel sad about their passing. Think about it. Maybe not long ago, they were hoping you would die. They are just stumbling blocks on the road to the orcs' revival. Besides, you have confessed before the King of Beasts, so there is no need to feel guilty. The old orc comforted Baru. Yeah. Baru nodded after hearing that. Then, suddenly an orc warrior ran in. Something bad has happened. Chief Baru. Humans, so many humans. They are coming towards us. The orc warrior said this, panting heavily, looking very embarrassed. What? Why would humans come to us? Baru said this, looking at the orc warrior in disbelief, and then turned to look at the old orc. Senior, what should we do in this situation? This. The old orc thought for a moment and then said, maybe there really is no wind and sand outside these days. Why don't we retreat into the depths of the desert first? It seems that this is the only solution for now. Upon hearing this, Baru nodded in agreement. Anyway, as long as they go deep into the desert, they will definitely be protected by the wind and sand. At that time, if humans still dare to pursue them, they will be sick and die from various diseases without the orcs' help. At that time, they will leave a large amount of food for the orcs. Afterwards, Baru ordered the tribe to set out overnight. After that, they marched for 3 days, but Baru's mood still didn't improve. During these 3 days, they had been marching deeper into the desert, but they did not encounter the sandstorm weather they had imagined, and human soldiers were chasing after them relentlessly. Yet he only had 10,000 soldiers, while the humans had a full 100,000. Although the imperial elites such as the Royal Knights are no longer there, local elites such as the Black Army are still in this army. It wasn't just Baru's army. Other orc tribes in the desert were also attacked by human armies. They would never have thought that humans, who had not dared to go deep into the desert for thousands of years, could go deep into the desert this time, and nothing happened. Late at night, Baru was sitting in the makeshift military camp. He looked at the old orc sitting next to him. The old orc's expression wasn't looking very good at the moment. Senior, tell me, could it be that because of our brothers killing each other, the king of beasts will no longer bless us? That's impossible. The old orc shook his head firmly. The king of beasts will never abandon his creation. Then why is there no wind? This. The old orc was silent for a while after hearing this, and didn't know what to say. How about that? At this time, Baru suddenly said, how about we fight this human army? If we retreat further, we will have to retreat to the temple. We don't want to see the land of the king of beasts being trampled by outsiders. That's fine. The old orc nodded. Besides, we are not sure whether the humans have encountered sandstorms before. What if this group of human troops encountered sandstorms when they first entered the desert? Now they are actually facing us with illness. Well, that's the only way. Baru said this and made up his mind. The next morning, Baru gathered all the warriors in the tribe, distributed food, and finished their last meal. Then, he led the warriors to charge towards the human army. As the warriors charged, the women and children continued to retreat to the rear under the leadership of the old orc. Baru led the charge into the human army, hacking and slashing. These orcs, with the mentality of killing one to make a profit and killing two to make a profit, have almost lost their discipline. However, the human army was not sick as Baru and the old orc had imagined. Instead, they were very vigorous and fought better than the average orc. The result of the war was obvious. The humans won a great victory, while the orcs were completely wiped out. Humans have no habit of taking prisoners, and when pursued by cavalry, no matter how strong the orcs' 2 legs are, they cannot outrun the cavalry's 4 legs. After several days, the human army finally caught up with the elderly, weak, women and children of the Baru tribe. Faced with the pursuing human army, the elders and women of the tribe took up weapons first, followed by the young children. As for the babies in swaddling clothes, most of them would have died under such harsh conditions, and the remaining babies would not survive more than a few days without anyone to take care of them. The first phase of the clearing mission took half a month, and a thorough carpet search to eliminate the orcs would still require a lot of time, but the manpower and material resources invested in it were still much less than in the first phase. On the other hand, Orson thought of a good strategy. He gave the city of Karls, which was originally planned to be an immigration city, to the orcs as their city. When he collected intelligence on the orcs, Orson was surprised to find that the total number of orcs was only over 30,000. You know, even if the orcs killed each other to that extent, they still had 20,000 warriors and about 50,000 ordinary people, a total of about 70,000, and this was the number of orcs in decades. When the number is lowest. At its peak, the number of orcs once exceeded 1 million. The number of orcs, however, remains fairly stable. Originally, Orson thought that the development of the orcs would require the occupation of a lot of land in the eastern region, but now it seems that one city of Kars is enough to accommodate all the orc groups. Of course, these are only the orcs in the desert. In the human empire, there are still many orcs serving as slaves or free men in various cities, but their total number would not exceed 100,000. The number of humans is hundreds of times that of orcs. If you think about it this way, the orcs can actually adopt a city-state development model. As long as the city of Kars is well developed, the orcs can live a very good life. With the recommendation of the orc leaders, Arati, who had a good relationship with Orson, was elected as the temporary lord of Kars City and became the leader of the orc group. Everything is developing prosperously. Before all this, things were not so good in the Duchy of Antica. When Lit received the news that Emperor Odysseus was about to visit the Dukedom of Antica, he was stunned at first, and then felt embarrassed. If Odysseus comes, Lucius will have to come out to meet him, right? Even if he stayed indoors on the pretext of illness. What would happen if Odysseus asked to go into the house to visit Lucius? It would be fine if Lucius didn't fall ill during the visit. But what if Lucius suddenly fell ill? It is very likely that a patient with this disease will suddenly say something or do something stupid. But if that becomes disrespectful to the emperor, even if Odysseus can forgive Lucius and escape the blame, the family's reputation will be damaged. Just think about it. A family with a demented head would be laughed at if people told others about it, but after all, it was a letter sent by the emperor himself, and he had to reply. In desperation, Lit could only reply on his behalf. In the letter, Lit implicitly expressed that Lucius was ill and might not be able to pay his respects to the emperor. After receiving the letter, Odysseus wanted to see Lucius even more. No matter what, Lucius is also a close confidant of the emperor and has made great military achievements for the empire. Now he is injured. As the emperor, he has to come and take a look, either to take care of the feelings of his subjects or to achieve his own political goals. After receiving the reply, Lite felt even more overwhelmed. Helplessly, he could only take things one step at a time. The invitations have been sent out and the dignitaries have begun to set off, and some people are probably already waiting to see the Stranic family make a fool of themselves. Just at this time, Mary took the test and challenged Leet again. Leet, are you sure you haven't found Randall despite all the searching in the past few days? Yeah. Lit rubbed his forehead and nodded helplessly. I'm sorry, Mother, we searched the entire Dukedom of Antica and couldn't find any trace of Mr. Randall. I suspect he might have been kidnapped. Kidnapped? Mary said this with a suspicious expression. Leet, let me be frank. After saying this, she took a deep breath and then said, I already know about the master's affairs. He has a poor memory and always treats me as his ex-wife. Why did you and Orson hide such a serious matter from me? Why did I have to go and see it in person to find out? Just because you are the master's children, am I not the master's wife? She questioned Lit loudly, making Lit feel ashamed. I'm sorry, Mother, this matter is mainly out of consideration for Father's reputation. Face, what face do we have as a family? Mary said this, and then laughed in anger. I think you don't even consider me as your mother. As soon as the master forgot something, you started to undermine his power, and now you are kidnapping my confidants. Are you going to do something to me next? Faced with the aggressive Mary, Orson could only make verbal concessions. I'm sorry, Mother, but Mr. Randall's disappearance really has nothing to do with us. We are also trying hard to find him. Oh, trying hard to look for it? Putting up a few notices counts as trying hard to look for it? Why don't you look for the properties under your and Orson's names? See if there are any Tibetans there? Mother, please believe us, Leet, Mary said, walking to the door. Let me be frank with you. If you don't consider me a family member, don't blame me for being heartless and ungrateful. Having said this, Mary slammed the door shut. Looking at the closed door, Leet sighed helplessly. This wave of pressure has been withstood, but what should we do next when the emperor arrives? If Mary completely broke off relations with her family and filed a complaint in front of the emperor, how would this matter be handled? It would be fine if Marie had no power, but she was the sister of the Duke of Orleans. Although she did not have a high status in the family and was only married as a tool for political marriage, there was no doubt that if necessary, the Duke of Orleans would definitely stand on Marie's side. P.S. This chapter costs 17,000, which is a 2-in-1 super chapter. I hope to receive your friendly monthly votes next month. P.S. February 29th, February 30th, and February 31st are 3 consecutive holidays. Updates will be normal from March 1st. Please live a regular life and rest on time. Please be informed. Chapter 24, Why are you looking at me? The time finally came for the celebration banquet this morning. The Emperor's sedan chair has arrived in Antica. This is the first time Odysseus has come to Antica since he ascended the throne, except for the war 18 years ago. Your Majesty, please look, this is the new city area of Antica. In front of Odysseus, Lit, the temporary head of the Dukedom of Antica, was describing the changes in Antica to him. The two are now standing on the tower of the church in the old city of Antica. From here, they can have a panoramic view of the entire city of Antica, especially the new city area, which accounts for almost half of the current city of Antica. Different from the messy and dilapidated old city, the new city has been clearly planned after various functional areas are clearly arranged and the buildings are solid and beautiful. It can be said that in many places, it is better than Saint Laurent City. Very good. Odysseus looked at the new city area of Antica and nodded with satisfaction. 18 years ago, although Antica was a large city in the eastern part of the empire and was still quite large, it had already suffered from urban diseases and looked far worse than it does today. Although the planning of the new urban area has made Antica lose a lot of its urban atmosphere, as a city, Antica's current appearance is already among the best in the empire. I heard that Orson was responsible for all the initial planning, right? Odysseus said this and turned to look at Lit. Yes, most of the planning of the new city was handled by my brother. There is also Miss Kalenina, the current president of the Lycian Chamber of Commerce. She participated in the construction of the new city throughout the whole process and completed the planning of the new city with the highest quality and the fastest speed. Lit stood beside Odysseus and did not panic. Instead, he reported the work of the dukedom to Odysseus in a calm tone. Well, Lit, let me ask you, in your opinion, will cities continue to expand in the end? Odysseus suddenly wanted to test the child in front of him, so he thought of a more difficult question. Lit thought about it, then nodded. She said, yes, in my opinion, at least the current trend is like this. The city will serve as an economic center, providing a distribution and market supply function for the surrounding villages and towns. The highest level city is Saint Laurent City of the Empire. As the center of the entire empire, the future development of Saint Laurent City should be to turn other local cities into so-called villages of Saint Laurent City, injecting economic vitality into Saint Laurent City. Chapter 139. However, due to transportation issues, many goods take too long to be transported, causing their original value to change and become unsuitable for the market. Therefore, the radiation of a city is limited to a certain range. This is why the capital of the empire cannot radiate to the entire country, and even the imperial territory cannot be covered. Well, so, if you want to expand the scale of Saint Laurent City, you have to change the problem from the transportation aspect, right? Lit vomited a little. For example, the distance from Antica to Saint Laurent can be shortened to 2 days or even shorter through magic, but if it is transported by a cargo carriage, it will take at least a week to deliver it. If it's a large shipment, it may take a month if the transportation is slow. Yes. Odysseus nodded, and he agreed with this. In this way, even if the price of agricultural products in the countryside of Antica is much lower than that around Saint Laurent, the cost of transportation on the road is too high, which means that the price will not be lower when it is transported to Saint Laurent. But at the same time, Saint Laurent can also supply such goods locally, so there is no profit to be made from such goods, so naturally no merchants will be willing to do this kind of trade. But the surplus goods needed a distribution center, so the primary towns appeared. Later, in order to facilitate economic ties and commercial exchanges between towns, cities were also formed. This happened. Lit also added at this time. You said it very well. Odysseus said this, looking at Lit with a gratified look. At least, in my opinion, Lit, your remarks are something that my finance minister would never say. Your Majesty, you are too kind. Lit said this with a smile. By the way, I heard you say earlier that Lucius was unwell. What's the situation? Is it serious? About this question. Lit became a little nervous. Sure enough, what cannot be avoided will eventually be avoided. With this in mind, Lit explained, it is like this, Your Majesty. My father was injured in a previous assassination attempt. Although his life is not in danger, he has some sequelae. He is now recuperating. When the sequelae disappear, my father will be able to handle affairs normally. Is that so? Odysseus expressed his understanding when he heard what Lit said. Oh, I never thought that someone would dare to assassinate the Duke of the Empire. Will I be the next assassin? He said angrily. However, Lit, you don't have to worry too much. You are managing the dukedom very well now. Lucius must be very pleased that his two children are both talented in literature and martial arts. One is responsible for the internal affairs and the other for the external affairs. They manage the dukedom in an orderly manner. Thank you for your approval, Your Majesty. Lit bowed quickly. At the same time, in the Duke's mansion, Vivian was standing guard at Lucius's door. Today, Lit went out to meet Odysseus, and Vivian was the only one left at home to take care of Lucius. After the last experience, Vivian naturally would not allow Mary to get close to Lucius again, but having said that, Vivian felt a headache when she saw Mary appearing in front of her. Maid Vivian. Mary's tone sounded very serious. I reiterate here again, the person inside is my husband. No matter what problems my husband has, I am his wife and I have the right to stay with him. I'm sorry, ma'am, but both Master Orson and Master Leet have ordered me that the master's problem is quite serious and he should try to have as little contact with others as possible. In that case, can't I go in and take a look at him to see if he's still there? Mary's tone was anxious, as if she was really worried about Lucius. Madam, please don't embarrass me. Besides, haven't you already met the master before? It feels strange because I've seen it before. Weren't the master and I able to have dinner together for a while before? Why did it become like this in the past few days? Mary grabbed Vivian's collar and looked a little out of her mind. You kidnapped Randall and now you won't let me see the master. What do you want? But Vivian remained calm. She watched Mary perform on her own, unmoved. What are you making so much noise for? Just at this moment, the door was opened from the inside and Lucius appeared at the door. Looking at the two surprised people, Lucius frowned. Why are you looking at me? Isn't there a banquet today? Go get ready for it. Chapter 25, Temptation Master? How is your body? After a brief moment of surprise, Vivian was the first to react. Master Leet asked me to stay in your room and rest today. Master, are you okay? Mary asked at the right time. Why? You all want me to stay in bed so much? Lucius frowned. I'm not sick. I'm in good health. Having said this, Lucius patted his chest to show that he was fine. Whether it's Orson or Lit, it's not their turn to make the decision yet. Since the Emperor is coming to my place, how can I, as the master of the house, not show up? Anyway, hurry up and get ready. Lucius said. By the way, whether Orson comes back today or not, give him a seat at the banquet. Don't be impolite. Okay. Vivian nodded and then passed on Lucius's order. At this moment, only Lucius and Mary were left. Why? Madam, why are you still staying here? Master, are you really okay? Orson and Lit didn't let me see you before. How many times do you want me to tell you that I'm fine? Lucius was obviously unhappy. As for why they didn't let you come to see me, that was my idea. Don't get me wrong. I was in a bad condition at the time and didn't want to make you laugh at me, so I let them do this and made you worry, ma'am. That's good. Mary nodded. However, if you still feel a little uncomfortable today, don't force yourself. Your health is more important than anything else. Oh, of course I know that. Lucius said, smiling. Of course I understand what you are thinking, madam, and I also understand what many other people are thinking. If I don't show up today, I'm afraid there will be problems at the banquet. Mary was shocked when she heard this. She didn't know why, but she always felt that Lucius had a hidden meaning when he said this, as if he was saying that she wanted to harm the family. He then reached out and gently touched Mary's face. Madam, where is the attendant beside you? The man who usually follows you, why can't I see him today? Master, are you talking about Randall? Mary suddenly remembered the purpose of her meeting with Lucius, and then quickly said, Randall helped me deliver a letter last time, and he never came back. I suspected that he was kidnapped, so I asked Lit to help me mobilize the Duke's guards to find him. As a result, Lit told me that he has not been found yet. Oh? Lucius frowned when he heard that. Then it is true that what Lit did was a little inappropriate. After all, he is such an important person to the lady, how could he not find him? I'm afraid that Madam must be very bored during the days when Mr. Randall was away. Hearing Lucius say this, Mary's heart inevitably began to beat wildly. After all, he is the servant you specifically requested to bring with you before you came from the Duke of Orleans to marry me. I feel much more at ease with him serving you. You must have been very lonely in the past few days when he was away. After all, you don't have a servant you can confide in. That won't do. We must find him quickly, Lucius said, clapping his hands. After all, he is your very important servant, madam. Mary stared at Lucius with wide eyes in disbelief. Lucius was almost about to point it out directly, but how did he know? Okay, ma'am, I will help you find Randall later, so don't worry. Now just wait for the dinner. Lucius said this, patted Mary's shoulder, and then hugged her gently. At tonight's banquet, we must set a good example for the nobles of the empire, ma'am, Lucius whispered in Mary's ear. Then he let go of Mary, smiled, and walked downstairs. Downstairs, a group of nobles had gathered. Unlike Odysseus, after arriving at the dukedom of Antica, they went straight to the duke's mansion, wanting to reminisce with Lucius. Of course, when the nobles learned that Lucius was unable to chat with them due to illness, they simply expressed their regret and then gathered in groups of 3 or 4 to chat. In addition to its original purpose, this kind of aristocratic gathering is more about providing a social occasion for the nobles so that they can achieve their own goals in this social occasion, either completing an alliance, improving a relationship, or planning a conspiracy. In short, the nobles' favorite and most frequent social activity is banquets. Someone called out Duke Lucius, and the nobles on the first floor all looked up and saw Lucius, dressed formally, walking down from the second floor. Duke Lucius. The first person to greet him was the Duke of Prussia, Lucius's relative-in-law William. He had a pretty good relationship with Lucius, and was worried when he heard the news that Lucius was ill. I heard that you were ill. Is it really okay for you to come down now? It's okay. Lucius smiled and shook his head. It's just a minor illness, not a serious one. I'm almost recovered now. Besides, if I don't come down, the atmosphere of the party will be less after all, right? That's true. William saw that Lucius looked fine and looked good, so he smiled and nodded. At this time, Giovanni, Duke of Napoli, also came up. Oh, Duke Lucius, congratulations. Your child has grown up and can stand on his own, while my unsuccessful child is still spending my money. From this point of view of being a parent, I really envy you. That's great, Duke Giovanni. Your child, young Master Donny, is also very good. Well, I'm still not as good as you. Giovanni said this. Although he was praising Lucius, it didn't feel like he was praising him, but rather he was being sarcastic. However, Duke Lucius, is your health really okay? Of course. Lucius nodded. Well, I wonder if you, Duke Lucius, still remember our rankings when we entered the Imperial Academy in the same class 30 years ago? Giovanni said with a smile. After all, it's very nostalgic. Among the dukes of the empire, you and I are the only old classmates now, and 30 years have passed. Imperial Academy ranking. Lucius said this with a hint of doubt in his eyes. He wanted to answer Giovanni, but for some reason, he couldn't remember the answer for a moment. By the way, when did I enter the Imperial College? Why can't I remember, Duke Lucius? Seeing that Lucius did not reply to him, Giovanni was stunned for a moment, then pretended to be surprised. You didn't forget, did you? Chapter 26. The banquet begins. Lucius stood there in a daze, a little overwhelmed. Just at this moment, William came up in time. Duke Giovanni, please stop testing Duke Lucius' memory. He has been in the military for half his life and his health is much better than that of old men like us. How could he not remember it? He smiled and continued, moreover, when Duke Lucius first entered school, he was ranked first. The Stranic family is full of geniuses, and everyone is ranked first. It's really enviable. Indeed. Giovanni nodded, and the smile on his face faded. If Duke William could change your nosy character, both of your children would not be ranked second in school. Is second place so bad? William was not angry when he heard this. Instead, he raised his eyebrows and looked at Giovanni with a hint of provocation in his expression. No matter what, second place is still higher than that of Mr. Donny, right? Oh, sorry, I forgot. No matter what Donny's ranking is now, it is meaningless. After all, he has been expelled from the Imperial Academy. Oh. Giovanni smiled nonchalantly. Yes, my son is not very motivated, so I have to strive for it myself and pave the way for his future. Having said this, Giovanni stopped talking to William and turned around to continue chatting with other nobles. This is how nobles talk, although there is always something else behind their words, and it seems they won't stop until they choke the other person to death. But if your emotions are really provoked and you do something rude, then you have really failed. On the second floor, Vivian saw Lucius's current condition. She assigned the work to other people, and then hurried downstairs and followed Lucius. Now she had to follow Lucius closely and try her best to ensure that Lucius would not encounter any problems at the banquet like what happened just now. Lucius greeted the nobles he met downstairs one by one, and this time he did not forget their names. Then, he came to William's family this time. William was accompanied on his visit to the Duchy of Antica by his two daughters, Olivia and Lianka. Olivia had gone back to the Duchy of Prussia for some time due to an urgent matter. This time when she came with her father, she was going to visit Orson. However, Orson was not in the Duchy of Antica at the moment because he was dealing with affairs in the desert. Olivia was naturally in a bad mood because she didn't see Orson, but when she saw Lucius walking towards her, Olivia took the initiative to greet him. Uncle Lucius, I haven't seen you for a long time. I wonder if you are doing well. It's nothing serious. Lucius shook his head. Lucius had nothing but satisfaction in his eyes towards his future daughter-in-law. You know, as the Duke's daughter, there are not many people who can make her humble herself to others, and the various details she showed during the time she lived in his home were enough to illustrate her feelings for Orson. This marriage was not only a good match between the two families, but also the two people liked each other, and there was no hint of mutual concessions involved. Lucius was satisfied and felt less guilty about forcing his children to get engaged. Uncle Lucius, good evening. Lianka also came to Olivia and greeted Lucius. Good evening. Lucius nodded. Then, he suddenly felt dazed and his eyes were dull for a while. Fortunately, Vivian discovered the situation in time and patted Lucius on the shoulder gently. Master, it's getting late, your majesty is coming back, would you like to rest for a while? Vivian didn't know when Lucius's illness would break out. It was like a time bomb, but at least it wouldn't allow him to communicate with others for a long time. Chapter 140. As the saying goes, too much talk leads to mistakes. If Lucius reveals his illness again, although it will not threaten the rule of the Stranic family, the reputation that the nobles value most will definitely be lost. Yeah. Lucius nodded, then gave Lianka an apologetic look. For a moment he didn't know what to say, so he could only laugh it off. Finally, night fell completely, and all kinds of luxurious lamps were lit in the Duke's mansion. Lid also accompanied Odysseus back to the mansion. According to custom, the nobles should have been led by the local ruler to welcome Odysseus at the door. Since Lucius was ill, in principle Mary should have done it. However, because the relationship between Mary and Lid suddenly became strained, Lid considered it and decided to have the servants notify Odysseus of his arrival in advance and let the nobles wait in advance without making any arrangements for a leader. This is how it should have been. But when Lid saw Odysseus' father standing at the door of the mansion, leading a group of nobles waiting for him, she was stunned. Didn't I tell my father not to go out? Odysseus was surprised to see Lucius, who was said to be ill, appear at the door, and then he was moved. He is worthy of being my beloved minister. Even when he is sick and his family members don't allow him to come out, he still comes out to see me. With such loyal ministers in the empire, there is no need to worry about the empire's prosperity. Odysseus was thinking this in his heart, and he quickly walked up to Lucius. Duke Lucius, you've worked hard. He said this and helped Lucius, who was kneeling on one knee, up. Following this action, the nobles behind him also stood up. Thank you for your grace, your majesty, for coming to my dukedom. I have been under your care for decades, so it is not hard work. Your majesty is tired from the journey and has come to visit my humble home. I am not well prepared, so please forgive me. Lucius' words caused the nobles behind him to sigh with emotion. As expected of his majesty's confidant, he was promoted from a military officer to the position of duke. Such remarks are indeed pleasing to listen to. Well, it's cold outside, let's go in and reminisce. Saying this, Odysseus took the lead and walked into the duke's mansion. It's not that he doesn't understand the rules, but in this empire, he himself is the rules. If you deliberately show courtesy to servants, it will make people feel uneasy and wonder if the emperor is holding a grudge against you. The banquet was ready and everyone took their seats. The emperor undoubtedly sat at the head of the table, and next to him sat the hosts of the banquet, Lucius and his wife. followed by the dukes and their families. Because there were so many people attending this celebration banquet, only people at the duke level were seated at the long table where the emperor sat. Other nobles, such as earls and barons, could only sit at other tables. A duke has his own social circle, and an earl has his own social circle. As Odysseus finished his speech, the banquet officially began and everyone toasted each other. At this moment, a sinister and vicious gaze fell on Lucius and lit. P.S. I have received a lot of criticism recently. These days, when I carefully reviewed the previous mistakes, I also made some changes to the subsequent plot. I will open a new floor here. You can talk about what you think is insufficient or needs improvement. I will work hard to improve the reading experience for every reader who can see this. Chapter 27, Betrayal, 3K. The party was in full swing, and Lucius took Mary to toast the emperor. Duke Lucius, Lady Mary, you have been managing the dukedom of Antica for these years. It has been really hard. Your Majesty, you are joking. The structure of the empire has not changed for 1,000 years. Your Majesty has granted me land and made me a marquis. What you have done for the Stranic family will be unforgettable for me forever. How can I say it is hard work? Lucius smiled and drank the wine in the glass. By the way, what was Master Orson doing this time? Why hasn't he come back yet? Odysseus found a topic to ask. I don't know either. Lucius shook his head. At this time, Mary suddenly said, by the way, Your Majesty, Orson and Leet have really taken good care of my master during this period of time. They are really filial. Odysseus nodded with satisfaction when he heard Mary say this. Yes, these two children of Duke Lucius are indeed very good. But at this moment, Mary suddenly changed the subject. However, Your Majesty, you probably don't know what these two children are hiding from everyone, right? Oh? What are they hiding from us? Odysseus said this and looked at Mary in confusion. Lucius also looked at his wife beside him in surprise. He was about to say something, but to his surprise, Mary let go of him and stood directly next to Odysseus. Your Majesty, I'm telling you this. You may not believe it, but my master is still here to see you with his illness. And Orson and Lit, in order to undermine the master and usurp the power of the dukedom, announced to the public that the master was seriously ill, but did not disclose the specific illness of the master. They even did not allow me to take care of the master's daily life, but handed all these matters over to their trusted servants. Don't you think it's strange? Why didn't the two of them make the master's illness public? They didn't even want to inform the family, but only let people they trusted handle it? So, Lady Mary, what do you mean? Odysseus couldn't help but frown as he listened to Mary's words. I think that Orson and Lit are deliberately using some means to worsen the master's health in order to inherit the title of the dukedom, so that it will be easier for them to inherit the title of the dukedom in advance. Mary said this, pointing at Lit in the audience. Complaining to the emperor is a method that has existed since ancient times. It is a means of reporting something to the top leader and thus obtaining the top leader's opinion to achieve one's own goals. Mary's move is a typical example of complaining to the emperor. Lucius looked at Mary in silence. Besides, the illness that the master has, you can laugh at it. I will make it public. Before, when I accidentally got a chance to contact the master, I found that he mistook me for his ex-wife, and also mistook the time as the time of the Orc invasion 18 years ago. Although there are few records of this disease, I still found similar records in some books. I only know that the cause of the disease is unknown, but it will intermittently cause mental disorders, memory confusion, and emotional agitation. Just now downstairs, when Duke Giovanni asked the master a question, the master couldn't answer it because of a sudden attack of his illness. I don't know why the old man has been able to remain undetected until now, but I feel it is necessary to tell everyone that the current old man is like a time bomb that may explode at any time. As Mary finished speaking, Lucius raised his hand angrily and pointed at Mary. Mary, you, how dare you? Master, I am protecting you. Orson and Lit covet your power. I am the only one who is doing this to protect you. Please forgive me for making this public. At this time, Lit also came to Lucius. At this time, Lucius's attack would be of no avail, because Mary had already taken the lead and gave everyone a psychological hint, making others think that Lucius's current abnormal behavior was all due to that strange disease. Moreover, Lit also knew that, just as Mary said, Lucius did suffer from intermittent amnesia. Mother, I don't know what you mean, but when Orson told me about this matter, he said that it was arranged by my father himself when he was conscious at the time. Besides, even if something really happened to our father, according to the inheritance law, the heir can only be chosen between me and Orson. What reason do we have to harm our father? Oh, now that you've brought up someone who wasn't there, you can say whatever you want. After all, no one will come out to accuse you of saying something wrong. Mary said this with a sneer. Besides, you certainly have a reason to harm your father. Mary pointed to her belly. I'm pregnant with the master's child, and this child also has the right of inheritance. You're afraid that the child will be better than you when he grows up and take away your inheritance rights, so you want to hold the inheritance rights firmly in your hands now. At this time, everyone present turned their eyes to Mary. After all, there is ready-made fun, who doesn't like to watch it? Although what Mary said didn't make sense, her voice was loud. Leet, is what Lady Mary said true? Regarding Duke Lucius, the problem here. Odysseus said this, pointing to his head cryptically. Also, the problem of Lady Mary's pregnancy. It is indeed partially the same as what Mother said, but this is not the whole picture. Lit said this and explained. From her perspective, she told everything she knew. Afterwards, the nobles in the audience began to whisper. It is said that even a judge cannot judge family affairs. If no concrete evidence is produced, this incident can only be regarded as a feud within the Stranick family, and cannot involve other matters. Coincidentally, at this moment, footsteps were heard at the door. Mr. Orson? Vivian was the first to notice the dusty Orson who appeared at the door. Then, everyone looked towards the door. Orson appeared at the door with a cloaked man. Judging from the man's height, he was 2 heads shorter than Orson. Oh. It looks like the protagonist of the party is coming. Giovanni had already come to the corner of the hall, quietly watching this family farce. In fact, in the administrative system of the empire, the Duke has independent local power, but the royal family's direct jurisdiction is more prosperous. Whether from the legal principles of founding the country or the existing strength, the royal family is undoubtedly the first, but this does not mean that the emperor can interfere in everything within the duchy. At least, if the Duke himself had not done anything against heaven and earth and abominable, the emperor would have no reason to take action against the Duke. After all, once he takes action, he will violate the agreement made that year. The other dukes will definitely be dissatisfied with the emperor. By then, the cost will not be a simple civil war, and it may even cause the royal family that has stood for thousands of years to change dynasties. Therefore, over the past 1,000 years, the royal family has handled its relations with local areas with great caution, but the dukedom of Antica is different. Lucius, as the Duke of Antica, was Odysseus' right-hand man when he ascended the throne. After becoming the duke, due to previous habits, the superior-subordinate relationship between the two was still very obvious. This is also the reason why some dukes look down on Lucius. You have reached the position of duke, but it is somewhat embarrassing for you to be so polite to the emperor in your own territory, but it is understandable. After all, in Lucius's view, he is the first generation of the dukedom, and his territory was granted by the emperor. There is nothing wrong with doing this to the emperor. As for the other dukes, their rule had been passed down for many generations, and they had long been deeply rooted in the belief that the land under their feet belonged to them, and it would be of no use even if the emperor came. Orson took Lena and brought her to the party. In order to prevent Lena's half-orc identity from causing panic among the nobles, Orson put his cloak on Lena. Fortunately, the difference between his and Lena's reminders was big enough that the cloak could cover Lena's big ears and tail, but it still made Lena look very strange, so Orson just let Lena find a place to sit down, and then he came to Lucius. "Father, I'm late," Orson said with an apologetic look. "And Lit, you've been taking care of the family these days." Orson said this and patted Lit's head. Lucius just shook his head and pointed at Mary. "I understand." Orson understood what Lucius meant and turned to look at Mary. "Mother, please allow me to still call you by this title now." "What do you mean?" Mary was a little confused when she heard Orson's words. She and Lucius haven't divorced yet. Why would Orson say such a thing? "Although I don't know what you are thinking of deliberately stirring up conflicts in the family, Mother, are you so innocent?" "Orson, you." Mary was panicked when she heard this. "What do you mean by saying this?" "The Toulouse family." Orson said this, and Francois, Duke of Orleans, who was drinking soup silently at the side, paused. The Toulouse family that rules the Duchy of Orleans is your family, mother. During the years that you were the Duchess and controlled the Duchy's finances, you used various means to embezzle almost 2/3 of the Duchy's annual fiscal surplus into your personal property, and then transferred it to the Toulouse family. This is why the Duchy of Antica has always been in a tight financial situation despite its good development over the years. Having said this, Orson took out the bill in his hand and handed it to the emperor. After Odysseus glanced at it, he turned to look at Mary. Mrs. Mary, if this bill is true, then your behavior as a duchess can be said to be quite bad. As he said this, he turned his eyes to look at Francois glanced. Duke Francois, you are such a fool. Your sister is already married, and you still expect her to help your dukedom? Your Majesty is right. Francois nodded. But all of this is my sister's personal fault. Although I have tried to persuade her over the years, it is completely useless. I can only accept it. When Mary heard her brother say this, she looked at him in surprise, her eyes full of anger after being betrayed. Chapter 28. An ant trying to shake a tree. Your Majesty, strictly speaking, this matter should be considered a family affair between the dukes. At this time, Ivan, Duke of Lucia, who was sitting next to Francois, also spoke up. The meaning of his words was very obscure. No matter how you, the emperor, usually show off your presence, or even how the outliers in the Duchy of Antica show their presence, the dukes will not say anything and will even cooperate with you very well. But if you extend your hands to other duchies, wouldn't that be a bit too much? Therefore, even if Mary was really a traitor to the Duchy of Antica and sold out the interests of the Duchy of Antica to the Duchy of Orleans, all Emperor Odysseus could do was to limit the punishment to where he could interfere, rather than involving other duchies. Of course I know that. Odysseus nodded when he heard Ivan say this. This time, Lucius' old rival Giovanni remained silent. Chapter 141. Because he knew that he didn't even need to take any action in this matter. The other dukes, and even the Duke of Antica's absolute ally, Duke William of Prussia, would not let Odysseus interfere in the Duchy of Orleans when considering the interests of their own duchies. There is no doubt that whether this debt can be recovered depends entirely on whether Francois himself has a conscience. Oh, by the way, mother, aren't you going to break up with me? Orson said this and took out the recording magic stone. Is there anyone present who doesn't recognize this item? When Mary saw this item appear in Orson's hand, her heart trembled. Then, Orson input magic power into it. Sure enough, the scene that appeared was Lucius' bedroom. At this time, Lucius was sitting in the middle of the room. Although there are not many cases of using video magic stones as a form of will, it has existed in history. Although video magic stones are very valuable, it is worth using them to record more valuable evidence. As Orson finished speaking, everyone saw Lucius move on the video. Ahem, Albert, the video stone is working now, right? Yes. Albert's voice came from outside the image. Okay. Lucius nodded, and then said, my mental state has not been very good recently, and I may suffer from amnesia or something like that. In order to avoid confusion about the family succession position, I'll make it clear here. I, Lucius, as the head of the Stranic family of the hereditary Duchy of Antica, hereby make a will. If I die or lose the ability to manage the duchy, the position of head of the family will be. When seeing this, everyone held their breath because in the scene, what Lucius said next meant the establishment of the will, that is, the establishment of the heir to the dukedom of Antica. Off the field, Olivia and Lienka looked at each other worriedly. Kalenina, who was present as a special guest, also had a complicated look on her face. It will be inherited by my son, little Stranic. As these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Although everyone knows that Letuk is your biological son, it doesn't have to be like this, right? How is Letuk better than Orson now? But everyone can understand this. As for the heir, there are two choices, and it is understandable to choose either one. Maybe Lucius has his own considerations. At the same time, my son Orson will receive half of the Duke's palace's property. Master, is this the end of the will? Albert's voice can be heard in the video, sounding unexpectedly surprised. No, there's one more thing. Lucius said, looking towards the center of the image. Everyone could see the anger and dissatisfaction in Lucius' eyes in the video. Drive my unfaithful wife, Mary, out of the Stranic family. When she heard this, Mary knelt down on the ground in fear. Master. Is everything you said true? Yes, I am conscious now, Albert. Lucius nodded. This is my will. I hope you will keep it properly and make it public one day. Okay. Then, the recording of the magic stone ended. Everyone present didn't know what to say. This family farce, a family scandal that originally did not want to be made public, will now probably become a rumor in the empire for a long time to come, and the meaning conveyed in just a few minutes of footage is clear and definite enough. When Leet inherited the title, Orson could only take half of the property and got no power, while Mary's treatment was even more outrageous. The word unfaithfulness is not a joke. Once it is spoken, it cannot be taken back. Everyone looked at Mary. At this time, the butler Albert also came out. As a witness to the will, it is necessary for him to appear at this time to prove the authenticity of the will. As you can see, I was the witness when this video was recorded, and I can vouch for the authenticity of the will. As for the superfluous words, the master said, it is up to you to judge for yourselves. Then he bowed respectfully and retreated. Mother, you may not think of it, but the person who betrayed you is the one you trusted the most. Orson said this, walked in front of Mary and squatted down. Mr. Randall has confessed everything about your relationship with him. He whispered in Mary's ear. Sometimes I just don't understand. In this big family, if you just fulfill your duties as a mother, won't praise and wealth come easily? You also know that a married daughter is like a helpless duckweed. Over the years, you colluded with the servants and gave money to the family just to gain their support, but what was the final outcome? Even when the emperor came this time, you must have wanted to ruin our reputation so that the emperor would deprive us of our inheritance rights and give them to the child in your belly, right? Your talent is great, but unfortunately, your ambition is so high that you are walking on the most dangerous single plank bridge. If you make a mistake, there will be no recovery. As he said this, Orson laughed and said, what's funny is that you made so many mistakes, and it was Father who pulled you back. But Father is kind-hearted and gave you so many chances, but you ignored them and ultimately lost to your inner desires. It's ridiculous to try to shake a tree with an ant. Mother, oh no, should I call you Miss Mary now? Orson's words, without a doubt, broke down Mary's inner defenses step by step. Mary just stood there, not daring to speak, and not knowing how to speak. After saying this, Orson stood up and looked at the people around him. There should be no objection to this matter, right? He first looked at Duke Ivan of Lucia. Just as Duke Ivan said just now, this is all a private matter of our family. If you guys make arbitrary accusations and make rash conclusions, that would be a bit unreasonable, right? Then he looked at Odysseus. Excuse me, Your Majesty. This was originally just a small matter within the family, but it has come to the point where you have to intervene. That's all right, Odysseus said, shaking his head. As for Lucius, Vivian took him upstairs to rest while the video of the magic stone was playing. Downstairs, it was already the junior's home turf. He was tired and wanted to rest for a while. Chapter 29, Self-Exposure. Downstairs, the reckoning continued. Your Majesty, although this is our family affair, if such a thing happened in any other family, the handling would be more severe. Orson said this and turned to look at Francois, Duke of Orleans. Your Excellency Duke Francois, for the sake of the relationship between the Dukedom of Orleans and the Dukedom of Antica, I will just expel Miss Mary from the Duke's family. What do you think about this? Why are you asking me? Francois looked at Orson in confusion. Isn't this your family affair? In fact, even if Marie comes back, I won't take her in. For Francois, Marie's exposure meant the complete disappearance of her value. Before he ascended the throne, his ambitious sister had used some tricks to try to snatch the inheritance rights from him. After she failed in the competition, he married her off. As a result, he also wanted to undermine the power of her husband's family. To be honest, if Marie could really do it, Francois wouldn't mind helping her, but now it seems that Mary is completely a helpless person. Why should I protect her? Is it just because she is my sister? Among the nobility, the strongest bond is family affection, and the weakest bond is family affection, especially a great noble like Francois. The inheritance law based on blood relationship determines the order of heirs, but the inheritance law cannot arbitrarily deprive others of their inheritance rights. This also means that if something unexpected happens to oneself, the position of duke may not fall into the hands of one's descendants. This makes the nobles keep a close eye on their relatives. Although some nobles did not have to be on guard everywhere because of the close relationship between their families, for most nobles, it was normal to wish that all their peers and relatives would die. After all, keeping them will only make the world's rice more expensive. And Mary raised her head and looked at her brother Francois. In order to eliminate her as a hidden danger and to gain an alliance, he married her to Lucius, Duke of Antica, who was 20 years older than her and could be her father. She was powerless to change the status quo and could only let fate take its course. She did not love Lucius, and Lucius, who missed his deceased wife, did not love her either. For a long time, the two of them only maintained a nominal husband and wife relationship. Even when she married into Lucius's family, his son Orson was only 10 years younger than her. According to age, she should have been his older sister, but she was forced to learn to be a mother. She tried to rebel against fate. She wanted to take the power of the Duchy of Antica into her own hands and then take revenge on her brother. To this end, she did not hesitate to temporarily devote herself to her brother and quietly transferred the surplus taxes of the Duchy of Antica to the Duchy of Orleans in a clever way. She was like a helpless duckweed. Only a gust of wind could blow her to the top of the sky. However, she never got the gust of wind that belonged to her. There was a heavy rain in the sky. At this moment, she suddenly remembered Lucius seemed to have half-warned himself long before. If you really feel that you are unable to do it, then please give way to others. At that time, Mary thought this passage was very confusing, but looking back now, she only felt irony. Yes, Lucius had warned me, but I didn't give up. I became even more aggressive. Thinking of this, the taut string in Mary's heart finally broke. Ha, ha, ha. Mary stood up, looking a little crazy. You bunch of high-sounding people, do you really think you are all clean? Marie said, pointing at Francois, Duke of Orleans. Brother, why do you think I used the dukedom's finances to support you? To make up for the financial shortfall in your territory after you inherited the title? You wrote me a letter at the time, telling me to ask for help if I needed it. You also mentioned that it is the duty and obligation of family members to help each other. You haven't forgotten this, have you? Why are you telling me this? It's as if I asked you to do this. Francois frowned. Oh, yes, you are good at taking advantage of others' misfortune. Mary said this with a smile, then he looked at the others. Oh, I've been a duchess for so many years. Guess whether I have any leverage over you? With this, Mary pointed at Giovanni. Duke Napoli, what your child Donnie is doing at the Imperial College is not much different from what you did back then, right? Giovanni, who was watching the show, was stunned when he saw Mary suddenly explode. Mrs. Mary, I will call you Mrs. Mary for now. Please be careful about your words and actions and keep your mouth shut. Oh, so you've done something bad that you don't want others to know about? Mary laughed when she heard Giovanni say that. As the Duke of the Empire, you only sent 5,000 spies when Antica was hit by a disaster. That's what you did, right? Your Majesty, please control this crazy woman. Seeing that he could not persuade Mary, Giovanni turned his attention to Odysseus. Odysseus heard this and nodded. There's something wrong with Madame Mary's mental state. Take her away. Hearing Odysseus' words, the guard standing at the door was stunned for a moment. After getting Orson's permission, he walked in and lifted Mary up. Let me go. I haven't finished yet. And you, Ivan. Don't you know how many illegitimate children he has? And you, Leon. Mary was dragged upstairs and shut up in her room that if nothing unexpected happens, today should be her last time in her own room. After Mary's fuss, the joyful atmosphere of the celebration party was completely gone. Instead, it turned into an awkward moment. No one expected that the Stranick family would do such a big thing. After Mary was liquidated, she unexpectedly revealed more information, intending to drag other nobles into it. Fortunately, she was later carried upstairs. Sorry to make you all embarrassed. Orson said this with an apologetic smile. It's okay. Everyone has some secrets in their family. William said this, stood up, walked to Orson and patted him on the shoulder. Chapter 142. It just happened that everyone was not very rational this time. After listening to William, Orson showed a grateful look. At this moment, the other nobles on the field who had just been named by Mary all had some embarrassment on their faces. Some things are indeed known to everyone, but they are not said explicitly. But there are some things that everyone really doesn't know. At this moment, many eyes on the field looked at Giovanni, including Odysseus. Chapter 30. Suicide. Mary was taken to her room and the door was slammed shut. I don't know how much time passed before the door was opened again. Orson walked in from the door. Oh, You have achieved your goal, Mary said coldly. Well, thank you. Orson said this and nodded, then he came to Mary. Actually, I feel very sorry. We could have been a very good family. Although he said this, there was no emotion in Orson's tone. You take care of the interior affairs, and Dad will take care of the outside affairs. Lit and I will be responsible for taking over your shifts, Orson said regretfully. You've already figured out how to deal with me from the beginning, Mary said. If you mean the time you conspired with me after Lit came back home, then that's true, Orson said frankly. After all, I don't think a junior like me can persuade an elder like you. Besides, you have always claimed that you have lofty ambitions. How could I possibly stop you from pursuing your dreams? Oh. Mary snorted. Even now, you still won't tell me the truth, right? I always tell the truth. At least, I told you the truth that day. I wanted to make Lit the Duke. Similarly, I also convinced my father later. Even if he is not your biological father, even if he favors his blood relative, Lite, and throws you, his adopted son with greater talents, aside? Orson, I really don't understand. You are so powerful, why are you unwilling to cooperate with me and take away the power of this family? Maybe it's because I don't want to be one, Orson said, sighing. Just like you never thought about being a good wife, I don't want to be a duke either. Oh, as expected, you are more terrifying than I thought. Mary said this, sneering. You want to gain the trust of the father and son through my death, and completely become the mastermind behind the dukedom of Antica, ruling the country from behind the scenes, right? If that's the case, couldn't you have done the same thing? Orson asked. In our family, weren't you the one who was most trusted in the beginning? Mary was silent. I can understand your pain. I know that the source of all this tragedy is your brother. It was he who married you here. The deeper tragedy is that your family has always valued boys over girls, and your brother is more popular than you. So, no matter how hard you tried, you still lost to him in the end due to your age and gender disadvantages, and then he liquidated you. It's okay. Orson said this, standing in front of Mary and looking into her eyes. We will help you with your revenge, but before that, please pay for the evil you have done. Then Orson took a bottle of potion and handed it to Mary. This potion can help you forget all the pain in your life. Mary looked at the bottle of potion, then glanced at Orson in front of her, and suddenly smiled. The scene of herself just entering the house suddenly appeared in front of her. It was the 10th year since Lucius's wife passed away. At that time, Lucius was twice as old as she is. With resentment for her failure in the political struggle, she married far away to Antica. When she entered the house, a young child caught her attention. The child had black hair and purple eyes, and she could tell at a glance that he was Lucius' son. However, Mary found that she could not see the childishness and innocence of an ordinary child in the child's eyes. Instead, the eyes were calm and profound like an old man. After meeting Lucius, Mary tried to be a good mother and get along with Orson as both a sister and a mother. As a result, Orson always kept a distance from her. Perhaps it was because she was a stepmother, Mary thought, and from then on their relationship remained that of mother and son, without any further changes. Since he had no attachment to this family, he used it as a tool for his revenge. Orson. Mary took the poison from Orson and looked at Orson with a hint of sadness in her eyes. Please go ahead. Orson bowed respectfully and then asked. Have you ever treated me as your mother in these 8 years? Her voice trembled. Have I ever behaved like a mother? Orson was silent for a while, and then he said, Yes, you taught me a lot of truths and helped me avoid many detours. Okay. Mary nodded, opened the poison, and drank it all in one gulp. Have a nice journey, mother. Orson said this and helped Mary to the bed. Next, she will die in her sleep. Then Orson left Mary's room. He instructed the guard at the door not to let anyone in, and then walked into Lucius's room. Is it over? Lucius asked. Yes, father, mother has already. Orson reported with his head down. Oh, I understand. Lucius nodded and then sighed. In this way, there will be no obstacles in the dukedom that prevent Lit from inheriting the title, right? That's basically it, but strictly speaking, there is still one. Oh? Lucius looked at Orson curiously after hearing that. It's me. Orson pointed at himself. If I don't break off my relationship with the Stranick family, I'm afraid someone will make a fuss about me. Will it be a big problem? Lucius asked. Don't worry about that. If they use my name to oppose Leetuk, then I only need to show up to stabilize the situation. The key lies in whether I myself have the idea of usurping power. What do you think, Orson? Do you have this idea? Lucius raised his eyebrows when he heard this. If you ask me to brag, I certainly won't do that, but people's hearts are unpredictable, so I still hope that you, Father, can make a wise judgment. Do you think I can still make sense now? Father, you know this better than anyone else, don't you? As Orson said this, Lucius paused and then shook his head. You want to cheat me? Father, if you want to retire, I will help you build a small wooden house next to the grave of your wife Margaret. If you feel tired, you can stay there temporarily. But I think it's still too early for you, my father. After all, you still have a grudge to take, don't you? Hearing Orson's words, Lucius paused, then laughed out loud. You're just like me, Orson. He said this and stood up. I have raised Orson for 18 years, and now it turns out that this child understands me best. Yes, he still has a revenge to take. How can he rest? Chapter 31. Internal support time goes back to when Mary was just carried upstairs. This time, the nobles downstairs focused their attention on Giovanni. Mary just mentioned that Giovanni sent 5,000 traitors. Although these words may be spoken in an emotional state, as the saying goes, flies don't bite seamless eggs. There must be a reason why Mary said this. Could it be that Giovanni really sent an insider? What are you looking at me for? Giovanni frowned. I didn't provide much support to the Duke of Antica when the orcs invaded, but that's because I expected that the assistance you all provided, plus the Duke of Antica's own strength, would be more than enough to deal with the orcs. Giovanni said this, frowning. The actual results also show that it was just as I expected, but what happened in the earldom of Kars can only be described as a man-made disaster, which no one could have predicted. That's true. She just said too much. Orson said with a smile. After all, how can we wish for Duke Giovanni, a loyal minister of the Empire? Your loyalty to the Empire is truly known to all. Oh, I'm glad to know that. Giovanni laughed and didn't say much. At the subsequent dinner, the social center became Lit, who was designated as the heir by Lucius. Many nobles toasted Lit. After all, in their opinion, Lucius was already on the verge of death, and Lit might inherit the title of Duke at any time. At this time, to establish a good relationship with Lit was a basic social skill for the nobles. There are even many people who have already called Lit Duke Lit.as. For these people who were sycophantic, Lit just smiled politely and refused to communicate with them further. In the end, the dinner returned to its original lively atmosphere thanks to Orson's leadership. After all, the nobles here don't care about you, Mary, they only care about whether their own interests are protected. After the dinner, Giovanni returned to his temporary residence in Antica. Looking at the prosperous city of Antica, Giovanni didn't know why, but he always felt angry. Oh, Lucius is really lucky. Whether it's his own children or his adopted children, they are all so outstanding. They are so outstanding that even though he has Alzheimer's disease now, he can still enjoy his old age. Unlike me, who only has a good-for-nothing son. Giovanni said this and sighed. But at least, Your Excellency, the Duke is still young and strong. In your time, you can fully realize your vision, right? Behind Giovanni, a blond young man walked out from the shadows and smiled. He was the mysterious man who was previously called a doctor by Orson and his companions. Well, thanks to you for the information, Zenit. Giovanni said this with a grateful look. Otherwise, how could I have seen this drama of brothers killing each other? But, I'm curious. Giovanni looked at the blond man. How did you know about the discord in Lucius's family and the fact that Lucius suffered from dementia after being assassinated? To be honest, I used to work for Master Orson. Zenit said. Not only that, I am also Master Orson's confidant and have gained his trust. Oh? If that's the case, why did you betray Orson and choose to cooperate with me? Giovanni raised his eyebrows. If you can't give a suitable answer, you may not be able to leave this room today. As he said this, Zenit could clearly feel the atmosphere in the room suddenly changed. It is obvious that there is a strong man who was secretly following and protecting Giovanni's personal safety, and the reason why Giovanni dares to say this is because this strong man is backing him up. Because I feel that Orson can't provide me with what I want. Zenit said this and shook his head. As the saying goes, kindness cannot command an army, and goodness cannot hold power. Although Mr. Orson seems to be strong and capable to outsiders, he actually has a fatal flaw. Oh? Giovanni became interested when he heard that. How could a perfect person like Orson be considered to have flaws by others? Tell me about it? Mr. Orson's cruelty is only towards his enemies. Once you are considered an ally by Mr. Orson, you will be given unlimited trust. It's a very simple truth. Trust the people you employ, and don't employ people you don't trust. Giovanni was a little confused. If this was the only answer Zenit gave him, he would take action. The reason why he acted according to the information given by Zenit was because even if the information was false, it would not harm him in the slightest, and if Zenit was a spy planted by Orson around him, Giovanni obviously could not accept it. But he trusts Lit too much. Zenit said to him, Lit and he have no blood relationship, and they are in absolute competition for the succession to the dukedom. But, for some reason, Mr. Orson has been taking care of Li Tay since Li Tay came into the family. Even more, Your Excellency, guess why Duke Lucius clearly stated in his will that Lit is his heir. Chapter 143. It's obvious that he trusts Li Tuk to the point of giving him power. It doesn't matter if I give him all my strength. Is it possible that he is planning to sideline Lit and use Lit's trust in him to become the behind-the-scenes ruler of the duchy? Giovanni asked doubtfully. If that's the case, it's understandable. But, just a month ago, Master Orson said that he wouldn't need me anymore and told me to listen to Master Lit's orders directly. And I personally think that Master Lit's ability is not as good as yours, Duke Giovanni. Ha! Giovanni sneered upon hearing this. I see, it turns out that Orson has this unknown side. In that case, you should stay in the Dukedom of Antica and serve as Hayalito's subordinate for the time being. We will keep in touch through secret letters when the time comes. Okay, thank you, Your Excellency the Duke. Zenit nodded after hearing this, then he respectfully left the room. After Zenit left, another person quietly appeared in the room. The room was dark at this moment, with only moonlight coming in from the window. Duke Giovanni, I don't think this Zenit can be trusted. He is very likely an insider of Orson's. I know. Giovanni nodded, then he walked to the window and looked out. But what if Orson thought I trusted him? Your Excellency the Duke, do you mean to use a trick to defeat the opponent? By the way, after Jiro led the team back to the dukedom, he didn't say anything extra, right? No, his family is all in our hands. If he dares to say anything unnecessary, he knows what will happen to him. With his personality and character, he can't do such a thing, and he doesn't dare to do such a thing. That's good. Giovanni was relieved after hearing this. Chapter 32. Not a sister, but a brother on the other side. Orson was standing at the door seeing off guests. The first to leave were a group of nobles led by Duke Giovanni who had a mediocre relationship with Lucius, or even some grudges against him. Then came a group of nobles led by Duke Lucia and Duke Aragon who had some friendship with Lucius, but not a deep one. Those who left last were mostly nobles who had a good relationship with Lucius or Orson. Your Majesty, thank you for your hard work. Orson stood at the door, looked at Odysseus who was walking over, and spoke respectfully. I'm fine, but Duke Lucius, you must take good care of his health. After all, no one wants to go through this kind of thing. Okay, I'll follow your Majesty's instructions. Orson said this, and then asked, by the way, Your Majesty, I wonder why Her Royal Highness the Princess and His Royal Highness the Prince were unable to come with you this time? They have their own things to do. Odysseus smiled. Elsa is in charge of judging those nobles who have failed in their duties in the imperial city. As for Arthas, after this war, he excitedly organized a group of people to start mapping the entire empire. Really? Orson nodded. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The princess and the prince are both capable of serving as your right-hand men. Not bad. His Majesty the Emperor was not very happy to hear Orson's flattery. Speaking of which, Orson, do you hate Lucius for not making you his heir? No, your majesty, the succession is my father's decision, and I completely follow his ideas. In that case, are you interested in serving the royal family? Odysseus suddenly asked. This. Orson was stunned when he heard this. It's okay, I was just joking, but if you really want to serve the royal family, Orson, I will definitely welcome you. Thank you, your majesty, but I think good news will be delivered to St. Laurent City soon. In that case, I'll be waiting for your good news. Odysseus said this, patted Orson's shoulder, and then left. Orson hadn't stood there for long when William came up. Mr. Orson, you don't have to worry too much about inheritance. Olivia and I have already confirmed the engagement. Even if you are not the heir to the dukedom, we will still carry out the engagement normally. William comforted. Duke William, you worry too much. I don't mind this matter that much. That's the best. Anyway, you shouldn't hate your father too much. Although his actions are a little unfair to you, seeing William's peacemaking attitude, Orson nodded reluctantly. Well, it's almost time for us to set off back to the dukedom. At this time, William turned his back. What about you two? If you have anything to say to Orson, say it as soon as possible. Orson, see you next semester. Lianka walked out first and said with a blushing face. Well, see you next semester. Orson responded with a smile. At this time, Olivia walked around behind Orson and whispered softly in his ear, when you came in just now, I hope you can confess to me about the little girl you brought in after school starts. As she said this, she smiled and distanced herself from Orson. Without waiting for Orson's reply, she pushed William and Lianka away. After seeing off group after group of guests, the last guest came to Orson. Kalanina, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you today. Orson said awkwardly. It's okay. I'm not surprised by anything that happens in aristocratic families. Kalanina shook her head. But you, Orson, now that it's confirmed that you are not the heir to the Duke, what are you going to do next? Me? Let's take it one step at a time. Now I need to finish my studies first, and then think about my future. Oh? Orson, do you really think so? Yeah. Orson nodded. Kalanina stared at Orson for a while, and when she saw that there was no change in the expression on Orson's face, she sighed. Oh, forget it. Kalanina continued, Orson, do you remember what I said to you when the Imperial City party ended that day? Orson was stunned for a moment. To be honest, he really couldn't remember. Alas, I forgot it as soon as I saw it. Kalanina said helplessly, but there was no anger in her tone. That day, before I said goodbye to you, I said that if I really had to choose a duke as my backer, I would choose your family. When the time comes, please don't despise me. I think we should change our identities now. Kalanina said this with a smile. When I was most desperate, you showed up and helped me, so if you encounter any difficulties in the future, you can come to me. At worst, I will reserve a position of chief consultant for you. Kalanina said with a smile, then stretched out her finger and gently poked Orson's chest. I saw everything you did with your fiancée just now. Don't forget about me, or I might get angry and do something irrational. Don't worry, I won't. Orson said. Hee, that's good. Kalanina said this, waved to Orson with a smile, and then left the Duke's mansion. After all outsiders had left, Orson turned around and walked into the house. At this moment, two people were confronting each other in the living room. After everyone left, Lite realized that there was another unfamiliar person in the house. Then she remembered that when Orson came back before, a mysterious man in a cloak followed him. Just when Lit was about to approach Lena and ask about her identity, Lena's cloak slipped off by itself, revealing Lena's face and a pair of huge fox ears on her head. Lituk was stunned. Orcs. What did my brother bring back from the desert? Then, the two of them just stared at each other until Orson walked into the room. Lit was the first to react. She turned her head and looked at Orson. Orson, who is this? This is Lena, a friend I met in the desert. Orson said. Then, Lena walked directly to Orson. Big brother, who is this sister? Orson was stunned. That. Lit was also stunned when he heard Lena say that. She's not a sister, she's a brother. Orson was the first to react and then explained. Eh? Such a beautiful sister is actually a boy? Lena said this, blinking her big eyes and looking at Lit curiously. Chapter 33, Take a Good Rest, 3K. A few minutes later, the servants had already started tidying up the room downstairs to Ian Orson's room. Lena looked around, wondering if she could make an exclamation. Wow, big brother, your house is so beautiful. What is this? A bed? Can I sleep on it? Seeing Lena suddenly become lively, Lit took the opportunity to pull Orson aside. Orson, who is this guy? Lit whispered in Orson's ear. In his words, besides the questioning tone, there was also a hint of jealousy. His brother went to the desert and brought back a new girl, who was a half-orc. Could it be that Orson actually has that kind of fetish? But when they were in the Imperial City before, I didn't see Orson showing any unusual feelings towards Shur. Could it be that it was because Shur was someone else's employee at that time? It's a long story. I'll explain it to you slowly after this happens. Orson said this, and then took the initiative to walk to Lena. Well, Lena, let's formally introduce ourselves now. Having said that, Orson took the initiative to introduce himself. As you can see, I, Orson, am the son of Lucius, Duke of Antica in the Human Empire. After saying that, he pointed to Lit standing beside him. And Lit next to me is also the Duke's son, so he is my younger brother. Oh, Lena nodded after hearing that. Lena also saw what happened at the banquet today. It was probably that there were some problems in the eldest brother's family. A bad woman wanted to divide the eldest brother's property, but fortunately, the eldest brother showed up in time and saved the day. Brother Lite, nice to meet you. I'm Lena. I'm sorry that I mistook you for my sister just now, but you're really beautiful. Hearing how well Lena spoke, Lit's dissatisfaction with Lena gradually faded a little. Lena, I want to tell Lit about what happened in the desert, is that okay? Orson said, looking at Lena. After all, he and Lena were the ones who experienced some of the things in the desert together, so asking her about it was only out of courtesy. Sure. Lena agreed without hesitation. Anyway, in her opinion, these things don't matter. Afterwards, Orson truthfully recounted to Lit his experience of using the magic cloak given by Triss to enter the desert, help the orc tribe, enter the temple of Lemusa, and find the secret of the desert sand in the temple. When talking about entering the underground temple and encountering powerful opponents, Lit's heart couldn't help but tighten. After all, it was his brother who was in danger. That bad guy was so powerful back then. At this time, Lena also added fuel to the fire. Brother Lite, you may not know that at first, my elder brother was beaten by that bad guy and he had no chance to fight back. Later, I took the heart of 10,000 beasts and was ready to help my elder brother, but that guy knocked me out. It was also thanks to him shifting his attention to Lena that I had the opportunity to take action. I took advantage of his weakness and barely defeated him. Orson said this inside. Afterwards, it seemed that because the heart of all beasts was taken out of the Lemusa temple, the divine power gradually dissipated, and eventually the sandstorms that protected the orcs also stopped. So that's how it is. Upon hearing that, Lite relaxed. There was only gratitude in the look he gave Lena, although she could tell that Orson's words were somewhat concealing and the real reason might be more complicated. A very clear message could be drawn from their words, that is, Lena really helped Orson. This alone made Lit's dissatisfaction with Lena disappear for the most part. As for the remaining half, it depends on Lena's feelings towards Orson. If Lena just regarded Orson as an older brother, then the two of them could naturally get along harmoniously. Chapter 144. And if Lena had feelings for Orson that went beyond friendship, but now it seems that with Lena's intelligence, she may not know what love is. She is in a stage where she is curious about everything. If I had known that you were going to the desert to do such a dangerous thing, Orson, I would have stopped you. Lit said this, sighed and complained. I can't help it. There are some things that only I can do. If you do it, I will be the one who will be worried. It was already past midnight and it was getting late, so Orson quickly found Vivian and asked her to take Lena to a guest room and familiarize Lena with the home. Afterwards, only Orson and Lit were left in the room. Orson. Lit spoke first. That Lena, she should have helped you more than that, right? I felt like you were hiding something just now. As soon as Lena started talking, you immediately continued what she was saying, as if you were giving Lena a hint. When did you become so perceptive? Orson said this and touched Lit's head with a smile. You guessed right. I did hide some things. I planned to let you know only about them. Light. At this time, Orson walked to the window and looked at the moon hanging in the sky. Do you think there are really gods in our world? There should be some, otherwise, the disappearance of the heart of 10,000 beasts would be accompanied by the retreat of the wind and sand. Is it possible for such a thing to happen by such a coincidence? I think so too. Orson nodded. So, Lit, do you think there are other divine things on the continent? Divinity? Lit hesitated after hearing this, and then she shook her head. Sorry, Orson, I don't know about what you are talking about yet. But if Lemusa's relics can still be passed down to this day, other gods should also have their own relics in the world, right? By the way, there's one more thing I forgot to tell you. Orson said this and turned his head to stare at Lit. I have concealed something about Lena. Please don't tell Lena. Okay. Upon hearing this, Lit nodded seriously. The reason why I brought Lena back is not only because she helped me, but there is another very important reason. Lena, she has merged with the heart of all beasts. After Orson finished speaking, Lit's expression froze for a moment, and then turned into shock. She, the item that has been integrated with divinity? Yeah. Orson nodded. When she was about to help me, she was pierced through the chest. I thought she was dead at the time, but I didn't expect that under the influence of the heart of God, Lena came back to life and became even stronger. Her power is probably even greater than the demonized Mudrick we met in St. Laurent City last time. I will teach her how to control her power when I return in the next few days. After hearing what Orson said, Lit felt mixed emotions. It turns out that Lena had already died once for Orson. Even if they are servants of a noble family, they may not be able to rush forward without hesitation to block the knife of their master when their master is in danger, right? But I have to say, Lena's luck is really good. She can actually merge with the heart of all beasts. So, the current Lena is actually more like a demigod? Lit said subconsciously. Yeah. Orson raised his eyebrows when he heard what Lit said. That's how I was thinking of describing Lena's current state. Lit, you're right. She really does look like a demigod. That means, yeah. Orson nodded. If we can make Lena our friend, we will have an extra high-end combat force, maybe even comparable to the 9th level. Hearing the word 9th level, Lite pointed outside the door in surprise. 9th level? This is just my estimation. In fact, it will take Lena a long time of practice to reach the 9th level. Orson sighed. In short, during this period of time, you should spend more time with Lena and get along well with her. Even if she is an ordinary person, she is still your brother's savior. I understand. Lite said and nodded, then she walked forward gently, put her arms around Orson's waist, buried her face in his chest, and listened carefully to Orson's heartbeat. Lit, why are you suddenly? It's okay, I just haven't hugged you, Orson, for a long time. Lit said this, and there seemed to be a hint of resentment in his tone. Besides, Orson, you brought a new woman with you when you came back. She's the one who saved your life. I can't chase her away, nor can I keep her. It makes me feel so conflicted. You always make me so confused that I can't help but give up thinking, Orson. Looking at Lit, who was leaning on his chest and whispering, Orson could only helplessly let him hold him, and then said, Lit, we are brother and sister, this is not feasible, and I have a fiancé, what's more, there is a Kalanina. In short, Orson dared not bear any more moral burden. Orson, how did our relationship as brother and sister come about? It's all because an accident. If it weren't for this accident, we wouldn't be brother and sister at all. But if it weren't for this accident, I might not have known you at all. Orson said. I'm sorry, it's just like what you said, Orson. I shouldn't complain like this. Lit said this and let go of the hand that was holding Orson. That means, if Orson and I are no longer nominally siblings, the obstacles that prevent us from being together will also be gone, right? In principle, that's correct. Then I know. Lit said, and walked slowly to the door of the room. Orson, I will try my best. Before that, you have to wait for me, otherwise. Lit said this with a wicked smile, then opened the door and walked out. I don't know what direction this girl wants to work towards. After Lit left, Orson sighed helplessly, then fell on his bed on his back. I am really too tired these days, take a good rest. Chapter 34, Nostalgia. The next morning, Orson came to Lucius's room. Lucius was sitting at the desk at this moment. When Orson walked into the room, he did not look back, but looked at the letters sent from the front line on the table. Starting from last night, the battle reports from the front line were no longer sent to Lit's room, but were sent directly to Lucius' room. Father, I forgot to tell you last night that the sandstorms in the desert will no longer occur, so I ordered the army to move forward. Do you have any questions about this? No. Lucius shook his head. Since it's you who made the decision, Orson, of course I trust you. As he said this, he pointed to the battle report on the table. You still have 100,000 troops on the front line. Where do you get the money to support these troops? It was not unreasonable for Lucius to ask this. After all, Mary was in charge of all financial issues before. During the period when Lucius was not in charge, the financial power was gradually transferred from Mary to Lit. As a general, Lucius was well aware of the principle that food and fodder must be sent before the army moves. Such a large army would require a lot of financial resources to maintain even if it did not move. The expenses of this army are mainly confiscated from the homes of the nobles involved, as well as donations from local merchants. Local businessman? Lucius frowned upon hearing this. Who did you ask for help, Orson? It's mainly the president of the Kalanina Chamber of Commerce. Her family contributes about 30% of the army's expenses. Incredible. When Lucius heard this, he didn't know whether he was surprised or appreciative. This girl is incredible. Without her father's help, she has become even more powerful. Now she is helping our family so much. I don't know how to repay her kindness. You can rest assured about this, Father. President Kalanina is interested in the development prospects of the Dukedom of Antica. If we quickly solve the problem of the orcs, we can expand the land into the desert, and at the same time, the biggest factor threatening Antica's economic development will disappear. As long as the Dukedom of Antica is stable, it will also be beneficial to Selenina's business. That's true. Lucius agreed. But after all, they have helped us so much, we should give them something in return, right? Yeah. Orson nodded. Orson, what do you think about letting Lit marry Kalanina? After all, they are so kind to our family, we should show some appreciation. Father, this. Orson was stunned when he heard Lucius say this. Lucius didn't know that Lit was a girl, but Orson knew these two's engagement was destined to be fruitless. But what should Orson say? What's more, after what kind of relationship happened, Orson would not agree even if Lit was a boy. Father. After hesitating for a moment, Orson finally spoke. What's wrong? It's just. I think this kind of thing still depends on both parties. If both parties are interested in each other, I think it's okay, but if not, I think it's better to forget it. Orson said this because he was sure that Lit and Kalanina couldn't be interested in each other, because both of their pointers pointed to Orson. Why do I feel that you, Orson, are quite reluctant? Lucius said, looking at Orson with a smile. Is it because you like Kalanina? Or is Kalanina interested in you? After all, she can help our family. I think someone must have played a role in it. Father, please stop laughing at me. All right, let's stop here. I was just joking. Kalanina opposed her father in order to escape marriage. How could I possibly give her an engagement? Lucius said this and sighed. Speaking of which, Orson, what do you think of your engagement? What do you think of Olivia? She's great, I have no complaints, Orson said. That's fine. After all, this engagement was signed against your will. If I can make you feel less disgusted, I, as your father, will feel relieved. He smiled and then stood up. Come for a walk with me, Orson. Yeah. Orson nodded, then followed Lucius. The two men walked out of the Duke's mansion and found a grave that had been quietly erected in the woods not far away. Mary's name is engraved on it. According to the mistake Mary made, she should have been killed without a complete body, but considering that she had helped the Duchy of Antica with some things, a tomb was finally reserved for her. But she was destined not to be buried in the Stranic family cemetery. Orson just glanced at it as he passed by, and Lucius didn't even look there. He came to the stable and asked the servants to lead out 2 horses. "Come with me to tour the territory." "Okay." Orson nodded and followed Lucius on his horse, keeping a distance from him. It was noon when the 2 men rode their horses along the road and finally came to a forest not far from the city of Antica. In this wood, there are rows of tombs, each with the names of the guards engraved on it. "Orson, do you still remember this place?" "Yeah." Orson nodded. "My father brought me here every year when I was little. This is where the guards who escorted my mother Margaret were buried. Later, their remains were collected and buried here. Father, when you brought me here, you always told me to remember this hatred and avenge my mother when I grow up." "Yes, I was afraid that I would not live long enough to avenge Margaret. But, thanks to you, Orson, you defeated the orcs and completely solved this scourge. Not only did you avenge Margaret, you also avenged the people who died in the orc invasion." Lucius dismounted, tied the horse to a tree, and walked into the woods. Chapter 145. Orson never left. At this moment, the sunlight shines into the woods through the trees, and countless beams of light hit the tombstones. Lucius stroked each tombstone from beginning to end. Finally, it stopped in front of a tombstone. The 3 words Marcus were engraved on it. There is also a bouquet of flowers in front of this tombstone. It seems that someone has just come to pay tribute. "I remember, Father, you said that Marcus was the captain of your personal guard. At that time, General Marcus was found tortured to death in a basement. Yes, I believe he would rather die than reveal the secret of my child, otherwise you might not be here now." Lucius nodded with a nostalgic look, seeing them and their descendants paying tribute to them. His mood brightened. Chapter 35, The Real Enemy, 5K. On the other side, Lit took Lena to stroll around the dukedom of Antica. Finally, the 2 of them wandered to the Lycian Chamber of Commerce. The reason is simple. Orson asked Lit to get along well with Lena, but Lit really didn't know how to get along well with this half-orc girl from the desert, so he had no choice but to ask for help from Kalanina. "Good morning, Sister Kalanina." Lit took Lena into Kalanina's office. "Well, good morning." Kalanina sat at the desk, looked at Lit at the door, and greeted her with a smile. In the Lycian Chamber of Commerce, there are 2 people who do not need to be notified to join the chamber, and they are Orson and Lit. Then, Kalanina saw the girl with big fox ears next to Lit. "Lit, is the person next to you an orc?" In order to prevent people from pointing fingers at her when she walked on the street, Lit made Lena wear a hood and cloak to cover her ears and tail when he took her out. When they arrived at the Chamber of Commerce and came to the door of Kalanina's office, Lena felt a little uncomfortable and took off her hood. "Wow, is this the human Chamber of Commerce? You must be Sister Kalanina, right? I heard your name mentioned when I was listening to my big brother telling stories in the desert." Lena said this and came to Kalanina in a familiar manner. "I heard from Big Brother that you are a very capable businessman. You must be very rich, right?" Her eyes seemed to be twinkling with stars. After hearing what the other party said, Kalanina was stunned. "Well, Sister Kalanina, this is what happened." Lit hurriedly explained to Kalanina how Orson met Lena in the desert. Of course, Lit didn't say the part that Orson told Lit alone. Really? Orson is really amazing. He can just kidnap a cute little girl from the desert. He really deserves to be called the hero. Kalanina said this, seeming to be teasing Orson, with a hint of jealousy in her tone. However, there was no dissatisfaction in her eyes when she looked at Lena. On the contrary, such a cute girl was rare among humans, and it was difficult for people to feel disgusted with her. "Okay, your name is Lena, right?" "Yeah." Lena nodded energetically. "Since this is your first time in a human city, why not take you to visit the human market?" Kalanina said as she stood up. "It just so happens that I have nothing to do today, so let's go around Antica City together. I will cover all your expenses today." "Great. Thank you, Sister Kalanina." Lena showed a look of surprise and nodded happily. Orson and Lucius left the woods. "Over the past decade, I have been thinking about revenge for them all the time." Lucius said this, looking forward. "Orson, do you know that 18 years ago, besides the orcs, the Empire was facing another problem?" Another question? Well, when the new emperor ascended the throne, there was also a very intense political movement. Father, are you talking about the electoral movement? Yeah. Lucius nodded. The so-called electoral movement is that the emperor and the dukes form an electoral conference, and the conference votes to decide the candidates. Of course, candidates are still selected from the royal family, although the imperial power will not fall into the hands of others. If the system of electing an emperor is really implemented, it is obvious that the candidates for the throne will contact the duke and ask the duke to support them in taking office. This will inevitably be accompanied by power struggles and mutual infighting, which can be said to be of no benefit or progress to the development of the empire. The only benefit may be that it can avoid the emergence of people as foolish and incompetent as the previous emperor. But I remember that according to the history books, the election campaign only lasted for 3 years. The reason was that the previous emperor was incompetent and the people were suffering. Under pressure from the dukes, they were forced to pass the throne to the current emperor. His Majesty the Emperor showed great ability after he took the throne, so the election campaign ended. That's where you fall short, Orson. You have read a lot of books, but you should also know that books are compiled by people after all, especially history books. Many things have been beautified and modified, and cannot be taken as true. It's only been 20 years since that incident happened. If you ask older citizens, they've all heard some rumors. Lucius explained to Orson what happened that year, when the new emperor ascended the throne. Because the succession law of designated heirs was still adopted, many protests broke out in the royal direct jurisdiction. The most serious and harmful of these protests was the banditry. Perhaps they organized themselves and planned for a long time, or perhaps they were encouraged and supported by other dukes. The banditry was very serious at the time, and the royal family spent a lot of effort to suppress it. At that time, Antica was also directly under the royal jurisdiction and suffered greatly from the banditry. When Orson heard the true story of that year from Lucius, he couldn't help but show a look of surprise. So, when you were fighting, Father, the enemies you faced were not only orcs, but also humans? Yeah. Lucius nodded. The guards just buried in the woods were not killed by orcs, and neither was Margaret. They all died at the hands of humans. We have avenged most of the people in the dukedom of Antica. Now, it's time to avenge ourselves, Orson. Perhaps your parents also died from banditry back then. But Father, the bandit problem has been resolved and there are no signs of large-scale banditry in the empire, but the person who funded him back then is still alive and in a high position. Lucius said this, his hands involuntarily tightening the reins, with a hint of anger in his tone. Father, could it be that the person you are talking about is, yeah? Lucius nodded. That's him, Giovanni. The struggle between the central and local powers in the empire is a political issue that has lasted for thousands of years. During these thousands of years, the empire has generally maintained a relatively stable political environment. However, in certain specific periods, the political environment of the empire has indeed changed. Lena and others didn't know why they came to a school. She pricked up her ears and listened to the lectures in the classroom. Kalenina and Lit stood not far away. The two knew that this was Lena's first time entering human society, so it was normal for her to feel novel about a place like a school. Well, now please share your thoughts on the issue of electoral system that we discussed in this class. Teacher, I think the electoral system is an unreasonable system. Its emergence will only make the power of the empire more and more divided. In this way, without an authoritative central government, local power will be even more uncontrollable, and the monarchs elected through the electoral system will inevitably be more inclined to centralization. The electoral system will eventually collapse, and the succession system will become designated by the emperor. This classmate is right. After all, the royal family is very large. Under the background of the electoral system, many royal family members who were not originally in the line of succession can also participate in the election. As long as they have the unanimous support of the dukes, they can even go against the emperor's wishes. This is something that the supreme emperor at the pinnacle of power does not want to see. People are selfish and want to leave the best to their children. Therefore, even if the electoral system is implemented, the first thing every emperor will think of after taking office will definitely be to abolish the electoral system. So, students, what kind of people do you think would support the electoral system? I think the dukes who don't have a good relationship with the emperor would choose to support the electoral system. Most dukes should support this, right? After all, this will strengthen the connection between the dukes and the emperor. Local representatives will definitely support the electoral system. Of course, if they are under pressure from the emperor, they probably won't support it. Lena listened to these questions, confused, and then walked back to Lit and Kalenina. Well, Lena, did you hear what was being said inside? It seems to be talking about the political system. Lena, I don't quite understand. Lena said this, feeling a little disappointed. In our area, the most knowledgeable people in the tribe would give lessons to the children, but they mostly just taught us how to read and survive in the desert, and at most taught us some stories. We didn't have that much free time to discuss issues other than survival. But, I feel like here, everyone can discuss a lot of issues that have little to do with themselves. Hearing Lena's doubts, Lit and Kalenina both expressed their understanding. After all, the school that Lena attended was considered a school for the wealthy in the city of Antica, and the school let the three people in only after seeing Lit show his identity cards. I don't know which teaching method is better, but if it were me, I would probably like being here with humans. After all, there are many things I haven't heard of. Lena felt lost for a while, but then quickly recovered her spirits. Let's go to the next place. On the other hand, Giovanni returned to the Duchy of Naples. His trip to Antica was very fruitful, but after returning to the Duchy of Naples, his mood instantly changed from happy to angry. Lawrence is a piece of trash. Giovanni looked at the information sent to him, angrily tore the paper into pieces, and then threw them into the fire. Why do things always go so wrong in Aragorn? Yes, Giovanni asked Lawrence to use the financial resources and means of the Aragon branch of the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce to cut off the most profitable textile industry under Selenina. Lawrence did as he was told. He competed with Selenina and used his connections and means to purchase textile raw materials at high prices. He then stockpiled large quantities of goods, thereby straining Selenina's supply chain. Everything is proceeding step by step and in an orderly manner. Seeing that Selenina's property in the Dukedom of Aragon was about to be destroyed, at this time, the iron fist of Duke Leon of Aragon hit Lawrence on the head. Although it is said to be Leon, in fact it is mainly the credit of his only son Manuel. Manuel convinced Leon and made Leon realize that as the mainstay of Aragon's economy, the textile industry of the Lycian Chamber of Commerce could bring a lot of commercial taxes to Aragon every year, while the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce was just a blood-sucking parasite that provided very little in return. In the end, Leon listened to Manuel's advice and directly issued a ducal order to forcibly adjust the price of cotton. He also announced that the high-priced purchase of cotton in the market constituted unfair competition and forced the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce to release the goods. This move broke Lawrence's spine directly. After this incident, the Aragon branch of the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce was unable to recover, while the Lycian Chamber of Commerce recovered through the goods put on the market by the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce, and its scale was even larger than before. The most important thing in this series of actions was the letter that Orson sent to Manuel.as colleagues working in the student union. Orson and Manuel have a good relationship. After Orson's emotional and logical persuasion, Manuel was persuaded by Orson and agreed to help him. Waste, what a waste! Giovanni stamped his feet in anger. When I confiscated the assets of the Lycian Chamber of Commerce before, I was a step too late, causing the Lycian Chamber of Commerce to withdraw its investment from the Duchy of Napoli in advance, and the loss I caused to the Lycian Chamber of Commerce was only a minor one. Now he wanted to use Lawrence to break the leg of the Lycian Chamber of Commerce, but ended up having his ally's leg broken. The only thing to be thankful for now is that the loss this time was borne only by the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce. This time, Giovanni suddenly thought of something and then looked at the butler beside him. Where's Donnie? Where did this guy go? My lord, Master Donnie went to have a private meeting with some female companions today. The butler told Giovanni what Donnie had done in a rather obscure way. Hearing that his son was so useless and was still fooling around outside at this time, Giovanni almost couldn't breathe. Butler, please find Donnie for me. I want to see him within an hour. Okay. The butler agreed, then hurried out of the Duke's mansion and headed to the place that Tony often visited. Half an hour later, looking at Donnie in front of him with his clothes not properly put on and some kiss marks on his face and neck, the first thing Giovanni did was to walk up to Donnie and slap him. Seeing this, Tang and I naturally did not dare to resist, but lowered his head and asked timidly, Father, you are back, but I did not greet you. It is my fault. You are right to hit me. That's not the question. Giovanni shook his head. Donnie, you are my son, my only son. Although I told you that I would be back today, look at you, what are you doing? I don't ask you to be as good as Orson, but can't you be as honest, stable, and manage the household as Leet? Giovanni's tone was full of disappointment. How can I trust you with the family affairs in the future if you are like this? Giovanni said this, and then said angrily, if it really doesn't work, I will follow Giovanni's example and adopt a capable child and give him the power. I'm sorry, father, it's my fault. Please don't be angry. When Donnie heard Giovanni say this, he was shocked and quickly lowered his head to apologize. He could tell that his father was really angry, otherwise, as he valued blood ties so much, he would never have said such words. I hope you won't let me down again. Giovanni said this, and his anger subsided a little. Then he asked, is there anything important happening in the dukedom these days? In reply to father, the Duke has let everything to go according to plan, and there have been no accidents. That's fine. Giovanni nodded with satisfaction. But the lack of accidents is no reason for you to be so self-indulgent. When you come back this time, I will punish you by not allowing you to go to such places for a month. During this month, you will stay by my side and learn how to rule such a large territory. Okay. Although Donnie was unhappy inside when he heard that he wouldn't be able to have fun for a month, he can only agree with his father on the surface. Chapter 146. On the other side, in St. Laurent City, the headquarters of the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce. Lawrence, is this the result you gave me? Louis, the president of the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce, sat in his office, looking at his second son Lawrence, with a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. I'm sorry, father. Lawrence only had 3 words left to say. He lowered his head and could only pray that the blood relationship between father and son would allow him to suffer less punishment. I trained you as my heir, but look at you. Louis said, sighing. Although I can understand that, after all, the Duke of Aragon personally intervened, and you couldn't have predicted such a thing, but after all, this situation occurred during your term of office. Even if I wanted to protect you, I couldn't. Father, you wouldn't be. Lawrence was stunned for a moment when he heard Louis's words, and then he had a bad premonition in his heart. Lawrence, from now on, the position of the president of the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce should be given to your brother. He can at least run the Chamber of Commerce steadily and will not let any problems arise. As Louis finished speaking, Lawrence's older brother Mark walked out from the compartment in the room. Lawrence, you should not be the president of the Aragon branch of the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce. After such a big incident, you no longer have any credibility in the Chamber of Commerce. Louis said, pointing at Mark. From today on, you will be your brother Mark's consultant. At least it's an easy job. You two brothers must work together and cooperate with each other. Only in this way can the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce grow stronger. Then, Mark walked up to Lawrence, and his face was full of fat, forcing out a not-so-pretty smile. Second brother, it's okay. You don't need to do anything when you come to my place. It's a leisurely job and the treatment is good. As he said this, he put his hand on Lawrence's shoulder. Leave the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce to me, big brother. Lawrence looked at Mark's smug look. Although he wanted to punch him at this moment, he could only suppress his inner frustration and dissatisfaction and just accepted his fate. Chapter 36, inviting Lena. Orson and Lucius returned home. They chatted for a while and then went back to their own business. It was not until noon that Lit took Lena home. As soon as Lena got home, she went straight to Orson's room. Big brother. Today, I went to Antica City with brother Lit and saw a lot of interesting things. Lena said this and came to Orson. At this moment, Orson was sitting at the desk thinking about something. When he saw Lena come in, he turned around and smiled back. Really? Isn't that great? At this time, Lit also walked in from outside. Yeah. Lena nodded. I went to a human school and I thought it was pretty good. Don't worry, Lena, you will have a school like this in the future. Orson said this, and subconsciously wanted to reach out and touch Lena's head like he did to Lit, but he thought of something and retracted his hand. Also, there are so many delicious foods here, many of which I have never seen before. But everyone is very nice to me and is willing to tell me what those foods are. Hearing this, Orson was surprised. He originally thought that humans would have some prejudice against half-orcs like Lena, but then he thought that Lena would most likely go out wearing a cloak and a hood, and coupled with her naturally outgoing personality, it would be hard not to like her. That's because it's Lena. Orson smiled. Also, I met Sister Kalenina. Big brother, you mentioned her name to me in the desert before. She is really beautiful and rich. And that Sister Olivia, big brother, when will you take me to meet her? At this time, Orson clearly noticed that Lit's face behind Lena turned dark. It seemed like she was complaining about why she only told Lena about Olivia and Selenina, but not about her. However, after hearing Lena's words, Orson had an idea. By the way, Lena, do you want to go to school? Go to school? Well, Lena, you are now of school age. Do you want to be classmates with me and Lit? The Imperial Academy is in St. Laurent City, which is the largest city of mankind. By the way, you can meet Olivia in the Imperial Academy. Although it is not yet the enrollment season for the Imperial Academy, considering Lena's identity and potential, it is not impossible to ask the Imperial Academy to open a back door just for her. Even if we put aside Lena's status as being infinitely close to a demigod, the fact that she has strength comparable to that of an 8th level person at this age is enough to make the Imperial Academy very jealous of this student. The biggest city? Well, Lena, didn't you say you wanted to see more places? If you study at the Imperial Academy, you can travel to many places every year. Sure. Lena said, nodding her head. But, I am a half-orc after all, and the Imperial Academy is a school for humans. Lena, where do you think the biggest difference between orcs and humans is? It should be the appearance, right? Orcs have ears and tails, but humans don't. Lena, do you know elves? Elves? I think I heard about them from Grandpa Arati. Well, the so-called elves also have differences in appearance from humans. Elves have pointy ears, which are different from human ears. However, elves are not discriminated against by humans. On the contrary, many humans respect elves. Really? Lena perked up when she heard Orson say that. But, if that's the case, why do you, Orson, ask me to hide my tail and ears when I go out? Lena immediately discovered another problem. Because of the racial name. Orson pointed to his head. In the minds of humans, orcs are enemies. Therefore, when most humans hear the term half-orc, they think that half-orcs are the same as orcs, or similar. In fact, compared to beasts, orcs are closer to humans, aren't they? Orson said this, pointing at Lit and himself, and then at Lena. Putting aside those racial characteristics, Lena, do you think your facial features and body structure are very different from those of humans? Lena shook her head. That's it. The reason I asked you to do this, Lena, is because most people don't know that orcs are friendly beings. So I did this to protect you. But later, when the orc city is established, orcs are no longer a mysterious species. Humans can get along well with orcs. Allowing Lena to enter the Imperial Academy was not only to help the Academy recruit talents, but also to improve the status of orcs in the Empire. After all, in this world, strength is everything. The reason why humans and elves have such a harmonious relationship is not only because there are no conflicts of interest, but also because the elves are so powerful. Although the elves are not numerous, they are individually powerful. The orcs do not have such conditions, so they need a strong person to protect them. This strong person, without a doubt, can only be Lena, who is also an orc, but for now, Orson doesn't want Lena to realize that she has this responsibility. It would be more beneficial for Lena to gradually realize her responsibilities as she grows up rather than directly telling her the slightly cruel reality. The Dukedom of Antica can still protect the orcs for a while. After Lena has fully grown up, it will not be too late to let her become the leader of the orcs. Besides, there is another reason. Orson continued, school is about to start. When school starts, Lit and I will return to the Imperial College. If Lena still wants to stay with me, you will have to go to the Imperial College together. After hearing what Orson said, Lena hesitated for a long time and finally nodded. So, Orson, what are the requirements for entering the Imperial Academy? After finalizing the matter of entering the Imperial Academy with Lena, Orson and Lit were the only ones left in the room. Speaking of which, Orson, during the time you were away from the dukedom, I prepared a surprise for you. As Lit said this, he put his hands behind his back as if to be mysterious and only spoke half of the words, as if he was intentionally whetting Orson's appetite. Girl, you still prepare surprises for people? Orson said this, smiled helplessly, and then asked, Tell me, what is it? He. Lit chuckled twice, then walked to Orson, stood on tiptoe and said a few words in his ear. When Orson heard what Lit said, he was stunned for a moment, then he turned his head and looked at Lit in disbelief. Is what you said true? Yes. Lit nodded. I found this information in my mother, Mary's letter. I did some research and found this result unexpectedly. Good. Orson was very happy when he heard the news. With this information, we have the means to restrain the other side. Chapter 37, Am I Wrong? A few days passed like this, and soon it was time to return to school. Orson still went to Kalenina. It's really rare that Master Orson actually came to visit Hanshi. Have you finally figured it out and want to apply for my consultant position? Sitting in the office, Kalenina looked at Orson and smiled. That's not the case. Besides, Kalenina, you're getting better and better at joking with me. Orson said with a smile. It feels a lot better than before when you were so meticulous and only talked about work. When Kalenina heard Orson say this, her face turned red, then he turned his head away. It's all because of you. She whispered. Well, I came here this time to ask about the recent developments of the Lycen Chamber of Commerce. Oh, you're talking about that. Selenina said this with a charming smile. Thank you, Orson. If it weren't for you, my textile business in the Dukedom of Aragon might have been blocked. You've helped me so much, I really don't know how to repay you. As she said this, Kalenina's eyes wandered wantonnly over Orson. Okay, I give up. I admit that I can't resist your charm. Let's talk about business. Orson said this and quickly clasped his hands together to admit defeat. Seeing Orson's deflated look, Kalenina felt relieved. Well, to put it simply, the Aragon branch of the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce has been broken. My useless second brother has resigned. He should be serving as an advisor to my eldest brother now. Pfft, that really is a gathering of the dragon and the phoenix. Orson couldn't help but say. But in this case, after the change of the president of the Aragon branch, it will still not be able to compete with the Lycen Chamber of Commerce, right? Yes. Kalenina nodded. Right now, the strength of the Lycen Chamber of Commerce in Antica and Aragon has surpassed that of the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce, but it will obviously take more than a few months to catch up with this behemoth. That's true. Orson nodded after hearing this. E-business war is a protracted war. To be honest, it is amazing that Lycen Chamber of Commerce has been able to develop in a short period of time. Even the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce went through 3 generations of accumulation before finally becoming the #1 chamber of commerce in the empire during the generation of Grandpa Kalenina. Chelina, where do you think the ultimate of a businessman is? When Kalenina heard Orson say this, she looked at him in surprise. What do you mean by that, Orson? I think that being the #1 chamber of commerce in the empire and controlling the most markets like your father is still far from the pinnacle of being a businessman. Then, Orson, what do you think is the ultimate for a businessman? I think that the ultimate goal of a businessman is to be able to dominate the fate of a country or even the world by manipulating the market. Orson said this and looked at Kalenina. Sharonina, your father's ambition is too small. Even though he became the largest businessman in the empire, he only wanted to cling to the powerful and use their power to ensure his own development. What about you, Kalenina? What kind of person do you want to be? I don't know. Kalenina shook her head. Orson, I don't know, maybe, as you said, my father's ambition is too small, but my ambition is not necessarily as big as you describe. Or in other words, I feel that my strength does not meet your expectations. Well, what if I say I will support you? Orson put his hand on Kalenina's. Hearing Orson say this, Kalenina blushed. If it is your request, Orson, no, this is not a demand, Kalenina, this is a request. I want you to promise me that you will give it a try and become the great businessman I envision, the best of all time. I'll try. Hearing Orson say this, Kalenina nodded. Chapter 147 But, in front of me is the huge mountain of Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce. Don't worry about that. Orson said this with a smile. The Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce is like the setting sun in the evening, while the Lyson Chamber of Commerce is the rising sun in the morning. You will replace the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce and last forever. After saying this, Orson continued, by the way, Kalanina, I'm going to St. Laurent City in a while, you should come with me, I have some people I want to introduce to you. Moreover, with the current strength of the Lyson Chamber of Commerce in the Empire, if it still stays in Antica City, it would be a bit of a loss of class. On the other side, in St. Laurent City, the headquarters of the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce. What? Louis looked at Paul in front of him and was stunned for a moment. Are you telling the truth? Yes. Paul nodded. Now in the market, most of the textiles are sourced from the Aragon region, and the one who monopolizes the textile market in the Aragon region happens to be the Lyson Chamber of Commerce. This time, the Lyson Chamber of Commerce raised the price for us alone, while our own Chamber of Commerce kept the original price. There is no doubt that the Lyson Chamber of Commerce is trying to squeeze out our market through price competition. After hearing this, Louis looked worried. At first, I thought my daughter's self-employment was just a small thing, but I didn't expect that my daughter would actually cause such a big trouble. When the little lion grew up, it bit the old lion instead. Paul, what should we do now to ensure that our market is not taken away? It's difficult, Paul said, shaking his head. President, at present, the people are still buying our Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce's products according to their usual thinking, but when they see that the Lyson Chamber of Commerce is more profitable, our losses will be even greater. At present, the only way to alleviate the blow brought to us by this round of offensive by the Lyson Chamber of Commerce is to sell all the textiles we have at a reduced price in order to recover our investment, completely give up the textile market, and expand other markets. At present, the textile supply chain has been completely monopolized by the Lyson Chamber of Commerce. The Lyson Chamber of Commerce has the pricing power for textiles, so it is invincible in this field. Hearing what Paul said, Louis fell silent. Textiles are the biggest part of the trade industry, and giving up this piece of meat would undoubtedly be like cutting off one's own arm. However, if we take money from one pocket to pay another in order to maintain the price of textiles, the impact will be even greater. This move is undoubtedly a dead end. Paul. At this time, Louis slowly raised his head. President, please speak. Tell me, did I do something wrong? There was a hint of loneliness in his tone as he said this. My daughter clearly has such business talent, but I never considered letting her inherit the family business. Instead, I let my two useless sons inherit. Tell me, if I had let Kalanina inherit my position from the beginning, would the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce be better developed now? Paul fell silent after hearing what Louis said. I'm sorry, no one can make a conclusion about something that hasn't happened yet. President, we still have to get through the crisis at hand. Chapter 38, not about her, 3K, the cold winter is about to pass and spring is coming. The new semester at Imperial College will also begin. Orson brought Lit and Lena to St. Laurent City 2 days in advance. The purpose, of course, is to help Lena complete the admission procedures for the Imperial College. Orson, you came to school so early and came to see me specially. There must be something you want me to help you with? In the dean's office, Luca was sitting at the desk, looking at Orson sitting on the sofa, and said with a smile, I can't hide it from you, Dean. Orson smiled awkwardly, and then said, It's like this, Dean, I have something important to discuss with you. Oh? Hearing Orson say that, Luca became interested. He leaned forward and asked, Orson, tell me what you think? Has there ever been a precedent of half-orcs enrolling in the academy? No. Luca shook his head. The orcs are a special race, being discriminated against by both humans and orcs. Orcs don't have access to a good education. Their talents may be similar to humans, but due to the small population and discrimination, no orcs can meet the admission standards of the Imperial Academy. Even if there are, they won't consider them. So, is there any precedent for midterm transfers at Imperial College? It seems that there is no such thing. Luca shook his head. The Imperial College enrolls students in the second half of the year. Although there is no explicit rule prohibiting transfers during the school year, it is obvious that the Imperial College, which has the best students in the empire, does not need students transferring from other colleges. Then, the dean, please consider the person I am going to talk about next and see if you can set a precedent for her. Having said that, Orson introduced Lena to Luca. According to the orc's age, this girl should have reached adulthood this year. The body is probably no more than 20 years old. And then? Luca continued to ask, after all, according to the other party's current information, it really has no appeal to the Imperial Academy. It's impossible that she could be given this backdoor just because of Orson's relationship. For some reason, the opponent has a special physique. His current combat capability, purely in terms of strength, is already at the 8th level of human or even higher. This is a talented person with great potential. I think that the Imperial Academy will help her grow faster. At the same time, she can also serve as a representative to ease the relationship between humans and orcs. After all, Dean Luca, you should already know the current situation of the orcs. With the orcs almost extinct, there is really no hatred between orcs and humans. The two races need an excellent orc who has received human education as a bond. Luca's eyes widened in surprise when he heard Orson's evaluation of Lena's strength. Orson, is what you said true? Is the other party really at the 8th level or even higher? It's just pure power. The other party doesn't know how to use his power, so I came up with this idea. This way, it can be regarded as a golden signboard for the Imperial Academy, right? Orson, your idea is good, but I have to discuss it with the college council. If the council agrees, it's not impossible to set a precedent for her. Tomorrow is the day before school starts, and the board of directors is going to have a regular meeting. I'll talk to them at the meeting. Okay. When Orson heard Luca say this, he stood up and bowed to him. Then I will wait for good news from Dean Luca. After saying that, Orson left the dean's office. Level 8, or even higher. Luca muttered to himself after Orson left. Orson is not a person who likes to lie, and he should know what will happen if he lies in this sentence. However, the sudden appearance of such a strong man among the orcs was still a little beyond Luca's imagination. It's not that there aren't orcs with high combat effectiveness. Luca is knowledgeable and of course knows quite a few powerful orcs, but most of these orcs have been training slowly after years of struggling in society. Like Orson said, the other party's age is probably about the same as Orson. A genius of this age is quite explosive even among humans. Well, I hope what you said, Orson, is true. Luca said this inside. On the other side, Orson returned to the hotel. This time we stayed at the same Etoile hotel where we stayed when we first came to St. Laurent City with Lid. However, this time there was not only one double room. Orson booked separate single rooms for 3 people. Of course, we only live in the single room when we sleep at night, and we gather in Orson's room during the day. There is no need to worry about the space being too small. After all, this is a place specially for rich people and nobles to live in. Even if it is a single room, the space here is quite large. After returning to his room, Orson saw Lit reading a book with Lena. Orson, are you back? Lit turned around quickly when he heard the sound of the door opening. Yeah. Orson nodded. How is Lena's admission application going? It's going well. Orson said this and sat down on the chair. I told Dean Luca about this, and he promised me that he would bring it up at the board meeting tomorrow and try to help me get it approved, but it's likely to be passed. After all, in this era, the strong are respected. If Lena's 8th level power were to spread, it would be entirely possible for her to become a teacher, not to mention enroll as a student. Of course, Orson has not yet revealed the power of demigod, otherwise it might be even more explosive. However, if the matter of the demigod power was revealed, it might instead attract the attention of people with ulterior motives. In order to protect Lena, Orson simply covered it up with the excuse of special physique. Big brother, let's go shopping in St. Laurent City? At this time, Lena also jumped down from her seat and came to Orson. It seems that the people of St. Laurent City do not have such great hostility towards my race. In fact, if you think about it, humans and orcs don't have any long-lasting hatred, they just hate the whole family. Those humans who have suffered from the disaster of orcs will of course discriminate against the half-orcs, but the attitude of humans who have not suffered from the disaster towards the half-orcs is at most indifferent, not to the point of discrimination. The people living in St. Laurent City don't even care about the orcs themselves, let alone a mere half-orc. Well, forget it. Didn't I just take you around a part of it this morning? Orson said this, suddenly remembering something, and then he stood up from his chair. Oh, I suddenly remembered that I have something to deal with. Lite, you stay here and take care of Lena. I will probably be back in the evening. As he said this, Orson came to a double room upstairs and knocked gently on the door, then the door opened quickly, and a hand reached out quickly and pulled Orson in. As soon as Orson entered the room, he saw Olivia sitting at the table drinking tea, and Lienka dragged him into the room and stared at him angrily. Orson, you big pig. Lienka said this, as if she wanted to let herself vent her sister's anger, and punched Orson in the chest several times. Lienka, I was wrong, please stop hitting me, you misunderstood. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? My sister and I saw you and Lee took shopping with a half-orc girl this morning. How are you going to explain it? Are you still going to say that you were going to introduce that girl to Lee Took? That's right. Orson nodded. Lienka was so smart and said everything he wanted to say. Then why were Lee Took and her on either side of you the whole time? If you introduced her to Lee Took, shouldn't you let them walk together? That's because they are not familiar with each other yet. Orson said helplessly. Okay, Lienka, let Orson come over. At this time, Olivia, who was sitting at the table, also spoke. Poof. Lienka snorted, but did as she was told. Orson sat down next to Olivia. Olivia, listen to my explanation. Lena and I don't have that kind of relationship. I know. Olivia took a sip of tea and nodded. But I'm a little worried. What if you happen to like orcs? I can't wear animal ears and tails. I don't know whether Olivia said this intentionally or unintentionally, but Olivia's beast girl appearance suddenly appeared in front of Orson, and her face turned slightly red. Olivia glanced at Orson, noticed the change in his expression, and chuckled. It looks like you really like this, Orson? No, Olivia, you think too much. Orson said seriously, actually, Lena and I met in the desert. As he said this, he recounted to Olivia all his experiences in the desert and his encounter with Lena. After hearing this, Olivia expressed her understanding, but Lienka still looked skeptical. Orson, are you sure that nothing really happened between you and Lena, a single man and a single woman in that desert environment? Looking at Lienka with a suspicious expression, Orson sighed. Your sister Olivia didn't say anything. Why are you worrying about it? Besides, nothing really happened between Lena and me. At this time, Olivia said to Lienka, by the way, Lienka, I suddenly remembered that I left something at a chamber of commerce. Can you help me get it? Thank you. Hearing Olivia's words that were obviously meant to drive her away, Lienka didn't say much. She asked for the address of the Chamber of Commerce and left. At this moment, Orson and Olivia were the only two people left in the room. Orson, is there really nothing happening between you two? At this time, Olivia suddenly put her arms around Orson's neck. The two were so close that they could feel each other's breath. Nothing happened. Orson said this with a slightly red face. He was about to turn his head away, but Olivia forced him to straighten up again and look at her. Chapter 148. I'm not talking about you and Lena, it's the other one. Chapter 39. The cat cries over the rat. Orson was stunned when he suddenly heard Olivia say this. Are you talking about yourself and Kalenina? Olivia, you mean, between me and Kalenina? Since you know, then don't hide it. Olivia spoke unexpectedly with a tough tone, no longer following Orson's wishes as usual. Orson's silence. The two stared at each other for a long time, and finally Olivia sighed. Let me put it another way, Orson. Did you know that Kalenina likes you? I know. Orson nodded. Because I helped her before, she has some feelings towards me. When Olivia heard this answer, it was in line with her expectations. Then she asked, what about you, Orson? You know that Kalenina likes you, so what do you think of Kalenina? Orson was silent again. Olivia sighed, then buried her head in Orson's chest, feeling Orson's gradually accelerating heartbeat. Olivia reached out her hand to Orson's waist and squeezed it hard. Hiss. Orson took a breath. It's my problem that I can't control men. Maybe it's because I'm not good enough. There was a hint of self-blame in Olivia's tone, but at the same time it also gave Orson a soothing tone. Some things should not be brought out so clearly, otherwise it will only damage the relationship between two people, just keep it tacit. What's more, it is understandable that other vixens would set their eyes on such an outstanding man like Orson. What's more, Kalanina is not just a little vixen, she is very capable and helps Orson just as much as she does. Maybe Orson also felt that he owed her something, but having said that, who can tolerate seeing their man being dazzled by another woman? Please give me your guidance in the days to come, my fiancé, Orson, Olivia said, whispering in Orson's ear. Olivia put extra emphasis on the word fiancé. Well, please, give me more advice. Orson said this and nodded. And, I'm sorry, is it all you can say to say sorry? Olivia's anger, which had just been suppressed, rose again. Then, she felt herself being held in Orson's arms, then Orson kissed her. She stared at Orson in front of her with wide eyes in disbelief. She never thought that Orson would be so proactive. Her eyes also became blurred at this moment. This moment, the door of the room was suddenly opened. Sister, the Chamber of Commerce you told me about, they don't have your stuff? Lienka stood at the door of the room and looked at Olivia with a puzzled look. Almost instantly, Orson and Olivia returned to their seats, and except that they were a little closer, they were exactly the same as when Lienka had just left the room. Ahem, then I must have remembered it wrong. Olivia said this and sighed. Well, I have something else to do, so I'll go back first. At this moment, Orson also stood up, with a hint of apology in his eyes. Yeah. Olivia nodded with a blushing face. She didn't want Orson to think that she was a petty woman, but she also didn't want to suffer in vain. Orson's behavior just now barely made up for some of her inner dissatisfaction. Lienka looked at Orson curiously, and didn't turn her attention back to Olivia until he left the room. Sister, is Orson feeling unwell? Lienka, why would you say that? When I saw Orson leaving just now, he seemed to be bending over. Olivia's face turned redder when she heard Lienka's words. Not knowing whether Lienka did it on purpose, Olivia didn't want to answer this question anymore. After walking to the corridor to get some fresh air and calming down completely, Orson returned to his room downstairs. It was almost time for dinner, and the person responsible for serving the food changed from the original chef to the elf lady at the front desk. Mr. Orson, could you please give me, just an autograph? Standing at the door, after delivering the meal, Miss Elf spoke shyly to Orson. But I remember I signed both of your ears. Looking at his extremely fanatical fan in front of him, Orson reluctantly took the pen from the other's hand. So now I can only sign in a more important place. As she said this, Miss Elf lifted her skirt again. Didn't I tell you that's not allowed? Orson quickly stopped the other party's behavior. Hey! Why is this happening? Miss Elf said dejectedly. I originally thought that if I collected 2 autographs, I would be able to have Master Orson sign on my thigh, but now it seems I need to work harder. Orson took the pen, thought for a moment, and signed his name on the bow tie of Miss Elf's clothes. I don't quite understand this kind of signing behavior, Orson said and sighed. I'm sorry to bother you, Mr. Orson, but for us fans who have always supported you, your autograph is our motivation to move forward. Miss Elf said this, bowed to Orson in gratitude, then turned and left to deliver the rest of the meal. Oh. Orson turned and went into the room, shaking his head. He felt that he was totally unworthy of being worshipped, or rather, he felt that he was not worthy of being worshipped. A war criminal who committed genocide, a 2-timing scumbag, a scum who took advantage of his family. If all these things were exposed, he would definitely be infamous, right? Orson, is it that elf lady again? Lid asked curiously when he saw Orson's sad face. Well, as a fan, she is a little too enthusiastic. Having said this, he sighed. Are there many people who admire Big Brother? Yeah. Orson nodded. There are a lot of people who admire me, but to be honest, I don't know what they like about me. After dinner, Orson asked Lit to look after Lena while he went out to do some work. The location of this service was in a restaurant on the street closest to the palace. In the box, Orson looked at Elsa who was sitting opposite him. Orson, I did what you said to me. Elsa said this and took out a note and handed it to Orson. The above are all the forces they are involved in. I have told you before that the nobles are intertwined and interdependent. If we decide to take action against these people, the counterattack we will encounter will be unprecedented, and it may even trigger a civil war within the empire. Then, Elsa-sama, do you think that if we let them go like this, will the empire be better off? I don't know. Elsa shook her head. Your Highness, do you still think that as long as you do nothing, you will not do anything wrong? Orson said this, as if he could see through Elsa's heart. The tree wants to be still, but the wind does not stop. Your Highness, if you don't do something, the general environment will force you to do it. Do you want the political environment of the empire to remain calm like this? Your Highness, don't forget that you are currently at a disadvantage in the battle for succession. If nothing major happens to the empire, more nobles will choose to support His Highness Arthas instead of you. If you want to gain an advantage, you must take this opportunity to disrupt the empire. Only by suppressing the nobles that originally belonged to His Highness Arthas in the name of anti-corruption can you rise. Go ahead, Your Highness Elsa. It's not what a ruler should do to always seek perfection. What you should do is to play the role of a newcomer and a reformer. Set a good example, and supporters will naturally come to you. I understand. Hearing Orson say this, Elsa nodded, and a hint of decisiveness appeared in her eyes. Thank you, Orson. It's okay, Princess. After all, we are on the same front. By the way, I have one more thing I want to ask Your Highness the Princess. Orson suddenly remembered something. Your Highness, since you trust me so much, aren't you afraid that I might turn against you and join His Highness Arthas's camp? If you were that kind of person, Orson, you wouldn't give up your right to inherit the dukedom of Antica, right? Elsa smiled when she heard Orson say that. Orson, what you are eyeing is something more important, and that kind of thing, Brother Arthas cannot give you, right? Hearing Elsa's words, Orson certainly knew what she meant, and he nodded. I guess so. In short, it's a pleasure to work with you. Well, it's a pleasure to work with you. The next morning, the imperial court held a large-scale trial, in which the nobles who had committed war crimes in the Duchy of Antica were sentenced to death or exile, depending on the extent of their corruption. Arthas sat next to Elsa on the jury composed of royal members. Elsa, is this your decision? He frowned. Executing so many nobles at once, even if they are really guilty, is it too radical? The reason why Arthas questioned it was because of his conservative character. In his opinion, these nobles have made an indelible contribution to the empire's current glory and the royal family's long-lasting prosperity. Even though Elsa is her rival, she also represents the royal family. After all of this time, the royal family changed its style of respecting the nobility. The punishment in the court was so severe that it would obviously damage the relationship between the royal family and the nobility. It will make other nobles think, since you treated them like this time, will you frame us next time? However, by doing this, Elsa has completely ruined her political career. The concern shown by Arthas was completely false sympathy. As long as he vindicates those nobles after coming to power and puts all the blame on Elsa, the relationship between the royal family and the nobles will be restored. Chapter 40. Welcome to the Imperial College. After the trial of the Imperial Court ended, many nobles surrounded Elsa, hoping to get an explanation from her. Your Highness, I heard that you are in charge of this case. Do you have to judge them so harshly? You know, as nobles, even if they have committed serious mistakes, their ancestors have made contributions to the empire after all. It's not good to let the heroes die without descendants, right? An earl stopped Elsa and asked. He was a vassal of the Duchy of Naples. One of the nobles in charge of the trial this time was his relative, and the two families had a very good relationship. Now his married sister was also going to be implicated because of this. How could he accept this? I'm sorry, but the laws of the empire are here. Elsa said expressionlessly, there will always be new people who contribute to the empire. If everyone who contributes to the empire can enjoy this privilege for generations, and even will not be punished for making mistakes, the empire will only become more and more corrupt. Your Highness, I understand your concerns, but we also have our own ideas. I wonder if you can tell us whether this group of nobles will be the last one you will deal with. Or, will you deal with your political enemies through the imperial court in the future? Another earl also spoke up. I don't know. Elsa shook her head. It all depends on whether the nobles have violated the laws of the empire. I have always insisted that the emperor is guilty of the same crime as the common people. If you do your job honestly, you will naturally not have any trouble. But if you can't manage yourselves and violate the laws of the empire, don't blame me for being ruthless. After saying this, Elsa signaled the guards to clear the way for her and stopped answering other people's questions. After Elsa left, the nobles present gathered together. Oh, the emperor is guilty of the same crime as the common people, bah! A noble couldn't help but spit. They are just talking in high-sounding words, but in fact they are just taking this opportunity to eliminate dissidents. Alas, it seems that this person is indeed unreliable. Fortunately, His Royal Highness the Prince still protects our rights, said another noble. Well, now it seems that Her Royal Highness the Princess's behavior can only be described as crazy. Let's still support His Royal Highness the Prince. Many people agreed with this. On the other hand, with only one day left before school started, Orson came to the dean's office in the afternoon. Orson, regarding the student you mentioned, we have discussed and concluded that if she is really as good as you said, we can set a precedent for her and give her the student number 1001, allowing her to enter as a first-year student. However, she must make up the courses in the first half of the semester with the new first-year students next year. Sitting at the desk, Luca looked at Orson and said, Chapter 149 anyway, if you can arrange for her to come, it would be best to bring her here for testing today, so that we can arrange for her to enter the academy directly when school starts tomorrow. Okay. Orson said gratefully. Thank you very much, Dean Luca. I'll bring her here right away. Yeah. Luca nodded. By the way, when the time comes, you can take her directly to the entrance test site. There will be someone in charge of the test. I understand. Orson said this, walked out of the office, and then returned to the hotel. Success. Orson walked into his room and spoke as he looked at Lena, who was rolling around on his bed out of boredom, and Lit, who was reading a book with his chin on his hand on the other side. Lena can go to school now? Lit looked up at Orson, but there was no surprise in his tone. She had seen how powerful Lena was before. That kind of true strength overpowers skill. Even though Lituk's current strength is much stronger than before he entered school, he still cannot stand it in front of when facing Lena. I still couldn't beat her. In addition, Lena has a good learning ability. It would be strange if such a talent could not enter the Imperial Academy. Yes. Orson nodded. Now all we need to do is to test it and let the school confirm Lena's strength. Test? Lena also sat up from the bed at this time. Yes, it's actually pretty much the same as what I taught you that day. Lena, just listen to the tester and do all this. Okay, Lena nodded, then put on her shoes and prepared to go to the Imperial Academy with Orson. Orson brought Lit and Lena to the Imperial Academy entrance examination venue. The examiner in charge of the test this time was actually a familiar face to Orson. Teacher Triss, long time no see. Are you in charge of this test? Yeah. Triss nodded. Originally, Hikaisha was supposed to come, but she suddenly had something to do, so she let me take charge. At this time, Triss also saw Lena next to Orson. Oh, this is the little girl, so cute, Triss said, walked up to Lena, touched Lena's head, then reached out and pinched Lena's little face. Lena was obviously not used to Triss's somewhat intimate behavior. Although she is a very outgoing person, Triss's behavior was too intimate, but you can't blame them. After all, no matter who sees someone who was recognized by Orson, they will want to go up and get closer to him. Student Lena, I heard from Orson that you are very strong. Even among humans, you are at the top. So, teacher, I want to test your ability now. You see, Lena hasn't even started school yet, but Triss has already called Lena classmate. Okay. Lena nodded after hearing that. Then please stand on the stage. Triss said, pointing to the martial arts stage behind her. Lena stood on the stage as Triss said, and then Triss chanted a spell softly. A powerful aura appeared out of nowhere. A giant statue made of magic appeared in front of Lena. This colossus is approximately at level 6 to level 7 in strength. Come on, classmate Lena, let me see your strength. At this time, Triss had already flown into the air. Lena looked at the giant statue in front of her, which was more than 3 times taller than her, and instinctively felt a sense of fear in her heart. Seeing Lena hesitating and not daring to attack, Triss frowned and then ordered the colossus to take the initiative to attack. Then, the colossus rushed towards Lena with tremendous force. He threw a punch at Lena. Lena watched the movements of the colossus in front of her. In her opinion, the colossus's movements were not fast, but if it was hit hard by it, it would definitely not be able to survive. We must take action. Thinking of this, Lena also threw a punch with all her strength. Just like that, Lena's little fist collided with the Colossus' fist. A moment later, the Colossus disappeared into ashes. Ha! Triss and Lit, who were watching the fight, couldn't help but exclaim. Only Orson remained calm, but if you look closely, you can even see a hint of dissatisfaction in Orson's eyes. This is far from Lena's highest level. It seems that you are as good as Orson said. Classmate Lena, welcome to the Imperial Academy. After a long time, Triss recovered, fell from midair, and congratulated. Chapter 41, Life Story. Student Lena, regarding your student card and other enrollment matters, we will go back and prepare them today. You will be able to enroll with student Lituk tomorrow. As Triss finished her words, Lena smiled happily. Great! This way I can be with my big brother. Hearing Lena say such misleading words, Lit frowned. Could it be that Lena is interested in Orson? We go to school together, and we can see a lot of new and interesting things. Lituk's frown relaxed. Afterwards, Lit took Lena back to the Star Hotel, while Orson stayed at the academy. Orson, what do you want to talk to me about? Triss looked at him. Orson asked. Just when she was about to leave, Orson secretly winked at Triss, indicating that they had something to discuss later. It just so happened that Triss also had something to ask Orson. Well, I'm mainly grateful to Teacher Triss for giving me the cloak. Orson said this, took it out of the storage ring and handed it back to Triss. I heard that the sandstorms in the desert have stopped. So, Orson, have you found what you wanted to know in the desert? Triss took the cloak, looked at it for a few seconds, and then put it back. I guess so. Orson nodded. I witnessed the history of the orcs' narrative and learned from their perspective how they view humans. I'm glad you got something, Triss said with satisfaction. However, I encountered another incident in the desert that I don't quite understand. I hope you can help me understand it. Oh? Orson, tell me what you think. Teacher Triss, have you ever heard of the name Parody? When Triss heard Orson mention this name, she was stunned for a moment and then frowned. Who told you this name? Or where did you hear it? Teacher, what is the meaning of this name? Parody, the second son of the ancient demon god, is also the culprit who caused the demons to invade the continent. At least in the records of us witches, this name is a taboo that cannot be mentioned. His name is not mentioned in the history books of the continent, only the invasion of the demons is mentioned, so it is normal that you don't know this name. Now, Orson, tell me, where did you learn the name Parody? The Temple of Lemusa. Orson said. In the Lemusa Temple, there is an epic written in the language of the ancient continent, which mentions this name. I have never seen this name in human books, so I asked you. Although Orson was a little panicked at the moment, he still pretended to be calm and made up a lie. After all, Lemusa called him the son of Parody at that time, but it is obvious that Parody, as an ancient figure, had died long ago. He said that he was the son of Parody, which should mean that he found the blood of the devil in himself. Coupled with what happened in the underground maze of the temple at that time, Orson now believes more and more that the demonic power that appeared at the end of his life in the original book was not the result of transforming his body like Mudrick, but his existing bloodline. In this way, it would be even more impossible for him to tell Therese that he had met Lemusa at that time. After all, demons are creatures that the Empire has clearly ordered to be killed immediately upon their appearance. No matter how powerful Orson is, he is not strong enough to force the Empire to change the laws for him. There. Triss didn't doubt what Orson said. After all, the Temple of Lemusa can be considered an ancient building, and it is not impossible that there are records about Parody on it. In short, Parody is not a good person. Whether from your human perspective or from our witch perspective, you don't need to care too much about this person. After all, in the current Empire, the influence of demons is almost non-existent. The reason why we dare not say that it does not exist at all is, of course, because of the incident with Mudrick not long ago. I understand, teacher. Orson nodded. But, from what you said, it seems that the witch has a lot of records about the ancient times. Yes, but our books are mainly copied from the elves. Orson, if you want to learn about books from ancient times, if you have the connections, it's best to go directly to the elves' library. Once you've been there, you'll know that the so-called Imperial Library is just a small study compared to that. If there's a chance. Orson said this with a smile. At night, Orson lay in his bed. He couldn't sleep. There have been so many things going on recently, whether it is Lena's admission, Kalenina's business war strategy, or Elsa's political struggle. Orson usually has 3 things to do in a day. Fortunately, Lena should not need my help after she enters school. After Kalenina gains the upper hand in the business war, with her abilities, she will be able to slowly erode the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce. Even Elsa, after I gave her this advice, she probably wouldn't come to me again for a while. But now there is another issue, my own background. To be honest, although Orson had some guesses about his life experience, he never thought that he would have anything to do with the devil, but it seems that this is the only way to explain why my talent seems to be cheating. In this era, bloodline is a very mysterious thing, but also a very important thing. It is undeniable that children of nobility are indeed more talented than children of commoners. Although there are some individual cases, these individual cases cannot prove anything in the face of the huge trend. Orson originally thought that he was an exception among the common people, but unexpectedly, he still benefited from his bloodline. Now there are 2 choices before Orson. Should I investigate my own background? To be fair, if the most rational and most beneficial approach is to do so based on current knowledge, it would obviously be to not pursue the issue of one's own background, and to allow oneself to live peacefully as a human being. Anyway, taking Lit, whom he had cultivated with great effort, if Orson decided to quit, he would still be a rich man with Lit. However, no one knows whether Orson's bloodline will explode like a time bomb at some point, dragging Orson and everyone around him down with him. Orson was in a dilemma. At this moment, there was a knock on the door. Orson got off the bed and came to the door. After opening the door, Orson was stunned when he saw the graceful girl standing at the door. Can you let me in, Orson? Chapter 42, Figured It Out. Lienka, how did you find my room? Orson, don't ask this question, just let me in first. Hearing what the other party said, Orson had no choice but to make way, and then Lienka walked into Orson's room. Looking at the slightly red expression on the other person's face and the faint smell of alcohol on her body, Orson knew without a second thought that Lienka was probably drunk. Lienka, have you been drinking tonight? Chapter 150. Well, it was a noble party and I drank a little, but it's okay. I'm sober now. Having said this, Lienka sat on the sofa in Orson's room and turned her head to look at Orson. Orson, close the door. Yeah. Orson nodded and closed the door. Oh, right. Orson remembered at this time. Lienka, isn't Olivia with you? My sister said she wasn't feeling well, so she didn't go to the party. Lienka shook her head. Then why don't you just go back to your sister's room, instead of coming to my place? Lienka was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and then she said, I have something I want to ask you, Orson. Then just say it here. Orson looked at Lienka's condition and shook his head inwardly. This little girl is good in everything except that she seems to be a little bit stupid. He was already prepared. If Lienka came to his place simply to get drunk and act crazy, or to say something strange, he would go upstairs and call Olivia the first time. Orson, come here. Lienka said this, patted the table next to her, and motioned for Orson to sit opposite her. Orson did so. Hey, Orson, don't you like your sister? Huh? Orson was stunned for a moment. Why do you say that? He hadn't noticed it when he was at the door just now, but now that Lienka was sitting opposite him, Orson felt it. I felt that my sister was obviously unhappy at home for a while. When I asked her, she said she was fine. My sister never hid anything from me before, so I wonder if it's because of you, Orson. Having said that, Lienka looked at Orson. Is it because you made your sister angry, Orson? When Orson heard Lienka say this, he suddenly felt guilty. It was obvious that Olivia was doing her job as a good wife and supporting him silently, and she basically never asked about his private affairs. That's right. When Lienka saw that Orson didn't reply to her immediately, she knew that her guess was probably true. Did you resolve that matter properly when you talked to your sister alone? I guess so. Lienka stared into Orson's eyes for a long time, and then sighed. I hope you didn't lie to me. After saying that, Lienka stood up. Orson, if I asked you to choose between me and my sister, which one would you choose? Olivia. Orson answered without hesitation this time. Then why do you make your sister unhappy again? She said this and came to Orson. Hey, Orson, are you feeling a little unsatisfied with your sister being alone? Before Lienka could finish her words, Orson grabbed Lienka by the back of her collar and lifted her up. "You've drunk too much," he said coldly, then took Lienka out of the room, went upstairs, and knocked on Olivia's door. "Ha!" Olivia was stunned for a moment as she looked at Orson and Lienka, who was still resisting in his hands. "Orson, let me go. I told you I'm not drunk." Lienka flapped her hands to try to break free from Orson, but it was in vain. Just then, Lienka heard Olivia's voice. "Lienka? Why was it Orson who brought you back?" There was a hint of doubt in her tone, but Lienka could clearly hear a hint of anger in it. Sister, Lienka wilted when she saw Olivia. "Lienka drank too much at the noble party tonight, and then ran to the door of my room and knocked." "A gathering of nobility?" Olivia was stunned for a moment when she heard this, and then her face turned dark. "Lienka, didn't you tell your sister that you wanted to go out and read a book by yourself today? Did you see him in the bar?" Then she took Lienka directly from Orson. "I'm sorry, Orson, I didn't discipline Lienka well. I'm really sorry for letting her disturb you so late." As she said this, she glared at Lienka fiercely. It's okay. Orson waved his hands quickly. "By the way, Lienka didn't say anything weird to you, did she? Strange talk?" Orson was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. "No, it's just that I saw Lienka was drunk, so I hurriedly sent her up here." Lienka did say something strange, but considering that the two would meet again in the future and that if Olivia heard it, it might damage the relationship between the sisters, Orson didn't say it, but Lienka is really something. "She obviously looks like she hates me so much, but when she is drunk, she chooses to run to me. Is it because she feels that he doesn't like her either, so he won't do anything to her?" Afterwards, Orson exchanged a few words with Olivia and left, leaving the rest of the time with the two sisters. In the room, Olivia and Lienka sat opposite each other. "Lienka, what did you say to Orson?" I don't remember clearly, but it shouldn't be anything too extreme, right?" Lienka shuddered and tried to get away with it. "Lienka, you didn't lie to your sister." Olivia still used that excuse, which was extremely unfair to Lienka. Sure enough, when Lienka heard this, her eyes immediately wavered. I'm sorry, sister. I wanted you to be happy, so I went to ask Orson whether he liked you or not. After all, you have been locking yourself in your room for a while, and you refused to come out to see me and father. We were both very worried about you." Hearing Lienka say this, Olivia forced a smile and then hugged her in her arms. "Lienka, you're an idiot. Even if you want to ask, your sister, should ask it myself. If you help me on your own initiative, Orson will think I'm a hypocritical person, which will have the opposite effect." As she said this, Olivia gently touched Lienka's hair. "Don't worry, I was just thinking about some things during that time. Look, I have figured it out now." Olivia was right. During that period of time, I was indeed depressed for a while because of various suspicions, but now I have really figured out what to do with Orson's. Chapter 43, Are You So Crazy? The next day, the Imperial College opened its doors. Orson caught Lit and Lena and brought them to the Imperial College early in the morning. Students from the Imperial College who passed by took the initiative to greet their student council president after the war against orcs at the end of last semester. Orson's reputation in the entire Imperial Academy can be said to be unparalleled. He temporarily took over as commander-in-chief of the coalition forces, and then with his excellent strategic thinking, he achieved the best record of the Empire against the orcs in nearly 100 years. Orson's own combat capability already shows that he is a very good general, and his performance against the orcs demonstrated his excellent command ability. However, the succession order to the dukedom of Antica that was circulated among the upper class brought the discussion about the relationship between Orson and Lit to a climax. After all, there were quite a few nobles attending the banquet at that time, and the word spread from one person to 10 and from 10 to 100. Not only among the upper class, but even the common people knew that the youngest talented noble in the empire could not inherit the title. Most people think that the reason is still because of bloodline. After all, Lit is Lucius's biological child, but Orson is not. Among the nobles who attach great importance to bloodline, this kind of inheritance is not a problem. Some people also spread the rumor that after entering the upper class, Lit bewitched Lucius in a very short time and made Lucius pass the position of heir to Lit, and Orson did not object because of Lucius's upbringing. But there is no doubt that although Orson's fame is higher than ever, his influence is less than before. After all, your future, Orson, is still unclear, but Lit is the one who can truly inherit the dukedom. Therefore, among the original Duke of Antica, some nobles who had attached themselves to Orson instantly reconnected with Lit after seeing that Orson could not inherit the title. Regarding their fence-sitting behavior, Lit went to Orson, but Orson just asked Lit to accept their so-called loyalty. When the students entered the college greeted Orson, they also saw the new face next to Orson. Most people are surprised by each other's features. Orc, yes, after Lena entered school, she did not choose to hide her racial characteristics like Afro, but instead openly showed her ears and tail to outsiders. This is not only Lena's own wish, Orson also suggested Lena to do so. The future empire is bound to be diversified. If even a strong person like Lena needs to conceal her racial characteristics, then how can we talk about diversity? Many students of the Imperial Academy were surprised by Lena's appearance, followed by curiosity and discrimination. Lena, you and Li Tay will go to class later. Your teacher should greet you in advance. I understand. Lena nodded, then said goodbye to Orson at the entrance of the teaching building and followed Lit to her class. When Orson turned around and prepared to go upstairs, a fragrant breeze blew on his face and a pair of hands inexplicably embraced him. Orson, what are you doing? Olivia's slightly lazy voice came to my ears. At the same time, the eyes of the students around also gathered over. Look, the rumors are true. Are Senior Orson and Senior Olivia really in that kind of relationship? Wow, I'm so envious, they are truly a perfect match. Listening to the whispers of his classmates around him, even Orson felt a little embarrassed at the moment, but after all, the other person was Olivia, so Orson could only respond with a smile. I just sent Lit and Lena to the classroom, and now I'm going to class. Then let's go together. After saying that, the two of them went upstairs, leaving behind a pile of envious glances and whispers. On the other side, Lit took Lena to the classroom. Acacia was already sitting on the podium waiting, and when she saw the two people walking in the door, she quickly stood up. Lit, the person next to you is our new classmate Lena, right? Yeah. Li Tay nodded. Hello, Teacher Acacia, my name is Lena. Today is my first time attending school. Please give me your guidance. Lena, who had done her homework, spoke politely. Feeling the feeling of Lena that made people want to get close to her, Acacia, who had a somewhat dark personality, got goosebumps all over her body, but still said, I will teach you a lot in the future. From now on, you will be a student in the first grade, first class. Now you can sit behind Lit's seat. Anyway, the classroom is big. Okay. After hearing Acacia's words, Lena followed Lit, found his seat. After all the students were present, Acacia officially spoke. Well, good morning, classmates. The new semester is about to begin. Let me introduce the new students in our class. New classmates? Some people asked in confusion. When did our college have such a system? Wait a minute, could it be the orc behind? Are you kidding me? It's actually an orc? The students in the audience began to whisper. Chapter 151. After all, in their impression, the Imperial College has never had any system of transfer. Students admitted midway. Ahem, be quiet. Acacia naturally heard the whispers in the audience, so she quickly cleared her throat and then loudly scolded those students. Anyway, Lena, please come up on stage and introduce yourself. Okay. Lena nodded, then walked onto the stage with a forced smile. She just heard the discussion among her classmates. Obviously, there were some bad words, she could hear them, but Orson had taught her that in such situations, the right thing to do was to use all manners to make these people feel ashamed. Hello everyone, I'm Lena, from the desert. As you can see, I'm a half-orc. Well, as for why I came to the Imperial Academy, Brother Orson recommended me here. So he's a relative, it was recommended by Senior Orson. No wonder, but why did Senior Orson recommend a half-orc? I don't know either. Could it be that the two of them are actually in that kind of relationship? That's not the case, is it? Didn't I just tell you to be quiet? At this time, Acacia finally couldn't help but get angry. The students in the audience then fell silent. I'm sorry, Reina-san, please continue. It's okay. Lena smiled, and then continued, my hobbies are traveling and seeing new things. I hope to meet many like-minded partners in the Imperial College. Then, everyone might be curious about how I passed the test of the Imperial College. Brother Orson told me that if you guys in class 1 want to compete with me, it's okay if you come together, because even then, you may not be able to beat me. After hearing these words, all the students in the audience were dumbfounded. My goodness, is she so crazy on her first visit? Who taught her to talk like that? Chapter 44, Friendly Classmates. Lena, you have to be polite before you use force. Time went back to yesterday, when Orson was preparing Lena for school. Because of your special race and the special time of schooling, you will definitely attract a lot of attention in the academy. In this situation, do you know what to do? What should I do? When you go on stage tomorrow, you should first greet them politely, let them know that you are an easygoing person, and then show that you are not afraid of anything. In short, just do as I teach you next. After Orson finished speaking, Lena was stunned for a moment. But, if I do this, won't my classmates think I'm a very arrogant person? It's indeed arrogant to put it in the hands of the weak, but you are different, Lena. This is called confidence. Orson patted Lena's shoulder. Lena, you should have some confidence in yourself. You are no worse than anyone else in the Imperial Academy. On the contrary, even if they were combined, they might not be able to beat you. After all, in this world, the strong are respected, and whoever has the bigger fist has the capital to reason. After Lena finished her speech, she confidently walked down the podium and sat in the seat behind Lit. How about it, Lit? My speech just now was pretty good, right? Lena's voice was somewhat complacent, but Lit was not happy at all. Wouldn't that mean you'd make enemies with all your classmates? How did Orson teach Lena? It was completely different from how he taught himself. Lena, if they want to challenge you to a duel later, don't take me with you. Lituk turned around and whispered. Having seen how terrifying Lena was, she didn't want to be beaten again and feel her whole body aching as if all the bones were broken. I know. Lena nodded, then flipped through the book out of boredom. The other side, second floor. After reading out the final exam rankings, Triss looked at Orson with a smile. There is no doubt that as a sophomore, and even the best in the Imperial Academy, Orson has brought countless honors to his class. Now, please invite Mr. Orson, who ranked first in the college assessment and won the honor of the best class in the college for our class, to come to the stage and say a few words. Having said that, Triss took the initiative to give up her seat. The whole class's eyes were on Orson. Orson stood up and walked to the podium. Touching his nose, he said, "Actually, I don't have much to say. Everyone in Class 1, Grade 2 is already very good. We can win the best class because of your hard work." In short, after hearing the same old talk, the students were satisfied but not surprised. Everyone can say this, not just Orson. I also don't want you to lower your status because of your grades or other reasons, or say that I am superior to others. In the Imperial College, we are all equal classmates. There is no need to have differences in status. Then Orson walked off the stage. After performing a few ceremonies at the beginning of the school year, each class entered into its normal course schedule. At noon, when Orson was about to get up and leave, Olivia next to him called him. Orson, are you free to go have dinner together later? Orson thought for a moment, then looked apologetic. I'm sorry, Olivia, this is Lena's first time at the Imperial Academy, so I have to look after her today. I may not be able to have dinner with you. It's okay. Hearing Orson say this, Olivia didn't show much regret, but accepted it calmly. Then I'll go with you? Well, okay. Orson thought for a moment and then nodded. So, at noon, when Lit and Lena's classes were out of school, the students in Class 1, Grade 1, just walked out the door and saw the president and vice president of the student union standing at the door waiting for people. Sure enough, that Lena is not simple at all. But Lena and Lit came out a little late. It was not until all the classmates came out that Lit brought Lena to the door. Orson. I'm sorry, we came out late. Lit looked at Orson with a hint of apology, and then saw Olivia beside Orson. She was a little furious for a moment. The latter greeted Lit with a smile, and then looked at Lena beside Lit. Oh, you are Lena, right? I heard Orson mention you before. Olivia said this and extended her hand towards Lena. Oh, yes. Lena nodded, and then looked at Olivia's appearance carefully. Based on the description Orson had given her before, a name quickly appeared in Lena's mind. Sister Olivia, you are Sister Olivia, right? Lena said, smiling. Brother Orson mentioned you to me in the desert before. Sister Olivia, you are really beautiful. Olivia was also happy to hear Lena was so eloquent. Sure enough, people who are not in competition with you are easy to talk to, unlike a certain stinky little brother who still has certain ideas about his elder brother. Olivia glanced at Lit with a hint of pride on her face. That expression seemed to say, see, even someone who had only known Orson for a short time knew he was the winner the moment he saw him for the first time. Lit could also feel the sarcasm in Olivia's expression, but she ignored it and talked to Orson about what happened after class today. Orson, after class today, many students left their contact information for Lena. Isn't this a good thing? Orson asked back. No. They left their contact information so they could invite Lena out for a competition later. Isn't this better? Let Lena establish her authority in the first grade through the competition. Orson said. Are you worried that Lena can't beat those guys, Lit? If it weren't for Lit's face, Orson even wanted to arrange a scene for Lena to have a one-on-one competition with Lit to establish Lena's authority. After all, Lituk is the protagonist after all. Her brother chose to let her be humiliated in front of everyone because he trusted the newcomer. This kind of plot will obviously reduce the favorability. Orson will definitely not do this, but saying this, Lena's life experience is also very similar to the protagonist. He was born in a small tribe, and then by chance, under the guidance of a nobleman, Orson, he went to the temple of Lemusa, discovered his opportunity, and then merged with the heart of all beasts to become a demigod. This growth experience is definitely that of Feng Outyin. Could it be that there are actually multiple protagonists in this world? No. Lena shook her head, and then said, I'm definitely not worried about this. I'm afraid that Lena will make a mistake and seriously injure or cripple them. What if they pursue the matter? Chapter 45, Lienka is defeated again. Afterwards, Orson led everyone to help Lena complete the check-in procedures. Perhaps because of some relationship, the dormitory next to Orson and Lit's dormitory, which had been vacant for a long time, was assigned to Lena this time. As for the roommate issue, since no one is willing to be Lena's roommate yet, Lena will live alone for the time being. But after all, I live close to Osenlit, so I can often go to their dormitory after completing the check-in procedures. They had a meal in the restaurant. Just when Orson and his friends finished their meal and were about to leave the restaurant, they were surrounded by several classmates at the door. Hello, President Orson. We are members of the school's news club. We have some questions to ask you about this, half-orc classmate, Lena, who appeared next to you today. Is that okay? The person in the lead was a sophomore student who looked like an ordinary student. Please ask. Orson did not refuse this kind of interview. As long as it does not involve personal privacy and questions we don't want to answer, you can ask. Okay, thank you, President Orson. The member of the news agency nodded and asked, some people say that Lena was able to enter the Imperial College through you. I wonder if this rumor is true. Regarding this, it depends on how you view the verb through. Orson thought for a moment, and then replied, I did recommend Lena to the college, but it was the college board that finally agreed to Lena's admission. It had nothing to do with me. So, may I ask what prompted you to recommend Lena to the academy? It's Lena's ability. Orson said. The Imperial College has always been a place that attracts the best talents, regardless of race. And Lena happens to be one of the best talents. So, Lena is very talented? But the Imperial Academy has never allowed a student to be admitted in the middle of a semester. How would President Orson answer this question? Regarding this matter, you can ask the college council. The council should have its own ideas and judgment on this matter. Okay, that's all for the questions about Lena. Now let's turn to the questions that all the students in the academy want to ask President Orson. The member of the news agency paused for a moment and then asked, recently, there have been a lot of rumors about you, President Orson, and Vice President Olivia. Some people say that you are now an engaged couple. President Orson, do you admit this? Hearing this question, Orson was stunned for a moment, and then looked at Olivia beside him. The latter did not look at Orson, but turned away. My relationship with Olivia is a private matter between the two of us. My behavior in public may cause some speculation among classmates, but the private discussions among classmates are not true. Olivia's face turned cold when she heard this. When Li Te heard this, He was a little surprised. Does Orson no longer like Olivia? And the next moment, Orson put his arm around Olivia's shoulders. The fact I can tell you is that, for some reasons, Olivia is currently my fiancée. As for other speculations and various comments, please ignore them. Olivia's face instantly turned red, and then she buried half of her face in Orson's chest. Lit's expression suddenly turned cold as ice. Okay, thank you, President Orson, for taking the time out of your busy schedule to answer our questions. The members of the news agency also clearly felt that something was wrong in the atmosphere, and quickly slipped away with their men who were taking notes. The content of today's interview is enough to allow the news agency to not have to worry about news for the next half month, just focus on the emotional issues between Xinqing and Orson. As for other issues? Chapter 152. He didn't dare to ask. He had prepared a lot of potential questions this time, but when he actually stood in front of Orson, he didn't dare to ask any of those carefully prepared questions. No one wants to be targeted by the student council president, especially when the student council president has infinite power. If you anger him, you might find an excuse to expel him tomorrow. Orson. At this moment, Lit suddenly spoke. Lena has some classmates invited to compete this afternoon. Do you want to come and watch? I don't need this. If I go, others will think I'm putting pressure on them. They won't be able to exert their full strength and it will bring bad luck to Lena. Besides, I believe Lena can handle them easily. Then I have to praise Brother Orson for your good taste. Lena on the side also spoke at this moment, with a hint of inexplicable pride. By the way, Li-Tae, you and Lena will be classmates from now on, so please take care of Lena more. I know. Lit forced a smile and then nodded. Afternoon, arena. Lena stood on the stage, looking at Lienka, who was using her sword to support her body and barely keeping herself from falling, and she showed an apologetic look. I'm sorry. Lienka-san, I hit you too hard just now. At this moment, Lienka was no longer as calm and elegant as usual, but instead looked extremely embarrassed. Terrible. This is her evaluation of Lena. Behind her, the other students in Class 1 who had challenged Lena were already lying on the ground wailing. She had just taken Lena's punch and her body was a little exhausted. In Lienka's opinion, even if her sister Olivia, whose strength is now close to the 7th level, were to fight Lena, she would only be defeated. Thinking of this, she looked at Lituk, who was standing in the audience and not on stage. No wonder Lit didn't want to play. It seemed that he knew that the gap between himself and Lena was unbridgeable. But why didn't Lituk tell me in advance? Could it be that Lituk wanted to see himself make a fool of himself? No. Cough cough, it's okay. Lienka said this and coughed twice. I originally thought that using 60% of my strength would be enough, but now it seems that it was too much. Lena said self-reproachfully. After all, beating her classmates until they were covered in bruises was not her original intention. When Lienka heard Lena say this, she felt even more unbalanced, but it must be said that there were quite a lot of people watching this competition. The audience couldn't help but sigh when they saw that the number of people on the stage was one-sided, but the fighting situation was the other way around. Superwoman. Are all orcs so scary? No wonder she was so arrogant and thought she was better than anyone else. I thought she was just pretending, but I didn't expect she was really that good. I'm afraid even Orson can't beat her. After this battle, at least in the Imperial Academy, no one would doubt that Lena was no longer capable. Chapter 46, Bitter wine down the throat. Elsewhere, Orson and Olivia were in the student union office. At noon, the student union held its first regular meeting of this semester, followed by a small meeting between the three main student union leaders. After the meeting, Orson stopped Manuel. Manuel, I'm sorry to bother you with that matter before. What Orson was talking about, of course, was the incident during the holiday when he asked Manuel to help the Kelanina Chamber of Commerce to bring down the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce's unfair competition. Nothing. Manuel smiled rarely when he heard that. The contribution of the Lycan Chamber of Commerce to the Dukedom of Aragon is indeed greater than that of the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce. We are also very happy to be able to cooperate with more outstanding merchants. Even if you, Orson, don't write that letter to me, I will persuade my father. Indeed, between a chamber of commerce that only knows how to resell and transport goods and a chamber of commerce that actually creates wealth for the duchy and improves productivity, the latter is definitely more beneficial to the development of the duchy. Miss Kelanina is also an outstanding person. Cooperating with her will only benefit us. Manuel has a very clear vision, and that is why he was able to become the executive director of the student union. Thank you for your care. Orson said this, and exchanged a few polite words with Manuel, and then Manuel left the office. Only Orson and Olivia were left in the office. Olivia had been listening to the conversation between Orson and Manuel. When she heard about Lyson Chamber of Commerce and Kalenina, she felt something was wrong. Orson, Lyson Chamber of Commerce, or rather, Kalenina, is it worth your help? Olivia asked from the side. Worth it? Orson didn't hesitate at all about this question. Kalenina has been a great help to the development of the Duchy of Antica. If it weren't for her help, the duchy would have encountered serious financial problems. At the same time, the cooperation between us is not just superficial. She needs my help to expand her Chamber of Commerce, and I also need to take her to help me, or the Dukedom of Antica, develop. Olivia was stunned when she heard this. So, between you and Kalenina, it turns out that, I'm sorry, but I might have been able to refuse her, but I didn't do that. Orson said this with an apologetic tone. I'm sorry, Olivia. Now that you know about this, whether you choose to break off the engagement with me or make my affairs public and ruin my reputation, I will not resist. What if I ask you to only love me forever and only belong to me forever? Orson was silent. Olivia just looked at Orson quietly, and then, as if she had made a huge decision in her heart, she reached out and gently held Orson's hand. You also know how I became your fiancé. Olivia said slowly. The means by which I rose to power were not glorious to begin with. Perhaps this is my retribution. You are so outstanding. It is wishful thinking for me to keep you by my side. But, Orson. As she said this, Olivia held Orson's face. Please don't say that again, okay? Tears glistened in her eyes. I didn't think highly of you. That's my fault. But if I break off the engagement with you like this, wouldn't that just help Kalenina? At worst. Kalenina took a deep breath and then said, at worst, I will allow you to have other women around you, but I must be the most important one. Is that not okay? What can Kalenina give you? Money? I have that too. We will inherit the Duchy of Prussia in the future. I can even let you take control of the Duchy of Prussia. At least for now, the Duchy of Prussia is still pretty good, right? With the help of me and Lite, and with your excellence, even if you want to ascend to the Forbidden Throne, it shouldn't be impossible, right? Hearing Olivia say this, Orson quickly stopped her. She looked like she had lost her mind. This incident was a bit too much of a shock to her. Olivia, don't talk about that. I don't think about it that way. I'm sorry. Olivia realized at this moment that what she had just said was a bit outrageous, and she regained a little bit of her senses. In short, Orson, I won't lose. No matter what Kalenina does to you, I won't lose to her. She said this and kissed Orson lightly on the cheek. I feel like I'm not in a good state right now. I need to be alone for a while. Orson, I'm sorry, it's okay. Orson shook his head then. Olivia walked out of the office. Both of them need some quiet time to eye in the evening. Lit took Lena back to the dormitory. Along the way, Lit was still brooding over the fight with Lena in the afternoon. Lena felt aggrieved and her ears and tail drooped. Lit took Lena back to her dormitory first, and then she saw Orson drinking alone at the dining table. Orson, what are you doing? Lit, Lena, you're back. Orson said this without moving his eyes away, and there was a hint of fatigue in his tone. Seeing this scene, Lena quickly pulled Lit out. Then, she stood on tiptoe and whispered in Lit's ear, Brother Lit, why do I always feel that Brother Orson is not in good condition? It's really not good. He seems a little depressed. Lit said and nodded. In all the time he had spent with Orson, Lit had never seen Orson in this state. No matter how tired Orson is, he always comes back. I will try to cheer myself up and never like to drink in the dormitory, and for some reason today, Orson exuded an aura of decadence, and with that look of heartache as if a bitter wine had gone down his throat, it was as if he had been heartbroken. Well, since Big Brother is in a bad mood, I will go back to my dormitory first. Brother Lit, you go back and comfort Big Brother. Lena said this, fearing that her big footsteps would disturb Orson, so she walked back to her room carefully and tiptoe. Orson? Lit walked to Orson and sat down, smelling the smell of alcohol on Orson. Lit frowned. He seemed to drink quite a bit? What's wrong? But judging from the tone of Orson's voice, he didn't seem drunk. Are you unhappy? Yeah, a little bit. Orson nodded. Sorry, Lit, you may have to eat dinner alone tonight. I will go upstairs and rest first. I won't disturb you. Please help me clean up the table. After saying that, Orson walked upstairs. Lit looked at Orson's back and fell silent. Chapter 47, Promise Meet Night. Lit met Lienka in a cafe. What a coincidence, Lit, I just happened to want to talk to you about something. Lienka said as soon as she sat down. Well, how about you speak first? Okay. Lienka nodded and got straight to the point. Lit, didn't your brother Orson go too far? My sister locked herself in her room again after returning home today, and I had no food to eat when I returned to the dormitory. Huh? Lit looked puzzled when she heard that, and then she retorted, no. Orson was obviously unhappy in the dormitory today. Isn't it your sister Olivia's problem? Lienka was also stunned. Wait a minute, I think there may be a little misunderstanding between us. Let's sort out what happened first. Lit said this and told Lienka what he and Lena saw after returning to the dormitory today. But what about sister's behavior after she went back? Lienka frowned after hearing what Lit said, and then told Lit about Olivia's suspicion that Orson had another woman. When Lit heard Kalenina's name, he knew he had screwed up. Could it be that Sister Kalenina really went and was discovered by Olivia? The two of them then fell into a strange silence. They originally thought that their family member had been wronged and came here with a little anger, but now it seems that both of them are victims. The anger that wanted to be vented could only be retracted. I hope they don't have any conflict or quarrel? After a long time, Lite asked in a low voice. I feel the same way, Lienka said solemnly. After all, apart from emotional problems, I have never seen my sister so lost. Chapter 153 What should we do then? You ask me, I don't know. I've never been in a relationship, so how would I know how to handle this situation? There's a saying that goes, a fight at the beginning will make up at the end of the bed. Why don't we just let them go for a while? Maybe everything will be fine tomorrow, Lit suggested. That's all we can do. Lienka sighed, then stood up. I'm going to buy some food for my sister for breakfast tomorrow. Let's stop here for today. Oh, by the way, Lienka. Just as Lienka was about to turn around and leave, Lit suddenly called her. What's wrong? Lienka turned around and looked at Lit with a hint of confusion on her face. Just what I told you before. Are you still ready to continue? I don't know. Lienka was silent for a while, then shook her head. Judging from her current reaction, there is no doubt that her sister cares about Orson very much. And no matter how slow-witted Lienka was, she could see that if Olivia didn't like Orson, why would she care about him to the point of being unable to sleep or eat? How could he be so jealous just because of the tiny possibility that some girls appeared around Orson? But Lienka still doesn't know whether her sister fell in love with Orson from the beginning, or whether she fell in love with Orson gradually over time. Lienka hoped it was the latter. After all, if it was the former, the scene where Olivia said she would fulfill the marriage contract on her behalf would become empty. It's fake. My sister would never lie to me. Absolutely, this was what Lienka had always thought before, but now, with Olivia's actions, this idea has changed to, my sister won't lie to me, right? Orson was lying in bed. He didn't know how much time had passed before he was awakened by the sound of the door opening. Light? Orson asked. Yes, it's me. Lit nodded, then walked into the room and placed a glass of water on Orson's bedside table. Orson, I brought you a glass of water. Drink it if you feel uncomfortable. You drank too much. You didn't put anything in this time, did you? Orson asked half-jokingly. When Lite heard this, his face turned red. No. It's up to you to believe it or not. It's up to you to drink it or not. She turned her head away with a red face. Light. Orson didn't pay attention to what Lit said, but asked her a question. Tell me, am I a complete villain? Orson, why do you say that? You've been in contact with me for so long, and you should know that many of the things I do are not glorious. Frame-ups, bribery of confidants, torture, murder, these mean tricks, I, who usually maintain a tall and dignified image in front of everyone, am more adept at them than any of the mean villains. Will you hate me for this? Hearing this, Lit shook his head. No, Orson, you've helped me a lot. Even if everyone hates you, I will be the last person to support you. I never taught you to lie, Lit. Orson said this, and his eyes suddenly became clear. If one day, I become a demon that harms the world, and if I am not eliminated, the entire human race may perish. If so, will you still choose to help me? Lit was silent. Good boy, you were right to remain silent. Orson smiled when he saw Lit's reaction. He knew that Lit had already made up her mind, but her conscience made her not want to say it out loud. Orson, you won't be like this. Lit suddenly said. You won't be like that. I won't let you become like that. Oh, you are quite arrogant, but what can you do now? Not to mention me, even Lena has become a mountain that you can't climb over, right? So, Orson. At this time, Lit suddenly held Orson's hand. Don't become like that until I grow up to be able to fully protect you and make you worry-free, okay? I'll try my best. Orson said this and nodded with a smile. Of course, it was just talk, and Lit didn't know what his words meant. Maybe Lee took thought that by saying this, he was thinking that he would be blinded by greed in the future, but in reality, it's far more terrifying than this. The name of Parody is not so easy to bear. The reason why Lemusa shouted out the title of Son of Parody after seeing Orson is that it is obvious that the blood in Orson's body is quite powerful and may erupt at any time. It's like a time bomb. Orson was afraid that the world line would converge, and he would have to use that power in front of everyone, but after living for so long, he is no longer afraid of death, or rather, he is not as afraid as before. He was even more afraid that his existence would hurt more people he cherished. If I reveal my demon bloodline now, Lucius, Lit, Olivia, Kalenina, Lena, Elsa and others will be implicated because of me, but I can't tell anyone about the depression in my heart, so I can only bury it in my heart. I have to start investigating my own background and whether there is a hidden danger of an outbreak in my bloodline as soon as possible. Chapter 48, Reconciliation on the Other Side. In Olivia's room, although Olivia closed her door, Lienka still took the initiative to walk into her sister's room. Sister, are you in a bad mood? Well, I guess so. Olivia forced a smile, but found that the smile was too hypocritical, so she nodded in the end. Is it because of Orson's matter? Yes, or no? Olivia he thought for a while, then shook his head. I don't know. But it must have something to do with Orson, right? Sister, you have never lied to me, and I have always believed in you. Now I want to ask you something. Have you liked Orson before? Lienka said this and sat next to Olivia. She turned her head and looked into Olivia's eyes, hoping to see into her inner thoughts. Lienka, why are you asking this all of a sudden? Olivia was obviously panicked when asked this by Lienka. Because you don't act like you don't like Orson. Rather than falling in love with Orson after the surrogate marriage, I think you may have liked Orson before. Of course, all this is just my guess. So, sis, is that right? Olivia was silent for a while, then nodded. Do you hate your sister? For her own benefit, your sister deceived you and tricked your excellent fiancé into being with her. No hatred. Lienka shook her head and then put her arm around Olivia's shoulders. Sister, you know that I don't like Orson. Instead of letting two people who don't like each other be together, it's better to let two people who like each other be together. This is more appropriate, right? But Orson was originally yours. I've already said it, I don't care about this. Lienka said this with a smile. Although my sister lied to me about this matter, I know that my sister also considered my feelings when she considered herself, and that's enough. A white lie is still a lie, but the result is good, isn't it? Thank you, Lienka. Olivia was touched when she heard that. But, sister, if I fall in love with Orson and want to take him away from you, will you agree to me? Lienka suddenly said. Olivia, who was originally still moved, had her expression frozen in an instant. Lienka, what did you say? After all, you said it, sister, I am Orson's original fiancé. If I want to repent, will you agree to it? Olivia was silent. Okay, I lied to you, Lienka said, waving her hands. I don't like Orson. Besides, it's too weird for the Duke's two daughters to like the same person. After saying that, Lienka patted Olivia on the back. Okay, I said all this just because I hope you can cheer up and stop being so depressed. Even if I don't like Orson, there are still a lot of women who like Orson, and there should be quite a few outstanding ones among them. Don't be dejected when fighting for a man, otherwise you will easily become a loser. After saying this, Lienka left Olivia's room with a smile. Really? Lienka has become a little adult. Olivia shook her head helplessly when she heard Lienka say that, but between the words, Olivia had already regained her spirits. Yes, just like Lienka said, anxiety alone cannot win this war without gunpowder. On the other side, after returning to her room, Lienka changed into pajamas and lay on the bed with a blushing face. She really didn't care that her sister lied to her. After all, she also lied to Olivia. Just in what he had just said to Olivia, the next day, when Orson got up, Lit had already prepared breakfast for him downstairs. Good morning, Orson, how did you rest last night? Lit seemed to be just about to go to class. He had already walked to the entrance. After hearing Orson's footsteps coming down the stairs, he turned around and looked at Orson and spoke. Very good. Orson said this and smiled. Lit, you should go to class quickly. Brother Lit. If you don't leave now, you'll be late. Lena's energetic voice was heard outside the door, then the door was opened from the outside. Lena's little head popped in. After seeing Orson at the stairs, Lena couldn't help but shrink her head when she thought of Orson's condition yesterday, but I still said hello to Orson. Big brother, good morning. Good morning, Lena. When Orson saw Lena's performance, he also knew what kind of impression he left on people yesterday. Okay, Orson, we're leaving first. You should finish your meal and go out. Lit said this and hurriedly pulled Lena to the classroom. Looking at the backs of the two people, Orson felt inexplicably touched in his heart. Then he sat at the dining table and ate the breakfast that Lit prepared for him. At tea this time, there was another knock on the door. Please come in, Orson said, and then the door opened. Excuse me, Orson. Olivia appeared at the door at this time. Walking into the entrance hall, she closed the door, then took off her shoes and walked towards Orson on the floor. Olivia? Orson was stunned when he saw Olivia. Why are you here? At this moment, Orson was still feeling guilty about Olivia, and didn't know what topic to talk about for a moment. Can't I come? Olivia said, smiled, and then sat next to Orson. I'm sorry, Orson, I was wrong yesterday. At this time, Olivia took the initiative to apologize. But please understand, after all, no matter who you are, when you see your partner being liked by someone else and you are powerless to do anything, it will be very sad. No, Olivia, I am the one who should apologize. Before Orson finished speaking, Olivia took over the conversation. Okay, in that case, Orson, your way of apologizing is to spend a day with me, right? Then I will mercifully forgive you. Orson was stunned for a moment, and when he saw Olivia's fox-like expression as always, he reacted. Chapter 154 Okay, I'll promise you then. Orson said this and nodded to agree to Olivia. The rift between the two people simply disappeared because of this joke or trick. Get back together again. Chapter 49, is this your girlfriend? But it seems that we still have classes today. Is it really okay for the two of us to skip classes? It's okay. Olivia said this with a smile, then waved to Orson and showed him 2 notes in her hand. Leave note. I asked for leave from teacher Triss early this morning. Anyway, are you okay with the class this morning? You actually managed to get a leave note from her? Orson was also surprised when he heard Olivia say that, although Triss seems very approachable, she is very clear about asking for leave. Even a top student like Orson who has completed all the courses he needs to study has to go through layers of review before asking Triss for leave. He will only get the leave note after confirmation. Of course, although Teresa's process for granting leave is very strict, as long as you let her know that you really need leave, whether it is for half a month, or even a semester, she will approve the leave as long as you come back to take the exam. After all, I'm very powerful. There is nothing I can't do, Olivia said. In fact, Olivia implicitly expressed to Tris today that she wanted to spend a day alone with Orson to improve their relationship. Therese naturally knew the gossip between the two, so she agreed with a smirk on her face. After all, both students were top students in the class, and taking a day off would not affect their grades. She was even happy to see the children in her class digest the gossip internally. Tris then asked Olivia if she needed emotional counseling from a teacher. Of course, it was impossible to count on Tris, an old single who had never been in a relationship for so long, so Olivia politely declined the proposal. Okay, then tell me, where are we going today? Let me think. Olivia thought for a moment, and then said, how about the Imperial Library? That should be the place where I first met you. Although I don't know what it means to you, Orson, it is still quite memorable to me. Okay, let's go there. Orson thought about it and nodded. I haven't visited the Imperial Library since I finished reading all the books there a few years ago, and I don't know if the library's collection has increased over the years. Afterwards, the two of them completed the formalities for leaving the school and came to St. Laurent City, which is also the largest library in the entire empire. At the entrance of the library, a silver-haired girl wearing glasses was sitting at the front desk reading a book. When it got dark, she knew someone was coming, so she raised her head and smiled politely. Hello, both of you. Please show us your access cards. Then, after seeing the face of the person coming, she was stunned. One time. Are you Orson? Hello. Orson greeted the other party. Miss Dorothy, after all these years, you still look the same as before. Orson, you look much more mature. The girl named Dorothy covered her mouth and looked at Orson with a nostalgic smile. I remember that when I first saw you, Orson, you were probably only as tall as my waist. Now I can only look up at you. Orson and Dorothy's first meeting was also in the Imperial Library. At least 10 years ago, Dorothy was still the same as she is now 10 years ago. In these 10 years, time has not left any traces on Dorothy's face. Little boy, why are you reading here alone? Where are your parents? 10 years ago, when Orson first came to the Imperial Library to read, Dorothy was already the librarian. Of course, such a large library could not have only one administrator. She only needed to be on duty at the front desk one day a week, and the rest of the time was free to do whatever she wanted. However, she also spent most of her time on reading. When Orson heard what Dorothy said, he did not respond to her, but continued to read the book silently. Dorothy sat next to Orson and looked at the list of books Orson was reading. Unlike the fairy tales and legends that other children of his age liked to read, the book Orson was reading happened to be a novel that Dorothy liked very much. This novel is full of the darkness of human nature. A series of behaviors such as breakup and betrayal centered around the struggle for power profoundly exposed the darkest side of human nature. But is it really okay for children of this age to read this kind of book? Dorothy looked at Orson in front of her and asked softly again, well, although it is a bit rude to disturb you, little boy, what is your name? Orson. After a long while, the other party uttered two words. Can you please stop bothering me, big sister? The child's tender voice reveals a sense of alienation that keeps people at a distance. Dorothy suddenly felt like she had been struck, and an inexplicable desire to win began to burn within her. She must become good friends with this iceberg-like child. Then she said, I also like the novel you read. Can you tell me why you read it? This way of chatting up Dorothy seemed a little too explicit, so Orson ignored her. Old Bronte never realized that her most capable child was actually her most neglected youngest daughter. What do you think about this? After saying this, Orson paused for a moment, and then he slowly said, a tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. My little girl gathered her strength, hid her wings, and waited for the right time to move, so she was able to succeed in the end. It seems that this is not the first time you have read this novel. Dorothy smiled when she heard Orson's words. Hello, my name is Dorothy, and I'm one of the administrators of this library. Anyway, since you like reading this kind of books, I can become your book friend and discuss the contents of the book together. Orson. The other party replied coldly. In the following years, Orson often came to the Imperial Library to read books, and often discussed the contents of some books with Dorothy, especially those on history and politics. Dorothy also knew Orson's identity. At first, Dorothy thought that Orson read these books in order to inherit the family business. However, after occasionally talking to Orson about literary books, Dorothy realized that it was not that he did not understand literature and art, but that he knew too much about it, so there was no need for discussion. Finally, Orson read almost all the books in the Imperial Library, and at Dorothy's suggestion, compiled a reading guide that became famous throughout the country. It was after that Orson never saw Dorothy again. When they met today, Dorothy was sighing with emotion, and then she suddenly saw another girl standing next to Orson. "Is this your girlfriend?" Chapter 50, Shura Field, 3K, no. Orson shook his head, just as Dorothy breathed a sigh of relief after hearing what Orson said. Orson suddenly continued, "It's the fiancé." "Ah, that's good." Ha 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 ha. Dorothy's eyes instantly showed a hint of shock, as if she could see her pupils trembling. Wait a minute, although I don't care much about the gossip of the outside world, this is a bit too fast, isn't it? You are less than 20 years old this year, right? You are going to end it already, you married? Looking at Dorothy, who suddenly fell into panic, Olivia chuckled. Well, Miss Dorothy, this is a bit complicated to explain, but when I met you, I was actually already engaged. I see. Dorothy felt inexplicably depressed after hearing this. Anyway, I'd like to ask, has the library had any new books in recent years? There are indeed new books, but... Dorothy thought for a moment, and then said, "For you, Orson, there may not be so many useful books. After all, the books published in recent years are nothing more than those that have been thoroughly studied in terms of research direction. If you want to read them, they are in District 5. Okay." Orson nodded and took Olivia to the library. Dorothy looked at their backs and pouted. She thought that Orson hadn't come to see her for so many years and came here specifically to see her, but she didn't expect that he came here for a date with his fiancée. For a moment Dorothy even wanted to run to Imperial College and sue Orson for skipping classes and going on a date, but, I really miss it. 10 years may be just a short period of time in her life, but for human beings, it can bring about such great changes. Dorothy is not human, but her species is currently unknown. She is not a witch or an elf. Her real race is the Dragon Clan, which has disappeared in the western continent for a long time and has not appeared for thousands of years. Moreover, it is an extremely noble silver dragon among the Dragon Clan. Before becoming the administrator of the Imperial Library, she had worked as a librarian elsewhere for a period of time. Her goal is to read all the books in the library while witnessing the local customs and culture during her travels. And for her, a member of the Dragon Clan, 10 years is just a period of travel. Relying on her knowledge, she settled down in the generally xenophobic Elf Kingdom and lived there for more than 100 years. After 100 years, she had learned all the knowledge of the elves and left the elves. She then traveled to several human cities and finally settled down in St. Laurent City. During these 10 years, apart from the boring reading day after day, the only thing that added color to her peaceful life was Orson, who also read silently. On the other side, Orson and Olivia walked into the library. After Olivia was away from Dorothy, she turned around and looked at Orson. "Orson, that sister just now looked so beautiful. Hee, I looked like this 10 years ago." Orson said this. His original intention was to let Olivia know that the other party's race was not simple, but Olivia misunderstood him. 10 years? TSK, so she's playing the cultivation game? Olivia keenly caught the time information in Orson's words, and then smiled and said, "So, am I intercepting her halfway? Don't talk nonsense. Miss Dorothy and I are just book friends. She is a very knowledgeable person." After Orson said this, he suddenly remembered something and paused. Noticing Orson's movements, Olivia turned her head and looked at Orson in confusion. "What's wrong?" "I suddenly remembered something," Orson said, shaking his head. "Forget it, let's talk about it later. Let's walk around for now. Olivia, what kind of books do you like?" "Me? I usually like to read novels about chivalry." Olivia tapped her chin with her finger and then spoke. "After all, the intrigues among the nobles are already exhausting, so I must read some light-hearted books to relax." "Well, in that case..." Orson thought so and took Olivia to the third area of the library. There are quite a few similar books here in District 3. "Olivia, do you want me to help you choose one, or do you want to read it yourself?" He. "Orson, help me choose." After hearing what Olivia said, Orson searched the bookshelf for a while and finally found a book. "Luke German Epic, you might like this one," Orson said as he handed the book to Olivia. "Okay," Olivia agreed, and then sat down with Orson at a desk by the window, and the two of them read a book together. I don't know whether it was intentional or not, but the location Olivia chose was not far from the entrance, and there was no one around. As soon as she looked up, he could see the angle of the two people. Indeed, Dorothy was a little tired from reading. When she looked up and was about to look out the window to relax, she happened to see Orson and Olivia sitting not far away reading a book together. The clinging of the two people made Dorothy, who had been single for who knows how many days, feel her scalp tingling, followed by an inexplicable feeling of irritability. She lowered her head and continued reading the book, but after a few glances, she couldn't help but look up to watch the interaction between Orson and Olivia. This way I can't read books well, but I can't go up and disturb the sweet interaction between the couple, otherwise Orson might be disgusted with me. She didn't want to lose her few book friends. So the morning passed like this, and Dorothy didn't even read in the end. Instead, she sat at the front desk with a cup of tea, watching the interaction between Orson and Olivia with an expressionless face, especially the scene where the two of them wanted to turn the pages of the book at the same time, and then their hands touched, and then quickly separated, and then smiled at each other. Dorothy couldn't help but tear up the books they were reading. Finally, after finishing reading the short epic of Luke German, Orson saw that it was almost noon, so he prepared to take Olivia away. "Have you finished reading?" Dorothy said expressionlessly as she watched the two people walking towards her. Yes. Seeing Dorothy like this, Orson nodded awkwardly. Although he didn't know what happened to her, he always felt that it had something to do with him. "Then take your time. Come and chat with me when you have time," Dorothy said and waved to Orson. "Well, Miss Dorothy, where do you live now?" At this moment, Orson suddenly asked. "Huh? Why are you asking this?" Dorothy was stunned. Olivia, who was standing by, heard what Orson said and quietly put her hands on Orson's waist. "Mainly, I have something I want to ask you, Miss Dorothy." "Okay, I live at number 38 Shermian Street in the west of the city. When you come, let me know in advance and I'll prepare some food for you." "That's not necessary. I just have some questions I'd like answered." Orson said this with a smile, then pulled Olivia out of the library. Chapter 155. As soon as he walked out of the library, Orson felt a pain in his waist. Olivia finally couldn't help but take action. "Is it okay to hook up with other girls in front of your fiancé? Is it okay? Is it okay? Is it okay?" Olivia said coquettishly. The romantic atmosphere that had just been created while reading with Orson disappeared in an instant with Orson's actions. "Ahem, Olivia, please listen to my explanation," Orson said, and explained. "Didn't I just say that Miss Dorothy is knowledgeable? It just so happens that I have encountered some problems recently and I want to find answers. I think Miss Dorothy should know the answer." "Okay." Olivia accepted Orson's statement. After all, Orson is a complete utilitarian. When he takes the initiative to find someone, it is definitely not because he thinks they are pretty and wants to chat them up, but he has other intentions. Now Orson told Olivia the purpose of looking for the other party, and Olivia reluctantly accepted this statement. "But..." Olivia's words were filled with worry. "Since it's a problem that even you, Orson, can you really solve it by asking others for help?" After all, in her opinion, Orson's knowledge was ahead of most people in the empire. If even he found a problem difficult, then it was definitely not something that an ordinary person could solve. "I don't know." Orson shook his head. Orson himself didn't know whether Dorothy could solve Orson's problem, but he had a vague feeling that if Dorothy's race was really as he guessed and she had a lot of experience, she would probably be able to help him. After a short episode, Orson and Olivia found a restaurant nearby. Not long after the two of them sat down, a graceful figure appeared beside them. "Good afternoon, Mr. Orson, Miss Olivia." Familiar red hair, golden eyes, and neat dress. Orson knew who the other person was just by the voice. Obviously, today's date with Olivia is not going to be a good one. When Olivia saw Kalenina suddenly appear, she narrowed her eyes and looked at Kalenina. "I really didn't expect that Miss Kalenina would have the time to pay attention to me and Orson. Your business, you should be fighting a business war with the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce recently, right?" "I can't help it. I just bought this restaurant recently and was processing the paperwork here today. And you guys came just in time. What a coincidence." Kalenina said this and sat down opposite Orson and Olivia. "It's already noon, you two. I'll treat you to a meal, how do you think?" Chapter 51, New Questions, 3K, as the saying goes, don't hit a smiling person. Since Kalenina has taken the initiative to offer to treat Orson to this meal, of course he has no objection. Olivia, who was sitting next to her, frowned. Miss Kalenina, do you think I can't afford to eat? That's not the case. Kalenina smiled. It's just a little bit of hospitality. Oh? Olivia stared at Kalenina for a long time after hearing that, and finally nodded. If it weren't for the fact that Orson and Kalenina still have cooperation and their relationship cannot become too strained, Olivia really wanted to leave here right now. However, you can't vent your dissatisfaction on Kalenina, because there is Orson next to Olivia. Thinking of this, Olivia began to criticize Orson. Miss Kalenina, I wonder what you think of Orson. Mr. Orson? When Carolina heard Olivia's question, she was stunned for a moment, and then said, he is very handsome, has a good business sense, is powerful, knowledgeable, and very gentle. In short, in my opinion, Mr. Orson is simply a perfect man. Really? It's a pity that such a perfect man already has a wife. Olivia said. I don't care. Besides, Miss Olivia, you haven't married Orson yet. Are you so sure that you can succeed? When Orson heard the tense conversation between the two women, he wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. You guys can quarrel, but could you please not drag me into this? However, Orson also knew that the reason why the two women quarreled was because of him. So, in order to prevent the quarrel between the two women from becoming more intense, Orson coughed twice, and then said, Ahem, stop talking. Just at this time, the dishes were served. Seeing this opportunity, Orson quickly said, let's eat first, and then talk about other things. Okay, Olivia nodded sweetly and answered Orson first, which made Kalenina on the opposite side unhappy. Orson, try this. This is the signature dish of this restaurant. Not willing to be outdone, Kalenina quickly picked up a piece of grilled ribs in front of her and handed it to Orson. Come on, Orson. On the other side, Olivia had already raised the fork in her hand, with a circle of noodles covered with sauce on it. Looking at the ribs on the plate and the noodles so close at hand, Orson could only swallow the noodles. Thank you, but I can eat by myself. After all, in this situation with two of us, I always feel like a child returning home for the holidays, with the elders constantly serving me food at the table. Although Orson said this, the two of them kept putting food into Orson's bowl. Afterwards, the two women fought over and over again over Orson until Orson could no longer eat anymore, and then they started eating their own food. Looking at Olivia, who was leaning against him, Orson sighed. Did Olivia think that as long as she got close enough to her, Kalenina sitting opposite her would be jealous? No, Kalenina's little movements were under the table. She kept teasing Orson with her long legs. The meal I ate was really, what a sin. Olivia ate very quickly, as if she was in a hurry to leave. I'm done eating. She wiped the corners of her mouth with a handkerchief and then looked at Orson. Orson, shall we go back to school? Yeah. Orson nodded, then looked at Kalenina. Chelina, shall we go back first? The student union still has some things to deal with. Okay. Kalenina nodded, and then said, by the way, Orson, you have something here with me. Things? Orson was stunned when he heard that. Well, it fell on my place when we were having dinner last time. Unfortunately, I didn't bring it with me this time. I'll return it to you sometime. Ah, okay. Orson immediately understood what Kalenina meant. Okay, then find a time later, bar. After saying this, Orson took Olivia and left the restaurant. Do you really think that Kalenina happened to be here to discuss the acquisition? I don't know. Orson shook his head. But my advice to Kalenina is to develop more industries. Restaurants are also considered assets that need to be developed in the plan. Orson, you are such a good advisor. Olivia said with a hint of jealousy in her tone. I can't help it. Orson smiled helplessly. After all, he is my ally. It will never hurt me if my ally becomes stronger. Yes, it's great to have an ally who will never betray you. Olivia muttered softly, and the two of them returned to school, leaning on each other. I spent the afternoon sitting in the student union. From Olivia's perspective, meeting Dorothy on today's date can only be regarded as a small episode. After all, the other party does not seem to be interested in Orson. If it ended like this, it would be a perfect date. The only downside was the lunch at the end. If she hadn't met Kalenina, Olivia felt that she could have followed Orson. Thinking of this, Olivia looked at Orson, who was sitting next to her. The latter was staring at several files in front of him. There will be an opportunity for field trips in the second half of the semester, when classes will be organized to travel to different places in the empire. After a few weeks of classes, the training destinations for each class should be announced. The destination and mission objectives are different for each grade. Some are to help local areas to eliminate wild beasts, some are to eliminate banditry, some are to solve unsolved cases, and some are just to help neighbors. In short, the tasks are different and the scoring criteria are handed over to the head teacher of each class. The experience scores are independent and are not counted in the grade ranking. Therefore, some classes will choose less difficult experience locations in order to help students get high scores. What Orson was reading was the document sent by the council, which provided a total of 100 training sites. There are a total of 80 classes in the Imperial Academy. In order to give each classroom to choose, the number of candidates for training grounds has been appropriately increased. Orson is looking for a training ground that is suitable for his class. Olivia looked at Orson's profile as he worked hard, and suddenly she felt an impulse in her heart. Then she leaned out and gently pecked Orson on the cheek. Feeling the cool touch on his cheek, Orson was stunned for a moment, then turned his head to look at Olivia. Unexpectedly, Olivia just turned her head away with a red face. "I just suddenly thought of this. Anyway, how do you feel?" "Well, it's good." Orson said this and looked at the corner of Olivia's lips. Noticing Orson's gaze, Olivia realized that the question she had just asked was ambiguous. She quickly explained, "I was asking how I felt about the training ground this time. Please don't misunderstand me." When Orson heard what Olivia said, he also reacted. He blushed too. "Ahem, I just mean that the training grounds this time feel pretty good." Having said that, Orson quickly changed the subject. It was at this time that the door of the student union office was opened. Manuel walked in from outside. "President Orson, there is something I need you to handle." Manuel said this and quickly handed Orson a document. Orson took the document and gave Manuel a grateful look, which made Manuel feel strange. "This is..." Orson was stunned when he saw the document. Above is a letter signed by several students reporting Virgil. These students reported that Virgil opened casinos and other facilities outside the school and operated a gray industry, which seriously violated the students' moral ethics. Please ask the student union to give a reply as soon as possible. Otherwise, this letter of complaint will be sent to the board of directors. Because President Orson knows Virgil, and this incident does require the intervention of the student union, I think it is necessary for you to handle this matter. Manuel said this, and then asked, "How about this, President? Are you responsible for this matter yourself, or will you let me handle it? This is a big deal." Orson touched his chin and said, "Let me put it this way, Director Manuel, I will take full responsibility for this matter. I will give the students a satisfactory answer and proper arrangements." "Okay." Manuel nodded, then left the student union office. "Orson, what happened?" "The series of businesses Virgil has built outside of school have been discovered." Orson said this inside. At this point, Virgil may have no choice but to drop out of school. This is a means of stopping the loss in time. Otherwise, Orson and Lit, who are related to Virgil, will all be implicated. As long as things like underground industries are not brought to the surface, no one will care. However, as a noble, what he cares about most is definitely his reputation. Once the various underground industries under his control are discovered, it will inevitably deal a blow to the reputation of this noble. Therefore, many nobles would hire a white glove to handle matters in this regard for them. Once the truth is revealed, they would simply pass the blame to their subordinates. But the question now is the other party targeting Virgil alone, or has he already learned about the relationship between Virgil and Orson? If it's the former, then it's fine. At most, Virgil will apologize publicly, and the worst-case scenario is that he will drop out of school. But if it's the latter, then we have to be careful. This is most likely a warning from the other party. Chapter 156. So the question is, in the current Imperial Academy, the current St. Laurent City, or the current Empire, who is so eager to clip Orson's wings? After hearing what Orson said, Olivia also fell silent. Then, she said, "Can Virgil explain?" "Just say that these properties are ancestral property, and Virgil was forced to take over. His grades in the academy have always been very good. I don't know. It depends on the rules of the Imperial College. According to the rules, a person's life inside and outside the college should be separated, unless there are serious moral issues. Chapter 52, Beating and Convergence. Anyway, I'm going to go find Virgil first. Olivia, help me with the student union matters. Okay. Olivia nodded, and then reminded with concern, be careful on the way. Yeah. Orson said this, left the office, and went straight to Virgil's dormitory. Virgil lived with another ordinary classmate, and the two sides did not interfere with each other. When Orson arrived at Virgil's dormitory, his roommate had not returned yet. Mr. Orson, why are you suddenly? Virgil was sitting in the living room drinking coffee and reading a book. He was suddenly stunned when he saw Orson opening the door and coming in. Virgil, there is something I wonder if you have heard. Virgil looked puzzled when he heard this. Seeing this, Orson knew that Virgil certainly didn't know what kind of crisis he was facing, so he said, anyway, Virgil, has the scale of your business expanded? Someone reported that you were running an illegal business, and they wanted to kick you out of the Imperial Academy. What? Virgil was surprised when he heard that. According to your instructions and arrangements, Master Orson, it is true that my subordinates' industries are expanding in an orderly manner, but I really didn't expect to be reported by others. I didn't know this would happen. Orson sighed, then said, anyway, this matter hasn't reached the board of directors yet. Those classmates seem to be saying that if you voluntarily apply to drop out of school, the matter will be over. Otherwise, more people may be involved. In that case, I'll apply to drop out of school tomorrow. Virgil certainly heard the implication of Orson's words. The life he has today is all thanks to Orson. Even outside the Imperial Academy, it does not affect Virgil's work for Orson at all. Don't worry about it, Orson said, shaking his head. Right now, there is no school rule that says you have to drop out. But if it drags on, it's okay, Virgil. If the other party really wants to be an enemy of me and Lit, do you think they will only attack you? So, Mr. Orson, what do you think? I think this should be a warning. Orson thought for a moment and then spoke. It should be a warning to us not to continue to expand our influence in St. Laurent City. Indeed, this is the only reason Orson can think of for the other party not to take action immediately. Try not to interact with your subordinates during this period. Leave work to people you trust. It's best if you don't attract attention these days. After Orson gave Virgil a few instructions, he left. No. 58, Oak Street, Orchid Tavern. Mr. Orson, I knew you would come to see me. A familiar voice with an indeterminate gender and a hint of hoarseness sounded from under the cloak. It seems that you have grown a lot in this period of time. Compared with the last time we met, you have become much more powerful. Do you know why I came to you? Well, your black business was suddenly targeted by someone, and you don't know the specific power behind that person, so you had to come to me. Am I right? The Killing Angel said with a smile. Yeah. Orson nodded. When he approached the Killing Angel about Mudrick's matter, the other party had vaguely mentioned the underground force that Orson was cultivating. Other nobles at most hire a few people to open a few shops. It would be strange if you, Master Orson, who has developed an entire industrial chain, were not targeted, said the Angel of Death. Of course, Orson understood this, but he knew even more clearly that if he wanted to make the black industry a little cleaner, he must have his own industrial chain. Otherwise, being located in the middle of the upstream and downstream industrial chains would be more or less stained with blood. At the same time, a complete black industry can provide more intelligence. The premise is not to be discovered. So, I'm asking you to help me check the forces behind those people. Since you know I'm coming, you should be able to tell me their information here, right? Of course. The Killing Angel nodded, then took out a card from the cabinet. There's something you want on it, but what are you willing to exchange for it? You name a price. As long as it's not too outrageous, I can accept it. Well, thank you. The other party said this and made a 5 gesture. Of course Orson understood, and he handed the money to the other party without hesitation. This money is not black money. It does not need to be transferred and can be used directly. After Orson added these words, he took the card from the other party and read the information on it. After seeing the name above, he frowned. Royal family? Are you kidding me? Mr. Orson, what kind of joke do you think this is? Do those people have royal backgrounds? Or do you think we can get information about the royal family? It's a bit of everything. Orson said this, trying to see through the other person's thoughts through the shadow under the cloak. However, I am more curious about who is behind you, who can obtain royal intelligence and open a business in St. Laurent City openly. I'm sorry, we are neutral. As for why we were able to obtain intelligence about the royal family, I'm sorry that I can't tell you for now. When we find that you are more valuable in the future, we will take the initiative to inform you. It's only been a few months since we last met, but Master Orson has grown so much. I believe it won't be long before we're truly standing together. Hearing this, Orson nodded silently and then left the room. After learning that the mastermind behind this was the royal family, Orson finally became a little panicked. There are currently 3 forces in the royal family. One is the faction of Emperor Odysseus, which is also the most powerful force in the royal family. The other 2 are the factions of Prince Arthas and Princess Elsa. Excluding his ally Elsa, it would be too easy for both Odysseus and Arthas to take action against him. I really need to take the other party's warning seriously this time. As expected, it is better to let Virgil give up some industries later. This beating is enough to illustrate the problem, but can he really trust the group of people called the Angels of Death? It is obviously impossible for such an organization to claim to be neutral and have top business standards in the industry without having its own interests. Shortly after Orson left, another person came to the Orchid Tavern. Long time no see, Your Highness Arthas. How's the matter I asked you to do? According to your arrangement, Master Orson has been reminded. I believe that he will soon appropriately restrain his power. Okay, although this is my first time working with you, I hope it won't be the last, certainly. Chapter 53, Disappointment. After sending Arthas away, the Angel of Slaughter took out a contract document from the desk drawer and began to read it carefully. Mr. Orson, you really did not disappoint me. Saying this, the Angel of Killing put the contract in his hand into the drawer. On the other side, Orson went to the Imperial College and met Virgil again. I have already dealt with the things in St. Laurent City, let's let it go for now. Orson said this inside. But, this is something you, young master, had been planning a few years ago. Virgil said this with a hint of hesitation in his eyes. Is it because of me? If it is my problem, I will apply for withdrawal from school today. I will support you, Master Orson, both inside and outside of school. It's not your problem. Orson shook his head. For some reason, we have to transfer the power of St. Laurent City, otherwise we will be attacked from above. Orson said this and pointed to the sky. His meaning was self-evident. Hearing Orson say this, Virgil could only nod. Granted, Orson's power is strong, but his background is different. It is obviously not possible to let Orson, who only has a ducal background, fight against the forces with a royal background at the moment. Moreover, no matter what, St. Laurent City is the royal territory after all, so Orson has to be restrained in whatever he wants to do. But, Virgil, you still have a job. Orson immediately said, I have arranged a position for you. You can take this and go to a place when the time comes. Orson said, handing Virgil a business card. The latter took the business card, looked at it and nodded. After returning to the dormitory, Lit was reading a book in his room, and Orson knocked on Lit's door. Lit, starting tomorrow, you won't have to go to Virgil's place. Eh? Orson, why? Our forces in St. Laurent City have been targeted by others, so we have no choice but to resort to this last resort. Afterwards, Orson explained to Lit the reasons for doing so. Of course, he did not mention going to the Orchid Tavern to find the killing angel. After hearing the news, Lit nodded. She understood that giving up appropriately was the best way, otherwise it would only attract more attention. The next day came. After dealing with these things, Orson took a leave in the morning and went to Dorothy's house. Standing in an ordinary room in front of him, Orson knocked on the door. After a while, footsteps were heard inside, and then Dorothy's face appeared in Orson's sight. Hey, Orson. Dorothy was stunned for a moment, then she remembered that Orson had told her before that he had something to talk to her about, so she quickly said, Please come in, Orson, is it what you told me before? Yeah. Orson nodded and walked into the room. Dorothy's room, it can only be described as a mess. The table in the living room is piled with all kinds of books, and it looks like it hasn't been properly maintained for a long time. Miss Dorothy, you're home. Orson thought about it and decided not to comment, but Dorothy could clearly see Orson's embarrassed expression. She was stunned for a moment, then quickly protected the pile of debris and said, "Ahem, I didn't expect you to come today, Orson, so I didn't take care of it. It's more convenient this way, so usually, anyway." Dorothy began to babble, seeing the other party's interesting reaction. Orson didn't say anything else. After all, he didn't come to see if Dorothy's house was clean then. He changed the subject and said, "Miss Dorothy, you must have read a lot of ancient books, right?" Dorothy was stunned for a moment when she heard this. "Well, I have seen quite a few." She nodded. "Well, I wonder if you have ever been to the library in the elf forest?" "The fairy forest?" Dorothy thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. "I did work as a librarian there for a while, and took the opportunity to read a lot of books." "Why are you asking this, Orson?" "I would like to ask, Miss Dorothy, have you heard of the name Parody?" Orson went straight to the point. "Parody?" Dorothy's eyes widened instantly when she heard that, and her whole aura became different from before. "Orson, why are you asking this suddenly?" Her voice lowered, becoming more serious than before. "It's like this." Orson modified his experience of going to the Orc Desert and the Temple of Lanusa, and then told Dorothy. "If it is an ancient book written in the language of the ancient continent, the name of Parody may indeed be mentioned." Dorothy heard Yen rubbed his chin with his fingers and nodded, then she looked up at Orson again. "But, Orson, since you told me this, it is obvious that you are not simply asking who Parody belongs to, right?" It must be said that Dorothy's sixth sense was very sharp, and she accurately guessed that Orson's purpose was not simply to ask who Parody was. "Yes." Orson nodded. "I want to know more information about Parody, or rather, about the entire demon race. You know, the Empire's attitude towards demons is to kill them, so the demons almost disappeared in the Empire after the last war. But there are still many mysterious organizations studying how to turn humans into demons." Orson said this and brought up Mudrick's matter. "Last time, the leader of a mercenary group named Mudrick turned into a demon in the forest outside St. Laurent City. He was a demon transformed from a human. So, I want to ask, as the ancestor of demons, whether Parody's bloodline is still there. Also, if demons give birth to children with other races, what state should the race maintain to be correct?" Chapter 157. Hearing Orson's question, Dorothy was silent for a while, and then said, "Orson, you should know that I am not a human being." "Yeah." Orson nodded. "After all, your appearance has not changed in 10 years, and you have traveled in the fairy forest. Miss Dorothy, your race is obviously not human. You should know that a long time ago, humans joined forces with other races to repel the invasion from demons. One of the races was the dragon race, and I am a member of the dragon race." After Dorothy finished speaking, there was a hint of nostalgia in her expression. "According to the records of our dragon clan, Parody, the leader of the demon army that invaded the continent, did not leave any descendants. As for your other question, what would happen if demons and other races gave birth to children? I cannot tell you the specifics because there is no such precedent." When Orson heard Dorothy's words, although he was prepared, he still felt a little disappointed. Chapter 54. Do me another favor. After saying goodbye to Dorothy, Orson was not in a happy mood. At the end, Dorothy and Orson said a Parody has left many scars on the continent. Some ancient races or civilizations have kept records about demons, but these are all considered taboos without exception. If you want to peek into the mysteries, you must become someone worthy of the trust of that race. As the most typical long-lived and gregarious species, elves undoubtedly have the most complete records of demons. If you have elf friends, Orson, you can ask them to take you to the elf forest to take a closer look at the books inside. After all, it's been a while, and it's hard for me to remember many details. To put it bluntly, it is obviously impossible to solve your own problems by relying on hearsay from others." Then, on the way back, Orson met a few people dressed elegantly. "Excuse me, are you Mr. Orson?" "Yes, it's me." Orson nodded, then asked, "What can I do for you?" "Our boss wants to see you." The leader said this and pointed to a carriage behind him. "He said he wanted to discuss something with you regarding Miss Kalenina." "I understand." After hearing this, Orson got on the carriage. Arriving at the destination, Orson got off the carriage and was not surprised to see the familiar sign of Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce in front of him. From the moment the other party mentioned Selenina, he already knew that the person who invited him to meet was Louis, led by a waiter. Orson came to Louis's office. An old man with gray hair and beard was guarding the office door. When he saw Orson coming, he bowed politely to show his respect, then he opened the door for Orson. Walking into the room, Louis appeared in front of Orson. Compared to the banquet a few months ago, Louis now looks much more haggard, and even half of his hair has turned white. But when he saw Orson coming in, Louis still forced a smile and greeted Orson with a smile. "Oh my, Mr. Orson, long time no see, long time no see." "Well, President Louis, long time no see." Orson nodded and sat on the sofa next to him. "Excuse me, President Louis, what is the reason you asked me to come here this time?" "Well, first of all, of course, I want to apologize for my rude behavior at the party a few months ago." Louis, there was a hint of embarrassment in his tone. After all, he had mocked Orson's family for being unqualified in the past, but now that he needed help, he had to swallow back what he had said. "Ah, about this." Orson smiled upon hearing this. "It's okay, President Louis, I didn't take it to heart. Rather, thanks to your reminder, President Louis, otherwise, I would have really thought that my family was so powerful." Orson's words were obviously meant to challenge Louis, but Louis could only endure it. "Oh, no, no, you nobles are born with noble blood." He said this and quickly poured a cup of tea for Orson himself. "To be honest, I came to see Master Orson this time because I want to ask you a favor." After putting down the teacup, he spoke slowly. They all used the word ask, which shows how sincere their attitude is. "Go ahead. I want to hire you with a high salary and let you be a consultant for the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce, and at the same time stop helping the License Chamber of Commerce. Is that okay?" "Sure." Orson nodded after hearing that. This surprised Louis a little. He originally thought that Orson would insist for a while until he offered a higher price, but he didn't expect Orson to agree directly. "What a pity, Kalenina, you finally misjudged the person. This Orson is just a greedy person." Louis sneered inwardly. He knew that most of what Kalenina had achieved today was due to Orson's advice behind the scenes. As long as the relationship between Orson and Kalenina is destroyed and Orson is prevented from continuing to help Kalenina, the development of the License Chamber of Commerce will naturally stagnate. Moreover, if Orson could help Kalenina grow so quickly, then he could definitely help the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce grow as well. "Well, Mr. Orson, please name a price," Louis said with a smile. Orson held up an index finger. "1. Master Orson, do you want 1,000,000 gold coins?" Orson shook his head. "Then, could it be 10,000,000? Orson still shook his head. Louis frowned when he saw Orson's look. He had thought that Orson would ask for a high price, but wasn't this price a bit too outrageous? 10,000,000 gold coins. The current liquid funds of the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce do not even have this much. And judging from Orson's reaction, he wants much more than that. "Mr. Orson, just tell me directly." Louis said this and stopped guessing. "I want a Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce," Orson said slowly. "Mr. Orson, are you kidding me?" Louis's tone became serious. "The Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce hired you as a consultant, but you asked for the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce? How can an employee treat all of the employer's assets as his salary?" "I know there isn't, so, President Louis, do you agree?" "Master Orson, do you think I will agree?" Louis asked back, with a hint of anger in his tone. "I came here with sincerity. If you really want a large sum of money, I will give you a lot of money when the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce dominates the entire continent in the future. But your attitude makes it difficult for me to discuss with you. But this is my ideal price." Orson shrugged helplessly. After all, the fact that the License Chamber of Commerce was able to develop from the worst performing branch of the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce to the point where it caused so much trouble to the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce in just a few months is not just my credit. In the current business war, the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce must be having a hard time, right? The License Chamber of Commerce has such a big advantage. Why should I give up such a good prospect and switch to the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce?" Orson smiled. "But, Master Orson, you have to know that even though the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce has suffered such a huge loss, its assets are still more than 3 times that of the License Chamber of Commerce. If you start from a higher point, you will reach the end faster." I believe that Master Orson understands what I mean. Of course I understand. Orson nodded. But, since you, President Lewis, are willing to give your inheritance to your two useless sons instead of your only capable daughter, I feel that you are not suitable to sit on the throne of the Empire's #1 merchant. So, you just don't want to? Lewis asked finally, suppressing his voice. Yeah. Orson said this without any regret on his face. If everything is okay, I'll go back first. Orson said this and stood up from the sofa. Wait. Louis quickly called out to Orson. Mr. Orson, I would like to ask you to do me one last favor. It's on my personal behalf, okay? P.S. I didn't update yesterday due to personal reasons. I'm very sorry. I will make up for it tomorrow. Chapter 55. Some are happy, some are sad. 6K. If you want to see your daughter, I'm sorry I can't help you. After all, you've done a really bad job as a father. Orson paused and then spoke. Really? You also think I'm not a good father? Lewis lowered his head in disappointment when he heard that. In that case, please forgive me for being rude and not seeing you off. No problem. Orson shook his head and walked out of the room. Lewis sat in his seat, thinking about what Orson had just said, and sighed helplessly. At this time, the deputy Paul also came in. He looked at the lost Lewis and asked, President, is there still no agreement? Yeah. Lewis nodded. It's still too difficult to convince Master Orson to give up helping Carolina. Most importantly, Master Orson himself doesn't think highly of our Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce. Paul, do you think I did something wrong? As a father, did I do something wrong by not giving my 3 children a fair chance to compete? President, I don't want to comment on your family affairs. After all, I am just a staff member of the Chamber of Commerce and have no right to judge your family affairs. But if you really want me to say it, maybe you should give Miss Kalanina a little more chance when choosing your successor, so as not to push her to the point of being completely opposed to you. However, I can understand you, President. After all, you and Miss Kalanina are in different positions and think about problems from different angles. You want to develop the Chamber of Commerce more steadily, while Miss Kalanina does not want to let others arrange her fate, so she rebelled against you. I can only say that it's fate. After saying this, Paul stood aside respectfully. Alas. Lewis also sighed. The business war with the Lyson Chamber of Commerce has been going on for some time. The Lyson Chamber of Commerce, which controls the production end, has completely strangled the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce in terms of certain commodities. The Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce, relying on its business relationships, controls most of the commercial resources in the market and raises prices on some key commodities to suppress the Lyson Chamber of Commerce. However, overall, the Lyson Chamber of Commerce still makes more money. Other chambers of commerce in the market, such as the Ali Chamber of Commerce, which had previously competed with the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce, have become victims of the business war between the two major chambers of commerce. The Ali Chamber of Commerce neither controls a large number of commodity supply and marketing resources like the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce, nor controls the production of many key commodities like the Lyson Chamber of Commerce. Its own development still follows the old path of chambers of commerce, and ultimately suffered heavy losses due to the drastic fluctuations in commodity prices. In the past few months, the Ali Chamber of Commerce was almost on the verge of being acquired by the Lyson Chamber of Commerce. In fact, the Lyson Chamber of Commerce is also preparing to acquire the Ali Chamber of Commerce, and the two parties should be able to reach an agreement in the next 2 days. In this way, the gap between Lyson Chamber of Commerce and Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce will be further narrowed. Faced with the challenge from the Lyson Chamber of Commerce, the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce had no choice but to follow suit and start its own production. However, due to problems such as immature technology, lack of experience, and management loopholes, the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce's products were less competitive than those of the Lyson Chamber of Commerce. Even though they had the same production chain, this means that if the Lyson Chamber of Commerce wants to make more money and raises the prices of its products, the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce can make less money. And if the Lyson Chamber of Commerce lowers the price of its goods, the goods produced by the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce will lose money, which will be even more counterproductive, but there is no other way. If we don't do this, the market share will be taken away by the Lyson Chamber of Commerce. Just when the two were still worrying about the business war, Mark suddenly walked in. "Father, Uncle Paul, you must help me," he shouted, his face full of panic. Seeing his reaction, Louis knew that something was probably going to happen. "What happened?" Louis asked directly. "In Prussia, the Lyson Chamber of Commerce opened a new branch there, and cut off my supply of textiles in Prussia. Now all textiles are monopolized by the Lyson Chamber of Commerce. Then, my second brother told me that we should pool our assets together, buy all the textiles from the Lyson Chamber of Commerce at a high price, and then stockpile them at a high price." When Mark said this, Louis had already guessed what happened next. They misjudged the capacity of the Lyson Chamber of Commerce and used aliases, or they asked others to buy textiles in large quantities from the Lyson Chamber of Commerce, causing a shortage of goods in the Lyson Chamber of Commerce in Prussia. However, the local people did not actually buy the goods, so the demand for the goods was still there. In this way, they continued to raise the prices and made a profit by acting as scalpers. This kind of naive method can sometimes play a certain role, but it is also based on the fact that the other party's production capacity is indeed insufficient. But in fact, the Lyson Chamber of Commerce controls more than 80% of the textile production in the entire empire. How could there be a shortage of production capacity? Therefore, the final result was that Mark hoarded more and more goods, and eventually all the goods rotted in his hands. This time, the Lyson Chamber of Commerce anticipated that Mark's stockpiled goods had reached the upper limit, so it directly brought in a large number of goods from other areas and sold them at a low price. Anyway, when Mark and his team purchased in large quantities at high prices before, the Lyson Chamber of Commerce had already made a lot of money. This wave of price cuts can be said to be a real benefit to the people who really need to consume textiles. Mark no longer had the funds to stock up on goods. On the contrary, the low prices of goods caused the Chamber of Commerce's capital chain to become tight and unable to operate. In the end, it could only sell them at a lower price, but under the instigation of Lawrence, Mark had always believed that the Lyson Chamber of Commerce would always have insufficient production capacity, so in the end he even gritted his teeth and sold many of the Chamber of Commerce's fixed assets in exchange for cash. After this incident, the assets of the Prussian branch of the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce shrank by half in an instant. The presidents of many local chambers of commerce also expressed their dissatisfaction. If Mark could not resolve their dissatisfaction, they would join the Lyson Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 158 Inches Desperation. Mark found Louis, hoping to get some funds from his father for working capital. "Mark, tell me, how much assets does the Chamber of Commerce in the Prussian region have left?" "Father, please don't blame me for what I said. You speak first." Louis rarely got angry at his eldest son. "Only half is left," Mark said, lowering his head. "I got this half after I sold the goods I had at a low price through many channels. Otherwise, it would have been even lower." "You said, how much did you say?" Louis almost couldn't breathe when he heard Mark's words, and he fell down on the chair. Seeing Louis like this, Mark and Paul were panicked. "Father! President!" After a while, Louis stood up from the chair with trembling right hand. He took off the glasses on his nose, then he swallowed and looked at the two people standing in front of him. "Paul, you go out first." His tone was full of fatigue and he looked exhausted. "Yeah." Paul nodded after hearing this, and then left the room. After Paul closed the door, Louis stood up, took off the emblem of the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce pinned on Mark's chest, and fell heavily to the ground. "You lost half of the assets in Prussia, and you still have the nerve to show up in front of me," he roared loudly. "I asked you to run the Prussian branch properly, and this is what you ended up doing. You are my eldest son. You are the one who will inherit the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce in the future. How can I trust you to hand over the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce to you when I see you in this state?" "Father, but Lawrence had bewitched me into doing all this. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have done this." "Lawrence again. It's always Lawrence. You always find problems with others, can't you look for problems with yourself?" Louis's eyes were wide open with anger, and Mark was scared so much that he took 2 or 3 steps back. "You and Mark. I really want to turn you two into girls, and let Kalenina be a boy to inherit my family business. Look at Kalenina. She started from the weakest Antica branch and worked her way up to where she is today. How much higher is she than you? What about you? Have you ever earned a penny on your own since you left me? From beginning to end, Louis vented his dissatisfaction, while Mark just lowered his head and silently accepted Louis's scolding. Father, you are right. I did something wrong, but the Prussian branch must be saved, otherwise? How about otherwise? Do you think that since Kalenina can spare some time to deal with you, do we have the energy to deal with you? You only need to do what I tell you, but you always add unnecessary details. Do you really think you are a better person than me? How can a man who has lived 40 or 50 years have experience? If you have the ability, why can't you solve the threat of Kalenina? Mark lowered his head and remained silent. After Louis finished scolding Mark, he finally sighed. Oh, never mind. He said this and sat down, looking as if he had aged 10 years. Mark, you just said that it was Lawrence who bewitched you. What about Lawrence? I originally planned to bring Lawrence with me when I came back this time, but Lawrence left a letter of resignation and disappeared. I don't know where he went. Louis felt even worse after hearing the news. It seems that not only his daughter, but even his son has betrayed him. He didn't know whether Lawrence was really stupid, and chose to resign because he didn't dare to take responsibility after making such a decision, or he accepted the benefits from Kalenina and prepared to jump to Lyson Chamber of Commerce. But either possibility would undoubtedly disappoint him. The former will make him feel that his son is irresponsible and dare not take responsibility for his mistakes, let alone the latter. It can even be said that if Lawrence betrayed Louis for a reward, it would at least make Louis feel a little happier. After all, it means that his second son is not a useless waste. Okay, I get it. Lawrence probably won't be coming back. You should resign from the position of president of the Prussian branch this time. After what you did, you are no longer qualified to hold the position. Louis said lightly, saying the words that Mark could not accept the most. But, Father, I think I still have a chance. Besides, if I don't serve as the branch president, I will be easily criticized when I inherit the position. Mark. At this time, Louis suddenly laughed. I was wrong. You are not useless. Just as Mark was wondering why his father said that, Louis turned around and slapped him. You are at least gifted in dreaming, different from ordinary people. Take the initiative and don't lose your last bit of dignity. After saying that, Louis took the initiative to leave the office. Mark was left alone in the office in silence. On the other side, at the new headquarters of the Lyson Chamber of Commerce in St. Laurent City, Orson came to Kalenina's office. You've chosen a good location here. Orson said this, looking at Kalenina sitting opposite him. Well, after all, if we want to become the largest chamber of commerce in the empire in the future, we must not be too compromising in the choice of location. Kalenina also responded with a smile. The new headquarters of the Lyson Chamber of Commerce is located in the most developed upper town area of St. Laurent City. It has the best location, and it is an exaggeration to say that every inch of land is worth a lot of money. Moreover, it is only 2 streets away from the headquarters of the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce. You seem to be in a good mood. Has the recent business war been going well? Well, thanks to my smart eldest and second brothers, I was able to cripple the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce branch in Prussia. Their assets were reduced by half. As expected of you, you are ruthless when it comes to attacking your own relatives. Orson said jokingly. There's nothing I can do. They didn't consider my feelings at the beginning. Kalenina said this, came to Orson, and put her hands restlessly on Orson's shoulders. On the contrary, you, Orson, as a stranger and collaborator at the beginning, helped me much more than any of them. Then she leaned into Orson's arms. Why did my father come to you? He wants to hire me as a consultant for the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce so that I will no longer help you. What do you say? Of course I agreed, but he couldn't meet my salary requirements, so we couldn't come to an agreement. Eh? What do you mean? I told him that I could be his consultant, but I had to be paid the entire Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce, otherwise there was no point in discussing this. Of course, he refused. Pfft. This request you made, everyone would refuse it, right? Hey, Orson. At this time, Kalenina in Orson's arms suddenly looked up at him. If my father really wants to stop me, he wants to give you the entire Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce in exchange for your help, will you accept it? Yes. Orson nodded. Hearing this, Kalenina felt a little depressed, and Orson immediately said, I will take over the second year of the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce. I will give the entire Chamber of Commerce to you. Just think of it as a gift. Pfft, you are so smooth-talking. How can the gift be so valuable? Although Kalenina said this, the blush on her face undoubtedly exposed her thoughts. After all, there's no way he would give the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce to me. Then, a pair of soft lips kissed Orson. Orson, thank you. Kalenina said this with a sincere tone. No need to say thank you, we just help each other. Then just take it as my voluntary thanks. The two of them stayed like this for a long time until there was a knock on the door. Lorenzo, the deputy of the Licensed Chamber of Commerce, appeared at the door. He looked at the two people in the room and then said, Master Lawrence is waiting for you downstairs, President. After all, he had worked in the Bonaventura family for a while, so Lorenzo still couldn't change his words. Okay, Orson, let's go down and see the biggest contributor to this Prussian business war? Afterwards, the two came to the living room downstairs and saw Lawrence sitting on the sofa. Little sister, long time no see, you look much more beautiful now. Lawrence was very clear about his current position. After seeing Kalenina, he stood up and took the initiative to greet her. Well, second brother, long time no see, you are still the same as before. Kalenina also smiled politely, but there was a clear sense of alienation in her smile. Ah, Mr. Orson, I didn't expect you to be with me. Lawrence saw Orson beside Kalenina and took the initiative to say hello. Yeah. Orson nodded. To be honest, my father's desire for control is too strong, and he has always wanted my eldest brother to inherit the Chamber of Commerce. He never gives us two chances. So when I received your letter this time, I helped you without hesitation. After sitting down, Lawrence immediately took the credit for himself, stating his purpose to Lawrence, helped you, Kalenina, to cripple the Prussian branch of the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce in advance. You should give me something as a token of your appreciation for this contribution, right? Of course, thanks to my second brother, otherwise the development of the licensed Chamber of Commerce in Prussia would not be so smooth. Kalenina smiled and continued, although I can't give you too much, I can still give you simple money and a position. 500,000 gold coins is enough for you to settle down in a city and become a wealthy man. What do you think? Only 500,000? Just helping you reduce the assets of the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce must be much more than 500,000, right? You're asking for too much, Mr. Lawrence. At this time, Orson, who was sitting next to Kalenina, spoke instead. If I remember correctly, when you were the president of the Aragon Chamber of Commerce, you did a lot of trouble for the Licensed Chamber of Commerce, right? Oh, this is a different time. Lawrence immediately became flustered when he heard Orson say this. It is true that I did try to trip up the Licensed Chamber of Commerce, but I lost in the end and did not cause any irreparable damage to the Licensed Chamber of Commerce. On the contrary, this time, I can be considered to have made meritorious service while serving my sentence. But you also said that this is a different time. So, do you think you can still be of any use to the Licensed Chamber of Commerce at this time? Lawrence was suddenly speechless. This time, it was still Kalenina who spoke up. Okay, Orson, Lawrence is my second brother after all. He helped me this time, so how can I, as his sister, not help him back? What happened before is in the past, and we have already forgotten the past. Oh, yes, the grudge has been resolved. Lawrence nodded hurriedly at this time. She was indeed his sister. She could be relied on at critical moments. At least she was not disloyal and still cared about her second brother. Although there were some unpleasantness before, we are siblings and family after all. Kalenina said this, and then looked at Lawrence with a hint of negotiation on her face. But, second brother, you know what happened to the Licensed Chamber of Commerce recently? The Chamber of Commerce needs to develop. 500,000 gold coins is the limit of what I can take out. How about this? I will arrange another vacant position for you. You can get 50 gold coins a month, which can be regarded as living expenses. For an ordinary person, 50 gold coins a month for living expenses can be said to be a sky-high price, but Lawrence was a rich man after all, and if he used the 50 gold coins sparingly, he could almost maintain his previous living standard. That's fine. Lawrence thought about it and nodded. Having a stable income is not a bad thing for him. After all, if he does something and loses 500,000 gold coins, he can at least maintain his life with the minimum living allowance of 50 gold coins per month. Of course, what he didn't know was that Orson and Kalenina were the bad guys in all this. Shaylina, are you sure you want to do this? Orson frowned when he heard this. Taking out 500,000 in cash all at once will have a huge impact on the operation of the Lycan Chamber of Commerce, especially since you just moved here and spent a lot of money. Now you have to spend another large sum of money. If you really act on impulse, please forgive me for not giving you any more advice in the future. Our cooperation will end here. Orson. Upon hearing this, Kalenina looked at Orson without any sign of backing down. I'll say it again, he's my second brother. There's no room for negotiation on this matter. Seeing that the two people were about to quarrel, Lawrence quickly acted as a peacemaker. Hey, you two should stop arguing. After all, your career is still on the rise, and it's not good to suddenly take so much money from you. How about this? I don't want so much money from you, your second brother. Just give me 100,000, and then increase the monthly payment from 50 gold coins to 100 gold coins. How about this? It will just relieve your financial pressure. Orson was still somewhat dissatisfied when he heard Lawrence say this, and Kalenina looked touched. Really? Second brother, you've helped me so much, but I can only give you this little money. I'll really feel bad. Chapter 159 Incho, it's okay, little sister, let's just give it to each other. Lawrence said with a smile. That's it. Upon hearing this, Kalenina nodded, and then settled the bill with Lawrence. It was not until Lawrence left with a guilty conscience that Kalenina and Orson smiled at each other. This Lawrence is a little too gullible. Chapter 56, Invitation to the Dance. Okay, now that the beggars have left, we just need to operate steadily. It's only a matter of time before we take over the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce. Orson said. Yeah. Kalenina nodded, then walked forward and gently hugged Orson's waist. So, after we take over the Silver Moon Chamber of Commerce, what do you want me to do, Orson? She stood on tiptoe and asked in Orson's ear. Do you want to use the money to help you develop the Duchy of Antiket into the strongest duchy in the Empire, or do you have a greater ideal? We have to wait until you develop ourselves before we can talk about those things, right? Orson obviously didn't want to mention this question. He shook his head and then said, Anyway, I have something else to do today, so I'll go back first. Then, Orson fled away, leaving Kalenina standing there in a daze. After a while, Kalenina reacted. She sighed, then went up to the second floor of the Chamber of Commerce to her office. When we returned to the academy, it was already afternoon. As soon as Orson returned to the dormitory door, a man rushed out from the side and pushed him against the door. Of course, the moment the other person appeared, Orson knew that it was an acquaintance, otherwise she would have fallen to the ground now. Lianka, what are you doing all of a sudden? Humph, Orson, tell me the truth. Did you have a tryst with someone this morning? No. Upon hearing this, Orson quickly shook his head. I had something to do this morning, so I went to find someone who was quite knowledgeable and asked her for help. It's not what you think, Lianka. Oh. Hearing this, Lianka released her hand that was pressing on Orson. Sorry, I just overreacted. It's okay. Orson shook his head when he heard that. Lianka, why did you suddenly come to me? After hearing Orson's words, Lianka immediately remembered that she came here to ask Orson for a favor. When she thought of her excessive behavior just now, she suddenly felt regretful. Oh no, I was too impulsive just now. What if Orson is unwilling to agree to my next request? What should I do? She lowered her head and pondered for a long time. After she had prepared herself mentally, she looked up at Orson and said with a blushing face, Orson, our class is going to hold a masquerade in 2 nights, and I'm in need of a male companion, so can you, isn't it lit? Orson said puzzledly. Although I know that Lituk is a girl, but others don't know it yet. Lit wants to accompany Lena, but you have to know that I am your sister's fiancé. If I were your date, even if it's just for a dance, I would inevitably get gossiped about. It's okay. Everyone will be wearing masks and no one will know each other. As long as you don't introduce yourself, you will be fine. You don't have to worry about being discovered. Hearing what Lienka said, Orson rubbed his chin and began to think about whether this was feasible. After all, Lienka is her sister-in-law. Normally, she would help if she needs help. However, this situation is rather special. Will Olivia care? Why don't you talk to Olivia? Just as Orson was thinking this, Lienka seemed to be able to see through Orson's thoughts and quickly said, By the way, Orson, can you please not tell your sister about this, huh? How did you know I was going to tell Olivia? Because you are my future brother-in-law after all. Then since you knew, why didn't you let me tell Olivia? Because. Lienka stuttered, and then said, because my sister doesn't know about this, and I don't want her to know that I can't find a male companion and make her laugh. It turns out it's all about face. This is indeed in line with Lienka's personality. After all, for a lady from the upper class, there are indeed many men around her who flatter and curry favor with her. Then why don't you go find someone else, Lienka? Orson, do you think it would be better if I found someone else? Lienka asked back. Orson was silent. With Lienka's proud and arrogant personality, she really seemed to look down on ordinary men. Yes, even though all the students of the Imperial Academy are elites in the outside world, in the eyes of Lienka, or in the eyes of Lienka as Orson thinks, they are all ordinary people. In Orson's eyes, he indeed believed that the excellent and talented Lienka was not worthy of an ordinary man. This can be considered as the protection that the brother-in-law gives to his sister-in-law. Okay, I get it. Orson nodded. What about the time and place? I will come to see you, Orson, when the time comes, but I have to wait until Lena, and the others leave first. Okay. Orson nodded when he heard this. Well, see you later. Lienka then waved and said goodbye to Orson. I always feel that Lienka's motives seem to be more than just this. No, how did she know I went out in the morning? Orson wondered, then walked into the dormitory. In the dormitory, Lena was sitting with who was tutoring Lena with her homework. After all, the latter was behind by a semester. Orson, you're back? Turned around and looked at Orson and said with a smile. Hey, big brother, why didn't I see you in the teaching building after class? Lena asked curiously. I have something to do today, so I took a day off. After explaining, Orson sat down opposite the two of them. Are you helping Lena review her lessons? Well, Lena is very smart. According to the current progress, she can pass the theoretical courses that she missed last semester this semester. Praised Lena. Lena's ears twitched and she looked very happy. She smiled foolishly. Good, that's progress. Orson said this and touched Lena's head. Lena also moved her head forward like a little animal. When saw this scene, he felt inexplicably jealous. He looked at Orson with a pout and said nothing. When Orson saw like this, he also smiled, reached out his hand, and touched head as well. You've worked hard, too, took. By the way. At this time, Orson suddenly asked, is your class going to hold a masquerade in 2 days? Oh, yes. Nodded. Not just our class, but the entire first grade. It seems that in order to promote students' social communication skills, the entire first grade will hold this activity, and the specific location is in a restaurant on campus. A restaurant that can accommodate nearly 1,000 people? That looks like a pretty big event. Well, everyone needs to bring their own dance partner. I see Lena doesn't know much about these things, and I'm almost the same, so I'll temporarily pair up with her. That's good, Orson said. By the way, Orson, has anyone invited you to be her dance partner? You're so popular, I guess a lot of girls would be happy to invite you, right? Not yet. Orson originally wanted to talk about Lienka, but suddenly remembered that Lienka asked him not to tell anyone, so he concealed it. Chapter 57, The Pains of Growing Up. 2 days passed quickly. That afternoon, after class, and Lena returned to the dormitory and began to change into clothes for the dance tonight. Standing in his bedroom, looked at the men's suit in front of him and sighed helplessly. She glanced down. It just so happens that I am in the process of growing up, and my chest has grown quite big from the slightly improved shape when I first entered the house. Normally when getting dressed, would choose looser clothes so that the rise and fall of his chest would not be noticed by others. But today the situation is different, as he has to wear this slim-fitting dress to attend the masquerade ball. Really? Why did I agree to accompany Lena? Lit complained. Light? Haven't you changed yet? Lena is waiting for you at the door. At this time, there was a knock on the door, and Orson's voice came in. Just wait a little longer, it will be fine in a little while. Okay, I'll talk to Lena for you first. Orson nodded outside the door, then walked downstairs and looked at Lena sitting in the living room with an apologetic expression. I'm sorry, Lena. Lite is a little slow in changing clothes. Please wait a moment. It's okay. Lena was very understanding at this moment. She smiled and shook her head to indicate that it was okay. After a few more minutes, Orson was ready to go upstairs to check on Lit. Lit, are you still not well? It's not well yet. Lite said anxiously. She had almost wrapped it up, but as soon as Orson opened his mouth, the cloth strips she had just wrapped came loose again, and it could be said that her efforts were wasted, but he couldn't let Lena wait down there too long, so Lit had no choice but to seek Orson's help. Orson, can you come in and help me? Okay. Orson nodded and then opened the door directly. Then, when he saw the scene in front of him, he was completely stunned. Lit had his back to him, his entire upper body was smooth and bare, with only his hair hanging down his back. In her hand, she was holding a strip of cloth used to wrap her chest, but it was obvious that, perhaps because she had developed better, or perhaps because she had not worn formal clothes for a long time, she had some problems wrapping the strip of cloth. Light, what are you doing? Orson stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do for a moment. This time, Lena's voice came from far away. Brother, is Lite not well yet? Hearing the sound of Lena coming upstairs, Orson immediately closed the door and locked it. Sorry, Lena, please wait a moment. Then, he came to Lit and asked quietly, what's going on? I don't know either. Lite said shyly with a blushing face. It was going smoothly before, but it seems that because I've been eating too well recently, I've gained some weight on my chest, so it's a little hard to control. Orson, please help me. I'll wrap it in the front and you can help me from the back to keep it together. Okay. Upon hearing that, Orson could only nod helplessly. Come to think of it, it's true that when Lituk first joined the family, he looked more androgynous due to poor life in the countryside and a bit of malnutrition. Now, I don't know if it's because he's getting older or his nutrition has improved, but it's becoming increasingly difficult for him to remain neutral, not only in his appearance and temperament, but also in his figure. Orson, please don't look around. Having said this, Lit put down his arms that were blocking his chest with a red face and began to tidy up the strips of cloth in front of him. In order to make it easier to untangle, Lit sat in front of the mirror. It would be fine if he was alone, but now there was an extra Orson. If Orson looked into the mirror in front of him, it would be easy for him to see something he shouldn't see. I know. Orson nodded and then looked away. Orson, help me lift my hair up. Lit said after he had arranged the strips of cloth. After all, Lituk's hair is still a bit long. If he lets it down like this, it will get tangled and uncomfortable. Upon hearing this, Orson obediently did as he was told. Chapter 160. But Orson was still much taller than Lit after all. When Orson, who was sitting behind Lit, turned his head, he couldn't help but see the mirror. Fortunately, Lite put his hands in front of his chest in time to avoid any awkwardness between the brother and sister. Orson, help me pass the strip of cloth to me from the other side. Lit wrapped a strip of cloth from the front and then said to Orson. Orson took the cloth, then passed it around Lit's smooth back and handed it to Lit from the other side. With the help of others, Lit's action of wrapping the girl up was much smoother, and soon, the hill on the girl's chest turned into a flat surface. Even Orson couldn't help but sigh when he saw it. Although there was inevitably some skin contact between the two during the process, some of which even made Lit unable to help. But hum softly, but you kept silent and I didn't say anything, so neither of us said anything. Okay, thank you, Orson. Lit said this, took the dress from the hanger and put it on. Okay, Lena is still waiting downstairs. You should go with Lena. This is your first social event, so you can't make any mistakes. Yeah. Lite nodded, then hurried downstairs. Looking at Lit's back, Orson couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Monthly fee group, Lituk, she has really grown up. Orson stood at the stairs and heard Lit apologizing to Lena downstairs, and then the two of them rushed to the dance party. Shortly after the two left, Orson changed into a tuxedo and put on a mask. Compared to the mask at the ball, Osendai's mask covers a wider area. After all, he doesn't want others to see it. As expected, there was a knock on the door. Orson walked to the door and opened it. The door. A beautifully dressed girl appeared in front of him. IMG equals 7G. Lienka looked at Orson, who was already wearing a mask, and was stunned for a moment, and then asked, "Why are you wearing a mask now, Orson?" "This is to prevent others from recognizing us on the street," Orson explained, and then examined Lienka's outfit in front of him. "Lienka, you are dressed very beautifully today." "Humph. That's natural. Do I need you to judge my taste?" Although Lienka was happy to be praised by Orson, she still turned her head away, pretending to be dissatisfied. However, her slightly blushing face and the faint smile on her face had already revealed her mood. "P.S. I am trying to use AI painting to add illustrations to the novel. What do you think of the illustrations in this chapter?" Chapter 58, Grabbing a Dancing Partner. I don't know where the address of the dance is. Can you take me there? Yeah. Lienka nodded, then walked in front of Orson and led the way. After walking for less than a minute, she seemed to have thought of something. She stood beside Orson with a red face and stretched out her hands to hold Orson's arms. Just get used to it first, there's no other meaning," Lienka said in a low voice. "By the way, Orson, can you dance?" "Well, I do know a little bit about dancing," Orson said. As aristocrats, dancing is a compulsory etiquette course. In social occasions such as banquets, they occasionally need to stand up and dance to liven up the atmosphere. Of course, in this era, the dance of the nobles basically had a fixed beat, similar to the waltz, and it was not difficult to dance along. Compared with the entertainment value of theater dance, this kind of dance focuses more on elegance and propriety. As long as the steps and rhythm are correct, there will basically be no mistakes. That's good. Hearing this, Lienka breathed a sigh of relief. It would be a bit awkward if Orson couldn't even dance. I'm annoyed. After all, I don't dance much. When I'm on the dance floor, the two of us will definitely be looked down upon by others. Finally, they arrived at a high-end restaurant in the college. At this moment, the two of them could see through the window that a large group of people had gathered in the restaurant. This restaurant has 2 floors, and we are on the 2nd floor. Lienka said this and walked in with Orson. The first-year students had only seen Orson in some public occasions, and since Orson was wearing a mask at the moment, no one recognized him. Instead, it was Lienka who was standing next to her. Because she was more famous among the first graders, someone took the initiative to greet her as soon as she entered the restaurant. Seeing that they all had this reaction, Orson was quite satisfied. Since no one has discovered me now, I should be able to get through the night peacefully. After arriving on the 2nd floor, a few more girls came up to Lienka, and they seemed to be Lienka's classmates. "Hey, Lienka, the dance partner next to you doesn't seem to be from our class?" A girl with short chestnut hair walked up and asked curiously. "He's definitely not from our class. After all, I don't like people from our class," Lienka said proudly. "Hey." The girl with short chestnut hair stretched out her voice curiously, then moved closer to Lienka and whispered, "Well, Lienka, do you mind if we swap partners? I see your partner has a nice body and looks like a handsome guy." "My partner is not bad either. I carefully selected him from a gigolo club outside the school. What do you think? Do you want to consider it?" The girl said this and pointed at a man not far away. The man was obviously also very open-minded and winked directly in the direction of the few people. "Forget it." Lienka shook her head. "I still think my partner is better." As she said this, Lienka moved closer to Orson. The chestnut-haired girl was obviously a little bored. "Lienka, you are so conservative." "Maybe." Lienka nodded. "Forget it." The girl said this and looked up at Orson. "Hey little brother, can you please leave me your contact information?" As soon as Lienka looked at Orson, she felt a little nervous and her hand involuntarily grabbed Orson's sleeve, but Orson just shook his head indifferently and refused to say another word. "How boring." The chestnut-haired girl said this and looked at Lienka again. "In a sense, you two are really a good match." After saying this, she turned and left. Orson saw that her dance partner came up to her, put his arm around her waist, and whispered something softly in her ear to calm her down. He even turned around and gave me an apologetic look. To a certain extent, These people working in the service industry do understand the ways of the world better than those young ladies. At least this look of his has saved the girl a lot of trouble. Okay, ignore her. She's usually like a socialite and has more fun than anyone else. Lienka said this and took the initiative to comfort Orson. Then she took Orson's hand and brought him to a seat by the window. I say, Lienka, can this kind of place and this kind of activity really develop your social skills? Orson asked doubtfully. In my opinion, this kind of masked ball is just a chance for those noble young masters and young ladies who indulge in pleasure to relax. If you like these things and adapt to them, you can certainly interact with this group of people, but I can feel that you don't like this kind of aristocratic social atmosphere. Lianka was stunned for a moment after hearing that, then she blushed and lowered her head. I just wanted to come and see it with you. I feel more at ease with you by my side, but Orson didn't hear the girl's weak and feeble voice clearly. Lianka, what did you just say? Nothing. Lianka shook her head quickly and then stood up. Well, since you don't like the environment here, Orson, let's eat something over there. I'll go get you something first. Lianka quickly got up and ran away, going to the dining area to get some food and snacks. When she came back again, Orson was surrounded by several little girls. Sir, may I have the honor of inviting you to come on stage and dance with me? A pink-haired girl looked at Orson and said with a smile. The girl had a good figure, and her features were hidden by a mask, but just from the half of her face that was exposed, one could tell that she had a good foundation. Logically, no one would refuse an invitation from a girl like this, but Orson just shook his head. Sorry, I have a partner. Sir, you probably don't know the rules of this dance. In fact, a dance partner is just a condition for entering. Here, dance partners can separate and find new dance partners by themselves. It doesn't mean that you can only dance with your own partner. The girl said this, and seemed to be still fighting for it. So that's how it is. Thank you for your reminder, but I'm sorry, I don't want to dance now. Orson said this and politely refused the other party. Really? That's a pity. I was thinking of dancing with you and spending a wonderful night with you. Hearing this, the girl could only shake her head. This time, Lienka also returned to Orson. You approached me without permission when I was leaving and tried to seduce my dance partner. Aren't you going too far? Lienka did not indulge the other party, but confronted him directly. Chapter 59, Rosalind. Oh, I was wondering who it is. It's Lienka, the second best student in the first grade. The pink-haired girl seemed to know Lienka. She was so familiar with her that she could recognize her even if she was wearing a mask. Ms. Rosalind, isn't this a bit too much? Lienka said, frowning and looking at the girl named Rosalind. Sorry, Rosalind said this, clasping her hands together, looking very sincere. I just saw this gentleman leaning against the wall alone, so I thought of inviting him. But it seems that as a dance partner, Lienka, you didn't tell this gentleman all the information about the dance. That's something I forgot about. Besides, it has nothing to do with you, right? That's true. Rosalind nodded, then smiled and left with her little followers. Lienka then sat down angrily and put the plate in front of Orson. That girl named Rosalind looks quite unusual, but I don't think I've heard her name before. Lienka, are you familiar with her? I guess so. Lienka nodded. Rosalind was the third best student to enter the school, so she always thought that Lit was an eyesore. But this person has good communication skills. Her father is a general of the empire. They can be considered a family of military officers. Although it is not hereditary, there are still many small nobles around them who curry favor with the powerful. So that's how it is. Orson nodded after hearing this, and then thought of the current generals of the empire. Is she the daughter of General Scaloni, nicknamed the White Knight? After thinking about it, it seems that only his age matches. Yeah. Lienka nodded. Although this kind of military officer family is not a hereditary aristocracy at present, it has great potential. Like Orson's family, Lucius was also a military officer, but later became the new duke. Before Lucius, if one could rise to the top of the empire, a high-ranking military officer like a general would basically be given a fiefdom when he retired, and become an earl or baron. If he did not have one. Although the empire adopted a feudal system, the land of the empire did not. remain unchanged for thousands of years. Sometimes, when the nobles who ruled a piece of land died out or committed serious crimes, the land would return to the royal family. The royal family would basically reward this kind of land to people who had made contributions, and the first choice among them would be the generals who had fought for the empire. Orson picked up a bamboo stick, poked a piece of fruit into his mouth and chewed it. Speaking of which, Orson, you are really popular. When you just came in, someone wanted to invite you. After I left for a while, someone else found you. Maybe I'm just too charming? Those innocent girls can't walk as soon as they see me? Bah, you shameless bastard. Lienka cursed in a low voice, and then started eating the food on her plate. This time, the atmosphere of the dance party gradually became lively. Many people have walked to the center of the stage and started dancing to the music. Orson, do you want to try it together? At this time, Lienka also plucked up the courage to ask Orson. Okay, I have no objection. Orson nodded and stood up. But let me make this clear first. If I don't dance well or people around me laugh at me, don't blame me. No, I'm not that good at dancing either. Lienka was not as arrogant this time. Instead, she became polite with blushing cheeks. When the song ended, the two walked onto the stage together, and the next song was about to begin. Orson reached out and took Lienka's hand in his with one, while the other arm was around her waist. Chapter 161. This kind of dance move is common, but it made Lienka blush and her heart beat fast. Lienka? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Feeling Lienka's body slightly stiff in his arms, Orson looked at her puzzledly. No. Lienka shook her head. I just suddenly forgot how to move. At this moment, Lienka was so nervous that she had forgotten all the dance steps she had learned on the spur of the moment. Helplessly, Orson could only whisper in her ear, then, Lienka, just follow my rhythm later. Okay. Lienka nodded with a blushing face. Then, the music prelude slowly sounded, and everyone on the stage started moving, including Orson's group. Lienka followed Orson's guidance and slowly adapted to the rhythm, and her nervous mood calmed down. As expected, Orson has a kind of power that makes people feel at ease. Just as Lienka was thinking this, she raised her head and looked at Orson's profile. It turns out that Orson is so handsome. Instantly, Lienka blushed and her heart began to beat again. The steps that had just been straightened out by Orson became messy again, and he even stepped on Orson a few times. Sorry. Lienka apologized quickly, but Orson did not respond to Lienka. He just moved her upper body slightly forcefully, making her steps move along with her upper body again. That's it. Orson spoke when their rhythm matched again. Quan Rang did not mention the fact that Lienka stepped on him several times. Just now, you seemed nervous again. What happened? Although Lienka's heart was still pounding when the song ended, Orson and Lienka walked off the stage. I'm sorry, Orson, I was just too nervous. It's okay. Orson shook his head. You probably don't like dancing that much, do you? Indeed. Lienka nodded. If it wasn't for being with Orson, she definitely wouldn't have gone on stage. This time, a few more girls gathered around. Lienka-san, long time no see. Do you still remember us? Who are you? Oh, it's only been a few days and you've already forgotten us. Come on, let's go chat. We have some new cocktails. Several girls said this and pretended to take Lienka away. Seeing the other party so enthusiastic, Lienka didn't know how to refuse, so she could only look to Orson for help. Okay, Lienka, go and chat more with your friends. This dance is also meant to develop your social skills, Orson said with a smile. Oh, this guy is very considerate. Unfortunately, we are a group of girls chatting, and there may be some private topics, so we can't bring you along, a girl said in a sweet voice. Then, several people took Lienka aside. Afterwards, Orson sat alone in the seat where he and Lienka had just been. Sure enough, after a few seconds, Rosalind appeared in front of him again. Chapter 60. Do me a favor, President Orson, you suddenly appear here. Are you accompanying your sister-in-law? Rosalind held her chin with one hand and looked at Orson with a charming smile. Do you recognize me? Yeah, I am a member of the student union after all, but I am not very public in the student union. That's really hard work for you. Judging from your personality, you don't seem like the humble type. President Orson, you are such a fool. How can you evaluate a girl like that? Rosalind said angrily, then looked up at Orson. But I was right. President Orson, you really want to talk to me alone about something? It should be you who took the initiative to find me, right? That's true. Then, shall I speak first? Yeah. Orson nodded. You should also know that my father is a general of the Empire and is quite sensitive about some things. So what you mean? Father said that there might be problems in the southern part of the Empire during this period of time. Mr. Orson, as one of the 3 dukes in the south, you should have heard some rumors, right? The Duke of Naples is expanding his army, and your father, the Duke of Antica, is also expanding his army. The threat from the orcs has almost disappeared, but the local nobles are still expanding their armies. This action has seriously threatened the central government's rule. Therefore, His Majesty the Emperor has convened a military meeting to discuss the matter of you 2 dukes. My father is quite famous in the Imperial Army. If you agree to do me a small favor, Master Orson, I don't mind letting my father speak well of your family in the Imperial Army. That's not necessary. Orson shook his head. Our family has always insisted on having a legitimate reason to fight. Even if we are expanding our army, we will never mobilize troops if there is no reason to start a war. Really? What if there is friction on the border? As I recall, the relationship between the Duke of Napoli and the Duke of Antica was not a good one, right? If a border conflict occurs at this time, how should it be handled? That's our family's business and has nothing to do with the Imperial Army. Just when Rosalind thought Orson was determined to reject her, Orson suddenly changed his mind. But, Miss Rosalind, I don't mind knowing if you need any help from me. If it's just a piece of cake, then I'll help you. I'll just make friends with you. Okay. Rosalind showed a look of joy when she heard that, and then she stated her request. As you know, His Royal Highness is the future heir to the Emperor of the Empire. I hope you can help me connect with His Royal Highness. Wouldn't it be more convenient to ask your father for this kind of thing? After all, the prince, who has served in the Imperial Army for many years, must know the reputation of General Scaloni. Is it too much trouble to ask him to organize a date for you? My father is a stubborn old man. He always thinks that soldiers should not be too involved in the disputes of the royal family. Therefore, he does not allow me to make friends with the royal family. Moreover, I understand that His Highness Arthas has a good relationship with you, especially during the time when we fought against the orcs together. That's true. Orson nodded. I originally thought that the other party was coming for me, but it turned out that they were coming for Arthas. This is better, as it saves me from having more trouble. If possible, I will try my best to arrange a meeting between you. As for the opportunity, you need to seize it yourself. Okay. Rosalind said, showing a satisfied smile. Then I will wait for your good news, President Orson. After that, Rosalind got up and left, and Lienka also escaped from the group of girls. Looking at Rosalind leaving, Lienka frowned. Orson, why did that Rosalind come to you again? You ask me, who should I ask? Orson said, shrugging helplessly. Maybe it's because I'm too handsome. She couldn't get enough of me at first glance. She even wanted to take off my mask to take a closer look. TSK, who cares about this face of yours? Lienka was about to say something embarrassing, but then she recalled Orson's serious and handsome face when he took her dancing just now, and she couldn't say it anymore. What's this? Orson smiled. Nothing. Lienka quickly shook her head and brought the snack on the plate in front of her to herself, completely ignoring the fact that Orson had already bitten a piece of the snack and put the whole thing into her mouth. Orson looked at Lienka's meal, which was not in accordance with aristocratic etiquette, and was stunned for a moment, wondering whether he should remind Lienka that he had just eaten the dessert. After thinking about it, I decided to give up in order not to make Lienka angry. At this time, a pair of eyes locked onto Lienka, and Orson accurately lit was strolling around the dance with Lena, and they greeted each classmate politely when they met them. Because of Lena's racial characteristics, she could be recognized at a glance even with a mask on, so the two of them were approached by many people. After spending a lot of time dealing with tedious social activities, Lite went to hang out with Lena. The two first went to the dining area to get some food and snacks and started eating. Then, Lit saw Lienka while eating. Out of curiosity, Lit went to see what Lienka's dance partner looked like. It would have been fine if he hadn't looked, but when he did, he was stunned. Why, Lienka's dance partner is Orson. That's right, that person must be Orson. I have been with Orson for so long and have slept in the same bed with him. That body shape, those eyes,